Wang Ku, a denizen of Earth, traverses the mystical realm of Shenzhou Star, wielding a legendary sword passed down through generations. Fortuitously endowed with the indomitable sun, unyielding divine art, he wields his sword to vanquish the forces of malevolence, exuding boundless divine might, shattering the inequities of the world, suppressing the righteous path, exterminating the demonic doctrine, and ultimately ascending as the eternal divine monarch. In the bustling town of Zhuxian. Within a spacious hall, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The hall was filled with the proprietors of various shops and the scions of prominent cultivation families, all attentively gazing at a resplendent figure clad in white, who stood upon a raised platform. That I trust you have grasped the essence of my discourse thus far. The white-clad gentleman addressed the assembly with an affable smile. Master Wang, we comprehend your words, yet we harbor some concerns. You are already affluent. What need do you have for our wealth? Inquired a man from the crowd, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Wealth? Who among us would ever scorn an abundance of riches? With greater resources, I can embark on grander endeavors, employ more skilled alchemists to concoct superior elixirs for sale, and enlist the most adept artisans to forge exquisite artifacts for commerce. Who among you has witnessed Wang Ku engage in a venture that resulted in loss? He chuckled, exuding confidence. Indeed, since your arrival in Zhuxian, the town's wealth has continuously flowed into the Wang family. How could Master Wang possibly incur losses? The crowd echoed, laughter filling the air. What then do you fear? Do you suspect that I, Wang Ku, would deceive you? He queried, his tone lighthearted. Certainly not. The Wang family is one of the 4 esteemed cultivation families in Zhuxian, possessing boundless riches. Most shops here are co-owned by your family. How could you concern yourself with our modest contributions? The earlier speaker retorted, his demeanor shifting to one of joviality. The atmosphere in the hall eased considerably. Now, given the escalating perils of the 10,000 mountains, the quest for spiritual herbs and stones has become increasingly arduous. You laud my ability to generate wealth and seek my counsel thus. I convened this assembly to illuminate a path forward for all of you. Do you have any inquiries? Wang Ku inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Master Wang, is it true? If we invest in your financial products, will we indeed receive a 20% return annually? A man in gray asked, his eyes alight with anticipation. Certainly. The Wang family has long been established in Zhuxian. With vast enterprises, we shall formalize our agreement in writing. There is no room for deceit, Wang Ku asserted, his expression turning serious. We trust you implicitly, Master Wang. It is merely that such offers have never been made before, and we find ourselves a tad exhilarated. The man in gray replied with a smile. Once you have my assurance, you need not doubt. Although we too pursue cultivation, we cannot compare to the disciples of the great sects, who are showered with resources and spiritual energy. Our cultivation resources must be fiercely contested. The 10,000 mountains harbor a wealth of spiritual herbs, yet they are fiercely guarded by beasts. To extract them is to court death in perilous circumstances. This chaotic region often witnesses violence and treachery over scarce resources, where lives are lost in the blink of an eye. Our path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, lamented another man clad in red, his tone tinged with sorrow. Indeed, the head of the Wang family is a paragon of virtue, allowing us to generate wealth while remaining comfortably at home. The head of the Wang family has stated that if you do not manage your finances, your wealth will not manage you. If you merely clutch your purse, your riches will dwindle. It is the head of the Wang family who has illuminated a pathway for us to financial prosperity. Absolutely. Head of the Wang family, I am acquiring your financial product. I too shall partake. An annual interest rate of 20%? If I enter seclusion for a year, will not my spiritual stones increase by that same 20%? Within the hall, certain individuals appeared to be igniting the atmosphere, transforming the once passive audience into a fervent assembly. I have articulated all that needed to be said. For those wishing to purchase, proceed to the front hall of the Wang family to sign and acquire. The first batch of financial products is limited in quantity. Please do avail yourselves. Wang smiled as he spoke. Front hall? Where do I pay? I shall offer 50 pounds of spiritual stones. The earlier gray-clad man dashed out of the hall. John, wait for me. Save some for me. The financial products are limited. Do not purchase them all. Another man clad in red hurried after him. Wait. Save some for me. I want it all. The once boisterous hall quickly emptied as a throng hurried forth to procure the financial products issued by the Wong family. Only Wong, visibly content, and a group of Wong family members remained in the hall. Do you see? This is how financial products are sold. Aside from Juxian Town, you all should replicate this model in other celestial towns. Wong declared, lifting the tea offered by his subordinate. Head, do these people truly wish to exchange vast amounts of spiritual stones for mere pieces of paper? This profit seems almost too effortless. Why do we not do this before? A subordinate exclaimed in astonishment. Wong cast him a sideways glance. What do you know? Without the Wong family establishing a firm foothold and earning sufficient trust in Juxian Town, who would believe in these financial products? Furthermore, did I not instruct you on how to conduct yourselves? Could you not even play the role of a stooge? Had I not managed the situation adeptly, this mobilization meeting would have been a complete disaster. Wong's voice was grave. I have failed in my duties. The subordinate immediately bowed his head in contrition. Enough. This financial product is merely my first endeavor. Achieving this much is commendable. By the way, have you filtered the individuals as I asked? Wong inquired, directing his gaze at the subordinate. Rest assured, head, most of those invited today are the unscrupulous wealthy. I ensured that the truly virtuous were excluded and made it a point to complicate matters for them, preventing their purchases. The subordinate replied respectfully. That is well. I, Wong Ku, shall only profit from the ill-gotten gains of the unscrupulous. Wong took a sip of tea, satisfied. However, head, regarding these financial products, they could be redeemed at any time. What shall we do if they wish to redeem? The subordinate expressed concern. Let them redeem it. Have they forgotten the reputation of the Wong family in Juxian Town? In Juxian Town, we are synonymous with credibility. Wong Ke declared in a solemn tone. The money acquired through deceit must still be returned to them? If we do not return it, how will they be enticed to invest more in our financial products? Wong Ke replied calmly. Once the snow cleanses the spirit stones of Juxian Town, the Wong family shall depart immediately. Wong Ke inhaled deeply, his demeanor grave. Leave Juxian Town? That would be a great pity. We have operated here for a decade. Great profits naturally come with great risks. We are in urgent need of spirit stones, and this snowfall across various celestial towns will sufficiently fill our void. Wong Ke stated with determination. We could establish a bank and sell insurance. Wong Ke took another deep breath. Bank? Insurance? Were those? His subordinate asked, bewildered. Wong Ke sighed softly. Never mind, do not dwell on it for now. Without a formidable backing, even if we manage to establish these, we will merely be plucking fruits for others. As for banks and insurance, when the time is ripe, I shall instruct you. Your current task is to effectively sell our financial products, to seize the ill-gotten gains from the snowfall across the celestial towns, and bolster our strength. We shall address future matters in due course. Understood. His subordinate responded promptly. Juxian Town is merely the beginning. The subsequent celestial towns will rely on your efforts. Wong Ke fixed his gaze on his trusted subordinate. Rest assured, head of the family. The subordinate replied respectfully. Very well. You may leave. Wong Ke finally leaned back in his chair, satisfied. Yes. The subordinate acknowledged as he prepared to exit. At that moment, another subordinate rushed into the hall. Head of the family, a man is waiting outside, claiming to be your dear friend and wishes to see you. The subordinate reported with deference. How could I possibly have a dear friend? What does he look like? Wong Ke raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of confusion. Appearance? The man hesitated, unsure how to articulate. However, Wong Ke seemed to have an inkling of the identity, his expression shifting. Is his visage exceedingly lewd? Yes, it is somewhat. The subordinate replied, his face contorted with awkwardness. Wong Ke's expression darkened, and he stood abruptly. What a shameless old fool. How'd he find his way here? Before Wong Ke could finish his words, a plump man in black scholar's robes barged into the hall. Wong brother, I knew you would be here. You were quite elusive to find. The man exclaimed with warmth, rushing towards Wong Ke. Two young members of the Wong family hurried over, their faces etched with concern. Head of the family, we couldn't stop him. Yet, Wong Ke seemed to have anticipated this, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, this is not your concern. You may all leave, indeed. The young scions of the royal family exited the hall with expressions of bewilderment. Brother Wang, you truly seem to be living in comfort here, so at ease. Why did you not inform me when you moved last time? I searched for you for a decade. The man in black approached with a smile. Wang Ke's countenance darkened as he regarded the man. Zhang Jingdao, are you a bloodhound? I've been evading you so diligently, yet you still managed to find me? Zhang Jingdao interjected with a mischievous grin. Leave me be. Have you not caused me enough distress? The events of last time have left me beset by misfortune, while you slipped away so effortlessly. Von Kiskiviko glorit. Last time, you cannot lay the blame on me. I squandered numerous treasures and spirit stones, ultimately gaining nothing. You cannot fathom how those 10 years without you have rendered me too timid to even engage in petty schemes. Brother Wang, you possess immense talent. It is a travesty for you to remain in this humble Zhuxian town. Why not join me in pursuing a grand endeavor? Zhang Jingdao's eyes sparkled with excitement. You wish for me to assist you in finding more unsuspecting victims, do you? Wang Ke replied with a darkened expression. What do you mean by victims? We are merely redistributing wealth from the avaricious. Look at me, I am impoverished. And you, too, lament your own lack of funds. We are genuinely in need, deserving of the generosity of those who are morally bankrupt. With your cleverness and my audacity, our partnership would be unmatched, Zhang Zhengdao proclaimed, brimming with pride. Wang Ke narrowed his eyes at his shamelessness, remaining entirely unmoved. Chapter 2. Am I a deceiver? With unabashed confidence and fervent eloquence among those known to Wang Ke, only Zhang Jingdao could exhibit such audacity. Brother Wang, there is a grand opportunity at hand, and out of our long-standing friendship, I have come to seek your partnership in this venture, Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he turned towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke squinted at Zhang Jingdao. The arrangements for financial products were just beginning to unfold in the various celestial towns, and he had his hands full orchestrating the entire affair. When would he find the time to pursue wealth elsewhere? A grand opportunity? How much can you offer me? Speak. Wang Ke demanded. Money? I have none, Zhang Jingdao replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. No money? You come to me without any funds? Wang Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. You know my circumstances. I spend what I have without any surplus, Zhang Jingdao retorted. Wang Ke's expression turned stern. Then please leave. I shan't see you out. Wait. Hear me out. Although I lack funds, I can help you fulfill that long-cherished desire of yours, Zhang Jingdao implored eagerly. My long-cherished desire? Wang Ke queried, puzzled. Isn't it to find a powerful backing? The one you mentioned last time that. Zhang Jingdao pointed skyward. Suddenly, Wang Ke's pupils contracted, and a smile broke across his face. Brother Zhang, come, sit. Haha, today is indeed a fortuitous day. Do tell me, what is the situation? As they spoke, Wang Ke handed the nearly empty teacup, which had been offered to him by a subordinate, to Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao, taken aback, accepted the cup filled only with tea dregs. Have you heard about the bounty issued by the Jinwu sect? Zhang Jingdao inquired. Yes. The bounty from the Jinwu sect stipulates that whoever captures a certain princess Yue will be granted 5 places for disciples within the Jinwu sect, Wang Ke replied. Exactly. That bounty. 5 places in the Jinwu sect. The Jinwu sect is a premier celestial sect among the 10,000 mountains, a top-tier sect issuing a bounty. The entire region is abuzz with excitement. Are you not aware? Have you not considered capturing Princess Yue for the reward? Zhang Jingdao probed, his gaze fixed on Wang Ke. Wang Ke's expression darkened. You want me to capture someone whom even the Jinwu sect cannot apprehend? Do you have any idea how many spirit stones I manage daily? I cannot afford to squander my time. Moreover, is there not a powerful guardian protecting Princess Yue? Have you investigated thoroughly? In the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, fraught with uncertainty. If this is the grand opportunity you speak of, then I advise you to reconsider. I have no desire to meddle in a celestial conflict. Wait. I am not asking you to capture Princess Yue. I am imploring you to rescue her, Zhang Jingdao insisted, desperation evident in his tone. Wang Ke regarded Zhang Jingdao as though he were mad. Are you out of your mind? To oppose a celestial sect? Especially one as formidable as the Jinwu sect? Princess Yue was actually captured yesterday, Zhang Jingdao explained. Captured? Wang Ke responded, astonished. Yes. She was seized by the head of the Nie family in your own Zhuxian town. She is currently held captive in a location within the Nie residence. The Nie family has already dispatched someone to report to the Jinwu sect and prepare to claim the reward. In about half a month, the Jinwu sect will send someone to take Princess Yue away. It was precisely for this matter that I ventured to Juxian town, and it is indeed a fortuitous coincidence to discover that you reside here. What splendid news! Brother Wang, you must assist me in rescuing Princess Yue. No, rather, you must join me in executing this grand endeavor. Zhang Zhengdao expressed with eager anticipation. Wonka squinted at Zhang Zhengdao. Are you the one who wishes to save Princess Yue and then drag me into your scheme? Huh? How could that be? Zhang Zhengdao stammered, flustered. But, Brother Wang, have you not always yearned to be under the auspices of the Tianling sect? The Tianling sect is one of the premier immortal sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains. If you rescue Princess Yue and bring her to the Tianling sect, they will surely accept you as their disciple. I assure you, this way, your aspirations will be fulfilled. Zhang Zhengdao implored fervently. Wang Ke regarded him with skepticism. You truly believe the Tianling sect would express gratitude for my rescue of Princess Yue and accept me as a disciple? Indeed, indeed. Zhang Zhengdao nodded vigorously. Pa. Wang Ke scoffed disdainfully. What? Do you not believe me? Of course. If the Tianling sect truly cared for Princess Yue, how could they permit the Jinwu sect to issue a bounty for her capture? Are you insulting my intelligence? Wang Ke retorted scornfully. It is true. Princess Yue possesses another identity that remains unknown to all but me. Once we rescue her and escort her to the Tianling sect, confirming her true identity, the sect will surely protect her. Time is of the essence. I cannot summon aid from the Tianling sect in time, so I must trouble you. Zhang Zhengdao urged with palpable urgency. Outwardly, Wang Ke feigned disbelief, yet internally he felt a stir of interest, for the Tianling sect held something he desperately desired. The notion that Zhang Zhengdao had proposed this possibility stirred something within him, though he remained cautious, worried that Zhang Zhengdao might be deceiving him. Brother Wang, do you still not believe? Shall I swear a solemn oath? Zhang Zhengdao implored fervently. No, I do not trust oaths. If they held any weight, those scoundrels would have been struck down by lightning countless times. Wang Ke shook his head resolutely. What then would convince you? Zhang Zhengdao pressed desperately. Put your life on the line for me. If you deceive me, I shall destroy it. Wang Ke declared solemnly. Wang Ke, how cruel you are. I am the sole heir of 9 generations. I have not yet secured a legacy for my family, and you wish to destroy me? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, clutching his lower body in fear and retreating. Wang Ke replied, Isn't the folding fan in your hand your lifeline? You risked your life for that fan last time. You said it was your lifeline. Wang Ke's face darkened with annoyance. Why did you not say so earlier? You nearly scared me to death. The folding fan? This fan. Zhang Zhengdao gazed at the black folding fan in his hand with reluctance. The fan was pitch black, and even when unfurled, it merely concealed a layer of black mist, obscuring its true form. Yet, Zhang Zhengdao held onto the fan with great reluctance. Wang Ke seized it. If you do not deceive me, I shall return it to you later. Zhang Zhengdao, glancing at the fan with reluctance, nodded. Very well, but do not misplace it. Rest assured. Wang Ke deftly tucked the folding fan into his sleeve. At this moment, his emotions were exceedingly stirred, not due to the fan itself, but rather because of Zhang Zhengdao's recent words. As long as he rescued the Princess Yue, he could gain entry into the Tianling sect. This aspiration had been his fervent dream for the past decade. Only by joining the Tianling sect could he hope to alleviate the misfortunes that plagued him. Very well. I trust your words. Now, please elucidate the specifics regarding Princess Yue. How did you acquire this information? Moreover, the Jinwu sect issued a bounty without even a portrait of Princess Yue. How can the Nie family be so certain? Wang Ke inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Zhengdao. I learned that Princess Yue fled into the vast mountains, so I pursued her. A few days ago, I discovered the remnants of their last battle in a valley. Following the clues, I tracked them to Juxian town, where I fortuitously captured a Nie family disciple who was en route to inform the Jinwu sect. From him, I learned that the Nie family initially did not recognize Princess Yue. It was by chance that they encountered her entourage, and it was one of her subordinates who inadvertently revealed their identities. Upon learning this, the head of the Nie family devised a scheme to first gain their trust, then poison them, ultimately killing 2 of Princess Yue's subordinates and capturing her. Now, they are merely awaiting to report back to the Jinwu sect for their reward. Zhang Zhengdao explained anxiously. Although I intercepted 1 Nie disciple, 3 others have taken different routes to the Jinwu sect. Within half a month, they will surely send someone. The Nie family? But they are the foremost sect in Juxian town. The head, Nie Tianba, is a cunning old fox. It is utterly impossible to rescue Princess Yue from his grasp. Wang Ke furrowed his brow. While others may find it impossible, Brother Wang, I am certain you can succeed. Zhang Jingdao implored fervently. Wang Ke's expression darkened. Though my Wang family has resided in Zhuxian town for a decade, we have merely established ourselves as merchants. I am the strongest among us, yet I am merely of ordinary innate realm. The Nie family boasts dozens of innate masters. And Nie Tianba reached the pinnacle of the innate realm 30 years ago. His strength now is beyond estimation. Do you expect me to contend with him for her? Then could you assist me in discovering where Princess Yue is being held? I could dig a tunnel to rescue her. Zhang Jingdao urged, desperation in his voice. As I have told you, Nie Tianba is an astute schemer. Would he reveal the location of Princess Yue's imprisonment before encountering the Jinwu sect's disciples? Such a significant matter. And I had no prior knowledge of it. It is evident that he is concealing this information, keeping it to himself to reap the benefits quietly. Wang Ke said, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, the person I captured, who was on his way to inform the Jinwu sect, was a trusted confidant of Nie Tianba. He too did not know where Princess Yue was being held. Zhang Jingdao's face was etched with anxiety. Nie Tianba has certainly hidden Princess Yue away securely. He is not one to act without certainty. Rescuing her from his clutches will be a formidable challenge, Wang Ke remarked, his eyes narrowing further. What shall we do then? My very life hangs in the balance. You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. If Princess Yue were to perish, my superiors would demand my life in return. Brother Wang, considering the benefits I have accrued from our years of partnership in excavating the ancestral graves of cultivators, you must lend me your assistance. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. Almost pleadingly, Wang Ke instinctively recoiled from Zhang Jingdao's woeful expression. Calm yourself. Let me think, he said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Beside them, Zhang Jingdao remained still, awaiting Wang Ke's contemplation. Both Zhang Jingdao and Wang Ke were intent on rescuing Princess Yue. For this represented Wang Ke's sole opportunity to enter the Heavenly Wolf sect. Brother Wang, do you have a plan to seize Princess Yue from Nie Tianba? Zhang Jingdao inquired eagerly. However, Wang Ke shook his head. Seize? That is unattainable. Yet, I could conjure another Princess Yue. Conjure another? You wouldn't consider finding someone to impersonate Princess Yue and deceive the Heavenly Wolf sect, would you? Zhang Zhengyao responded, utterly bewildered. Do you perceive me as a mere charlatan? Wang Ke retorted darkly. Amid his confusion, Zhang Jingdao's resolve shone through as he nodded affirmatively. Wang Ke, Chapter 3, Deception on the second day. At the entrance of the Wang family's Grand Hall, an order was issued. All financial products from various celestial towns were to cease sales, with only those from Zhuxian town remaining available. Wang Ke instructed one of his subordinates. Master, we have invested considerable time and effort in the other celestial towns. It is time to reap the rewards. If we do not act now, it would be a waste. The subordinate expressed with concern. Indeed, the subordinate replied respectfully. As he departed, Zhang Jingdao approached eagerly from a short distance. Brother Wang, I have been waiting at your estate for a day. Have you made the necessary arrangements? Zhang Jingdao inquired anxiously. Wang Ke had finally agreed to rescue Princess Yue the previous day, which had filled Zhang Jingdao with excitement. However, as time pressed on, his impatience grew. Nearly prepared. Come, step inside and take a look. Wang Ke smiled. Oh? Zhang Jingdao's eyes brightened as he entered the hall. There, he beheld two young women standing with their backs to them. Brother Wang, I did not expect you to have hidden beauties. Zhang Jingdao laughed heartily. What nonsense. These two are my cousins, whom I summoned from afar last night. They will be instrumental in rescuing Princess Yue, Wang Ke said, taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation. These two, to rescue Princess Yue? Are you planning to employ the allure of beauty to entice Nie Tianba into releasing her? I have heard that Nie Tianba has 8 concubines, each more beautiful than the last. Your cousins must possess extraordinary beauty to succeed, Zhang Zhengyao remarked. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the women's silhouettes. Little cousin, Wang Ke called out. One of the petite figures turned to face him, bowing respectfully. Master. Zhang Jingdao's expression stiffened. What do you think of my little cousiness' appearance? Wang Ke inquired with a chuckle. While she could be considered a modest beauty, her looks paled in comparison to the renowned beauties of the land. At best, she could be deemed above average. Zhang Jingdao frowned. Beauty, much like a flower, requires the complement of green leaves to truly shine. Now, my elder cousin, Wang Ke continued. The other, somewhat sturdier woman turned around. Zhang Jingdao's eyes widened in shock. A shiver coursing through him. This elder cousin not only had a robust figure, but also an imposing visage. With a round face and a wide mouth reminiscent of a toad, accentuated by a faint stubble that was both conspicuous and alarming. Are you a woman? Zhang Zhengyao stammered, his scalp tingling. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman with facial hair? The elder cousin glared back, her eyes fierce like a tiger ready to pounce, causing Zhang Zhengyao to instinctively step back, nearly retching. Fear not, my elder cousin merely chose the wrong cultivation method, resulting in an abundance of masculine hormones. Wang Ke chuckled. Master. The elder cousin bowed respectfully to Wang Ku as well. Zhang Zhengyao swallowed hard, still eyeing the elder cousin with trepidation. Brother Wang, is this truly the unparalleled beauty you mentioned? Your taste is indeed unique. I suspect that when Nie Tianba lays eyes on your elder cousin with her facial hair, you will be utterly speechless. The beauty ploy? It may not bear fruit. Zhang Zhengyao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and remarked, after seeing my elder cousin, what do you think of my younger cousin's appearance? Wang Ke chuckled. What are you thinking? Who said I intended to employ a beauty trap? Do you think Nie Tianba is like you, driven by base desires? Wang Ke glared. Not a beauty trap? Then why involve these cousins? Zhang Zhengyao asked, puzzled. Did I not tell you yesterday? I plan to create another Princess Yue. Wang Ke squinted. Create another? Are you preparing for your cousin to impersonate Princess Yue? Zhang Zhengyao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Wang Ke nodded. But what use is that? Your cousin is a mere impostor, while the genuine Princess Yue is in Nie Tianba's possession. A counterfeit is futile once the Jinwu sect arrives. The real Princess Yue is still doomed. Zhang Zhengyao questioned, bewildered. No, I intend to turn the fake into the real, and the real into the fake. Wang Ke declared confidently. Transforming the real into the fake, and the fake into the real? Zhang Zhengyao replied, utterly bewildered. This is known as creating something out of nothing. By shattering Nie Tianba's expectations, as long as he believes the Princess Yue he holds is a counterfeit, rescuing the genuine Princess Yue will become effortless. Wang Ke stated solemnly. Is that feasible? Zhang Zhengyao looked skeptical. Did you not say that Princess Yue always wore a veil, with fewer than 10 people having seen her true appearance? Even the Jinwu sect lacks her portrait, so what is there to worry about? Wang Ke laughed. But, fine, whatever you say, I will follow your lead. Let my younger cousin impersonate Princess Yue. Perhaps it may work, Zhang Zhengyao said, glancing at his younger cousin not far away. Who said that? The younger cousin will play the maid of Princess Yue, while the elder cousin will impersonate her. Wang Ke clarified. What? Her? The elder cousin with the beard? You want her to impersonate Princess Yue? Zhang Zhengyao exclaimed, wide-eyed. What are you staring at? Can I play Princess Yue? The bearded elder cousin glared. Zhang Zhengyao's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling that this was a grave mistake. Could this individual truly convince anyone of being Princess Yue? Did Wang Ke think others were blind? Brother Wang, why must we do this? Zhang Zhengyao asked anxiously. The elder cousin has her advantages. It makes it harder for others to suspect. Besides, she excels in emotional performances. That way, she can coordinate with you seamlessly without revealing the ruse. Wang Ke explained. What good is acting skill if no one believes this person is Princess Yue? Wait, what do you mean by emotional performance? What does that have to do with me? Zhang Zhengdao's expression changed. You will understand in due time. Wang Ke smiled. This smile sent a chill down Zhang Zhengdao's spine. Brother Wang, perhaps I should simply withdraw from this. Pretend I never came. How about that? Zhang Zhengdao's face twitched as he looked at Wang Ke. Do you think that's possible? Wang Ke's expression darkened. But I see no hope. Princess Yue is still a princess. How could she resemble the elder cousin? How can you expect others to believe it? Zhang Zhengdao lamented, on the verge of tears. This is what I am about to undertake. Wang Ke declared in a deep voice. What will you do? Create momentum. A resolute glimmer flashed in Wang Ke's eyes. In a grand hall within the Nie family in Juskin town, a group of Korn Nie descendants surrounded a robust man who was sipping tea at the center. The man possessed a commanding presence, exuding an aura of dominance that even in repose, radiated an intimidating authority. Only the family head, Nie Tianba, could wield such gravitas within the Nie family. Family head, since yesterday, the Wang family has commenced the sale of financial products. I discreetly observed that many townsfolk have already made purchases, clamoring to invest. This wave will see the Wang family sell at least 20,000 pounds of spirit stones. A Nie descendant reported respectfully. 20,000 pounds? Nie Tianba's pupils narrowed. Indeed, 20,000 pounds? After a year, with principal and interest, they will owe 24,000 pounds. Can the Wang family truly afford such a sum? Another Nie descendant interjected. The Wang family is poised to reap immense profits. One exclaimed, it is astonishing how, within a mere decade, A commercial family has emerged as one of the 4 great cultivation families in Juxian Town. How infuriating. Jealousy was palpable among the Nie descendants. Nie Tianba, however, merely smirked coldly. No matter, let them earn a little more. Family head, Juxian Town has always looked to our Nie family for guidance. Are we to stand idly by while this outsider, Wang Ke, scavenges spirit stones on our turf? A Nie descendant protested. Nie Tianba took a sip of tea and replied with a sneer. While Wang Ke has shown me considerable filial respect in the realm of cultivation families, strength ultimately dictates supremacy. Earning money is one thing. Retaining it is another. Is the family head planning to take action against him? A Nie descendant's eyes brightened. The sheep has grown fat. It is time to slaughter. Nie Tianba chuckled darkly. Oh, the eyes of the Nie descendants gleamed with intrigue. However, our Nie family has a more pressing matter at hand. Nie Tianba declared solemnly. The atmosphere shifted as the group's expressions turned serious. Cultivation families have only just ascended from the mundane world, and the path to true immortality remains distant. The immortal gates harbor the genuine techniques for attaining longevity, and only by stepping through those gates can one truly embark on the path of cultivation. This time, Providence has granted us the opportunity to capture Princess Yue. Once the Jinwu sect sends representatives to confirm, our Nie family shall have 5 members enter the Jinwu sect. 5. Our Nie family will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Nie Tianba exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the Jinwu sect is one of the foremost immortal sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains. We are on the cusp of soaring to great heights. The Nie descendants rejoiced. Yes, they replied reverently. Family head, where exactly is Princess Yue concealed? Could unforeseen complications arise? A Nie descendant expressed concern. Nie Tianba glared sharply. I am merely concerned. We must ensure that nothing goes awry. The Nie descendant stammered. There will be no missteps. No one is to inquire about Princess Yue's whereabouts. Only I hold that knowledge. Remain at ease and do not entertain other thoughts. Once everything settles, I shall distribute the positions. Nie Tianba stated coldly. Understood. The Nie descendants replied in unison, not daring to ask further questions. The location of Princess Yue remains solely known to Nie Tianba. Only half a month has passed, and it has slipped by in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for error. Nie Tianba remarked solemnly as he sipped his tea. At that moment, a servant hurriedly rushed in from the hall. Master, something terrible has happened. The servant exclaimed anxiously. What is it that has gone awry? Nie Tianba responded coldly. Just now, news came from the outskirts of Juxian Town that Wang Ke, accompanied by a multitude of Wang family members, has captured the princess of the Moonlit Night, who was under the bounty of the Jinwu sect. The servant continued fervently. What? Nie Tianba raised an eyebrow in disbelief. It cannot be true. The members of the Nie family in the hall immediately stood up, exclaiming in shock. The princess of the Moonlit Night has already been detained in the Nie residence. How can there be another one? It is indeed true. The news has spread throughout the entire town, and everyone is rushing to witness it. The princess of the Moonlit Night, sought after by the Jinwu sect, has piqued everyone's curiosity, and now the outskirts of Juxian Town are thronged with people. The servant insisted urgently. Nie Tianba's face twitched, and he involuntarily trembled his teacup. Chapter 4. Even prisoners can profit Juxian Town. The most sensational news of yesterday was the Wang family's sale of financial products, which caused a frenzy among wealthy cultivators in the entire town. Today, however, the most riveting news still revolves around the Wang family. The bounty issued by the Jinwu sect is spread throughout the vast mountains, igniting envy among all. Yet, many perceive it as a futile endeavor, believing it to be an impossible feat. Who would have imagined that the enigmatic Princess Yue would actually be captured by Wang Ke and his associates? At this moment, outside the Wang family's estate, a throng of individuals from various esteemed cultivation families surrounded the scene, their eyes fixed upon Wang Ke, who was bloodied and battered. The prison carriage was sealed, with only a small opening through which one could vaguely discern the presence of individuals within. Ladies and gentlemen, my Wang family has incurred significant losses in the pursuit of Princess Yue. Please refrain from crowding forward. We must not allow the nefarious to snatch her away. Wang Ke interjected, stepping forward to address the eager crowd with a modest bow. Among the crowd, disciples of prominent cultivation families glared with fervent eyes. This was not merely about Princess Yue. It represented the opportunity to secure one of the 5 coveted spots as disciples of the Jinwu sect. If it were not for the overwhelming presence of onlookers, someone would have likely attempted to seize her already. Reputation? What does that matter? Once one becomes a disciple of the Jinwu sect, who would dare to belittle me? Of course, should the unscrupulous attempt to seize her. They must consider the potential repercussions of offending the Jinwu sect. I have already dispatched word to the Jinwu sect, and it will not be long before they learn that I, Wang Ku, have captured Princess Yue. This honor cannot be taken away. Furthermore, if she were to escape amidst the chaos of competition, it would surely incur the wrath of the entire Jinwu sect. I believe none of you wish to make an enemy of them, do you? Wang Ku continued with a courteous smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembled powerful individuals shifted, their eagerness tempered considerably. Moreover, the Jinwu sect has issued a bounty for the live capture of Princess Yue. If anyone's reckless actions were to lead to her demise, the consequences would be dire indeed. Wang Ku added with a chuckle, though Wang Ku's demeanor was relaxed. The powerful figures surrounding him exchanged glances, their intentions to act swiftly dissipating in an instant. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, attempting to seize Princess Yue could lead to disastrous outcomes should she be harmed. The onlookers cast resentful glances at Wang Ku, who seemed astute enough to have already informed the Jinwu sect. Thus, even if someone were to forcibly take her, the Jinwu sect might not acknowledge their claim later on. Wang family patriarch, what remarkable fortune you possess. You have captured Princess Yue. One cultivator spat with jealousy. Fortune. Indeed. Ha. Wang Ku feigned ignorance to the scornful remarks. Wang family patriarch, the bounty from the Jinwu sect does not even include an image of Princess Yue. Are you certain that the one you have captured is indeed her? Do not make a mistake. Another voice chimed in, tinged with envy. Ha. There can be no error. Besides, would I dare to deceive the Jinwu sect with a false Princess Yue? I certainly do not wish for my Wang family to incur their wrath. Wang Ku replied with a grin. That makes sense. The Wang family patriarch is always cautious in his endeavors. If he dares to report to the Jinwu sect, there must be no mistake. Someone in the crowd remarked. Who would be foolish enough to deceive the Jinwu sect with a fake Princess Yue? That would be courting death. I believe she is indeed the real deal. Another voice asserted. I once engaged in business with the head of the Wang family, and without absolute certainty, how could he possibly assert such confidence? Indeed, head Wang, what extraordinary fortune you possess. Amidst the crowd, lively discussions ensued. While Wang Ku observed the puppets he had strategically placed among the onlookers, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Head Wang, although we have never encountered Princess Yue, might we be afforded a glimpse? Yes, head Wang, having secured such a grand opportunity, allow us the privilege of witnessing it. Surely, a princess who could elicit a promise of 5 quotas from the Jinwu sect and stir commotion across the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains must be extraordinary. Let us behold her. The crowd clamored, eager to catch a glimpse of the captive princess within the cage. Wang Ku's expression turned troubled. Although he appeared to struggle with the situation, he felt immense satisfaction within, patiently awaiting his pawns to continue their entreaties. Head Wang, I understand that with so many eyes present, you might fear chaos. How about this? I will offer 10 pounds of spirit stones for a chance to see her. If you would oblige? A cultivator in the crowd proposed. The onlookers scoffed at the audacity of attempting to bribe head Wang with spirit stones, fully aware that he was the wealthiest individual in Juxian town. Yet, Wang Ku, observing the disdain directed at the cultivator, nodded enigmatically. Very well, we are all from the same town, and since I, Wang Ku, have been fortunate, it would be rather ungracious not to satisfy the curiosity of the populace. However, the crowd is too large for my residence to accommodate, and I cannot allow Princess Yue to be put at risk. Therefore, let it be 10 pounds of spirit stones for a mere incense stick's duration of viewing. But it must adhere to the order of the Wang family. Is that acceptable? The surrounding cultivators paused, momentarily taken aback. Could this be a ticketed event? Thank you, head Wang, shouted the puppets among the crowd. While some cultivators winced at the thought of parting with 10 pounds of spirit stones, most could afford it, and since everyone was contributing, none could complain. However, one couldn't help but marvel at Wang Ku's entrepreneurial spirit, charging for a mere glance at a prisoner. Very well. Please wait a moment while I arrange for Princess Yue to be placed in the rear courtyard of my estate. I shall then invite you in to witness her. Just a moment. Wang Ku bowed to the crowd. The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances but ultimately nodded in agreement. Outside the gate, a throng of cultivators awaited restlessly. Before long, the gates swung open with a resounding crash. A multitude of servants emerged from the Wang residence, erecting barriers to enclose the entrance, leaving only a winding passage to maintain order. Additionally, tables were set up at the entrance, with attendants ready to collect spirit stones. Esteemed guests, The head of the family has arranged for Princess Yue's accommodations. You may purchase tickets here. First come, first served. The rear courtyard has been outfitted with a decorative cage for Princess Yue, ensuring that all may enjoy a clear view within the time of an incense stick, announced one of the Wang family's attendants, bowing to the gathered crowd. The cultivators exchanged glances, incredulous at the audacity of Wang Ke to profit from a captive. Could money truly be made in such a manner? Here, take my 10 pounds of spirit stones. I wish to enter and see her first. In the midst of the crowd, a man named Tua was the first to navigate through the fenced passage to the entrance, where he paid the fee. Under the guidance of the Wang family's servant, he proceeded towards the backyard. With the first one leading the way, others soon followed suit. At the Wang household, in the main hall, Wang Ke had just finished bathing and changing into fresh attire when he encountered the bewildered Zhang Jingdao. Wang brother, are the people from Zhuxian town all fools, spending 10 pounds of spirit stones just to gaze upon 2 prisoners? Have they lost their minds? What benefits are there to be gained? Why are there so many? Zhang Jingdao expressed his confusion. They are not merely observing 2 prisoners. They are vying for 5 slots among the disciples of the Jinwu sect. Wang Ke replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Zhang Jingdao asked, still perplexed. Do you think I intimidated them at the entrance? No, they were not frightened. It was simply inconvenient for them to act in such a public setting. Those who purchased tickets share a common thought. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in Wang Ke's eyes. What thought? Zhang Jingdao queried, puzzled. To spend 10 pounds of spirit stones to discern the appearance of Princess Yue, biding their time to seize her for themselves, and then claim the reward from the Jinwu sect. Wang Ke declared with conviction. They all wish to capture Princess Yue? Zhang Jingdao shivered with realization. Precisely. Hence, they are willing to pay to see her face. Wang Ke affirmed confidently. To discern Princess Yue's face? Zhang Jingdao gulped. For at that moment, the Princess Yue on display was none other than his cousin with the long beard. So many individuals aimed to abduct his cousin? Was this not the pinnacle of her life? I possess a Princess Yue, and Nie Tianba possesses one as well. Why should he believe that it is a counterfeit? Wang Ke chuckled. Why should he? Zhang Zhengyao inquired, bewildered. Are you familiar with the saying 3 men make a tiger? Wang Ke laughed. What does that mean? If one person tells him that my cousin is Princess Yue, he will not believe it. What if 2 people tell him? What if 3? What if the entire town informs him? Wang Ke stated confidently. What do you imply? In order to convince Nie Tianba that my claim is genuine, I must first ensure that everyone in town believes it to be true, and then they must all relay this information to him, continuously brainwashing him and eroding his confidence. Wang Ke asserted with self-assurance. Have you been busy all this time just to impress Nie Tianba? Otherwise, what could it be? You truly have a knack for stirring things up. This is not mere chaos. This is creating momentum. Wang Ke declared confidently. Yet, what I perceive is you merely making money. Zhang Zhengyao remarked curiously. Wang Ke frowned and looked at Zhang Zhengyao. 10 pounds of spirit stones per person. Just now. I quietly counted, and there were already over 100 who entered. Wang brother, you are quite the profitable one. I refuse to be left out of this rescue mission for Princess Yue. I want my share of the ticket sales. I demand half. Zhang Jingdao suddenly pressed with enthusiasm. Wang Ke glanced at Zhang Jingdao, his expression warm as he let out a soft chuckle. Zhang Jingdao, however, disowned Wang Ke's intentions and, feeling an immediate surge of anxiety, exclaimed, Wang Ke, you cannot proceed in this manner. I bring you news. Half is unacceptable. How about 4 to 6? I shall take the lesser share. Do not be so merciless. What of 3 to 7? Never mind. I shall concede further. 2 to 8. I offer 2. You are too greedy indeed. 1 to 9. 1 to 9. When have you ever seen someone extort money from me? Wang Ke chuckled, then turned and strode toward the rear courtyard, leaving Zhang Zhengyao seething with indignation. Wang Ke, do you intend to hoard everything? You lack honor. After all this time together, you have not even shared a single spirit stone with me. You are exceedingly stingy. You should not be called Wang Ke. You ought to be called Wang the Stingy, or better yet, the Stinge King. Bah. Zhang Zhengyao vented in exasperation. At the Nie residence, Nie Tianba listened as a disciple of the Nie family continuously reported. Charging an entrance fee? Nie Tianba queried, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, in Zhuxian town, members of various families have attended, each paying 10 pounds of spirit stones. Wang Ke's heart is truly black. A disgruntled disciple remarked. Such is Wang Ke's style, risking life for the sake of money. Nie Tianba replied solemnly. Master, I attended, and that princess of the moon was dreadfully ugly, a clear fabrication. Has Wang Ke lost his mind? The disciple added. Ugly? Nie Tianba paused in surprise. Indeed, the princess of the moon we captured, despite a scar upon her visage, possesses undeniable beauty. Yet Wang Ke's version is grotesquely unsightly. What was he thinking? Where did he find such a wretched creature? That countenance could hardly befit a princess. The disciple's disdain was evident. However, Nie Tianba's expression darkened. Have others voiced similar opinions? But we have never seen the true appearance of the princess of the moon. He pondered, furrowing his brow. We have not. The disciple's countenance shifted. Master, you do not believe that what we captured is a hoax, do you? Nie Tianba shook his head. What we have captured is undoubtedly genuine. Humph. Wang Ke seeks to deceive the Jinwu sect. He is courting death. Though his tone was resolute, an inexplicable doubt crept into Nie Tianba's heart. He could not fathom why Wang Ke would resort to a false princess of the moon to deceive the Jinwu sect. Based on his understanding of Wang Ke, he was not the sort to engage in such treachery. Could it be that what they had apprehended was indeed the real one? The thought startled Nie Tianba. Send people to continue investigating. Nie Tianba commanded gravely. Yes. The disciples of the Nie family dispersed to gather information, leaving Nie Tianba alone. His expression ominously dark. What I possess is the truth, Wang Ke. Yours cannot be real. Nie Tianba clenched his fists, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 5. The Decline of Morality. The human heart is indeed a curious enigma. Had Wang Ke captured a beautiful princess of the moon, perhaps many would have been filled with resentment for not having seized her themselves, casting doubt upon her authenticity. Yet, with the capture of an unappealing princess of the moon, the public's mindset inexplicably found equilibrium. Many in the town genuinely accepted her, even expressing unwavering conviction in her veracity, praising Wang Ke's discerning eye. On the 10th day, the number of visitors to see the princess of the moon dwindled, while those seeking to abduct her grew. The sounds of conflict from the Wang family's backyard last night spread through Zhuxian town, preventing countless cultivators from finding rest. It was the fourth such incident. Someone had attempted to seize the princess under the cover of darkness, though whether they succeeded remained uncertain. In the Wang family's backyard, the lifeless bodies clad in black were carried away by the family servants. Zhang Jingdo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Wang Ke, your family's mechanized treasures are indeed terrifying. That crossbow treasure could easily pierce through the innate barriers of ordinary practitioners. I recall that such a treasure is quite valuable. How could you have so many installed in your home? I possess wealth. Naturally, I must procure more of such life-saving devices. Wang Ke replied calmly. You have wealth. Yet you are so miserly towards me? You've earned so much from ticket sales, yet you won't part with a single spirit stone for me. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. His face flushed with indignation. Wang Ke regarded Zhang Jingdao as one would a simpleton. You can satisfy your own hunger while neglecting your family's needs. Do you have any idea how many people I am responsible for? Even with wealth, one must not squander. I have dependents too. I have an elderly mother to support, as well as a young one in need of care. Zhang Jingdao attempted to evoke sympathy. Yet, under Wang Ke's disdainful gaze, he could only manage an awkward smile. You mentioned that Nie Tianba would come to investigate. It's the 10th day, and he has yet to arrive. Is it possible that your scheme has become overly theatrical? Zhang Jingdao expressed his concerns. Wang Ke shook his head. That will not happen. Nie Tianba has endured for 10 days without personally seeking the truth. He is indeed a wily old fox. Most of the family heads in Zhuxian town have already paid their respects, yet he remains absent? He must possess remarkable patience. Will he truly come? Zhang Jingdao questioned with intrigue. The events of these past 10 days have fermented. The townsfolk have been thoroughly swayed by the narrative I orchestrated. Coupled with the 4 attempts to abduct the princess of the moon, there is no one in town who doubts her authenticity. Nie Tianba will surely seek information from various angles. Each tidbit he receives will only deepen his unease. 10 days of psychological suggestion can create a formidable illusion. If my intuition serves me right, he will undoubtedly arrive today. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Wang Ke's eyes. You can't be serious, can you? You assert he will come today, and he will just show up? Zhang Jingdao expressed his skepticism. Reporting to the master, Master Nie Tianba requests an audience. Announced a Wang family disciple stepping forward. He truly has come. I knew it. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, unabashedly reveling in his own prescience. The reporting disciple wore a peculiar expression. Yet Wang Ke remained unfazed. He has arrived? Excellent. Wang Ke's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At the entrance of the Wang residence, Nie Tianba, accompanied by 5 disciples from the Nie family, gazed at the grand doors with a complex expression. No one knows how Nie Tianba has spent these past 10 days. Almost every hour, someone would come to vividly report on the capture of the princess of the moonlit night. Initially, Nie Tianba was skeptical, but the incessant bombardment of news over 10 consecutive days filled him with anxiety. He attempted to question the princess he had captured several times. Yet she appeared utterly despondent and refused to utter a word, only exacerbating his irritation. Today, he could no longer contain his curiosity and felt compelled to investigate. Before Wang Ku emerged, the steward of the Wang family skillfully seized 60 pounds of spirit stones from him. The group of Nie family disciples behind him seethed with resentment. But Nie Tianba remained indifferent. What were spirit stones? Merely a temporary possession of the Wang family. In a few days, once he eradicated the Wang family, they would all rightfully belong to him. He was determined to see with his own eyes the moonlit night princess captured by Wang Ku. Nie family patriarch? What brings you here? Wang Ku greeted as he stepped out from within. Wang family patriarch. It has been a long time. I have come today to see the princess of the moonlit night you have captured. Nie Tianba replied in a deep voice. To see the moonlit night princess? It is certainly a pleasure to welcome the Nie family patriarch. Wang Ku smiled, then turned to the steward. Has the Nie family patriarch paid? Yes, indeed. 60 pounds of spirit stones, all accounted for. The steward promptly displayed a basket for Wang Ku to see. How could you charge the Nie family patriarch? Are you blind? Wang Ku immediately reprimanded the steward. Nie Tianba's expression stiffened slightly. Enough, Wang family patriarch. Others follow the rules, and I must adhere to them as well when visiting your Wang family. 60 pounds of spirit stones are hardly a significant sum. Such generosity from the Nie family patriarch. Please, come inside. Wang Ku quickly invited, as if the previous reprimand had never occurred. Ultimately, Nie Tianba refrained from further comment, leading 5 subordinates as they followed Wang Ku into the Wang family's rear courtyard. The courtyard was still in disarray, with the bodies of several black-clad assassins being dragged out. Patriarch, these must be the assassins that attempted to seize the moonlit night princess last night. Yet they were completely annihilated. It seems there are hidden dangers within the Wang family as well. A Nie family disciple whispered to Nie Tianba. As Nie Tianba gazed upon the corpses, his expression shifted. He even recognized the identities of some of these deceased assassins. However, Wang Ku had not lifted the masks from the bodies. Wang family patriarch, will you not investigate their identities? Nie Tianba inquired. Why should I investigate their identities? Wang Ku responded, seemingly perplexed. Do you not wish to know who sought to abduct the moonlit night princess? It would be wise to prepare accordingly, Nie Tianba pressed. Now that they are dead, what is there to investigate? Furthermore, their demise brings me substantial wealth. I must afford them some dignity, do I not? Wang Ku chuckled. Substantial wealth? Have you not already searched their storage bags? What more wealth could there be? A group of curious Nie family disciples asked. Oh, in Juxian town. I own a coffin shop. All these bodies will be taken there for sale. 100 pounds of spirit stones and a single corpse. Wang Ku explained. A corpse? Can you really sell it? 100 pounds for one. This is extortion. A member of the Nie family exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Alas, it is true. These corpses are in high demand. As soon as we delivered them to the coffin shop, they were snatched away in an instant. The current atmosphere in Juxian town is truly baffling. The morals of society are declining, Wang Ku sighed. The members of the Nie family reacted with outrage. Do you still not comprehend? You unscrupulous merchant, having killed these young men, you still demand payment? Have you no shame? Head of the Wang family, you truly have a knack for making money. Nie Tianba remarked with a peculiar expression. It is nothing significant. Merely a small profit to supplement household expenses. Wang Ku chuckled. The Nie family members retorted. 100 pounds of spirit stones for a corpse. That amounts to 2,000 pounds for 20. Is this still considered small change? Supplementing household expenses? Do your servants dine on celestial elixirs? Head of the Nie family. We have arrived. Look, there is Princess Yue. Wang Ku pointed towards the 2 enormous cages in the back courtyard. Nie Tianba immediately turned to gaze at the large cages. Inside, there were Wang Ku's older and younger cousins, seemingly weakened by some sort of drug, leaning against the bars of the cages. Though Nie Tianba had heard much about the older cousin, it was his first time seeing her. Upon sight, he was taken aback by her unkempt appearance, his scalp tingling with surprise. Although his subordinates had often claimed that Princess Yue was unattractive, experiencing it firsthand was indeed quite an eye-opener. Master, that is her. She is Princess Yue. A Nie family member pointed excitedly at the older cousin. Nie Tianba's eyelids twitched. Head of the Wang family. The princess you have captured is indeed striking. Who could argue otherwise? Otherwise, the Jinwu sect wouldn't have provided a portrait. Wang Ke nodded in agreement. How can you be certain she is the genuine article? What if you have captured a fake? Nie Tianba scrutinized Wang Ke. A fake? Impossible. Wang Ke declared with confidence. Oh, Wang Ke chuckled, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Head of the Wang family, now that you have captured her, could you enlighten us on how this capture transpired? Nie Tianba pressed on. Wang Ke glanced at Nie Tianba and sighed. Very well, since you have asked, I shall explain, for others remain unaware. Oh, look at the person in the other cage. Wang Ke pointed towards the younger cousin. Everyone turned their gaze, some expressing confusion. One Nie family member remarked, I have heard that she is the maid of Princess Yue. How strange that the maid is so beautiful, yet the princess indeed. It seems my Wang family servants have been too talkative, and this has become common knowledge among you. Yes, that is the maid of Princess Yue. We captured her first. In her terror, she betrayed Princess Yue, revealing her whereabouts, which allowed us to easily capture her. Otherwise, who would have imagined that Princess Yue would look like this? Haha. Wang Ke laughed. What do you mean? Nie Tianba inquired curiously. The Golden Crow sect has issued a bounty, and indeed, Princess Yue and her entourage are aware of it. To safeguard Princess Yue, her 7 handmaidens, each accompanied by 2 guards, scattered in 7 directions to escape. The 7 handmaidens impersonated Princess Yue to create confusion. Even if they were captured, it mattered not, for they were merely decoys. Allowing the true Princess Yue to safely reach her destination, Wang Ke explained. What? 7 false Princess Yues? Nie Tianba's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, I initially captured one of these handmaidens, but unfortunately, she lacked loyalty. It wasn't long before she divulged everything, even guiding us to capture the genuine Princess Yue. Huh, what sheer luck. I owe her my gratitude, Wang Ke chuckled. Nie Tianba and the other Nie family members immediately darkened their expressions. As Nie Tianba finally pieced together a critical realization, the Princess Yue he had captured was merely a handmaiden of the true Princess Yue, who remained steadfastly loyal, refusing to betray her mistress even when caught. A flicker of rage and astonishment flashed in Nie Tianba's eyes. Nie family head, what troubles you? Wang Ke inquired curiously. Wang family head, did you not interrogate her to see if the Princess Yue was lying? Perhaps she deceived you. Nie Tianba pressed, fixing his gaze on Wang Ke. Interrogate? How could I dare? Wang Ke replied hastily. Nie Tianba was perplexed. Nie Tianba's expression stiffened. And the other Nie family members exchanged strange glances at their elder cousin, questioning who would wish to become her partner. Was there a lack of vision? Seemingly sensing the disdain from the crowd, Wang Ke shook her head, to each their own. While you may not favor Princess Yue, there are surely others who do. I have no desire to seek unnecessary trouble. Nie Tianba was taken aback. But you have also slain many of Princess Yue's subordinates. A Nie family member protested. That is of no concern. Once the Golden Crow sect sends someone, I shall become a disciple of the Golden Crow sect myself. At that point, I will be considered one of their own, and self-preservation should pose no issue. Wang Ke clarified. The Nie family fell into a contemplative silence. Observing the handcuffed elder cousin with her beautiful handmaidens, they involuntarily recalled the Princess Yue they had captured, only to realize she was but a counterfeit. Nie family head. We can only proceed this far. We cannot get any closer. I do not wish to incur the wrath of the Golden Crow sect. Wang Ke cautioned. Blocking the way of those who wish to advance further. Humph. Nie Tianba scoffed coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, he strode towards the exit, followed closely by the Nie family members. Nie family head, do visit us often. Wang Ke called after them as they departed. Once the Nie family had vanished into the depths of the street, Zhang Jingdao quietly emerged. Wang Ke, you truly possess a talent for deception. That Nie family head must be utterly bewildered by your ruse. Ha! After all that effort, he merely captured a handmaiden of Princess Yue. Zhang Jingdao laughed. Yet, Wang Ke's expression was grave as she shook her head. No, Nie Tianba was feigning anger. He was not truly upset. He was not angry? Then why did he? Zhang Jingdao questioned, puzzled. He is merely trying to deceive me. He is about to take action. Wang Ke spoke in a low voice. Take action? Zhang Jing's expression turned serious. Wang Ke narrowed his eyes. It is time for us to act as well. Brother Zhang, the next steps are in your hands. In the depths of the street, a group of Nie family disciples pursued their patriarch. Patriarch, what shall we do now? The one we captured is the false Princess Yue. The real one is in Wang Ke's grasp. One anxious disciple exclaimed. Who claims that we have caught a fake? Nie Tianba's gaze turned icy. What? Wasn't it just now? How can I believe Wang Ke's single account? Humph. Nie Tianba replied with a cold expression. But what if? What if what he says is true? The Nie family disciple expressed his concerns. Nie Tianba squinted. What is so difficult about this? Regardless of which Princess Yue is genuine. As long as we have both in our possession, it suffices. Both in our possession? The eyes of the Nie family disciples brightened. Tonight, we shall seize Wang Ke's Princess Yue, Nie Tianba declared coldly. However, many lives have already been lost. Other families cannot compare to the Nie family. Not only must we capture Princess Yue, but I also desire the complete annihilation of the Wang family. Humph. Wang Ke, that fat sheep. Intended to wait a few more days before slaughtering. There is no need to delay any longer. We shall take this opportunity to end him and demonstrate to the people of Zhuxian Town who truly is the foremost family and who reigns over Zhuxian Town. Nie Tianba spoke coldly. Indeed, the Nie family disciples responded with excitement. Patriarch, when shall we strike? During the day, with so many eyes around. We must avoid letting anyone take advantage of the chaos. Therefore, it is set for tonight. Yes, yes. Chapter 6. The excruciating emotional drama. It was night in the main hall of the Nie family, illuminated brightly. All the Nie family descendants understood that tonight a murder was to take place. The target was none other than the wealthiest family in Zhuxian Town, the Wang family. Although the family head had asserted that the moonlit princess in Wang Ke's possession might not be genuine, it was evident that he was eager to take action. Fully convinced that Wang Ke's claim was legitimate. Unbeknownst to them, the moonlit princess that their family had previously concealed was merely a servant girl. They had narrowly avoided missing the reward from the Jinwu sect. Fortunately, Wang Ke had located the true moonlit princess. Thus, all the benefits would belong to the Nie family. Master, when shall we strike? Inquired a Nie family descendant, glancing at Nie Tianba seated at the head of the table. Nie Tianba sipped his tea, his gaze frosty. There are still many people on the streets, and not all the shops have closed. Wait until the hour of the rat, then prepare your weapons. Yes, the Nie family descendants bowed in unison. Tonight, we must exert our utmost effort to ensure that everything is settled before the Jinwu sect disciples arrive. We must leave no room for them to criticize. Nie Tianba stated coldly. Absolutely. They responded in chorus. Rest assured, Master. By the time the Jinwu sect disciples arrive, the Wang family will be no more, nor will Wang Ke. Only we shall possess the moonlit princess, and no one can contest our claim. One Nie family descendant chuckled. Nie Tianba nodded, yet his right eyelid twitched incessantly, filling him with an ominous premonition. Master, Master. At that moment, a servant rushed into the hall in haste. Master. It's bad news. The Jinwu sect disciples have arrived in Zhuxian Town. What? Gasps of disbelief echoed through the hall. Today, our Nie family is on full alert. Monitoring the entire town. I was tasked with guarding the entrance of Zhuxian Town, and I just saw a descendant of the Wang family leading a man adorned with treasures. Wang Ke received the news and personally went out to welcome him. I overheard Wang Ke refer to him as Zhang Shangxian from the Jinwu sect and invite him to the Wang family. The servant explained anxiously. Zhang Shangxian from the Jinwu sect? How could it be? How could he arrive so quickly? A Nie family descendant expressed skepticism. Wang Ke's luck seems extraordinary. What shall we do now? With the Jinwu sect disciples at the Wang family, can we still proceed with our plan? Proceed? Do you intend to kill the Jinwu sect disciples as well? What? Then what should we do? The hall erupted into a frenzy of anxiety among the Nie family descendants. Calm down, do not panic. Nie Tianba's expression darkened. Everyone turned to the family head, awaiting his decision. However, with the arrival of the Jinwu sect disciples, how could Nie Tianba not feel anxious? They were on the verge of taking action, only to be informed that it had come to an end? Would they not end up with nothing? If Wang Ke truly joined the Jinwu sect, would he still have the audacity to annihilate his entire family? Could they still dare to slaughter such a plump prey? Stand down for now. I will first go see if this Jinwu sect disciple is indeed real. Nie Tianba declared. His visage grim. Very well, perhaps it is a deception. The Nie family descendants nodded in agreement. Nie Tianba immediately rose and, guided by the servant, set off toward the Wang family. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Wang family. A servant announced their presence, and soon, Wang Ke emerged to greet them. Master Nie, what brings you here again? Wang Ke approached with a smile. In that moment, there was a noticeable shift in his tone, as if a sense of triumph had washed over him, rendering him indifferent to Nie Tianba's demeanor. This scene caused a flicker of unease within Nie Tianba. Wang family head. I heard that someone from the Jinwu sect has arrived? Nie Tianba inquired, fixing his gaze on Wang Ke. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. When I delivered a message to the Jinwu sect, I encountered the very person who issued the bounty. He could hardly wait and hurried here. Wang Ke replied, relief evident in his voice. The person who issued the bounty? Nie Tianba asked, curiosity piqued. Yes, his name is Zhang Zhengdao. His father is a formidable elder of the Jinwu sect. This quest to find Princess Yue stems from his deep affection for her, which prompted him to request his father to issue the bounty. There are 5 spots for Jinwu sect disciples, which will be posted under his father's name. It was fortunate that I did not cause any trouble for Princess Yue. Otherwise, I would have found it difficult to explain myself to Zhang Xianxing. Wang Ke expressed, relief washing over his features. What do you mean? A Jinwu sect disciple is infatuated with the Princess Yue that you captured? Is he out of his mind? One of the Nie family disciples exclaimed in shock. Silence. Nie Tianba snapped, his eyes narrowing to halt the man's words. Is this one of your family's disciples? Did he just imply that Zhang Xianxing is unwell? Wang Ke's expression darkened at once. Wang family head, there seems to be a misunderstanding. My subordinate meant to say that Zhang Xianxing and Princess Yue are. Nie Tianba found himself at a loss for words. This is true love. Do not speak without understanding. If you dare to belittle my senior brother Zhang again, I will not spare you. Wang Ke asserted with a tone of utmost firmness. Nie Tianba's expression darkened. Earlier, when Wang Ke had met him, he had been at least polite, but now he dared to confront him? Senior brother Zhang? How shameless. You have yet to join the Jinwu sect, and you already refer to Zhang Zhengdao as your senior brother? Head of the family? The Nie family disciple, looking troubled, quickly withdrew from the conversation. However, the onlookers failed to notice that Wang Ke's change in demeanor had largely dispelled their doubts regarding Zhang Zhengdao's identity. It seemed that he truly was a disciple of the Jinwu sect. Wang family head, might I request an introduction to Zhang Xianxing? Nie Tianba spoke politely. Zhang Xianxing is currently meeting with Princess Yue and has much to discuss. Is this an appropriate time? Wang Ke's reluctance was palpable. Internally, Nie Tianba cursed Wang Ke, thinking, how dare he make things difficult for me just because he has met Zhang Zhengdao? Yet, he had to suppress his anger at that moment. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve a glowing blue pearl, which he offered to Wang Ke. This is a family heirloom, the water-repelling pearl. Wang family head. Please do me this favor. Nie Tianba said courteously. Wang Ke's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it. You are too kind, Master Nie. I do not concern myself with treasures. I simply take joy in helping others. Haha, please, come in and follow me. Wang Ke exclaimed with a bright smile. With the acceptance of the water-repelling pearl, Wang Ke felt a surge of confidence. Knowing his scheme had succeeded, Nie Tianba had now been convinced of Zhang Zhengdao's status as a disciple of the Jinwu sect. The group swiftly made their way to the back courtyard of the Wang family, where the sounds of pleading could be heard even before they laid eyes on anyone. Xiaoya, please come out. I acknowledge my mistakes. Do not be angry with me, I implore you. I shall never issue another bounty again. How could I have known they would act so ruthlessly? My dear heart. At that moment, Nie Tianba noticed Princess Yue still trapped within her cage, while outside. Zhang Zhengdao wore an expression of infatuation and desperation. Zhang Zhengdao was adorned in exquisite garments, from his hairpin to his robe and shoes, all gleaming with the aura of magical artifacts, exuding an air of ostentation that left Nie Tianba in awe of the wealth possessed by disciples of the Jinwu sect. Slightly portly, and with a somewhat lecherous visage, Zhang Zhengdao's eyes, however, were filled with an intense longing as he gazed at Princess Yue in her confinement. The scene was undeniably disconcerting. Humph! Princess Yue, feigning anger, turned away, tears cascading down her cheeks, causing those around her to shudder. Yet, Zhang Zhengdao felt as though his heart were shattering. Nearby, Wang Ke observed Zhang Zhengdao's earnest display with approval, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Zhang was a true man, capable of enduring what others could not, justifying Wang Ke's high regard for him. Strike me, Xiaoya. Do as you will, but please, do not torment yourself. I cannot bear to see you suffer. Zhang Zhengdao declared, his face awash with devotion. The Nie family members could hardly conceal their discomfort, their faces contorting in disbelief. How could the son of a venerable elder from the Jinwu sect, with countless women at his disposal, choose such a peculiar object of affection? Truly, as Wang Ke had said, those from the celestial realms possess unique tastes. Are you not the esteemed Zhang of the Jinwu sect? I am Nie Tianba. He stepped forward. A flicker of anger surged within Nie Tianba, but he suppressed it. Xiaoya, what must I do for your forgiveness? Zhang Zhengdao continued to lament. Yet, Princess Yue merely sobbed quietly, offering no response. Perhaps I could avenge you? Who were your assailants? I shall eliminate them, Zhang Zhengdao proclaimed fiercely. Brother Zhang, no, Master Zheng. I merely acted upon your bounty. This is not my fault. Wang Ke interjected anxiously. Zhang Zhengdao, however, paid him no heed, turning his scornful gaze upon Wang Ke. Humph. Not your concern? My bounty only instructed you to capture Princess Yue. Did it mandate murder? You harmed my beloved Xiao Ye's subordinates. I must seek vengeance for her. No. Master Zhang, I am innocent. Your bounty promised me entry into the Jinwu sect. How can you go back on your word? Wang Ke exclaimed in alarm. My bounty is as I declare it. Thief, prepare to pay with your life. Zhang Zhengdao's fury seemed to ignite. Those around, including Nie Tianba, found a sense of relief in the unfolding drama. Yet Nie Tianba felt a wave of frustration. The prospect of the Jinwu sect's bounty seemed bleak. Suddenly, Princess Yue's voice rang out. Zhang Zhengdao. Zhang Zhengdao, poised to act, halted instantly, turning to her. Xiaoye, you are addressing me? Are you no longer angry? Princess Yue continued to wipe her tears. Although the head of the Wang family captured me and killed several of my subordinates, he ultimately did not subject me to any cruelty. Even when others urged him to torture me for information, he intervened. He merely followed the bounty order to apprehend me. I do not hold him responsible. Thank you for your candidness, Princess Yue. Wang Ke exclaimed, his forehead drenched in sweat. Humph, you have benefited from this. Zhang Zhengdao finally ceased his actions. Zhang Xiansheng, Princess Yue does not blame me anymore. Will you honor the bounty order you issued? Can I still join the Jinwu sect? Wang Ke seized the opportunity to inquire. Perhaps with Princess Yue backing him, Wang Ke was willing to take a gamble. You still wish to join the Jinwu sect? Zhang Zhengdao scoffed. It was you who issued the bounty, Zhang Xiansheng. Surely, you cannot go back on your word. Wang Ke replied, a pained expression on his face. Zhang Zhengdao was about to retort when he noticed Princess Yue's unwavering gaze upon him, causing him to stiffen, reluctant to appear as a fickle man before her. Humph. Although you captured Princess Yue, having slain her subordinates, I shall revoke 4 of the 5 positions I initially promised you, leaving you with but 1. Zhang Zhengdao declared solemnly. 1? 1 is acceptable. Wang Ke responded eagerly. By the way, I have also captured Princess Yue's maid. Look, it was she who betrayed the princess. Might this count as a merit to offset my faults? Wang Ke inquired opportunistically. Zhang Zhengdao hesitated, glancing at another young lady in a cage. My maid has been with me since childhood. I do not blame her. Alas, I am uncertain how many of my other maids have survived. Princess Yue lamented softly. Princess, it is my fault. The young lady in the cage cried out in remorse. Wang Ke, however, gazed eagerly at Zhang Zhengdao. Yes, thank you, Zhang Xiansheng, for granting my Wang family 2 positions. Rest assured, I will have my kin continue searching for Princess Yue's remaining maids. At that time, I humbly request your benevolence to grant us another position. Wang Ke exclaimed with excitement. Find them first. For now, do not interrupt my reunion with Xiao Ye. Humph. Zhang Zhengdao huffed coldly. All right. Wang Ke responded, elated. With 2 positions secured, he felt content. If he were to find the princess's maid, there could be additional opportunities. How could Wang Ke not be pleased? Humph. Princess Yue once again ignored Zhang Zhengdao. Yet, her current disregard carried a hint of affectionate playfulness. Master Nye, let us depart and not disturb Brother Zhang and Princess Yue's reunion. We shall converse in the front hall. Wang Ke promptly invited Nie Tianba. Yet, at that moment, Nie Tianba seemed rooted to the spot, fixated on Zhang Zhengdao and Princess Yue. Master Nye, please? Wang Ke urged again. Nie Tianba's unusual behavior surprised not only Wang Ke, but also Zhang Zhengdao, who turned his head to observe. Are you not leaving? Zhang Zhengdao glared. The intensity of his gaze obliterated all doubts within Nie Tianba. He suppressed his pride and respectfully bowed. Esteemed Zhang, I humbly inform you that we of the Nie family have captured one of the maidservants of Princess Yue, whom you seek. I earnestly request your benevolence in granting my family a spot in the Jinwu sect. I, Nie Tianba, would be eternally grateful. With that, Nie Tianba bowed deeply, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. All the Nie family members followed suit in a show of reverence. Oh, you have captured one as well? Zhang Zhengdao inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Indeed, we have one imprisoned in our water dungeon, still alive. Nie Tianba reiterated, bowing once more. Who is it? The captive Princess Yue expressed her anticipation. Seeing her concern, Zhang Zhengdao felt compelled to respond. Very well, as long as it is true, I shall grant you another spot. However, should you dare to deceive me or Xiaoya, He fixed Nie Tianba with a stern gaze. Rest assured, I shall fetch her at once. Nie Tianba replied. His excitement palpable. Quickly now, Zhang Zhengdao urged. With that, Nie Tianba and a host of Nie family disciples dashed out of the Wang family estate, racing back to their own home. Once they were gone, Zhang Zhengdao turned to Wang Ku with a gleeful expression. Brother Wang, how did I perform just now? You possess an innate talent for theatrics, Zhang. Your performance was impeccable. You remained composed in the emotional scenes with my cousin, a true man indeed. I admire you. Wang Ku responded with a satisfied smile. Of course, you cannot imagine, when I was acting alongside your cousin, I had to widen my pupils to convey emotion, fearing that the sight of her face would make me, ugh. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, running to a nearby corner to retch. Chapter 7. Not even toilet paper is spared in a brief span. Nie Tianba had brought the captured Princess Yue to the Wang family. No. She had now been transformed into a devoted little maid. Zhang Shangxian, Princess Yue, do you see? Is this not the princess's maid? Nie Tianba spoke nervously. A group of onlookers fixated on the woman clad in black that Nie Tianba had brought. She was exceedingly beautiful, her long hair cascading down her back. However, a grotesque scar marred her face. At that moment, she slumped weakly on the ground, as if rendered immobile by some potent drug, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, seemingly resigned to her fate. Yet, upon hearing Nie Tianba address her cousin in the cage as Princess Yue, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Suddenly, the Princess Yue in the cage covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Ku, with his back to Zhang Zhengdao and the others, gestured for silence among the crowd, clearly confirming the identity of the woman brought by Nie Tianba amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the Nie family members, as if to ascertain whether Nie Tianba had deliberately staged this deception. Ultimately, as the tension mounted, Wang could tentatively recognize the woman's identity and waved his hand behind his back. Sister, how have you come to this? It is my fault. I have betrayed the trust of the princess, yet you remain more faithful than I. Sister, your face. Oh. Suddenly, another cousin in a nearby cage burst into tears. Wah. Princess Yue in the cage wept pitifully, leaving the black-clad woman bewildered. Why does she call me sister? Nie Tianba anxiously glanced at Zhang Zhengdao, but alas. Zhang Zhengdao's attention was solely on the distressed Princess Yue. Enraged upon witnessing her sorrow, he shouted, You scoundrel, how dare you harm my little Ye's maid? I shall kill you. Nie Tianba's expression changed drastically. Zhang Shangxian, please quell your anger. I only inadvertently injured her face while capturing this maid. During her confinement, we did not mistreat her. We did nothing but feed her softening medicine. We dared not lay a hand on her. Zhang Shangxian, please see reason. Zhang Shangxian, regaining his composure, acknowledged that while the Nie family head had harmed the maid, he had not killed her. If she had fallen into other hands, she might have perished long ago. Wang Ke stepped forward to restrain Zhang Zhengdao, urging him to calm down. What Wang family head says is true. Indeed, I captured her according to the bounty you issued. Zhang Shangxian, get lost. Get out. Zhang Zhengdao bellowed in fury. Nie family head, Zhang Shangxian is in a rage. Allow me to mediate for you. Please wait outside my Wang family door. I shall assist you in this matter. Do not provoke Zhang Shangxian further. Wang Ku implored, holding the furious Zhang Zhengdao back. Thank you, Wang family head. I beseech you for your kind words. Nie Tianba bowed deeply in gratitude. With that, Nie Tianba swiftly led the Nie family members out of the Wang residence, while Zhang Zhengdao's angry shouts echoed behind them. Covered in sweat, Nie Tianba anxiously awaited outside the Wang family's door. A sense of unease stirred within, uncertain of what transpired within. After a brief wait, Wang Ke finally emerged from the grand entrance. Master Wang, how did it go? Nie Tianba inquired eagerly. Rest assured, Master Nie, I have successfully persuaded him. Though, perhaps my intervention was unnecessary. Zhang Shangxian's earlier fury was merely an act. He needed to display his anger in front of Princess Yue to assert himself on her behalf. Wang Ke replied with a smile. That is a relief. And what of the admission into the Jinwu sect? Nie Tianba pressed anxiously. I inquired on your behalf, and Zhang Shangxian has agreed to grant you a spot. However, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from Princess Yue in the future, Wang Ku explained. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Master Wang. I acknowledge the misunderstandings we have had in the past, and wish to extend my apologies. Nie Tianba exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It is only fitting. From now on, as we enter the Jinwu sect together, We will be like brothers, looking out for one another. Wang Ke responded with a laugh. Indeed. Whatever concerns you have, Master Wang, are now also my concerns, Nie Tianba. I am immensely grateful and wish to express my appreciation. Here, I have a dust-repelling pearl. Please accept it. Nie Tianba presented a precious orb to Wang Ke. Wang Ke's eyes sparkled with delight. I shall graciously accept this gift. Of course, of course. Nie Tianba replied joyfully. Wang Ke's acceptance put Nie Tianba at ease, as he had been somewhat apprehensive about the exchange. Brother Wang, I implore you to speak positively of me to Zhang Shangxian. I will ensure you are well rewarded. Nie Tianba expressed with anticipation. Wang Ke nodded. Certainly. But you must understand, with Princess Yue reunited with her entourage, there will be many matters to discuss. It would be inappropriate to intrude. Zhang Shangxian harbors deep feelings for Princess Yue and is hesitant to disturb her. I will seek an opportunity. That suffices, that suffices. Nie Tianba responded gratefully. However, as you know, there are always unscrupulous individuals who may attempt to approach Princess Yue under the cover of night. I fear not for myself, but for the potential disruption to Zhang Shangxian and Princess Yue's reunion, which could provoke his wrath. Wang Ke expressed his concerns. Do not worry. Tonight, my Nie family shall guard the perimeter of your estate, ensuring no one approaches. Nie Tianba vowed solemnly. Thank you. I will report your efforts tonight to Zhang Shangxian. Wang Ke affirmed seriously. Nie Tianba's eyes brightened. Thank you, Master Wang. With a resounding thud, the doors of the Wang residence closed, leaving Nie Tianba brimming with excitement and anticipation. Master, a young member of the Nie family approached. Go. Inform all members of the Nie family to stand guard at the Wang estate tonight. Any fool who dares approach shall be dealt with mercilessly. Nie Tianba commanded in a low voice. Understood. The young members of the Nie family responded in unison. In the Wang family's rear courtyard, Wang Ke's cousins had all emerged from their confinement and joined Zhang Zhengdao in awaiting Wang Ke's return. Brother Wang, did you manage to outwit Nie Tianba? Has he truly brought Princess Yue here for you? Zhang Zhengdao asked excitedly. Wang Ke cast a glance at Zhang Zhengdao, withholding the fact that he had also acquired 2 priceless pearls from Nie Tianba. The Nie family will guard the Wang family estate tonight, ensuring that no one approaches. We have a night to act. Quickly, everyone gather your belongings. We shall depart from Zhuxian town via the secret passage. We must hurry, before Nie Tianba realizes. We must leave. Wang Ke commanded. Understood. The Wang family disciples responded in unison. Get lost. Wang Ke glared at one shameless individual. A group of people hastily packed their things and swiftly exited through a secret passage from the Wang family estate. Wang Ke had long intended to cleanse Zhuxian town of its spirit stones, hence he had already excavated an escape route. However, the arrival of Princess Yue, sent by Nie Tianba, left her filled with confusion. The elder cousin supported the genuine Princess Yue as they rushed into the nearby secret passage. Princess Yue felt utterly powerless and could not speak, but from the previous conversation, she sensed an ominous premonition. Having just escaped from the wolf's den, had she now entered a den of deceit? The next day, as the sun rose and the roosters crowed in Zhuxian town, the Nie family disciples stood guard outside the Wang family door, soon drawing the attention of townsfolk. The Nie family had surrounded the Wang family. Were they attempting to seize Princess Yue? How brazen. The Nie family was ruthless. I had invested in financial products from the Wang family. What would happen to my investments if the Wang family were destroyed? Rumors circulated throughout Zhuxian town as cultivators hurried to the scene. Yet, the Nie family, being the foremost clan in Zhuxian town, possessed formidable strength that deterred any approach. At the entrance of the Wang family estate, Nie Tianba stared intently at the door, his previously calmed heart now growing restless once more. Master, were we not prepared to annihilate the Wang family last night? Why have we instead guarded them through the night? A puzzled Nie family disciple inquired. Nie Tianba's expression darkened. Silence. We are safeguarding Zhang Shangxian. The Nie disciples dared not speak further, yet Nie Tianba's agitation intensified. Had he truly begun to believe in the authenticity of Zhang Shangxian? Why had he even sent Princess Yue's maid? Everything will be fine. They are all within the Wang family estate. They cannot escape. Nie Tianba muttered anxiously to himself. However, as noon approached, the Wang family door remained shut. Master, could we have been deceived? One Nie disciple voiced his concern. Nie Tianba's face stiffened. Impossible. The Nie disciples could only remain silent. As midday arrived and the Wang family estate showed no signs of activity, even the door remained closed, Nie Tianba finally sensed something was amiss. Go knock on the door. Be gentle. Do not disturb Zhang Shangxian. Nie Tianba instructed one of his subordinates. The subordinate hurried to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock again. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. The knocking grew increasingly urgent and louder, yet there was no response from within. No, 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 this cannot be. Nie Tianba exclaimed in panic. Nie Tianba had come to the realization that he had been deceived. With a sudden kick, he forcefully pushed open the grand door. Boom. The entrance to the Wang family mansion burst open, yet within, there was an eerie emptiness, nothing to be found. This was not as it had been yesterday. The courtyard, once adorned with exquisite bonsai, was now barren. Where had everything gone? And where were the people? Not a soul in sight. One of the Nie family disciples exclaimed, "Search! Quickly, hurry!" Nie Tianba shouted in urgency. Amidst the chaos, he dashed toward the backyard, while the other disciples hurried to scour the various rooms. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, they discovered that the cages had vanished, along with the people. Nothing remained, just an empty expanse. Impossible. Ha ha ha, impossible. How could I have been fooled? It must be an illusion, surely a mere figment of my imagination. Sweat beaded on Nie Tianba's forehead as he rushed into the Wang family's reception hall. Once filled with ornamental treasures, the hall now lay desolate, reduced to mere load-bearing walls. Cleared out? Master, we have searched thoroughly. There is not a single person left in the Wang family mansion. A terrified disciple reported. Master, we have checked every room. All belongings are gone. Beds, tables, chairs, pots, and pans. Everything has vanished. How could the Wang family possibly clear out everything overnight? Master, it is evident that they have been plotting this for some time. They truly have taken everything, leaving only the walls behind. One by one, subordinates came forth with reports, sending a chill down Nie Tianba's spine. Wang Ke, has he gone mad? Has everything been taken? Is there not a single clue? Search, continue searching. There must still be some trace, but cannot have fled to the heavens. There must be a tunnel. Nie Tianba trembled with fury. In his agitation, he wished to overturn a table, but the surroundings were bare. Leaving only the load-bearing walls, there was no table upon which to unleash his wrath. Indeed, his subordinates hastily resumed their search. Now, with the Wang family so utterly vacant, it should be much easier to find something. Master, I took a look, and even the toilet paper from the outhouse has been carried away. Not a single clue remains. One subordinate approached with a mournful report. At last, Nie Tianba pieced it all together. The princess of the moonlight he believed Wang Ke had captured was a mere ruse. The celestial being was a fabrication. He had been ensnared in an elaborate deception, leading him to unwittingly deliver the true princess into Wang Ke's hands. Enraged and unable to find anything to smash in his fury, he tore the jade pendant from his waist and hurled it to the ground. Crack! The pendant shattered, and Nie Tianba could no longer contain his rage. Wang Ke, you deceitful scoundrel! I will kill you. Chapter 8. The Everlasting Divine Sword of the Sun. Wang Ke, you deceitful scoundrel, I shall end your life. In the town of Zhuxian, countless cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically. It is over, truly over. Last night, I overheard old Wang next door mention that he was assisting in the Nie household and that the entire Nie family was mobilizing to annihilate the Wang clan. It appears to be genuine. Need I even elaborate? You are well aware of the commotion caused by the Nie family yesterday. Per Master Wang Ke, having amassed such wealth, yet unable to enjoy it. It is no surprise. The Nie family has been tyrannical for ages. Those who comply thrive, while those who oppose perish. They certainly intend to slaughter Wang Ke, this plump sheep. What shall we do now? We invested in Wang Ke's financial products. Are they all gone? No. That represents my entire savings. If Nie Tianba slays the Wang clan and seizes all their riches, a portion of that wealth belongs to me. Little did Nie Tianba anticipate that after losing Princess Yue, he would be deceived by Wang Ke into parting with 2 precious pearls, only to leave the Wang residence empty-handed and burdened with debts. Within the grand estate of the Wang family, a member of the Nie clan finally discovered the location of the secret passage. Nie Tianba and his companions hurried to a vast underground tunnel, gazing at its expansive breadth. And Nie Tianba's expression froze involuntarily. The tunnel was so wide that a horse-drawn carriage could traverse it. Such a substantial passage could not have been excavated overnight. It must have taken at least a year. Was Wang Ke plotting his escape a year ago? A Nie clan disciple wondered incredulously. Master, the tunnel extends far and deep. It certainly leads outside Zhuxian. Furthermore, after Wang Ke's departure, the deeper sections collapsed, and even if we dig through, we would have no idea of their escape route. Indeed, the depths of the tunnel are entirely buried under debris, leaving us with no clues. Master, we cannot find them. A group of Nie disciples reported mournfully. Though Nie Tianba remained silent at this moment, his face flushed crimson, and his hands trembled within his sleeves, clearly incensed. The monk may have fled, but the temple remains. Nie Tianba gritted his teeth. Master, Wang Ku's family is an outsider. This grand estate was rented by Wang Ku a decade ago, and it appears the lease is set to expire this year. Thus, this temple does not belong to Wang Ku. A hapless Nie disciple bitterly remarked. Damn it. Nie Tianba seethed in frustration. Humph. Does Wang Ku possess no other enterprises in Juxian? Are there no other members of the Wang family? Seal off Juxian. Permit entry but no exit. Search. All of Wang Ku's shops, all his assets, any associates or managers connected to Wang Ku, capture them all, I command you. Nie Tianba ordered with fervor. Understood. A multitude of Nie disciples rushed forth from the tunnel. Master, we searched, but they are all gone. Every one of Wang Ku's associates, managers, and members of the Wang family seem to have vanished overnight, and their shops have been completely emptied. Not even a scrap of toilet paper remains. Each shop also has a tunnel beneath it. Wang Ku, this has been a long-planned scheme. A Nie disciple lamented. Not only toilet paper, but also the coffins, paper money, and burial garments in Wang Ku's funeral parlor have been completely cleared out. Has he truly gone mad from poverty? There isn't a single clue. Master, we have investigated further, and it turns out that all of Wang Ku's properties and shops are merely rented. He possesses no assets in Juxian town. We are unable to trace anything. Wang Ku is exceedingly stingy. Humph. Nie Tian spat a mouthful of blood. Master, are you all right? Numerous Nie family members rushed forward to support Nie Tian. His eyes were bloodshot, his anger boiling as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wang Ku, you little wretch, you scoundrel. I will not rest until I see you destroyed. Search the town. With so many of them, they can't have gone far overnight. Such a large target if we find one. We will locate Wang Ku. Search. Everyone, leave the town and find him. Signal me upon discovery. I will make sure Wang Ku suffers 1,000 deaths. Nie Tian bellowed. Yes. The Nie family members responded in unison. Instantly, countless Nie family members rushed out of the town in search. Once everyone had departed, the cultivators in Juxian town dared to approach the Wang family mansion. Master Nie, has he truly lost his wits? Everything in the Wang family mansion has been emptied? Not even a scrap of toilet paper left? What a gruesome fate. Master Nie seems to be acting foolishly, thinking that hiding all the Wang family's corpses will cover up his destruction of the Wang family. Nie Tian's slaughter and plundering weren't enough. Why dispatch family members out of town? Surely, they are pursuing the remaining members of the Wang family. How ruthless. Juxian town buzzed with speculation. The Nie family had suffered a significant loss and could not afford to broadcast it, focusing solely on the search for Wang Ku. The Wang family, including siblings, shopkeepers, staff, and servants, so many people, could not have escaped quickly. I will see how they managed to flee, Nie Tian declared with malice. However, as half a day passed, there was still no news, and Nie Tian grew increasingly frustrated. At that moment, a panicked Nie family member rushed into the great hall. Master! The Nie family member exclaimed in distress. Is there news of Wang Ku? Nie Tian's eyes lit up. No. Outside Juxian town, there are people from Jinwu sect. They are truly disciples of Jinwu sect. They also bear the surname Zhang. The Nie family member said anxiously. Disciples of Jinwu sect? Zhang Shangshan. Nie Tian's expression stiffened. The recent deception by Zhang Zhengdao was still fresh in his mind, and now another Zhang Shangshan appeared? Nie Tian's countenance shifted. Do not make a mistake. I cannot be mistaken, master. Did we not send 4 groups to Jinwu sect to relay the message? My elder brother, Nie Feng, was part of one of those groups. This Zhang Shangshan arrived with my elder brother's jade pendant. It cannot be wrong. The Nie family member insisted urgently. Zhang Shangshan said that when Nie Feng arrived at Jinwu sect, he was bitten by a venomous snake and is currently recuperating there. Zhang Shangshan came personally to receive Princess Yu Wei and assured that as long as Princess Yu Yue's identity is confirmed, the 5 coveted spots for entry into Jinwu sect will not be lessened. The master can rest assured. The Nie family member concluded anxiously. Nie Tianba was filled with bitterness. How ironic that he had just been deceived by a false Zhang Shangshan, and now a genuine Zhang Shangshan had arrived. Had he come just a few days earlier, it would have been splendid. But now what was to be done? Master of the house, what shall we do now? I have sent someone to accompany him around Juxian town, but this cannot be prolonged for long. Please, master, make a decision. One anxious member of the Nie family implored. The anguish in Nie Tianba's heart deepened. What decision could he make? He felt on the brink of madness. With 4 parties dispatched to Jinwu Sect to report, the Nie family could not evade their involvement. Let us invite this Zhang Shangxian to our residence. I shall personally offer my apologies. Nie Tianba declared through gritted teeth. Understood. Outside Juxian town, in a concealed cave, 3 figures were present. Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, and Princess Yue, all 3 in a state of meditation. Wang Ku closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his dantian. Within his dantian lay a golden small sword, emitting a faint, golden light, yet surrounded by swirling black mist. The Great Sun Immortal Sword? This ancestral treasure of mine has transported me across the cosmos from Earth to this planet. Yet now it lies silent? Has it exhausted its energy? Were it not for that moment 10 years ago in the Demon King's tomb, when you suddenly erupted with brilliance, defending me by slaying that demon, I would have thought you rendered useless. Yet, after vanquishing that demon, you became entangled in this black mist, bringing me misfortune for a decade. Only the artifact from the Tianlang sect can help dispel this black mist. The Great Sun Immortal Sword? Are there truly cultivators from ancient times on Earth? Wang Ke pondered in astonishment. At that moment, Zhang Jingdao opened his eyes. Brother Wang, where are the others? So many members of the Wang family who escaped Juxian town with us. The shopkeepers, the attendants, where have they all gone? Zhang Jingdao inquired, bewildered. So many people all gone. He could not comprehend it. Wang Ke slowly opened his eyes. The most perilous place is often the safest. Do not worry. I have made prior arrangements. Nie Tianba will not be able to find them. Wang Ku explained, shaking his head. But why do we have to separate from them? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Aren't we heading to the Tianlang sect? It would be safer to take them along. Wang Ke clarified. Safer? Are you suggesting that a larger group makes us more conspicuous? Zhang Jingdao analyzed. No, it is that I have been plagued by misfortune for the past decade. I feared that bringing them along would implicate them as well. Hence I dispersed and secured them. Wang Ku elaborated. Zhang Jingdao was taken aback. 10 years ago, Wang Ku had been beset by misfortune, a fact Zhang Jingdao was aware of, but after a decade, he almost overlooked it. Wang Ku's sudden reminder invoked a sense of urgency within him. So, I am to share in your misfortunes? If bringing them along would endanger them, then what about me? Brother Wang, I am your friend too. You cannot put me at risk. Zhang Zhengdao lamented, feeling disheartened. You are resilient and tough. You will be fine. Wang Ke reassured. Nonsense. Wang Ke, please. Move away from me and take me to your fellow Wang family disciples. I refuse to accompany you. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. It was evident that outside, the Nie family was conducting a comprehensive search. Zhang Zhengdao, not being foolish, was acutely aware of his unfamiliar surroundings and the danger of attempting a solo escape. Thus, he realized that only Wang Ke could guide him to a safe haven. Leave. Don't even think about it. Do you wish to forsake your own life? Wang Ke shot him a glare. Zhang Zhengdao was momentarily silenced, recalling that his treasured folding fan remained in Wang Ke's possession. It was clear that Wang Ke would not relinquish it unless he saw a rabbit before letting loose the hawk. He would not submit to the Tianlang sect without a fight. Zhang Zhengdao could only sulk in indignation, resigning himself to his fate. What life are you referring to? A voice suddenly interjected. Both Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao turned to see Princess Yue, having completed her recuperation. Princess Yue, you are awake. How is your injury? Wang Ke inquired. Before them stood Princess Yue, tall and voluptuous, her long hair cascading down to conceal a beautiful visage. Though both men were aware of the hideous scar lurking beneath that veil of hair, the effects of the soft muscle powder that Nie Tianba administered have been dispelled. However, I am still bound by a restriction that limits my use of true essence, and my storage bracelet is sealed. I can only rely on this inferior storage pouch. Princess Yue lamented. Fear not. Once we reach the Tianlang sect, their leader will assist you in breaking the restriction. Zhang Jingdao promptly assured her. Indeed. A flicker of hope shone in Princess Yue's eyes. I am immensely grateful to both of you for your rescue. But how did you come to know of my captivity? She inquired with curiosity. Before Wang Ke could respond, Zhang Jingdao eagerly seized the opportunity to take credit. Princess Yue, you must express your gratitude to me. I was the one who uncovered your plight. Wang Ke merely played a supporting role. I am the mastermind, or rather, the one who orchestrated your rescue. I captured a disciple of the Nie family named Nie Feng, from whom I learned of your imprisonment. It was my connection with Wang Ke that led me to enlist his aid in your rescue. Zhang Jingdao boasted, attempting to claim all the credit. Wang Ke opted for silence, knowing that no matter how much Zhang Zhengdao bragged, the princess would recognize his true contributions. So it was Mr. Zhang who discovered my whereabouts, and the Wang family head who devised the plan for my rescue. The Wang family is truly remarkable. Thank you, Wang family head. Princess Yue exclaimed with admiration. Zhang Zhengdao's expression stiffened. Why was it that after all his declarations, she praised Wang Ke, that deceiver? Was it merely because Wang Ke appeared more handsome? How was he any less worthy? Of course. Wang Ke chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. All of Zhang Zhengdao's accolades had been inexplicably snatched away, leaving him with a sour expression. By the way, Wang Ke, that Nia phone was captured by me, and his precious jade pendant. Hurry and return it to me. It's the only valuable item he possessed. Why did you take it? How can you be so greedy? Return it to me. Zhang Zhengdao fumed. The jade pendant? It's not with me. Wang Ke shook his head in response. If it's not with you, then where is it? Zhang Zhengdao inquired, curiosity piqued. At present, one ought to be in Zhuxian town. However, one should arrive here shortly. Wang Ke elucidated. Zhang Jing remarked. Princess Yue, can the jade pendant truly fly here on its own? Chapter 9. How can a mountain chicken compete with a phoenix? In the grand hall of Zhuxian town, a group of elegantly attired cultivators from various esteemed families convened, their gazes fixed upon Nie Tianba, who occupied the prominent seat at the northern end. With a furrowed brow, Nie Tianba addressed them. Do you all believe that I am responsible for Wang Ke's death? The family heads exchanged puzzled glances. Recalling how Zhang Zhengdao had masqueraded as a disciple of the Jinwu sect the previous night, yet had not truly interacted with anyone, their knowledge of Zhang Zhengdao was limited, and they could not possibly be aware of the deception that had befallen Nie Tianba. However, the circumstances had changed. The Nie family had brought along genuine Jinwu sect disciples today, who had traversed the town, leaving nearly every resident informed of the events. As they contemplated the disappearance of Wang Ke's clan, they could not help but infer that Nie Tianba had seized the opportunity to eliminate his rival, emerging as the ultimate victor, a development that incited feelings of envy and admiration among them. Presently, the proprietors of numerous shops in the town were deliberating on how to approach Nie Tianba regarding the financial products they had invested in. They were all residents of Zhuxian town, and while the Nie family had obliterated the Wang family and appropriated their entire legacy, it was unreasonable for them to be so avaricious. Surely, you cannot behave so shamelessly. At the very least, return the funds we invested in your financial products. One family head spoke solemnly. Nie Tianba seethed with frustration. You seek recompense from me for the money Wang Ke swindled from you? I owe you nothing. It dawned upon him that Wang Ke had left him with a considerable mess to clean up. Esteemed guests, the situation is not as you perceive it, Nie Tianba declared, his voice heavy with urgency. Oh, the assembly responded, their curiosity piqued. With a resigned sigh, Nie Tianba recounted the events of the past 2 days in meticulous detail, leaving the assembled family heads in stunned silence. Are you suggesting that you captured the true Princess Yue, only to have her taken by Wang Ke disguised as a false princess? One family head exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that deceiver Wang Ke harbored ill intentions when he arrived in Zhuxian town. He not only swindled your money, but also pilfered 5 quotas from my Jinwu sect, Nie Tianba declared vehemently. The family heads regarded him with skepticism, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Surely, you jest? In response, Nie Tianba swore fervently, presenting all the evidence he had gathered, which gradually swayed the family heads from doubt to belief. In recent days, your men attempted to infiltrate the Wang family mansion to abduct the Princess Yue, only to be slaughtered by Wang Ke. Did you not harbor resentment towards him? The Wang family, capable of such actions, must possess some fighting strength. If my Nie family were to annihilate them, how could there be no signs of struggle, no bloodshed? Surely you have investigated the Wang family estate. Did you not observe the bloodstains? Did you not discover the secret passages? Nie Tianba continued to elucidate. Gradually, the assembly began to accept his words. Wang Ke, that scoundrel. He defrauded my family of a substantial sum and caused the deaths of several of my nephews, only to sell their remains back to me at an exorbitant price. Truly, he is despicable. At last, the family heads were convinced of Nie Tianba's assertions. While they harbored animosity towards Wang Ke, they also felt a pang of sympathy for Nie Tianba, recognizing the magnitude of his losses. I recall how Wang Ke deceived you with false Jinwu sect disciples. Now, with the genuine Jinwu sect disciples arriving at your doorstep, does that not imply? One family head suddenly turned to Nie Tianba, whose expression grew increasingly troubled. Master Nie, Is the disciple from the Jinwu sect who arrived today truly named Zhang? Could it be? A family head expressed concern. It is impossible for there to be a falsehood in this matter. If he were an impostor, how could he possibly bear the surname Zhang? Moreover, he possesses a jade pendant belonging to my nephew, which assures me of his authenticity. This Zhang is indeed genuine. Nie Tianba replied with a bitter tone. What will you do now? You have lost the true Zhang, whom we seek. Is that not troubling? Another family head inquired curiously. That is precisely why I have gathered all of you here. Nie Tianba declared solemnly. Oh? The assembly responded with intrigue. I have reported everything to the true Zhang. And indeed, he is quite furious. However, after my earnest pleas, he has granted me a glimmer of hope. Nie Tianba took a deep breath. Oh, this Zhang is somewhat reasonable. No wonder Master Nie has dispatched all his family members to search for Wang Ku and Princess Yue. A family head nodded. Wang Ku and the others have been gone for less than a day. They cannot have gone far. I implore all of you to send your family members to assist me in this search. Nie Tianba stated earnestly. Assist us in this search? The family head's expression shifted. Indeed. I will offer one of the 5 slots for Jinwu sect disciples. To whichever family helps me find Princess Yue, I shall bestow this slot upon you. Nie Tianba asserted gravely. The eyes of the assembly brightened. Since Master Nie has spoken, how could we refuse? Rest assured, our family members will all go out to search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will assist you. With your help, I can rest assured. Nie Tianba exclaimed with a smile. Although the Nie family is the foremost cultivation family in Juxian town, the number of their disciples is ultimately limited. They cannot compare to the combined strength of all the families. A greater number of people means a higher likelihood of finding the missing ones. Time is of the essence. We shall make arrangements immediately. One family head stated. Wait, there is one more matter. Nie Tianba said with a bitter smile. Oh, while this Zhang has permitted me to make amends, it does not come without a cost. Nie Tianba continued, his expression pained. I thought so. How could a disciple of the Jinwu sect suddenly be so accommodating? Surely, he must have accepted a bribe from Master Nie. Another family had laughed. Yes, I have promised him 200,000 pounds of spirit stones. Nie Tianba admitted with a grimace. 200,000 pounds? The assembly gasped in astonishment. Is the Nie family so wealthy? Our Nie family cannot possibly produce such a sum, even if I withdraw all our family assets. It would only amount to 50,000 pounds. The remaining 150,000 pounds will have to be entrusted to all of you. Nie Tianba lamented. Entrust us? We have no such wealth. The family heads shook their heads vehemently. I propose it as a loan from me, using all of the Nie family's assets, treasures, and weapons as collateral, with an interest rate of 20%. What do you all think? Nie Tianba looked towards the assembly. Master Nie, your family lacks such funds. Do not offer Zhang such a large bribe. One family head urged with a pained expression. Disciples of the Jinwu sect have seen all manner of wealth, another remarked. At that moment, I had initially offered 50,000 spirit stones, but Zhang Xinggu dismissed my proposal with a wave of his sleeve and was about to leave. Reluctantly, I promised 200,000 stones to seek the assistance of you all. If you truly remain concerned, I can further pledge 3 slots for disciples of the Golden Crow sect as collateral. If I manage to overcome this challenge, I shall certainly repay everyone in full, along with interest. Should I fail to fulfill this promise, you may claim my 3 slots in the Golden Crow sect. I am willing to formalize this agreement in the presence of Zhang Xinggu. Nie Tianba solemnly addressed the assembly. The heads of the various families exchanged glances. Although the sum of 150,000 spirit stones was substantial, there were indeed numerous cultivation families present, each willing to pool their resources to barely meet the requirement. Yet, with Nie's family being the dominant force in Juxian town, the collective strength of the families could pose a significant threat. Thus, the heads felt a sense of reassurance, primarily due to the potential for considerable profit. Very well, Nie family master, we shall proceed as you suggest. The heads declared in unison. Thank you, esteemed friends. Once we navigate this peril, the Nie family shall express our profound gratitude. Nie Tianba exclaimed with joy. Now, let us hasten our arrangements for our family members to locate Wang Ku and Princess Yue. Simultaneously, we shall bring our funds to your Nie residence, where you shall introduce us to Zhang Xinggu, and we will formalize our agreement in his presence, one family head stated earnestly. Agreed. Nie Tianba responded with affirmation. The assembly then dispersed to make their arrangements, while Nie Tianba stood at the entrance of the hall, clenching his fist with a fierce countenance. Within a cave outside Juxian town, Wang Ke explained to Princess Yue and Zhang Zhengdao the utility of the Niefeng jade pendant. Upon concluding his explanation, both Zhang Zhengdao and Princess Yue were left astounded. Brother Wang, have you deceived Nie Tianba by impersonating a disciple of the Golden Crow sect? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean by deceive? This is an act of righteous retribution. You simply do not understand, Wang Ke retorted, glaring at Zhang Zhengdao. No, what I meant was, how could you target Nie Tianba alone? That is quite inhumane. Zhang Zhengdao remarked with a peculiar expression. How is it that I targeted only Nie Tianba? Are you not considering the two subordinates of Princess Yue? They were slain by Nie Tianba. He has taken lives, and you still feel sympathy for him? Wang Ke countered sharply. Princess Yue, recalling the deaths of her two subordinates at the hands of Nie Tianba, felt her fleeting sympathy evaporate instantly. Moreover, Nie Tianba seeks to annihilate my entire Wang family. He desires my death. What is wrong with me taking his paltry funds? Wang Ke exclaimed, glaring at Zhang Zhengdao. Paltry funds? What you have done is strip him bare. No. You have not only emptied the Nie family's coffers, but have also made off with the wealth of all the families in Juxian town. Nie Tianba has not only been swindled of his riches, but is now burdened with a mountain of debt. Zhang Zhengdao said, wide-eyed. Goodness, how could this be? Wang Ke replied, shaking his head. Good deeds yield good rewards, and evil deeds yield evil retribution. This is the cycle of karma. Wang Ke stated. Is it not the case that evildoers are dealt with by those equally vile? Zhang Zhengdao questioned, perplexed. Zhang Zhengdao, what has come over you today? Have you lost your senses? Why do you suddenly express sympathy for Nie Tianba? Wang Ke asked, astonished by Zhang Zhengdao's demeanor. I simply feel that you have been rather inconsiderate this time. Why, oh why, must I be excluded? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in indignation. Wang Ke was taken aback. So, you are envious of my modest gains and wish to partake. Is that it? Is that permissible? Zhang Zhengdao attempted to ingratiate himself. Get lost. Wang Ke glared at him. I knew it. You are truly a miser, a stingy wretch. Zhang Zhengdao retorted, his face contorted with fury. Well, I suppose I should have anticipated this from you. Wang Ke, the epitome of stinginess. To think of extracting money from you is nothing short of a pipe dream. Nevertheless, you ought to enlighten me about the sum you swindled this time, so I might indulge in a moment of envy. Zhang Zhengyao inquired, his curiosity piqued once more. I have no idea. I sent my cousin to impersonate a disciple of the Jinwu sect to deceive Nie Tianba. Results will come shortly. Wang Ke replied. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Is someone approaching? Zhang Zhengdao's expression changed, and he instinctively grabbed a long sword. Princess Yue tensed up, fearing that Nie Tianba's men were in pursuit. Do not worry, I recognize those footsteps. It is my cousin, bringing good news. Wang Ke reassured the two. Indeed. A man soon entered the cave. Greetings, master. The man bowed respectfully. Cousin, what is the outcome? Wang Ke asked with a smile. Reporting to the master. As per your instructions, the impersonation of a Jinwu sect disciple yielded a total of 200,000 pounds of spirit stones from the Nie family. I seized an opportunity to quietly escape through a pre-prepared tunnel while wandering the streets of Juxian town. And I have come to report to the master and request the distribution of the spirit stones. The man responded reverently. 200,000 pounds of spirit stones. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes turned crimson, and he breathed heavily, consumed by a desire to pounce on his cousin and strip him of his riches, even to the extent of resorting to violence. 200,000? That aligns closely with my estimates. Very well, distribute them according to the ratio I outlined earlier. Wang Ke stated solemnly. Yes, master. The cousin replied with respect. During these critical times, prioritize your safety and depart swiftly. Wang Ke urged earnestly. Thank you for your concern. Master, we have concealed our whereabouts for many years. Aside from you, no one could find us. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. By the way, here is Nie Feng's jade pendant, to be returned to the master. The cousin respectfully handed over the pendant. Very well, Wang Ke nodded. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhengdao's eyes blazed with envy as he glared at Wang Ke. 200,000 pounds of spirit stones, and you, the miser, won't spare even a single ounce for me. Oh, I have one more item, meant for Zhang Zhengdao. Is this the one? The cousin suddenly turned to Zhang Zhengdao. His eyes brightened, and he quickly feigned a smile. Wang Ke, you do possess a conscience after all. You have even prepared a share for me. Wang Ke was puzzled, wondering when he had agreed to share his spoils with Zhang Zhengdao. What did his cousin mean? He then witnessed his cousin produce a letter and hand it to the bewildered Zhang Zhengdao. This letter has been entrusted to me by my elder cousin. who expressed her reluctance to convey certain sentiments directly to you. Thus, she has chosen to articulate them within this correspondence, which I now dutifully deliver to you. With the letter now in your possession, I feel a sense of relief. Farewell." The elder cousin bowed gracefully to the assembly and exited the cave. Wang Ke and Princess Yue stared in astonishment at the letter clutched in Zhang Jingdo's hand. "Is it a love letter from your elder cousin?" Princess Yue inquired, her eyes aglow with intrigue. Has she become so immersed in her role that she cannot extricate herself? Wang Ke remarked in surprise. "Wang Ke, you are being excessively cruel." Zhang Jingdao glared at Wang Ke. "What does this have to do with me? You haven't even read the letter yet," Wang Ke retorted. Meanwhile, Princess Yue picked up the letter and swiftly tore it open to read. "Zhang Jingdao, from our previous interactions, it has become evident that you harbor intentions towards me. However, a mere mountain chicken cannot aspire to a phoenix. You are forbidden from liking me, just as I could never develop feelings for you. This letter serves to inform you to abandon any inappropriate thoughts. You are a good person, and you will surely find someone better. Zhang Jingdao." Wang Ke. Princess Yue. Chapter 10. Zhang Shenxiu at Zhuxian Town. At this moment, two men stood at the entrance of Zhuxian Town. One was clad in green, his expression betraying a sense of reverence, while the other, dressed in white robes, exuded the air of a refined gentleman. He held a white folding fan, seemingly fastidious, casting a disdainful glance at the dirty mud beneath his feet. "Is this Zhuxian Town?" the man in white asked, unfurling his fan with a note of scorn. "No need for pleasantries. I must see Princess Yue at once. Take me there directly," he commanded, shaking his fan with a serious tone. "Yes, of course," the man in green replied respectfully. The two stepped into Zhuxian Town. In the Nye family hall, the heads of various families had gathered once more. "Nye family head, I have heard that Zhang Shenxian has gone missing. Is there any truth to this?" One family head inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. At that moment, Nye Tianba bore traces of fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, evidently having just learned of the news and been enraged to the point of spitting blood. He had not yet had the chance to wipe it away when the other family heads arrived in a flurry. "I have heard that Zhang Shenxian, while strolling through the streets, entered a small house and escaped through a tunnel." "He escaped? He must be a fraud. How could you have believed him? A fraud? Another imposter?" Another voice chimed in. "Nye family head, are you deceiving us for our money? Return my family's spirit stones at once. And I too, Nye family head. You must repay me. Those stones are the foundation of my clan. Nye family head, you lost Princess Yue. You cannot expect us to suffer losses while you are compensated." The family heads were in a state of panic. The promissory notes they had signed in front of Zhang Shenxian had been nothing but empty words. The promised quotas for disciples from the Jinwu sect were all lies. Now, not only the ordinary residents of the town were pursuing Nye Tianba for financial debts, but also the prominent families. "Everyone, it is my fault for misjudging character. I never anticipated that Wang Ke would be so vile as to capture Nye Feng, whom I had sent to inform the Jinwu sect, and disguise himself as a disciple of the Jinwu sect to defraud us again. I cannot coexist with that Wang Ke." Nye Tianba spat out another mouthful of blood in fury. "Wang Ke deceived you, and now you attempt to deceive us? Nye family head, are you blind? Wang Ke has already tricked you once with Zhang Shenxian. How could you let yourself be fooled again? How could you trust him? Nye family head, this is the second time you've stumbled in front of Zhang Shenxian. You have brought us great suffering. You must repay us. Indeed, Nye family head, your being deceived is your own affair, but the black and white of it is written here. You owe us money, and you must repay it. Heartless Nye family head, return my hard-earned money." The family heads shouted in outrage. Nye Tianba was filled with regret, pondering how he could have been so foolish as to believe in Zhang Shenxian. How could he have fallen for the ruse a second time, especially under the guise of such a reputable name? Why, oh why? By all accounts, Wang Ke, having abducted Princess Yue, should not have dared to take such risks again. Yet, how could Nye Tianba have foreseen Wang Ke's audacity in sending someone to deceive him once more? How brazen could one be? Moreover, it is utterly astonishing that one would dare to employ the name of Zhang Shenxian. Wang Ke, he is undoubtedly a seasoned swindler. Otherwise, how could he operate with such cunning? It is precisely because he bears the title of Zhang Shenxian that he has managed to evade suspicion as a con artist sent by Wang Ke. Yet, the bitter truth remains. This Zhang Shenxian is indeed a deceptive agent dispatched by Wang Ke. This scourge, Wang Ke, has absconded with Princess Yue, pilfered my ancestral treasures. The water-dispelling pearl and the dust-dispelling pearl seized my entire fortune and ensnared me in the debts of the entire Zhuxian town. Wang Ke, Wang Ke. How infuriating. Nye Tianba spat another mouthful of blood in his rage. "Master Nye, Your spitting of blood will avail you nothing. You must repay our debts. You must repay. The assembly of clan heads insisted relentlessly. Your Nia family is the foremost cultivation clan in Juxian town, the mightiest of them all. However, united. Our clans may well prove a match for you. They warned, their urgency for repayment palpable, the atmosphere thick with tension. In an instant, the hall became a battleground of glinting blades, as if a mere word could ignite a fierce melee. Are you all intent on pushing me to my demise? Nia Tianba seethed. Where shall I procure 150,000 pounds of spirit stones to satisfy your demands? Repay. The clan heads roared in unison. The hall was on the brink of eruption, swords drawn, the air charged with lethal intent. At that critical moment, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Is it yet another disciple of the Jinwu sect? All present momentarily froze. A disciple of the Jinwu sect? Nia Tianba turned his gaze towards the entrance. Indeed. Nia Jingjun confirmed. This disciple of the Jinwu sect holds a prestigious position, perhaps even the one responsible for the bounty on Princess Yue, calling himself Zhang Shenshi, Zhang Shangxian. Please, welcome him, master. The mention of Zhang Shangxian, the issuer of the bounty on Princess Yue, a third Zhang Shangxian. Nia Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared towards the entrance. The clan heads exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Another con artist? Another Zhang Shangxian? Wang Ke. You have gone too far, believing me, Nia Tianba, to be easily trifled with? Time and again? Do you take me for a fool? Nia Tianba bellowed in fury. In that moment, his rage reached a boiling point. Grasping his long blade, he stormed towards the entrance, eager to unleash his ire upon the source of his torment. A group of individuals marched with fierce determination towards the Nia family gate. Meanwhile, clad in azure, Nia Jingjun respectfully guided the white-clad Zhang Shenshi into the Nia family estate. Zhang Shangxian, I have already sent word. The master will greet you shortly. Nia Jingyun stated with utmost respect. Indeed, Zhang Shenshi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Most of the Nia family's younger members were out in the town searching for Wang Ke's group, leaving only a handful of servants at home. Upon witnessing Nia Jingyun escorting a young man in white into the residence, they hesitated, unsure of how to react. Although they were aware that turmoil had recently engulfed the estate, their lowly status and scant knowledge deterred them from speaking up. It was best left to the master to address. What business did a mere servant have in voicing opinions? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the distance. The master has arrived. Nia Jingyun's eyes brightened with anticipation. Before him strode Nia Tianba, wielding a long blade with an imposing presence, followed by a multitude of individuals grasping swords and knives, which accentuated Nia Tianba's formidable aura. However, Nia Jingjun was perplexed. Were those not the heads of various families from Juxian town? What brought them to the Nia household? Who was Zhang Shangxian? Thundered Nia Tianba. Nia Jingyun was taken aback. What had prompted such a fierce tone from the family head? Just as he was about to explain, the enigmatic Zhang Shenshi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and declared, I am Zhang Shenshi of the Jinwu sect. Are you the head of the Nia family? Zhang Shenshi? Zhang Shangxian? Ha, ha, ha. Foolish boy. Do you think Nia Tianba is easily deceived? Today, I shall not kill you. Rather, I will sever your limbs and display them atop the Juxian town tower. Left to the sun for 10 days and nights. Prepare to receive my blade. Nia Tianba bellowed. Head. No. Nia Jingjun cried out in alarm. Was the family head mad? Did he truly intend to slay a disciple of the Jinwu sect? Was this the path to the Nia family's demise? Unfortunately, Nia Jingyun's pleas came too late. With a single stroke, Nia Tianba unleashed a colossal blade aura that cleaved through the air, generating a tempest that sent the potted plants within the courtyard tumbling wildly. The attack surged towards Zhang Shenxi's arm, intent on rendering him crippled. Zhang Shenxi's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he unfurled his paper fan and extended his right hand. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, stirring up clouds of dust around them. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Shenshi caught Nia Tianba's blade aura between two fingers. What? Gasped the onlookers. Nia Tianba's heart sank. Anyone capable of halting his blade aura with mere fingers must be at least at the golden core stage. If Wang Ke had subordinates of such caliber, how could he possibly be seeking sustenance in Juxian town? Could it be that this individual was not dispatched by Wang Ke? Humph. Zhang Shenshi scoffed, flicking his fingers. Boom. Nia Tianba's blade aura exploded violently, shattering his long blade in the process, sending him careening backward, crashing into a distant wall. Thud. Spitting out blood, Nia Tianba lay buried beneath a pile of bricks and stones. The expressions of the surrounding family heads shifted to one of shock. Was Nia Tianba the strongest in Juxian town? truly unable to withstand the might of a mere 2 fingers? Was this man indeed a celestial being of the Jinwu sect? Head, how could you dare offend Zhang Shangxian? Nie Jingyun was astounded. Zhang Shangxian, please forgive us. Something must have gone awry. Our family head holds the Jinwu sect in the highest regard. He immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. Zhang Shinshu coldly replied, I care not for your missteps. I demand to see Princess Yue at once, or do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. In the cave outside Yuxian town, Princess Yue, Zhang Jingdao asserted. If I rescue you and escort you to the Tianlang sect, will that ensure my acceptance into their ranks? Is that the case? Wang Ke looked at Princess Yue with anticipation. I cannot say, she lamented. My mother's dynasty has fallen, and I am now a lost soul. I cannot ascertain whether the Tianlang sect will still grant me this favor. Furthermore, I am wanted by the Jinwu sect, and the Tianlang sect has remained silent. I fear. Princess Yue sighed, her tone laden with despair, clearly unwilling to offer Wang Ke any assurances. Wang Ke, with a face full of frustration, cast a glance at Zhang Jingdao and reached out to seize the black folding fan that Zhang had used as collateral. This fan, as dark as night, bore an uncanny resemblance to the white paper fan belonging to Zhang Shinshu, differing only in hue. Wang Ke, with a swift motion, intended to shatter the ebony fan. No, that is my lifeline, Wang Ke. Do not destroy it. I am not deceiving you. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 11. The Poisonous Princess of the Moon. Please, no. That is my lifeline, Wang Ke. Do not destroy it. I am not deceiving you. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, rising in alarm. Not deceiving me? Even the Princess of the Moon cannot guarantee my admission into the Heavenly Wolf sect. What certainty do you possess? Wang Ke replied, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. I shall inquire of the Princess of the Moon. Zhang Jingdao promptly declared. Wang Ke held Zhang Jingdao's black paper fan, awaiting further developments. Princess of the Moon, did your mother impart any words to you before her passing? Zhang Jingdao asked urgently, directing his gaze at the princess. My mother has not died. She has merely departed from the Corpse Ghost dynasty. Do not curse her. The Princess of the Moon frowned. Not dead? The Corpse Ghost Empress lives? How then did the Corpse Ghost dynasty fall? Zhang Jingdao was taken aback. Humph. The Princess of the Moon clearly did not wish to elaborate. It is inconceivable. If the sovereign lives, the dynasty should not perish. I have heard that the Corpse Ghost dynasty was obliterated. Otherwise, how could a princess such as yourself be reduced to this state? Zhang Jingdao expressed his astonishment. It was those treacherous ministers. They conspired against my mother in her absence, usurping my kingdom. The Princess of the Moon retorted furiously. Wait a moment, usurping your kingdom? You are merely a princess. The Corpse Ghost dynasty should rightfully belong to your mother. What concern is it of yours? Zhang Jingdao inquired with curiosity. My mother entrusted the Corpse Ghost dynasty to me before she left. Were it not for those treasonous ministers, I would already be the new empress. I would not be fleeing in such disgrace. The Princess of the Moon declared, her anger palpable. Wait, the empress bequeathed the throne to you? How come I have not heard of this? It seems no one in the world knows, Zhang Jingdao questioned, intrigued. I have yet to announce it to the world. In those days, I was busy forging a magical artifact, which delayed the coronation ceremony. Yet, I did not anticipate that during those very days, those treacherous ministers would stage a rebellion. The Princess of the Moon lamented. Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao exchanged glances. Forging a magical artifact? As the heir apparent, you still needed to forge it yourself? You could postpone such a crucial coronation ceremony? Wang Ke remarked, his expression peculiar. This Princess of the Moon seemed rather unreliable. Though the Corpse Ghost dynasty lay beyond the 10,000 great mountains, Wang Ke had heard of its might, rivaling that of the foremost immortal sections. With such a vast kingdom at stake, why would she not hasten to ascend the throne and secure her rightful claim, instead of pursuing the fabrication of some artifact? No wonder powerful ministers seized the kingdom. Surely, the postponement of the coronation must have been for the creation of some formidable artifact? Zhang Jingdao pondered curiously. Indeed, it is this, the Princess of the Moon declared. As she spoke, she retrieved a black sphere the size of a watermelon from a storage bag concealed within her garments. What is this? Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao inquired with intrigue. This is the radiance of the ceremony, a creation of my own invention. The Princess of the Moon proclaimed with pride. The radiance of the ceremony? What purpose does it serve? Wang Ke asked, intrigued. It enhances the atmosphere of a grand ceremony. To ensure the coronation day would be momentous, I devoted 10 days and nights to its research and forging. Who could have foreseen that those treacherous ministers would seize the opportunity to rebel, just as I completed the radiance of the ceremony? They instigated their coup before I could even react. The Princess of the Moon expressed her frustration. Wonka, Zhang Zhengdao, enhancing the atmosphere? Is it not meant for cultivation? Nor for combat, but merely to set the mood? You delayed the coronation ceremony just to forge such a worthless item? This is a quintessential example of misplaced priorities. No. You have even lost your kingdom. Then, why have you come to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Zhang Zhengdao inquired eagerly. My mother once told me, in case of any danger, to seek the Wolf King, who would assist me. Thus, I journeyed towards the Wolf Sect, only to discover that the Golden Crow Sect had issued a bounty on my head, leading to my capture by Nie Tianba. Princess Yue lamented. The Wolf King? Wonka's eyes sparkled. I have never met the Wolf King, but I suspect it is the senior disciple of the Wolf Sect who is meant to protect me. A glimmer of hope flickered in Princess Yue's eyes. The senior disciple of the Wolf Sect? Wang Ku inquired with curiosity. Yes. He was once a great general in the Corpse Ghost dynasty, and my mother has always prohibited our association due to his pursuit of me. However, this time, I am certain my mother will permit me to be with the senior disciple. The anticipation in Princess Yue's eyes was palpable. Wang Ku scratched his head in frustration, saying, So, if I join the Wolf Sect, I must rely on that senior disciple? He admires you. I saved you. And then he aids me in entering the Wolf Sect? If I ask, the senior disciple will certainly assist me, Princess Yue declared. Wang Ku's brow furrowed deeper. The Wolf Sect has always accepted only those of unblemished background. They do not admit those who have reached the innate realm unless they bring talent into the sect. This is a rule of the Wolf Sect. And unless the sect leader speaks, no one can make exceptions. I fear your senior disciple may not be able to accomplish that. Thus, I cannot guarantee anything. Princess Yue responded. Wang Ku, with a dark expression, turned to Zhang Zhengdao. You shameless old man, are you deceiving me? Wang Ku was about to crush the black paper fin in his hand. Wait, hold on. Let me explain, Zhang Zhengdao said with a wry smile. What? Wang Ku fixed his gaze on Zhang Zhengdao. Trust me, if the Wolf Sect leader learns that we saved Princess Yue, he will surely grant you entry into the Wolf Sect. Zhang Zhengdao quickly clarified. Perhaps, the Wolf Sect leader is currently in seclusion, or not present in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Rest assured, if the truth reaches him, he will protect Princess Yue and ensure your admission into the Wolf Sect. I promise, I swear. Zhang Zhengdao vowed. Why is that? Princess Yue asked curiously. Because of your father. Zhang Zhengdao replied with a pained smile. My father? I have never seen him since birth. When I asked my mother, she never spoke of him. Do you know who my father is? Could it be the Wolf Sect leader? Princess Yue exclaimed in astonishment. No, I cannot say. It is a matter of secrecy. You will know in due time. Trust me, once we reach the Wolf Sect, you will be safe, and Wang Ku will also be able to join the sect due to saving you. I assure you. Zhang Zhengdao swore. Wang Ku scrutinized Zhang Zhengdao intently. Brother Wang, have I ever deceived you? Zhang Zhengdao sighed in resignation. Wang Ku scoffed coldly. Zhang Zhengdao had concealed too much. Although their friendship was solid, this shameless old man was always full of fabrications. Enough. Your lifeline is firmly in my grasp. I shall trust you this once. Wang Ku spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, Brother Wang demonstrates profound wisdom, Zhang Zhengdao replied with a laugh. So, when shall we set forth to the Tianlang sect? Set forth? I had no intention of doing so. Wang Ku retorted. Princess Yue, Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Wang Ku. The outside world is in chaos. To venture out would be courting death. I possess a concealment artifact that I acquired at great expense. No innate realm cultivator could ever discover our location here. Furthermore, for the past decade, I have been plagued by misfortune. It would be unwise to gamble on my luck. I have researched this extensively. If I remain stationary, my misfortune shall be temporarily averted. However, should I wander about, then? Wang Ku shook his head. Wait. For how long shall we wait? Princess Yue inquired curiously. Until they cease their search. Wang Ku explained. How do you know when they will stop? Zhang Zhengdao asked, intrigued. Princess Yue frowned, and Zhang Zhengdao opened his mouth, ultimately unable to devise a better plan. Princess Yue, your dark orb has fallen to the ground. Please retrieve it. Wang Ku said as he picked up the artifact that Princess Yue had inadvertently dropped. I just activated the safety mechanism. You must not touch it. Anyone other than myself who lays a finger upon it will trigger it. Princess Yue exclaimed. Trigger? This pitiful black orb? Wang Ku remarked with curiosity. This is no ordinary black orb. It is the radiance of the ceremony, the artifact I am most proud of among my inventions. Do not underestimate it. When it detonates, though it possesses little destructive power, it emits a blinding light, and a myriad of auspicious energies. Princess Yue insisted earnestly. Blinding light? A myriad of auspicious energies? Huh. What good is that? Wait, did you say it would explode? Wang Ke's expression suddenly changed mid-sentence. Princess Yue nodded gravely. Boom. Meanwhile, outside of Zhuxian town, the offspring of various families scoured the area in search of Princess Yue. However, Wang Ke was exceptionally skilled at hiding, and the young scions had turned up empty-handed. Just as they grew anxious and uncertain, a tremendous sound reverberated from a nearby forest. Boom. It sounded like thunder crashing from the heavens, and soon thereafter, everyone beheld an array of auspicious energies soaring into the sky, transforming the atmosphere into a breathtaking spectacle. Brilliant light erupted from the valley, illuminating the heavens as if a celestial omen had descended, leaving all who witnessed it in astonished silence. What treasure has emerged? Countless individuals, bewildered, rushed toward the valley. Within the valley, Wang Ke, Princess Yue, and Zhang Zhengdao found themselves at the epicenter of the explosion, utterly bewildered. The blast lacked any destructive force, leaving their garments unscathed. Yet the thunderous roar, the brilliant light, and the myriad auspicious energies were as dazzling as fireworks against the night sky. We have been exposed. Wang Ke glanced at Princess Yue, contemplating whether her invention was a curse. What manner of unreliable contraption is this? Losing my kingdom was one thing, but now I must become the most conspicuous figure in these mountains? Run. Wang Ke, feeling exasperated, seized Princess Yue and took flight. Wait for me, Zhang Zhengdao called out. Trailing closely behind, Zhuxian town, Nia residence. In the esteemed presence of the disciples of the Golden Crow sect, Zhang Shenxiu, gracefully wielding a white folding fan, reclined in a grand armchair. Before him stood the heads of various families from Zhuxian town, bowing respectfully. Among them, Nie Tianba appeared particularly disheveled, standing at the forefront as he recounted the unfortunate events surrounding the capture of Princess Yue. Gently fanning himself, Zhang Shenxiu closed his eyes in contemplation. Your lives are currently forfeit due to the loss of Princess Yue. However, I shall grant you a chance for redemption, he declared solemnly. Thank you, Immortal Zhang. Nie Tianba immediately expressed his gratitude. Continue your search for Princess Yue. Should you fail to retrieve her, I shall claim the heads of you all. Zhang Shenxiu's voice turned icy. Immortal Zhang, it is not for lack of effort on our part, but our men have already been dispatched for 2 days with no news. What if? Nie Tianba stammered, filled with trepidation, a sentiment echoed by the others present. If we cannot find her, we will all perish. What then? If my instincts are correct, Princess Yue's intended destination should be the Tianlang sect. I had arranged for my people to lie in wait nearby, anticipating her arrival. However, it seems she has veered toward Zhuxian town instead. Humph, the rumors hold true. This Princess Yue is indeed directionally challenged. Zhang Shenxiu remarked coldly. Directionally challenged? Nie Tianba was taken aback. Among the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, only the Tianlang sect has acquaintances of Princess Yue. She is bound to head there. You need only pursue her along the route, set up checkpoints, and seal off the paths. I trust you are all capable of that. Capture Princess Yue, and I shall restore your 5 quotas in the Golden Crow sect. Fail to do so, and humph. Zhang Shenxiu let out a disdainful snort. Understood. Thank you, Immortal Zhang. The crowd exclaimed with enthusiasm. With a clear direction, the group felt invigorated. They were certain that Princess Yue would make her way to the Tianlang sect, and they could simply block her path. 5 quotas from the Golden Crow sect? Capturing the princess would yield immense rewards for them. The crowd rubbed their hands in anticipation, eager to seize the opportunity. Zhang Shenxiu, with a slight smirk, waved his folding fan, confident that his authoritative presence would compel compliance from the assembly. Immortal Zhang, might I inquire what we should do if we encounter Golden Crow sect disciples while pursuing Princess Yue? Nie Tianba voiced his concern. Zhang Shenxiu pondered briefly before producing a golden token, emblazoned with the image of a 3-legged golden crow. This is the Golden Crow token of our sect. Use it as you see fit. Should you encounter any disciples of the Golden Crow sect, simply present this token, and they shall not impede your progress. Zhang Shenxiu tossed the token to Nie Tianba. Thank you, Immortal Zhang. We shall brave any peril to capture Princess Yue, Nie Tianba declared, excitement bubbling within him. Indeed. Zhang Shenxiu nodded in approval. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from a nearby mountain peak outside Zhuxian town. Boom. The thunderous noise reverberated through the skies, followed by a cascade of auspicious light that illuminated the heavens in a dazzling display of brilliance. The unexpected commotion left everyone momentarily stunned, turning their heads in unison. Could it be that a treasure has emerged? Zhang Xinqiu mused in astonishment. Chapter 12. The mosaic outside of the town of Zhuxian, in the very heart of radiant brilliance. A multitude of cultivators from various families had gathered to investigate. Esteemed immortal, the overwhelming light and the myriad auspicious signs emanate from this cave. Yet there appears to be nothing within. Nie Tianba furrowed his brow and inquired. Zhang Xinqiu, holding a white paper fan, squinted at the auspicious phenomena in the sky. It seems this is not a manifestation of a treasure, but rather an anomaly produced by some kind of magical artifact. Was there anything here before? Before? Nie Tianba looked at the gathered disciples in confusion. Before? There was nothing here. I have inspected this area thoroughly, not even a cave. One of the Nie family disciples remarked. Impossible. The traces within this cave must have been carved out a long time ago. How could there be no cave? Did you not search carefully? Nie Tianba glared. Master Nie, I too have searched this place, and there was indeed no cave before. I have also scoured the vicinity. There was no cave here previously. Several cultivators echoed, leaving Nie Tianba thoroughly perplexed. No cave before? Are you all blind? The marks within this cave are evidently aged. And some places are even covered in moss. Are you telling me this was just blasted open? At that moment, Zhang Xinqiu forcefully waved his white fan, causing the surrounding grass to part and reveal 12 pits. What is this? Nie Tianba exclaimed in astonishment. This is the formation's base. Zhang Xinqiu's expression shifted. The formation's base? Indeed, there was originally a shallow maze concealing the cave. It is only natural that you could not see it. The ground is in disarray, indicating that someone hastily removed the formation's components. Zhang Xinqiu's countenance darkened. Someone just fled from here? But didn't he even forget to take their valuables while escaping? Is this Wang Ke? Nie Tianba's expression suddenly changed. Wang Ke? Zhang Xinqiu queried, puzzled. It must be Wang Ke. He is hiding near Zhuxian town. He hasn't escaped far. Pursue him quickly, Nie Tianba urged with excitement. The cultivators swiftly scattered to chase after him. Nie Tianba offered a brief apology and joined the other family heads in the pursuit. For whoever captured Wang Ke could locate Princess Yue and claim the reward from Zhang Xinqiu. Zhang Xinqiu did not intervene, though he found himself perplexed as to why Wang Ke would orchestrate such an explosion to draw them in. Could it be that Princess Yue is mocking me with this explosion, taunting my inability to capture her? Zhang Xinqiu's eyes grew cold. In the distance, within an abandoned ancient temple, the structure lay in ruins, and the remaining statue was but a fragment. Yet, from the cracked and decayed plaque, the three ancient characters Zhenma Temple could still be discerned. Wang Ke and Princess Yue, along with Zhang Zhengdao, were panting heavily, though all three were of innate strength. The long run had left them somewhat breathless. Finally safe. That was close. We nearly got caught. Zhang Zhengdao collapsed to the ground in shock. This won't do. We must disguise ourselves. Our current appearances are far too risky. Wang Ke gasped. Yes, disguise. How could I forget? I must disguise myself so they won't recognize me. Zhang Zhengdao suddenly sprang to his feet. Disguise? That is my forte. Wait for me. No peeking. Princess Yue's expression shifted. With that, she discreetly concealed herself behind the ancient temple statue. Zhang Zhengdao, what about your disguise? Wang Ke inquired, glancing towards him. Fear not. This is my expertise. I shall manage it myself. Wait for me. There is a great river outside the temple, and I shall prepare my appearance by the water. Zhang Zhengdao replied confidently. Wang Ke nodded in agreement, and then retrieved a set of clothes from his storage pouch to change his attire. Once dressed, Wang Ke took out the 12 small flags he had just procured and gently wiped them clean. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. These flags cost me a substantial sum. He lamented. Alas, in my haste, I have damaged most of them. After a brief wait, Princess Yue emerged from behind the statue, now clad in men's attire. Despite the change, her long legs rendered her figure still remarkably tall. A hat concealed her flowing hair, and although her physique was somewhat pronounced, the loose-fitting garments managed to obscure it. However, a noticeable scar remained on her face. How do I look? You can hardly recognize me now, can you? Princess Yue turned, her anticipation palpable. Wang Ke exclaimed, Am I blind? You have merely changed your clothes. You are still unmistakably you. He feigned ignorance. You are still just a hair away from being unrecognizable. You can still recognize me? That is impossible. When I donned male attire in the palace, no one ever recognized me. Princess Yue responded in astonishment. You were a princess in the palace. Who would dare defy your presence? Regardless, I can still tell it's you. Wang Ke stated frankly. This cannot be. Princess Yoyue's expression soured. Brother Wang, Princess, I am ready with my disguise. How do I look? Came Zhang Jingdao's voice from outside the temple. When Princess Yue turned to look, she was met with the sight of a plump old woman approaching. The woman's bosom swayed with an exaggerated motion. But upon seeing her face, both were momentarily frozen. Her makeup was ghastly, with lipstick as vivid as blood, causing Princess Yue's eyelids to twitch. Is there truly such an unsightly woman in the world? By comparison, my cousin seems rather graceful. Zhang Jingdao, you are masquerading as a woman? Princess Yue exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Fortunately, I saved 2 small watermelons, which fit perfectly in my chest area. Zhang Jingdao chuckled as he rubbed his chest. The sight sent shivers down Wang Ke's spine. Brother Wang, how does my disguise fare? Zhang Jingdao inquired eagerly. While your disguise obscures your features for some reason, I feel an overwhelming urge to hit you. Wang Ke replied with a peculiar expression. Haha, that means it's a success. By the way, why are you two still standing there? Zhang Jingdao boasted. Princess Yoyue's expression stiffened. Are you blind? You are dressed as a woman, and I as a man. Can you not tell? Shall I apply a makeup style similar to mine for you? Zhang Jingdao suggested. To look like you? I would rather perish. Stay away. Princess Yue shrieked. Do you not trust my skills? Zhang Jingdao asked, a look of confusion on his face. Brother Wang, Princess Yue doubts me. Shall I assist you in disguising myself? He turned to Wang Ke. No need. I will disguise myself. Wang Ke promptly halted Zhang Jingdao's advance. The purpose of a disguise is merely to prevent others from recognizing your face. If they cannot recognize you, a simple mosaic will suffice. There is no need for such a significant sacrifice. Wang Ke regarded Zhang Jingdao's face with a peculiar expression. Applying a mosaic to one's face? What do you mean? Zhang Jingdao was taken aback. Wang Ke flipped his hand and produced a small vial, removing the cork to reveal a transparent liquid inside. Just apply it to your face. It will undoubtedly yield better results than yours. Wang Ke elucidated. Just applying this? Impossible. My disguise technique is the pinnacle of mastery. Zhang Jingdao retorted skeptically. The pinnacle of disguise is merely to appear unattractive? Princess Yue's eyelids twitched as she glanced at the small vial in Wang Ke's hand. This transparent latex? What purpose does it serve? Nevertheless, no matter its efficacy, it must surely be better than Zhang Jingdao's face laden with rouge. With that, Princess Yue promptly poured half the vial onto her face. Princess Yue, you need not apply so much. Wang Ke exclaimed. Alas, it was too late. Suddenly, Princess Yue's face flushed crimson, and countless small pimples erupted, rendering her visage utterly unrecognizable. Gasped. Zhang Jingdao inhaled sharply. Wang Ke's disguise technique is akin to a corrosive acid. It's disfiguring. How could one be so ruthless to their own face? This is terrifying. What is happening? My face feels warm, Princess Yue questioned, bewildered, as she retrieved a small mirror to inspect her reflection. Goodness no. Is this truly my face? No. Princess Yue screamed, horrified at her disfigured appearance. A scar had left her in despair, and now, with her features marred, she found herself wishing for death. Do not worry. It is merely acne, just acne. This medicine is only an allergy treatment, merely irritating the facial skin to induce some pimples. Once we reach the Tianling sect, I have anti-inflammatory medication that will restore you to your former self. Wang Ke quickly reassured her. Really? Princess Yue gazed at Wang Ke in terror. Rest assured. Wang Ke nodded. As he spoke, he delicately dabbed some of the liquid onto his own face. Instantly, his visage was similarly besieged by an array of pimples, swiftly obscuring his features. To those unfamiliar with Wang Ke, he would indeed be unrecognizable. Although somewhat unattractive, he still bore semblance to a person, far more so than Princess Yue's visage. Just a tiny bit is sufficient? Why did you not mention this sooner? Princess Yue exclaimed in frustration. I intended to, but you did not allow me to speak. Wang Ke defended himself. Humph. Princess Yue said, visibly annoyed. Zhang Jingdao, would you care for some? Wang Ke inquired. Zhang Jingdao, observing Princess Yue's face, felt his features contort. Perhaps, I shall forego it. I can manage my own disguise without a mosaic. Very well. At present, we cannot hide. Let us consider how to proceed to the Tianling sect. Wang Ke said with a frown. Are you not waiting for them to finish their search before leaving? I cannot wait. During my escape, did you not see someone flying in the sky? It seems the disciples of the Jinwu sect have arrived and have recruited Nie Tianba. The recent explosion carried an element of humiliation towards the Jinwu sect. It is likely they will employ celestial techniques. We must depart quickly. Wang Ke furrowed his brow. Then let us go? Lead the way. Zhang Jing inquired, puzzled. I am beset by ill fortune and cannot lead. Who among you will? Wang Ke looked towards the two. Zhang Jing and Princess Yue exchanged glances. I shall go, Princess Yue declared decisively. Do you know the way to the Tianling sect? Wang Ke asked. Of course. I have studied the maps of the 10,000 great mountains and am familiar with some shortcuts. How could I possibly go astray? Princess Yue assured, patting her chest. Very well. The two nodded in agreement. With Princess Yue leading, the trio promptly departed from the ancient temple. Their journey persisted for 2 days and nights. Having Princess Yue lead us is advantageous. We have yet to encounter anyone searching for us. Zhang Jing exclaimed with excitement. Wang Ke frowned slightly. But why do I have an unsettling premonition? Do not worry. I will lead. You can rest assured. Princess Yue stated confidently. Wang Ke fell into silence. The memories of the previous explosion at the Festival of Lights lingered, rendering him cautiously optimistic about Princess Yue's capabilities. Look, once we cross that mountain ahead, we shall behold a celestial town, Princess Yue asserted. Is that so? Wang Ke's unease intensified. Let us go. The three of them swiftly ascended the mountain and landed on flat ground, their expressions stiffening as they halted. Before us lies what appears to be an ancient temple, Princess Yue remarked, her demeanor peculiar. It resembles exactly the temple where we rested 2 days ago, and even the great river over there is identical. I even applied makeup there. Zhang Jing said, bewildered. The trio approached the ancient temple, gazing at the decrepit plaque above. Perhaps. Princess Yue's voice diminished significantly. Princess Yue, you cannot possibly be directionally challenged? Wang Ke said, his expression strange. My sense of direction is somewhat lacking, Princess Yue admitted, her head bowed in frustration. Wang Ke, Zhang Jing. As Wang Ke and Zhang Jing were engulfed in exasperation, a thunderous voice echoed from within the ancient temple. Who goes there? 2 days prior. The temple was deserted. Now it appeared occupied. Wang Ke, Zhang Jing, and Princess Yue turned to see the imposing figure of Nie Tianba emerging from the ancient temple. Nie Tianba? Wang Ke nearly spat blood in disbelief. Had Princess Yue led him in circles for 2 days only to confront Nie Tianba? What kind of turn of events was this? After being ensnared by the Festival of Lights previously, he was now caught in yet another predicament. Chapter 13. The Deceptive Princess of the Dark Moon Who Dares? With a thunderous shout, Nie Tianba emerged from the ancient temple. After searching for 2 days, he had yet to find a single soul among the vast Wang family. Frustration consumed him. He had scoured every corner, and every face he encountered bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Ke. Now, at this temple, he unexpectedly came across 3 individuals. Were they the ones he sought? As he cast his gaze upon them, he was met with the sight of a plump woman, incessantly clutching her chest, her heavily painted face causing a wave of discomfort to wash over Nie Tianba. The visual assault was more jarring than that of Wang Ke's cousin, prompting him to avert his eyes in distaste. Next was Wang Ke, who deliberately hunched his figure, his eyes squinting, his face marred by acne that obscured his once handsome visage. For a moment, Nie Tianba could not even associate this figure with the striking Wang Ke he remembered. Lastly, there stood a man adorned with a woman's veil. The man was shorter than Wang Ke, leading Nie Tianba to dismiss him as a potential lead. What a stroke of bad luck. Once again, he encountered 3 unrelated individuals, leaving him in a state of vexation. Meanwhile, Wang Ke and his companions breathed a sigh of relief from a distance. Had their disguise been successful? Remove that veil at once. A grown man wearing a woman's veil. Take it off so I can see. Nie Tianba demanded, his eyes wide with indignation. The Princess of the Dark Moon grew anxious. My brother suffers from leprosy, making it difficult for him to remove the veil. It might be contagious, and I have already been slightly infected. Wang Ke replied hoarsely. Leprosy? I fear nothing. Remove it. Nie Tianba declared, drawing forth his blade. Despite having dismissed the trio, he felt compelled to verify once more. The Princess of the Dark Moon, feeling increasingly frustrated, ultimately complied with Wang Ke's silent cue and lifted the veil. The moment it was removed, Nie Tianba's hair stood on end. What was this leprosy? Was this even a human face? Quickly, cover it. Cover it, he exclaimed in revulsion. The princess, now thoroughly disheartened, had never faced such disdain before. She blamed Wang Ke for it all. With an angry huff, she replaced the veil. Enough. Leave at once. Do not repulse me any further. Nie Tianba barked at the trio, his irritation palpable. Their eyes brightened. Did this mean they had passed his scrutiny? Without further ado, they turned to depart. Just then, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Zhengdao stumbled, and with a loud thud, 2 watermelons tumbled from beneath his feet. The trio halted, and Nie Tianba was momentarily taken aback, gazing in confusion at the withered chest of the elderly woman and the 2 watermelons at her feet. The atmosphere grew tense. The elderly woman continued to clutch her chest. What? How? Nie Tianba uttered, bewildered as he stared at the watermelons. The vine has snapped. Zhang Zhengyao whispered, his voice laced with alarm. A woman's voice? You truly are effeminate? No, it's a woman. Nie Tianba suddenly realized, stepping forward. The princess of the Dark Moon turned to flee, and Zhang Zhengyao, forgetting the watermelons, followed suit. Think you can escape before me? Nie Tianba roared, leaping in front of the 2. Boom. With a powerful punch, the recently fled Princess Yue was sent hurtling through the air, spitting blood mid-flight. Nie Tianba, with a fierce glare, swung his blade towards Zhang Zhengyao. Ah! Zhang Zhengyao exclaimed, drawing a long sword in defense. A resounding crash echoed as the sword shattered in his grip, sending him crashing to the ground. Nie Tianba stood in their path, a malevolent expression etched on his face. Soft-hearted? No, you are a woman. You just revealed your identity, didn't you? I understand now, ha ha ha. Princess Yue, it seems you have stumbled right into my grasp. Ha ha. Nie Tianba erupted into laughter. On the ground, Princess Yue seethed with anger. Nie Tianba, one day, I will have my vengeance. Ha ha ha, vengeance. Dream on. Capturing you makes me a disciple of the Golden Crow sect. What will you use to exact revenge? And who are these 2? Let me see. The one who just squished the watermelon. Nie Tianba scrutinized Zhang Zhengyao, who was struggling to rise. Squinting through the pain, Nie Tianba suddenly raised an eyebrow in realization. You are the esteemed Zhang Zhengyao? Ha ha. What a transformation. Where is your little Yeye? Ha ha. Nie Tianba's excitement soared as he recognized all 3 of them. Little did he expect that by merely wandering down this path, he would ensnare such significant prey. Wang Ku, we've been exposed. We can only confront him now? Zhang Zhengyao stepped forward, frustration evident on his face. Indeed, Wang Ku, let us unite against him. He stands alone. Princess Yue wiped the blood from her mouth and summoned her courage. Wang Ku interjected, if you 2 hadn't coordinated so perfectly, would we have been caught? Didn't you see that Nie Tianba had already let us go? Why are you complicating things? Ha ha. You 3 think you can challenge me alone? I've already tested the waters. Zhang Zhengyao, Princess Yue, you are no match for me. As for Wang Ku, he is merely a merchant in Juxian town. I will investigate him thoroughly. An ordinary innate realm practitioner dares to stand against me? I am at the pinnacle of the innate realm, bolstered by the Nie family's unparalleled wind god technique. Even typical disciples of the celestial sects are no match for me. What can you 3 possibly do against me? Nie Tianba sneered. Nie family patriarch, are you not overly confident? Wang Ku stepped forward, his voice cold. Overconfident? I speak the truth. Within the innate realm, I have nearly no rivals. You are far from my level. These past days, you have deceived me repeatedly. Rest assured, I will not allow you an easy death. I shall ensure you witness the capture of every disciple of the Wang family, men as slaves, women as courtesans. You will regret provoking me, Nie Tianba. Behold my wind god blade. Nie Tianba bellowed ferociously as he swung his sword. Zhang Zhengyao and Princess Yue drew their long swords once more to meet the attack. Boom. Another thunderous crash resounded as both were once again sent flying by Nie Tianba's strike, blood spewing from their mouths in anguished cries. Meanwhile, Wang Ku managed to evade the lethal blow. Wang Ku, you lack loyalty. We agreed to face this together. Why are you hiding? Zhang Zhengyao exclaimed, falling to the ground and spitting blood. You all take a rest. I shall handle this. Wang Ku shook his head. What? You alone? Princess Yue. Zhang Zhengdao's eyes widened in disbelief. Nie Tianba was equally taken aback. You? Alone against me? Ha. Ha. Wang Ku, have you lost your wits? You think you can contend with my wind god technique? The impoverished rely on mutations, while the wealthy depend on technology. No, I misspoke. You, Nie Tianba, cultivate through techniques. Whereas I, Wang Ku, cultivate through abundant wealth. Wang Ku retorted coldly. Wealth? I don't understand. With wealth, one can purchase magical artifacts. Look at this sword of mine. Wang Ku chuckled. As he revealed a seemingly ordinary azure sword from his storage pouch, it erupted with a dazzling blue light, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged toward Nie Tianba, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Instinctively sensing danger, Nie Tianba prepared to charge. But he froze as Wang Ku released his grip, and the azure sword eerily floated in midair, unaided by hands. Flying sword? Nie Tianba gasped, rooted in place. Zhang Jingdao wiped the blood from his lips, astonished. Wang Ku, where did you acquire such a flying sword? You possess such a formidable artifact? A flying sword? Impossible. How could you have one? Nie Tianba shouted in disbelief. In the realm of immortals, even many golden core cultivators lack the qualification to possess a flying sword. Only those at the nascent soul level can forge them. This is inconceivable. How could a mere innate realm practitioner like you possess a flying sword? A flying sword could serve as a sex treasure in a small immortal sect. Once unleashed, it could strike from 1,000 miles away, claiming heads in an instant. Even the golden core cultivators would not dare to confront it directly. Wang Ku, you must have struck it rich. Where did you procure it? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, the flying sword was locked onto Nie Tianba, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Rumor had it that even treasures capable of instant decapitation in the golden core realm posed a dilemma for him. Do not move. Raise your hands, or I shall unleash it. I will release the sword. Wang Ku commanded coldly. Nie Tianba's face stiffened. The flying sword was aimed at him, radiating murderous intent. Even with all the courage in the world, he dared not make a move. How fortunate had Wang Ku been to obtain a flying sword. What business do you have in Zhuxian town with a flying sword? The wind god technique. What's the use of that? Am I truly a pauper? Has poverty constrained my imagination? Is it true that the rich can cultivate merely by relying on artifacts? My very life hangs by Wang Ku's whim. Nie Tianba felt tears welling up. How could he be so unfortunate? Zhang Jingdao, go and take Nie Tianba's weapon and search him. Wang Ku instructed. Haha, this is my forte. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed eagerly as he rushed forward. With the flying sword aimed at him, Nie Tianba dared not resist. Frustrated, he allowed Zhang Jingdao to search him, who confiscated his long knife and seized his storage pouch. Damn it, Wang Ku has already tricked me out of my money. And now he is taking all my possessions? Wang, the head of the Wang family, previously bore many misunderstandings. If you wish to rescue Princess Yue, then do so. It seems we hold no deep animosity towards each other. Perhaps you could release me, and I assure you that the Nie family will no longer trouble you. Furthermore, should we encounter anyone from the Wang family again, we shall take a different path. Nie Tianba pleaded for mercy. Head of the Nie family, all that has transpired was of your own making. I have no desire to further the cycle of bloodshed. Wang Ku sighed. Indeed, it was my folly. And it shall not happen again. Wang Ku, I am grateful for your leniency. I shall take my leave now. Nie Tianba hastily attempted to depart. You cannot leave. You have slain 2 of my subordinates and marred my face. Princess Yue insisted relentlessly. Nie Tianba's expression froze. Your face is already in such a wretched state. Do you still care about my Wan? Princess Yue, I have wronged you in the past, but I was merely a pawn of the Jinwu sect. I, too, am a victim. Nie Tianba chuckled bitterly. Wang Ku wielded his flying sword, directing it towards Nie Tianba, initially intending only to deter him. However, seeing Princess Yue's determination to gain the upper hand, he found it impossible to relent. No, Wang Ku, you cannot let him go. If you are reluctant, allow me to handle the matter. I promise to do everything in my power to secure your entry into the Tianlang sect. Quickly, incapacitate him and leave him to me. Princess Yue declared angrily. Princess Yue, one must show mercy when possible. Wang Ku attempted to counsel her. Absolutely not. Princess Yue retorted stubbornly. Her words plunged Nie Tianba into utter despair. Pleading for mercy? It was futile. If death was inevitable, he would rather fight back. Wang Ku, if you seek my life, I shall not permit you to have it easily. Wind god leg. Nie Tianba shouted as he lunged towards Wang Ku. Seeking death, Princess Yue remarked with a cold smile. While Wang Ku's face reflected profound fury and sorrow, was Princess Yue sent by the heavens to ensnare him? Just as he was about to frighten Nie Tianba away, she had returned to thwart him. In his anguish, Wang Ku could only maneuver his flying sword to confront Nie Tianba. Unfortunately, the sword did not soar as swiftly as anticipated. Instead, it trembled like an aged elder before sluggishly advancing towards Nie Tianba. Boom. The flying sword collided with Nie Tianba's wind god leg, resulting in a multitude of cracks appearing, as if it might shatter at any moment. What is happening? Princess Yue exclaimed in bewilderment. Chapter 14. The second-hand flying sword. A second-hand flying sword? Is it truly in such a state of disrepair? Princess Yue cast her gaze upon the flying sword, which was riddled with cracks and emitted a cacophony of creaks and groans while belching forth thick plumes of black smoke. Indeed, it seemed on the brink of collapse. As Nie Tianba's wind god leg struck the surface, the fissures multiplied. causing the sword to tremble precariously as though it might shatter at any moment. Ha ha ha. A flying sword? Is this what you call a flying sword? Ha ha. Nie Tianba suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Initially resigned to his demise and prepared for a mutual destruction, who could have anticipated that this sword was nothing more than a facade? With another moment's effort from his wind god leg, he could easily obliterate it. Quickly, act now. Princess Yue cried out in terror. At this moment, she regretted not having struck Nie Tianba earlier. Why had she let him go? And Wang Ku? Why hadn't you informed us that this flying sword was on the verge of failure? Despite their injuries, Princess Yue and Zhang Zhengdao lunged forward. Boom, boom. Nie Tianba unleashed a flurry of punches, sending both Princess Yue and Zhang Zhengdao hurtling backward once more. Do not rush. Once I destroy this flying sword, I shall deal with you. Nie Tianba laughed heartily. With each guffaw, he increased the pressure beneath his feet. Observing with glee as the cracks multiplied and the smoke billowed ever larger, the sword clearly nearing its end. Nie Tianba, you should leave now. I am offering you a chance. Wang Ke spoke gravely. Leave? Ha ha ha. Wang Ku, are you dreaming? Would I depart now? Fear not. I shall ensure your demise is a most excruciating one. Ha ha. Even if I must perish, I will not flee. As Nie Tianba laughed, he pressed down with even greater force. Then perish. Wang Ke retorted coldly. Suddenly, countless azure lights erupted from the flying sword. What are you doing? Are you attempting to self-destruct the sword? No, no, stop. Nie Tianba screamed in horror. Boom. The sword erupted with a thunderous explosion. Though it was a second-hand relic on the verge of collapse, its internal formations had faltered and the materials had degraded. Despite the diminished energy, it was still a flying sword, and this detonation, occurring so close to Nie Tianba, was utterly terrifying. The explosion resonated like the wrath of the heavens, engulfing the surroundings in fiery brilliance. The dilapidated ancient temple groaned and collapsed, and the shattered Buddha statue fragmented further. On the periphery of the explosion, Zhang Zhengdao and Princess Yue both emitted anguished cries, thrust back by the shockwave. They each spat blood, but they still clung to life. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area as the ancient temple crumbled. At the epicenter of the explosion, Nie Tianba bore the brunt of the force, a massive crater forming beneath him amidst the scorched earth. He was left charred, his flesh mangled, devoid of any remaining breath. Meanwhile, Wang Ke stood protected behind a colossal shield artifact, which had shielded him completely. As the smoke cleared, he stowed the shield and hastened to inspect Nie Tianba's body, only resting easy after confirming his demise. Letting you go was an option, yet you chose to remain stubborn. Now look at the outcome. Your demise is one matter. But my flying sword has been destroyed. I spent 8,000 pounds of spirit stones to acquire it. 8,000 pounds, you scoundrel. Spit. Wang Ke spat in frustration at Nie Tianba. Turning away, he then addressed Princess Yue. Are you all right, Your Highness? The princess, who had already risen and wiped the blood from her lips, replied indignantly, Wang Ke, you detonated your flying sword without a word. You could have warned me. Humph. First, use my towel to clean up the blood. If you can still feel anger, it indicates your injuries aren't severe. Wang Ke explained, you saw how it was. Had I given a warning, Nie Tianba might have fled, and we would have faced dire consequences. Princess Yue pondered for a moment and realized the truth in his words. Humph. I shall let this go, but barely. She wiped the blood from her mouth, feeling quite vexed. In her past, as a princess, she had encountered vast wealth and was indifferent to the 8,000 spirit stones. However, Wang Ke's blunt demand for repayment was a wholly new experience for her. Brother Wang. Oh dear, I am gravely injured. Zhang Zhengdao lamented from a distance. Wang Sheng approached to investigate, finding Zhang covered in dirt and looking quite pitiful. Stop the theatrics. Where is Nie Tianba's storage bag? And his blade, hurry. Wang Ke demanded. Brother Wang, have you no conscience? Look at my state, and yet you still harass me. Zhang Zhengyao cried in dismay. Nearby, Princess Yue gazed at him with pity, preparing to chastise Wang Ke for his heartlessness. Should I search for it myself? Whatever I find will be mine. Wang Ke stated firmly. Zhang Zhengdao's expression stiffened, and reluctantly, he retrieved a storage bag from his robe and handed it to Wang Ke, quickly rising and brushing off the dirt as if he had suffered no injury at all. Was Zhang Zhengdao merely feigning his misery? Princess Yue's expression turned rigid, a wave of frustration nearly causing her to spit blood. Why had she felt sorry for someone so shameless? Wang Ke, unfazed, meticulously examined Nie Tianba's storage bag. Brother, do you not trust me? Zhang Zhengdao asked, visibly troubled. Your hands have never been clean, so it is only prudent for me to check. Wang Ke retorted without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Jingdao was taken aback. After a thorough search of the storage bag, Wang Ke finally felt satisfied. Naturally, he would not flaunt the treasures within but instead tuck the bag away, extracting a golden token. There's a Jinwu token in Ye Tianba's storage bag? How could this be? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed in astonishment. A Jinwu token? Wang Ke inquired, intrigued. The Jinwu token signifies that one is akin to the Jinwu sect's leader. While it cannot command a leader's authority, no disciple of the Jinwu sect is permitted to trouble its bearer. How did Nie Tianba come to possess it? Zhang Jingdao wondered in disbelief. It must have been given to him by a disciple of the Jinwu sect to facilitate the search for us. Wang Ke deduced swiftly. To capture Princess Yue, they would casually distribute a Jinwu token? Zhang Jingdao expressed his surprise. The Jinwu token? The Golden Crow token is truly remarkable. We no longer need to hide. We can boldly stride towards the Tianlang sect. Wang Ke's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, the expressions of the two companions brightened. Our disguises have proven effective. Had it not been for your impeccable cooperation, even Nie Tianba would have failed to recognize us. Therefore, it would undoubtedly be challenging for others to identify us. Furthermore, even if the disciples of the Golden Crow sect and the cultivators of Zhuxian town were to seal off the route to the Tianlang sect, our possession of the Golden Crow token grants us unfettered passage. Wang Ke chuckled. Indeed, the two companions' eyes sparkled with realization. Let us hasten our steps. Princess Yue urged eagerly. Hold on. Wang Ke suddenly halted them. What more is there to do? Princess Yue inquired, puzzled. You should take some time to heal, Princess Yue. Zhang Jingdao. You are to bury Nie Tianba. Clean up after yourself. Wang Ke commanded. What? Why must I do the burying? Zhang Jingdao protested, his face filled with reluctance. Wang Ke's expression darkened. Just now, due to your blunders, I had to sacrifice a flying sword worth 8,000 spirit stones. Initially, I intended for Princess Yue to repay me alone, but how about you and the princess repay me together? Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Brother Wang, do not speak to me of money. I detest discussions of finances. I am one who relishes in burying corpses. You've come to the right person. With that, Zhang Jingdao, unwilling to part with any money, shamelessly said about burying Nie Tianba's corpse. Meanwhile, Princess Yue watched in astonishment. Soon, Nie Tianba's body was interred beside the ruins of the ancient temple. The trio tidied up the surroundings to ensure no trace was left behind, adjusted their appearances, and set out once more. With the Golden Crow token in hand, the three quickened their pace towards the Tianlang sect, and this time, they would not allow Princess Yue to lead the way. Wang Ke took the lead, guiding his companions forward with determination. However, only a day after their departure, a sudden rush of crimson light erupted from the ruins of the demon-subduing temple, as if a stream of blood were surging from the earth, subsequently penetrating the ground where Nie Tianba had been buried. Bang! Suddenly, a hand emerged from the soil, followed by the rise of a figure. It was not merely a corpse but Nie Tianba himself. Wasn't he dead? At that moment, Nie Tianba sat in the muddy pit. A small trickle of blood at his brow, resembling a tiny worm that slowly burrowed into his forehead and vanished. A tremor coursed through Nie Tianba's body, and he seemed to awaken, looking around in confusion. I, Nie Tianba, am still alive? Wang Ke's flying sword did not kill me. Bewildered, Nie Tianba crawled out of the pit. Emerging from the earth, he appeared charred and exceedingly weak, glancing around before stumbling away, soon disappearing into the forest. 3 days later, a young monk clad in a red robe approached the ruins. Holding a string of red prayer beads, he gazed upon the remnants of the demon-subduing temple, his expression twitching in response. Chapter 15. The Grand Wedding of Murong Luguang. Half a month later, in Zhuxian town, at the Nie residence, Zhang Xinshu held a white paper fan, squinting as he observed the gathered Nie family disciples. Esteemed immortal, during your absence, we have either searched for Princess Yue or awaited news from the family head. Over the past half-month, there has been no word from him. We. The Nie family disciples spoke in trepidation. Behind Zhang Xinshu, another disciple of the Jinwu sect furrowed his brow and inquired, Brother Zhang, do you think Nie Tianba, realizing he could not locate Princess Yue, has fled? Zhang Xinshu's expression stiffened. If Nie Tianba had indeed run away, what would become of his Jinwu token? Thud. The Nie family disciples immediately knelt, pleading, Esteemed immortal, do not be angered. The family head would never abandon us. Our vast Nie family remains here. However, it had been more than half a month. Regardless of whether they had found Princess Yue, at the very least, he should have reported to me. My Jinwu token remains in your possession. Find him. Locate Nye Tianba. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire Nye family. Zhang Shenxiu commanded coldly. Yes. The Nye family disciples repeatedly bowed their heads in submission. Brother Zhang, did you lend your Jinwu token to someone else? A curious junior brother behind him asked. Zhang Shenxiu's expression froze. Had his junior brother guessed the embarrassing truth? How could he respond to such a humiliating matter? He could only maintain a stern demeanor. Just the other day, I saw someone wielding your Jinwu token. When I inquired about their destination, they refused to answer, acting quite arrogantly. Was that arranged by you, brother? The junior brother questioned. What did you say? You saw my Jinwu token? Zhang Shenxiu was taken aback. Indeed. When I asked them questions, they said nothing and even scolded me. They claimed a lowly disciple like me had no right to question them about such a high-level token. I merely held back for your sake, brother. I did not make things difficult for them. The junior brother explained. What did they look like? Was it Nye Tianba? Zhang Shenxiu probed with curiosity. A nearby Nye family disciple quickly brought forth a portrait of Nye Tianba. It seems not. I cannot specify their appearance. But they are certainly not the person depicted in this portrait. The junior brother replied. Zhang Shenxiu raised an eyebrow. Has something happened to Nye Tianba? Oh, where? Where are they? Zhang Shenxiu fixed his gaze on his junior brother. Towards the direction of the Tianlang sect? Is it Princess Yue? This is not good. Zhang Shenxiu's expression changed. As he spoke, Zhang Shenxiu waved his hand. Caw! 2 celestial cranes descended from the sky. Let us go. Take me there. Zhang Shenxiu commanded as he leaped onto one of the cranes. The 2 cranes soared into the heavens, heading northward. After 18 days, Wang Ku and his companions finally arrived at the outskirts of the Tianlang sect. The Tianlang sect was vast, surrounded by an immense formation that enclosed countless mountains and veiled them in dense mist, obscuring the inner workings of the sect from outsiders. Only a monumental stone tablet stood at the entrance, exuding an aura of grandeur. Not far from the Tianlang sect, there lay a celestial town named Langxian Town. Due to its proximity to the Tianlang sect, many cultivating families were eager to settle there, making Langxian Town considerably larger than Zhuxian Town. The disciples of the Tianlang sect occasionally require the procurement of rare herbs, materials, and other special commodities. The proximity of a celestial town facilitates this necessity. Thus the existence of Wolf's celestial town is acknowledged. At this moment, Wang Ku and his companions have arrived in Wolf's celestial town, residing in a magnificent mansion. Brother Wang, your family is indeed shrouded in mystery, in a place where every inch is precious. How did your family manage to acquire such a grand estate, so close to the Tianlang sect? From the rooftop, one can even gaze upon the entrance of the Tianlang sect. Zhang Jingdao approached from a distance. Princess Yue, having just completed her grooming, also made her way over. Wang Ku was in the courtyard, listening to his subordinate's report. You may leave, Wang Ku instructed his subordinate. Yes, head of the family. The Wang family disciple respectfully withdrew. This young man was not a member of the Wang family from Zhuxian Town, but rather one of Wang Ku's early arrangements, having resided here for many years. Thus no one would suspect his connection to Wang Ku. I wished to join the Tianlang sect a decade ago, so I naturally had to scout the area in advance. Wang Ku explained. Wang Ku, I find you full of secrets. Is there anything else I should know? Have you arranged for subordinates to be stationed at all 72 celestial towns of the 10,000 Great Mountains? Zhang Jingdao inquired with curiosity. Wang Ku rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Such matters were not something he would casually disclose. Wang Ku, we are already outside the Tianlang sect. Why do we not pay our respects at the mountain, but linger here instead? Princess Yue asked, her curiosity piqued. I prefer to stabilize the situation first before paying my respects. I am fortunate to have gathered some intelligence. Wang Ku replied with a wry smile. What do you mean? Zhang Jingdao questioned, puzzled. Wang Ku cast a complex look towards Princess Yue. What is it? She inquired, equally confused. I now understand why the Jinwu sect seeks to capture you. Wang Ku remarked with a bitter smile. Why? Princess Yue asked, bewildered. I recall you mentioning that the eldest senior brother of the Tianlang sect pursued you, yet your mother disapproved. Your visit to the Tianlang sect is to rekindle that connection with him, is it not? Wang Ku scrutinized Princess Yue. Indeed, the eldest senior brother of the Tianlang sect, named Murong Luguang, is at the Golden Core realm. In the past, he became a general in the Corpse Ghost dynasty to win my favor, achieving countless merits for our dynasty. He is unmatched in heroism and has repeatedly sought my mother's approval for marriage, yet she has always denied him. He vowed that he would love only me in this lifetime and would wait for my mother's consent, promising to carry me into his home in a grand procession. Princess Yue seemed somewhat shy as she spoke. If Murong Luguang holds such affection for you, why does he allow the Jinwu sect to capture you? Zhang Jingdao questioned, perplexed. Surely, he must be unaware of the bounty. Princess Yue quickly defended him. After all this time, does he still not know? Zhang Jingdao expressed skepticism. Zhang Jingdao, if you continue to slander my Murong brother, I shall not be lenient. Princess Yue glared at him. I will refrain from speaking. Zhang Jingdao immediately covered his mouth and then turned to Wang Ke. Brother Wang, you have yet to explain why the Jinwu sect seeks to capture Princess Yue. Because the Jinwu sect aims to prevent Princess Yue from reaching the Tianlang sect tomorrow. Wang Ke fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Why? Princess Yue asked, bewildered. Because tomorrow is the day of Murong Luguang's grand wedding. Wang Ke explained. A wedding? Murong Gij is getting married? Impossible, you must be joking. Princess Yue's form stiffened. Murong Luguang? Who is he marrying? Zhang Jingdao inquired curiously. Zhang Lier, a disciple of the Jinwu sect. Wang Ke elucidated. Zhang Liu? The senior sister of the Jinwu sect? I heard she is quite the fierce woman. How could she ever get married? This is simply inconceivable. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed in astonishment. The impending marriage between Murong Luguang and Zhang Lier seemed to carry a hint of political alliance, something of great importance to the Jinwu sect, which would not permit any disruption. Meanwhile, the Tianlang sect appeared to anticipate this union, feigning ignorance as Zhang Lier's younger brother, Zhang Shenxiu, personally led a team to capture Princess Yue, aiming to prevent her from causing any interference. Zhang Liu has a brother? Zhang Shenxiu? I was unaware of this. It seems I have not heard of such a figure. Could he be from beyond the 10,000 great mountains? Zhang Jingdao pondered with a furrowed brow. Is he the one associated with Nie Tianba? Zhang Jingdao suddenly paused. Indeed, Nie Tianba and others were dispatched by Zhang Shenxiu to seek us out. In front of Zhang Shenxiu, Nie Tianba would not stand a chance. Zhang Shenxiu must also be a formidable figure of the Golden Core realm. Wang Ke frowned. Impossible, impossible. You are surely deceiving me. How could Murong Gij marry another woman? He promised to carry me away in a grand sedan chair. It cannot be true. Princess Yue's eyes reddened. Are you suggesting that even if we were to visit the Tianlang sect, and they recognized Princess Yue, they would deny us entry? Zhang Jingdao asked. Perplexed. What do you think? Wang Ke replied solemnly. What shall we do then? Zhang Jingdao's face filled with anxiety. Exposing Princess Yue now is akin to walking into a trap. We were counting on the Tianlang sect to protect her, yet it seems they harbor disdain for her. Zhang Jingdao, I shall ask you once more. Are you certain that the leader of the Tianlang sect will protect Princess Yue and stand by her side? Wang Ke fixed his gaze on Zhang Jingdao, asking earnestly. I swear, I stake my life on it. Absolutely. If the leader of the Tianlang sect were aware that Princess Yue was in distress, he would surely mobilize all his resources to rescue her. I guarantee it. This time, the leader must be unaware. Otherwise, his disciples would not be acting so recklessly. Zhang Jingdao swore fervently. Wang Ke scrutinized Zhang Jingdao for a considerable time before gradually coming to believe him. For if they continued to assist Princess Yue in entering the Tianlang sect, the stakes would be exceedingly high. Wang Ke, take me inside. I must see Murong Gij. I need to confront him, to ask him why. I must know the reason. Princess Yue clutched Wang Ke's sleeve, her eyes glimmering with a desperate plea. She understood that even if they reached the gates of the Tianlang sect, she would not be granted entry. Her only hope now lay with Wang Ke. Wang Ke fell into a profound silence. Princess Yue, the Tianlang sect is a premier celestial gate of the 10,000 great mountains, guarded by disciples and enveloped by a formidable mountain formation. It is impossible for us to infiltrate. If one could manage to do so, we wouldn't have to wait 10 years. I believe it is best to wait here patiently. The sect master of Tianlang will eventually emerge. Once he makes his appearance, we shall reveal ourselves, suggested Zhang Jingdao. No. Tomorrow, Brother Murong is to be wed. He claimed he would marry me. Why should he wed another? Why must I remain here and witness this? I must confront him directly. I must hear it from his own lips. Princess Yue said, her eyes reddened with sorrow. Zhang Jingdao wore a helpless expression. Given the current circumstances, how could we possibly gain entry? My mother has abandoned me, and all of you, esteemed lords and generals, have betrayed me. Now even Brother Murong. Princess Yue suddenly crouched down and began to weep. Do not cry. Wang Ke took a deep breath and said, with tearful eyes. Princess Yue looked at Wang Ke. I will take you inside. Wang Ke declared resolutely after another deep breath. Brother Wang, are you out of your mind? How can you possibly enter the Tianling sect? Right now, both the Jinnu sect and the Tianlang sect are watching closely. How can you claim you can take Princess Yuan? This is utterly impossible, Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Nothing is impossible. I, Wang Ku, stand by my word. Not only shall we enter, but we shall do so through the front gates, striding in with confidence. Moreover, I want the disciples of the Tianlang sect to line up and welcome us. Wang Ke stated earnestly. Princess Yoyue's eyes glistened. Thank you, Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao's mouth fell open in shock. It's over. Wang Ku has lost his mind. Chapter 16. A shock the following day, in the town of Wolf Immortal. At Wang Ku's residence. Wang Ku, this time, when I meet Brother Morong, I wish to shed my disguise. Princess Yue gazed at Wang Ku with anticipation. You wish to abandon your pretense? Wang Ku furrowed his brow. Yes, I desire to present myself in the most splendid manner before Brother Morong. Is that permissible? Princess Yue looked earnestly at Wang Ku. Betrayed by Morong Luguang, she felt an overwhelming sorrow within her heart. As she prepared to confront Morong, she did not wish to appear in a disheveled state, but rather in her most resplendent form. Regardless of the outcome, she wanted to avoid appearing too disconcerted. Perhaps this was the last flicker of her inner resolve. This time, as I seek to utilize your identity to apprentice at the Heavenly Wolf sect, I shall certainly safeguard everything about you. Not only will I ensure you do not appear disheveled, but I will also make you the most radiant focus of this grand wedding, the most beautiful person. Wang Ke declared, presenting a box of anti-inflammatory cream to Princess Yue. With cooperation, Princess Yue applied the cream to her face. Watching her reflection in the mirror, the small blemishes swiftly diminished, restoring her former smooth complexion. However, the scar inflicted by Nie Tianba remained, still looking ghastly. Ah, it is merely a scar. It is already an improvement, Princess Yue remarked with a bitter smile. Gazing at the scar. Not nearly enough. Just wait, I shall summon someone. Wang Ke shook his head. Oh? Princess Yue replied, perplexed. Soon. Wang Ke called upon a young woman. Little cousin, I entrust you with the task of concealing the scar on Princess Yoyue's face. Wang Ke instructed. The young woman responded with utmost respect. Rest assured, head of the family. With the foundation and BB cream you have concocted, my skills will surely meet your expectations. Wang Ke nodded. Very well, you proceed with Princess Yoyue's touch-up while I step out to make some arrangements. Understood. The young woman replied respectfully. Princess Yue watched in bewilderment as Wang Ke's cousin opened a box with great ceremony, adjusting various brushes and dipping them in peculiar substances before applying them to her face. Gradually, Princess Yue marveled at her reflection. The once fearsome scar was being transformed under the deft hands of Wang Ke's cousin. No. It was not merely being restored, it was concealed altogether. In such a brief span of time, the scar was nearly invisible, as if her face had reverted to its original state. Though she understood it was merely makeup, the transformation was nothing short of miraculous. For women, beauty is forever a common topic of conversation. Wang Ke's cousin possessed such extraordinary makeup skills. Clearly, they could share insights and bond as close friends in the future. This, my face? You are Wang Ke's little cousin? How can your makeup skills be so remarkable? What did you do before? Princess Yue exclaimed in astonishment. A mortician, the young cousin replied succinctly, falling silent thereafter. Princess Yue was taken aback. A mortician? The one who applies makeup to the deceased? She was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the idea of cultivating a friendship was completely forgotten, as she allowed her cousin to continue enhancing her appearance. Upon this occasion of touch-up, not only was her former beauty restored, but an extraordinary radiance was added, rendering Princess Yue remarkably enchanting. Soon, a maid arrived bearing a splendid outfit, as instructed by the master, requesting Princess Yue to don this bridal attire. This is a chi pao personally designed by the master, and our finest tailor has just completed it, the maid explained before departing. Bridal attire? What is a chi pao? Pondered Princess Yue, perplexed by the unusual crimson garment. Yet, she proceeded to change. Already stunning, Princess Yue, enhanced by her cousin's makeup, appeared even more resplendent. As she adorned the chi pao, her figure was accentuated beautifully, making her look extraordinarily exquisite. Glancing in the mirror, she marveled, this chi pao is truly beautiful, surpassing all the garments in my royal wardrobe. My legs, already long, appear even more elongated and graceful in this attire, though I must admit, my ample bosom slightly undermines the ethereal quality. Princess Yue felt that she had never been so beautiful in her life. How does Wang Ke know my measurements? She wondered. Nevertheless, this qipao is more stunning than any bridal attire I have ever encountered. She exclaimed. Princess Yue, are you ready? Came Wang Ke's voice from outside. I'm coming, replied Princess Yue as she opened the door, stepping out with an elegant gait and breathtaking beauty, further enhanced by the vibrant red qipao, making her radiate with unparalleled brilliance. Outside in the courtyard stood Wang Ke, Zhang Zhengdao, and a retinue of Wang Ke's subordinates, while Wang Ke's followers dared not stare too long. Wang Ke was momentarily taken aback, a string within him seemingly plucked, his heart racing uncontrollably. This sensation was reminiscent of the first time he had experienced a crush during his college days on Earth. How do I look? Princess Yue inquired. Wow, Princess Yue, you look absolutely stunning, Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed dramatically. A wave of satisfaction washed over Princess Yue, and she gratefully turned to Wang Ke, saying, Wang Ke, this outfit is truly beautiful. Wang Ke's heart fluttered, as if awakening from a trance. Wang brother, why are you so dazed and silent? Zhang Zhengdao questioned. I feel as though I have been electrified. Wang Ke instinctively shivered. Electrified? What does that mean? Zhang Zhengdao asked, puzzled. Wang Ke took a deep breath. All right, Princess Yue, let us proceed. It is time to pay respects at the Tianling sect. At this moment, Princess Yue noticed that Wang Ke's subordinates had formed a procession, surrounding a magnificent 8-bearer bridal sedan chair at the center. What is this? Princess Yue gasped in surprise. From now on, you shall be known as Zhang Lier. We are the wedding entourage. Wang Ke explained. You want me to wear bridal attire to impersonate Zhang Lier and infiltrate the Tianling sect? Princess Yue exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, this is our sole opportunity to infiltrate the Tianling sect today, and it is also the most expedient way for you to meet Muron Luguang, Wang Ke elucidated. Princess Yue bit her lip and ultimately nodded. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Slowly, Princess Yue stepped into the palanquin, while Zhang Zhengdao, with a peculiar expression, remarked, Brother Wang, do you believe we can blend in like this? The disciples of the Tianling sect are not fools. Let us give it a try. Wang Ke replied with unwavering resolve. Try? What if we are exposed? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment. Fear not, with you at the forefront. Even if we falter, the blame shall not fall upon us. Wang Ke reassured him. At the forefront? What do you mean? Wang Ke, clarify yourself. Are you intending to lead me into a trap? Zhang Zhengdao cried out. Lift the palanquin. We shall set forth. Wang Ke commanded with a solemn tone. Yes. The subordinates of Wang Ke lifted the flower palanquin and proceeded towards the gates of the estate, atop a peak outside the Tianling sect. Zhang Xinshu stood with a disciple of the Jinwu sect. Brother Zhang, there is no need to linger any longer. In 3 hours, the bridal procession of our senior sister will arrive. We should hasten to greet them, suggested the Jinwu disciple. However, Zhang Xinshu narrowed his eyes and replied, Not yet. Princess Yue has not been located. We have inquired extensively over the past few days, yet those 3 individuals bearing your token have vanished without a trace. Perhaps we should abandon this pursuit? The Jinwu disciple urged. No, my sister's wedding cannot afford any missteps. What if Princess Yue appears to cause disruption? Moreover, we have yet to search Langxian town, Zhang Xinshu said, casting his gaze towards the distant Langxian town. Langxian town, backed by the Tianling sect, harbors several cultivation families with connections to it. We are not in a position to conduct a search there, the disciple said with a wry smile. Not in a position? Indeed, while my Jinwu sect has placed a bounty on Princess Yue, the Tianling sect feigns ignorance. However, we must not overstep. If we were to search right at their doorstep, it would be a slap in the face. The disciple lamented. The Tianling sect? What do they have to lose? Zhang Xinshu scoffed. Despite the truth in his words, many were aware of Muron Luguang's past pursuit of Princess Yue when he entered the Shigui dynasty. They might pretend not to notice our capture of Princess Yue, but should we invade Muron Luguang's territory to search for her, it would utterly humiliate him. Especially since he is soon to become your brother-in-law. We cannot proceed too recklessly. Brother Zhang, you are new to the 10,000 Great Mountains and may not grasp the situation fully. The Tianling sect has quite the temperament, the disciple remarked with a weary smile. Zhang Xinshu fell into silence. Do not worry, Brother Zhang. The Tianling sect values its reputation. Even if Princess Yue were to appear at this moment, their disciples would discreetly capture her to ensure the wedding proceeds smoothly. Thus, you need not fret excessively, urged the disciple once more. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xinshu conceded. Very well, you may join the bridal procession. I shall remain here for a while longer. Understood. I shall take my leave then. The disciple offered a respectful bow and departed. Zhang Xinchu's mood was exceedingly bleak. Knowing full well that Princess Yue possessed his Jinwu token, yet being unable to locate her was truly infuriating. Today, my elder sister Zhang Lier is getting married. There must be no mistakes. If I were Princess Yue, what would I do? I would devise a plan to infiltrate the Tianlang sect. Zhang Xinchu pondered as he gazed at the entrance of the Tianlang sect, where a multitude of disciples stood, eagerly awaiting the bridal procession while simultaneously being vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. With such precautions in place, even if Princess Yue possessed extraordinary abilities, she could never gain entry. Zhang Xinchu scoffed. At that moment, a distant sound of drums and suona instruments echoed from the forest. Zhang Xinchu's expression shifted in surprise. Following the sound of the suona, horns, and beating drums, a throng of individuals clad in joyous attire emerged, carrying an enormous phoenix bridal palanquin. Was this a wedding procession from the mortal realm? What day could it be that someone else was marrying on the same day as my sister? How delightful! A hint of amusement crossed Zhang Xinchu's face. Yet, in the next instant, his expression darkened. Wait, why is this bridal procession heading towards the Tianlang sect? Is there another wedding today? Impossible. How could Morong Luguang make such a blunder? Just then, a booming voice resonated from outside the palanquin. The Jinwu sect is marrying off a daughter. Why hasn't the Tianlang sect come to welcome us? The voice, projected with true energy, reached the gates of the Tianlang sect. The disciples at the entrance exchanged bewildered glances. The Jinwu sect's procession? They have arrived early? As the disciples were consumed by doubt, the person who had called out suddenly produced a black orb from his hand and hurled it into the sky. Zhang Xinchu's face fell as he recognized the individual, Zhang Zhengdao, the one who had once deceived Princess Yue alongside Wang Ku in Justin Town, was now brazenly leading the wedding procession towards the Tianlang sect. Moreover, what was that black orb he had just thrown into the air? Boom! The orb exploded high above. And as the disciples of the Tianlang sect were momentarily stunned, they beheld that although the explosion's destructive power was minimal, it suddenly burst forth with countless vibrant lights, flooding the heavens and earth with auspicious energy. Instantly, an aura of unprecedented grandeur enveloped the Tianlang sect, filling the surroundings with a magnificent spectacle. This was the festival light, a creation of Princess Yue, and it appeared she possessed a second one. Once the festival light emerged, the atmosphere indeed transformed instantaneously. After all, even the succession ceremony of the sect leader had never witnessed such a grand occasion. If this wasn't the Jinwu sect's wedding procession, then what could possibly compare? The disciples of the Tianlang sect, who had previously doubted the legitimacy of the procession, suddenly changed their expressions, quick. The Jinwu sect's wedding procession has arrived early. Hurry and inform the elder brother to prepare. The early arrival of the Jinwu sect's wedding procession disrupted the arrangements of the Tianlang sect. Zhang Xinchu's eyes widened in fury. On the day of my sister's wedding, someone dares to cause chaos? And it is the very Princess Yue I am responsible for? Is this not a slap in the face? A group of reckless fools. Zhang Xinchu's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, a celestial crane soared upwards, carrying him directly towards the wedding procession. He descended from the skies, landing thunderously before the procession. Boom! Zhang Xinchu descended, positioning himself before the wedding procession, boldly daring to impersonate the auspicious entourage of my Jinwu sect. Do you seek death? Zhang Xinchu spoke coldly. Before the 8 flower palanquins, Zhang Zhengdao wore a pained expression. Wang Ku, I told you not to be so ostentatious. Now we are doomed. He is a disciple of the Jinwu sect, and surely recognizes our ruse. We are finished, utterly finished. Our cover is blown. We must flee. Flee? Huh. I wonder where you think you can escape to. Zhang Xinchu retorted icily. With a flick of his white paper fan, a tempest surged forth, sweeping through the wedding party. As soil and stones erupted around them, an overwhelming aura rendering all present immobile. A golden core cultivator? We are doomed. He alone could annihilate us all. Wang Ku, you have led us to our demise. Zhang Zhengdao's face fell in despair. Zhang Zhengdao, it is now your turn to perform. Wang Ku suddenly pushed Zhang Zhengdao forward. Me? Zhang Zhengdao asked in confusion. Have you forgotten what I told you? You can lie down now. Wang Ku urged in a hushed tone. Zhang Zhengdao's expression shifted. You want me to feign injury? What if it goes awry? If he tramples me, I'll be done for. You're setting me up. The benefits will be shared equally. Wang Ku insisted firmly. Zhang Zhengdao's eyes sparkled with resolve, and without hesitation, he suddenly fell to the ground. Oh no! I am gravely injured. Help! Someone, come quickly. Come and witness the plight of this unfortunate disciple of the Jinwu sect. Zhang Zhengdao cried out dramatically. As the dust settled, Zhang Xinshu beheld Zhang Zhengdao sprawled on the ground, his expression stiffening. The earlier gust he conjured was merely to stir up dust and trap these scoundrels. The man was not injured at all. Why then did he fall? His agonized visage suggested he was gravely harmed. Dare to feign death before me? Humph. After searching for you for so long, now I shall see where you attempt to flee. Zhang Xinshu coldly advanced. At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed from the entrance of the Tianlang sect. Halt! Who dares to commit violence outside the gates of my Tianlang sect? A multitude of disciples from the Tianlang sect rushed forth from the distance. Chapter 17. The Collusion Desist. Who dares to perpetrate violence outside the gates of my Tianlang sect? A multitude of disciples from the Tianlang sect surged forth from the distance. Zhang Xinshu's expression darkened, his heart brimming with resentment as he prepared to once again direct his folding fan towards the bridal sedan. Impudence! A commanding voice echoed from afar. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth, a flying sword, moving with astonishing speed towards Zhang Xinshu's head. Should he strike at the sedan again, his head would surely be severed by the blade. Who goes there? Zhang Xinshu's countenance shifted, and he could only raise his white paper fan in defense against the incoming sword. Who dares to act so recklessly at my Tianlang sect? A middle-aged man barked, glaring intently. Meanwhile, Wang Ke's eyes brightened at the sight of the bridal sedan. Did the disciples of Tianlang sect not recognize this man with the white paper fan? How splendid! The words he had prepared could now be cast aside. Wang Ke kicked Zhang Zhengdao at his feet, signaling him to call for help swiftly. Oh, murder! Help! My kidneys, my duodenum, it hurts so much. Help! Zhang Zhengdao cried out in feigned agony, effectively interrupting the exchange between the sword-wielding man and Zhang Xinshu. The man with the flying sword raised an eyebrow and pointed at Zhang Xinshu. Everyone, do not move. Surround him and ensure he does not escape. Yes. The disciples of the Tianlang sect encircled Zhang Xinshu, while the sword-wielding man turned his attention to Zhang Zhengdao. I am Sun Song of the Tianlang sect. How are you? He inquired. As Zhang Zhengdao prepared to speak, Wang Ke interjected. My senior brother is escorting our senior sister to her wedding. Is this how you welcome guests at your Tianlang sect? Ambushed at your very gates? Sun Song's expression shifted. Indeed. An incident occurring at the gates of the Tianlang sect would reflect poorly on them, even if the Jinwu sect chose not to pursue the matter. Do not listen to his nonsense. They are impostors. Zhang Xinshu interjected vehemently. Impostors? The disciples of the Tianlang sect looked bewildered. Impostors? Ha! Tianlang sect. Have you intentionally set this trap to ambush our senior sister? This villain is one of your own, is he not? You chose this day to assassinate my senior sister and humiliate the Jinwu sect, seeking to sever ties with us irreparably. Wang Ke rebuked. No, we do not know him. Sun Song exclaimed hastily. Do not know him? This is the gate of the Tianlang sect, your territory. A mere claim of ignorance absolves you of responsibility? My senior brother was gravely injured while protecting the senior sister in the bridal sedan. You must provide us with an explanation. Wang Ke insisted. I did not injure him at all. Zhang Xinshu protested in frustration. Wang Ke, you shameless fiend. Do you intend to extort me? He did not injure my senior brother, yet my senior brother lies incapacitated? Let me inform you. My senior brother is no ordinary person. He is the biological brother of our senior sister, Zhang Xinshu. Have you heard of him? Wang Ke proclaimed. At this, Zhang Xinshu was taken aback. The disciples of the Tianlang sect furrowed their brows, casting glances at Zhang Zhengdao on the ground, who was equally astonished. Why was he being made to impersonate Zhang Xinshu? It is because Wang Ke has already recognized the true Zhang Xinshu before him, although he has never seen his portrait. The information gathered by the Wang family's disciples has provided descriptions, holding a white paper fan, riding a crane, and at the golden core stage? It must be him. The most effective way to silence him is to render his words false. By hastily registering the name Zhang Xinshu, the false can transform into the true, and the true will become false. Is he really Zhang Xinshu? Sun Song inquired, astonished. Indeed, my senior brother Zhang Xinshu was ambushed and gravely injured. You all witnessed it. Without several 100,000 pounds of spirit stones, his injuries cannot be treated. Compensation he must pay. Wang Ke shouted, pointing at Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Zhengdao, who was about to rise to explain, suddenly fell back down upon hearing Wang Ke mention several 100,000 pounds of spirit stones. Wang Ke had just said he was responsible for half of it. Several 100,000 pounds? Oh dear, I may not survive. Zhang Xinshu is on the brink of death at the gates of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Uft. Zhang Jingdao forced himself, causing internal injury, and violently coughed up blood. It was a scene of utter devastation. Look, my senior brother is in such a dire state. Wang Ke scolded, gesturing towards Zhang Xinxiu. Ha ha ha, Wang Ke, Zhang Jingdao. And the one in the bridal sedan, Princess Yue, I presume? You audaciously deceive, managing to trick your way to the gates of the Heavenly Wolf sect? Do you think we are so easily deceived? The true Zhang Xinxiu sneered. Princess Yue? The disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect raised their eyebrows in surprise. Heavenly Wolf sect disciples, why have you not apprehended this scoundrel? Not only has he ambushed us, but he also dares to slander us. Several 100,000 pounds of spirit stones cannot compensate for the humiliation he has inflicted upon us. Wang Ke glared. Hearing the demand for an increased price, Zhang Jingdao again forced himself to spit out blood. Is several 100,000 not enough? How much does Wang Ke intend to extort? I am responsible for half of it. What is a little blood? Truth cannot be feigned, and falsehood cannot be authentic. Wang Ke, today you are doomed. Zhang Xinxiu said coldly. The disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect looked at Wang Ke with puzzled expressions. What are you staring at me for? Am I false? Is our Jinwu token also a forgery? We traveled thousands of miles to send the bride to your Heavenly Wolf sect, and do you truly intend to humiliate us here? Wang Ke fumed, throwing forth a Jinwu token. Bang! The Jinwu token landed in the hands of Sun Song and others. Upon inspection, Sun Song immediately confirmed its authenticity. The Jinwu token is the emblem of the Jinwu sect's leader. Seeing the token is akin to seeing the leader himself. It is said that the Jinwu sect granted it to Zhang Xinxiu to facilitate his command over the disciples of the Jinwu sect, with the Jinwu token as proof. Is there any need to discern who is true and who is false? Ah, it is indeed the brothers of the Jinwu sect. Please forgive me. I will interrogate this rascal immediately. Sun Song hastily apologized. However, Zhang Xinxiu's expression stiffened. The Jinwu token was the one he had given to Nie Tianba, and now it had become the evidence for Wang Ke's group. Kid, who are you? How dare you commit violence at the gates of my Heavenly Wolf sect and slander the esteemed brothers of the Jinwu sect? If you do not provide us with an explanation, do not blame the Heavenly Wolf sect for being impolite. Sun Song glared. Brother Sun, the formation has already locked on to your direction. If anyone dares to act recklessly, I will trigger the formation. A voice came from the distance among the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The crowd suddenly felt as if something had locked onto them, their hair standing on end. Zhang Xinxiu's expression froze. Are you all blind? This group is composed of fraudsters. I am Zhang Xinxiu of the Jinwu sect. You are Zhang Xinxiu? Sun Song slowly approached him. Indeed, I am Zhang Xinxiu. The one lying on the ground is an impostor. His name is Zhang Jingdao, and in the bridal sedan. It must be Princess Yue, as you can clearly see. Zhang Xinxiu declared in a deep voice. Shall we lift the bride's red veil to ascertain the truth? Sun Song fixed his gaze on Zhang Xinxiu. Yes, lift the veil, and the truth will be revealed. Zhang Xinxiu replied with confidence. Sun Song's expression hardened as he swung his hand and struck Zhang Xinxiu with a crisp slap. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Zhang Xinxiu stunned for a moment. What just happened? Did I just get slapped? Zhang Xinxiu's eyes widened, about to erupt in fury. You little brat. How dare you impersonate Zhang Xinxiu? Do you take us for fools? Today is the day of my senior brother's wedding. And you dare to ambush the bride and injure the esteemed Zhang Xinxiu of the Jinwu sect? You dare to accuse him of being a fake? Why not find someone else to impersonate? Do you think we are blind? Furthermore, today is the wedding day. How dare you incite us to lift the bride's veil? Do you think us simpletons? That is the bride, aside from the groom, who has the right to lift her veil. Sun Song admonished vehemently. You are courting death. How dare you strike me? No one has ever dared to hit me. Zhang Xinxiu shouted, glaring. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Zhang Xinxiu jolted and looked up. Tianlang sect, the heavenly thunder exorcism array? Boom. A deafening crash as the lightning struck Zhang Xinxiu. And despite his efforts to shield himself with a white paper fan, his clothes were instantly torn to shreds, sending him crashing to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood. You little impostor. Attempting to lift the bride's veil and disgrace both the Tianlang and Jinwu sects. Jeopardizing the alliance of our two celestial sects. You're asking for death. Sun Song bellowed. Zhang Xinxiu, feeling frustrated, spat out blood. Impersonating Zhang Xinxiu? I am the real one. Wang Ke, Zhang Jingdao, you are courting death. Zhang Xinxiu rose, seemingly ready to attack Wang Ke. Boom, boom, boom. A series of lightning bolts rained down. So rapid that even Zhang Xinxiu could not evade them, his body visibly blackening from the strikes. I will kill you. Zhang Xinshu roared amidst the storm of thunder. Strike again. Do not stop the heavenly thunder exorcism array. No matter how many spirit stones it consumes, it's worth it. This scoundrel dares to impersonate senior brother Zhang Xinshu, humiliating my senior brother and the brothers of the Jinwu sect. Strike him fiercely. Sun Song commanded to those behind him. Rumbling. The terrifying thunder, which even ordinary Golden Core practitioners could not withstand, rained down mercilessly. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao watched, their eyelids twitching in anticipation. However, as the strikes were not directed at them, they found it thoroughly exhilarating. Brother Sun, it seems this person has stopped moving? Beside them, a disciple of the Tianlang sect expressed his concerns. Halt! Sun Song's voice boomed, instantly silencing the thunderous uproar. My esteemed brothers of the Jinwu sect, I sincerely apologize for the alarm caused. Sun Song bowed respectfully to Wang Ku and his group. Has he perished? What then shall become of my spirit stones? Zhang Jingdao, lying on the ground, asked in confusion. Weren't we supposed to extort him for several 100,000 pounds of spirit stones? If he is dead, where shall I seek my compensation? He is not dead yet. We shall escort him to the Tianlang sect for strict supervision. Once he awakens, we will ascertain the truth and provide you all with a satisfactory explanation. Sun Song promptly reassured them. And what of my injuries? Zhang Jingdao lamented. Do you possess no empathy? I am still here, bleeding, while the very person I intended to extort lies unconscious at your hands. How am I to extricate myself from this predicament? Perhaps one of our alchemists skilled in healing could attend to your injuries? Sun Song suggested. Consult a physician? Wouldn't that expose our intentions? No need. The Jinwu sect has its own healers, and we shall manage without your assistance. Wang Ke retorted coldly. We are suspicious of your sect's sincerity regarding the union with our esteemed senior sister. It appears we were ambushed outside the Tianlang sect. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation post-haste. Sun Song assured them hastily. Wang Ke narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the charred Zhang Xinshu in the distance, seemingly intent on having him detained. This individual cannot be left to your interrogation. Fear not. The Tianlang sect shall soon furnish you with an account. Sun Song stated promptly. After all, this individual had chosen to ambush the Jinwu sect's wedding procession specifically at the Tianlang sect's doorstep. Undoubtedly a targeted act. Given the severe injuries inflicted by the Tianlang sect, it was only right that they conduct the interrogation to prevent further complications. Very well. I hope for a swift and satisfactory resolution. However, Zhang Xinshu's injuries cannot be overlooked. We demand compensation in the form of his possessions. Wang Ke insisted sternly. That is unacceptable, Sun Song countered. Setting aside whether this charred individual possesses any relevant items, given his golden core cultivation, he undoubtedly holds many valuable possessions. How can we simply relinquish them to you? Sun Song's expression darkened. Are you no longer playing? No longer marrying? Are you leaving? Sun Song exclaimed. The Tianlang sect and Jinwu sect have prepared for this moment for such a long time, having summoned numerous powerful immortals to attend the wedding. And now you simply wish to abandon it? I cannot bear such a heavy burden alone. All right, enough. For the time being, you shall keep his belongings in your custody. Sun Song replied, visibly frustrated. What say you, Zhang? Wang Ke inquired of Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Jingdao, still lying on the ground, was taken aback. Was this not a scheme for several 100,000 pounds of spirit stones? They were demanding everything. Wang Ke was rather merciless, yet he relished the thought. For half of it belonged to him. Very well, the wedding of my sister shall not be marred because of me. So be it, Zhang Jingdao thought, delighting inwardly despite his weakened state. Brother Zhang Xinshu, your noble understanding is deeply appreciated. Sun Song sighed in relief. The group quickly concluded their division of spoils. Zhang Xinshu was returned to the Tianlang sect, while his storage bracelet and magical artifacts were entrusted to Wang Ke and his companions. In the depths of unconsciousness, Zhang Xinshu felt as though he had been entirely hollowed out, stripped of his very essence, utterly powerless to resist, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness and despair. Where is my previous white paper fan? Wang Ke inquired, puzzled. I don't know. Perhaps it was reduced to ashes by lightning? Without any magical artifacts. This is the only storage bracelet we possess. Sun Song expressed his concerns. Never mind, Wang Ke declared, tucking the storage bracelet into his bosom. Zhang Jingdao, standing nearby, attempted several times to speak, yet with so many eyes upon him, he hesitated to express himself openly. He merely fixed his gaze upon Wang Ke, silently urging him to fulfill his promise of sharing equally. Wang Ke returned a reassuring glance, which filled Zhang Jingdao with contentment. Once the distribution was concluded, Zhang Jingdao's injuries inexplicably healed significantly, enabling him to stand and walk, leaving Sun Song and the others in a state of bewilderment. All right. My senior sister has been delivered to the outer gates of the Heavenly Wolf sect. When shall we enter? Wang Ku addressed the assembled disciples of the sect. Let the music commence. Sun Song bellowed. Suddenly, joyous melodies resonated from outside the gates of the Heavenly Wolf sect, accompanied by streams of magical light soaring into the sky. Though not as resplendent as the grandeur of a grand ceremony, it was nonetheless a feast for the senses. A throng of disciples from the Heavenly Wolf sect emerged, following the customary protocol to extend their welcome. Esteemed guests, please enter the Heavenly Wolf sect. Sun Song invited graciously. Wang Ku nodded, directing his wedding procession. As they confidently carried Princess Yu Yue into the sect, escorted by the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect, Zhang Jingdao's expression turned peculiar as he muttered to himself softly. Have I truly fallen for Wang Ku's scheme? Striding into the sect with such pomp, honored by the disciples? I have long suspected that this enigmatic man, Wang Ku, is indeed peculiar. Yet he is so miserly. After my immense sacrifice and the blood I have shed, he offers me but half? Stingy Wang, a veritable miser. Chapter 18. The scheme to exterminate demons. Upon entering the Tianlang sect, Wang Ku couldn't help but inhale sharply. Indeed, the disciples of the Immortal sect seemed to be steeped in a broth of spirit stones. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich, far surpassing that of Shuxian town. Wang Ku marveled at this. Coming from the countryside, are you? Just look at that mountain. Zhang Zhengdao pointed towards a colossal peak in the distance. Wang Ku focused his gaze and suddenly raised his eyebrows in astonishment. The mountain was immensely towering, adorned with an abundance of rare herbs, and more importantly, the exposed rocks sparkled with transparency. Spirit stones? Those exposed rocks are actually spirit stones? Wang Ku's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, that entire mountain is a spirit stone mountain, the very foundation of a sect. With such a spiritual mountain, the protective formation can perpetually harness boundless energy, allowing generations of disciples to cultivate. Zhang Zhengdao sighed in admiration. Wang Ku gasped, a mountain composed entirely of spirit stones? How much wealth does that amount to? The spirit stones I earned before seem insignificant in comparison to this mountain. Excitement flickered in Wang Ku's eyes. Zhang Zhengdao was taken aback. Wealth? What wealth? Do you think that spiritual mountain can be easily claimed? The formations surrounding it can obliterate even Yuanying realm experts. Even the sect master of Tianlang cannot extract them with ease. This is the foundation of the Tianlang sect. Although the spirit stones are plentiful, they must be distributed over countless years, and only those who contribute significantly to the sect will receive their share. Do you think anyone can just arrive and take what they wish? Wang Ku, however, paid no heed to Zhang Zhengdao's words, his gaze fixated on the spiritual mountain. As Wang Ku and Zhang Zhengdao whispered excitedly, they were led by the wedding procession to a cluster of buildings at the foot of the mountain. Esteemed brothers from the Jinwu sect, arrangements have been made for you here. The wedding ceremony is set for noon. Please await the appointed time. Sun Song explained to Wang Ku and Zhang Zhengdao. What? You want us to wait? To leave us here? Does Tianlang sect boast such arrogance, or is this an insult? Zhang Zhengdao's eyes widened in indignation. Brother Zhang, please do not take offense. Our wedding was scheduled for noon as agreed, and the invitations sent to the guests from various sects also specify noon. As the guests have yet to arrive, we cannot proceed with our preparations. Sun Song replied with a wry smile. Zhang Zhengdao was about to express his rightful anger again when Wang Ku pulled him back. What are you doing? Zhang Zhengdao questioned. Perplexed. Brother Sun is correct. Without guests, what sort of wedding would it be? It is only right to adhere to the agreed time. Besides, the senior sister needs to make preparations. Wang Ku urged. Zhang Zhengdao looked utterly baffled. Thank you for your understanding, junior brother. Sun Song expressed his gratitude immediately. Brother Zhang, I know your heart is with the senior sister, but this wedding is of great significance and cannot be casually changed. Have you not always been curious about the Tianlang sect? Since we have some time, why not allow the brothers of the Tianlang sect to give you a proper tour? Wang Ku suggested. Zhang Zhengdao appeared astonished. Visit the Tianlang sect? Do I possess such leisure for sightseeing? Indeed. I shall arrange for Brother Zhang Shinshu to thoroughly explore our Tianlang sect. When the grand wedding takes place, we will proceed together to the East Wolf Palace. Sun Song exclaimed with a grin. Zhang Zhengdao furrowed his brow in confusion, but Wang Ku discreetly signaled him. Very well, I'll inform my elder sister. You proceed with the arrangements, Zhang Zhengdao replied in a deep voice. Excellent. Sun Song promptly exited to make preparations. Once Sun Song departed, Zhang Zhengdao grasped Wang Ku's arm. Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? When did I express a desire to tour the Tianlang sect? The wedding between Murong Luguang and Zhang Lier is scheduled for noon. I deliberately arrived 3 hours early, anticipating that the guests would not yet be gathered, thus delaying the ceremony. The Tianlang sect, feeling guilty towards us, will undoubtedly permit us to roam its grounds. It is this window of opportunity that I seek. And the next steps rely on you, Wang Ku explained earnestly. What do you mean it relies on me? Wang Ku, are you digging a pit for me? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in alarm. Who are we seeking at the Tianlang sect? Wang Ku fixed his gaze on Zhang Zhengdao. Are we looking for Murong Luguang? No. We seek the sect master. Zhang Zhengdao suddenly realized. Indeed, but how can we possibly find the sect master during the wedding? This is absurd. We must locate the sect master as swiftly as possible. Time is of the essence, so you must act quickly. Wang Ku urged. Locate? How am I to do that? I have never been here before. Zhang Zhengdao cried out in dismay. I have heard that every sect possesses a warning bell for its destruction, Wang Ku stated. Fixing his eyes on Zhang Zhengdao. The destruction warning bell? When a sect faces annihilation, ringing the bell rouses all disciples in seclusion and summons those outside to return immediately. The Tianlang sect's warning bell, once sounded, can be heard throughout the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. Zhang Zhengdao responded, bewildered. Correct, while finding the sect master may be challenging. Locating the destruction warning bell should not be too difficult. Such a strategic artifact is sure to be placed in a conspicuous location. Your task is to find the destruction warning bell and ring it. This will draw the sect master out. Wang Ku elaborated. Brother Wang, are you jesting? If I ring the destruction warning bell, I will be doomed. The entire Tianlang sect will hunt me down. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in horror. Did you not say that the sect master would protect Princess Yue? Everything is for Princess Yue. I have wagered so much this time. We have secured over 2 hours. Do not ruin this for me. If anything goes awry with my subordinates, I shall crush your very essence. Wang Ku glared fiercely. Brother Wang, must you be so ruthless? Zhang Zhengdao gasped in fear. Rest assured, your skin is thick, and you possess remarkable escape skills. Such a minor task should be within your capabilities. Wang Ku reassured him. I cannot do this. Zhang Zhengdao lamented, a sorrowful expression on his face. This would offend the entire Tianlang sect. While the sect master may protect Princess Yue, he will not shield me. If I am pursued by the entire sect, will I not be finished? Are you hesitating to agree because you see no benefits? Wang Ku frowned. Huh, are there benefits? Zhang Zhengdao's eyes brightened. Zhang Xinxiu, that storage bracelet contains all treasures which shall belong to you. I only seek the empty bracelet. What do you say? Wang Ku fixed his gaze on Zhang Zhengdao, offering benefits. Brother Wang, haha, for Princess Yue, isn't it simply extinguishing the sect's warning bell? Leave it to me. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhengdao's demeanor instantly transformed. Wang Ku was already accustomed to Zhang Zhengdao's capriciousness. You said it. If the bell does not toll before noon, we shall be exposed. Should we falter, I will crush your very essence. Wang Ku spoke ominously. Zhang Zhengdao's face stiffened. Then, it's merely a matter of ringing a bell. It's an easy task. Wang Ku reassured him. Zhang Zhengdao wished to protest further. But Sun Song had already dispatched personnel, and Zhang Zhengdao, with an expression of uncertainty, was led around the Tianlang sect. Meanwhile, Wang Ku and the wedding procession awaited in a small courtyard. Wang Ku, why didn't you allow Brother Murong to meet me earlier? Princess Yue in the bridal sedan expressed her impatience. Although Wang Ku had managed to bring her into Tianlang sect, she wondered why she couldn't see Murong Luguang sooner. How long must she wait? Your Highness, the wedding protocol dictates that the bride and groom must not meet before the ceremony. I could reveal your identity and compel Murong Luguang to come immediately. But what if he is unwilling? Wang Ku replied with a wry smile. That's impossible. He will certainly want to see me. Princess Yue bit her lip. What if we miscalculate? I would risk my life for you, but look at my subordinates. They have families, wives, and children. They are risking their lives to accompany you in this charade. You surely cannot stand idly by should anything happen to them. Wang Ku implored. A hint of anguish in his voice. Princess Yue fell silent. Let us wait a little longer. Rest assured. I promise to protect you and deliver you safely into the hands of the Lord of Tianlang sect. You shall certainly confront Murong Luguang. Wang Ku urged. He had to persuade her. He had witnessed her penchant for endangering her allies throughout their journey. If he did not placate this little sovereign, even the most skilled companions could find themselves in peril. Fine, I suppose. Princess Yue, with a heavy heart, suppressed her growing anxiety. In a valley of the Tianlang sect, a strikingly handsome and robust man stood, one hand gripping the sword sheath and the other the hilt of his sword, eyes closed, seemingly attuned to something. His entire being poised for action. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, akin to the one that had previously rendered Zhang Xinqiu unconscious. The lightning, fierce and commanding, threatened to cleave the man in two. In that fleeting instant, the robust man opened his eyes and drew his sword. With a resounding whoosh, a beam of sword light illuminated the entire valley, soaring upward to meet the lightning. The other disciples of Tianlang's sect at the valley's entrance were momentarily blinded, unable to discern anything. When their vision cleared, the man's sword had already returned to its sheath. Boom! The ground on either side of him was struck by lightning, creating two massive craters. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the robust man's eyes. Master brother, your demon-slaying swordsmanship has become increasingly formidable. You can even cleave lightning in twain? Sun Song, who had previously settled Wang Ku and his entourage, approached in astonishment. The master brother of the Tianlang sect, Morong Luguang. My sword needs no prompting from you. How fares the arrival of our guests? Morong Luguang inquired, casting a glance at Sun Song. Have arrived. And they are being closely monitored. None of them are yet aware of the true purpose of this grand wedding. By noon, they should all be present. Sun Song respectfully replied. Morong Luguang narrowed his eyes slightly. Excellent. My efforts in surveilling the 10,000 mountain range have not been in vain. I have documented every lurking malevolent force. This time, we shall capture them all in one fell swoop. Not a single one shall escape. Indeed, Master Brother strategizes with great foresight. These minor evildoers are but mere shadows beneath your blade. However, it seems some benefits may accrue to the Jinwu sect. Sun Song furrowed his brow. Benefits? Did not the Jinwu sect also send their own elder sister? Morong Luguang replied with pride. Master brother, did you not mention that this time we would stage a performance with Zhang Li luring out the lurking demons from various sects to eliminate them all? Is the wedding between Zhang Li and Master Brother merely a ruse? Sun Song questioned in astonishment. A ruse? Can a false act not yield true results? Do you have any idea of the merit that will be gained from this demon-slaying endeavor? How could it possibly benefit the Jinwu sect? If Zhang Li cooperates and becomes my bride, I could even share some rewards with them. Morong Luguang chuckled. Master Brother is truly wise. Zhang Li is likely the daughter of the Jinwu sect's leader. Should Master Brother succeed in this demon-slaying mission, he could potentially gain the support of the Jinwu sect, a perfect twofold benefit. Sun Song expressed his admiration. Morong Luguang smiled with satisfaction. Sun Song, I have heard that Zhang Li has arrived ahead of schedule. Yes, she has just recently arrived and encountered an ambush outside the mountain gate. I suspect it was a deliberate test of her surroundings. The ambushers have already been apprehended. Sun Song reported respectfully. Oh, we have invited guests from the 10,000 mountain range, half of whom are demons hidden within the various sections. With so many demons converging, they are bound to be on high alert, perhaps even testing Zhang Li's resolve. The entourage accompanying her is well disguised, especially her brother, Zhang Xinyu, who pretends to be weak, lulling the lurking demons into complacency. Sun Song added respectfully. Does Zhang Li not trust me? Now that she sees demons lying in wait, she surely cannot bear to leave. Morong Luguang asserted with confidence. Zhang Xinyu has taken the opportunity to explore our Tianlang sect, and I have granted permission. Sun Song remarked. I have encountered Zhang Xinyu once. He is not a good-natured fellow and will certainly seek to take advantage. My concessions are not so easily won. Let him wander amidst the maze around the Tianlang sect during my demon-slaying endeavor. I must ensure he does not come to claim any merit for himself. In matters of merit, here in the Tianlang sect, only I shall allocate it. Morong Luguang stated solemnly. Understood. Sun Song replied respectfully. Chapter 19. Such excitement. The wedding of Morong Luguang and Zhang Li. This moment signifies not merely the union of two cultivators, but rather the alliance of two formidable sects. The Tianlang sect and the Jinwu sect stand as the pinnacle of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The convergence of these two prestigious sects raises questions about their intentions. Consequently, upon the issuance of the wedding invitation by the Tianlang sect, various sects within the 10,000 Great Mountains were stirred into action. Those of lesser strength arrived promptly at the Tianlang sect, while the more powerful ones, with their own prestige, arrived fashionably late. Thus, as Wang Ku and his entourage carried the bridal sedan chair into the Tianlang sect, they attracted the attention of many guests. Whispers filled the air as they noted Zhang Xinqiu's appearance, marveling at his audacity to act in such a bold manner. Questions arose among some disciples of different sects. exchanging glances as if to inquire, "Was that individual sent by you?" In this peculiar atmosphere, the guests awaited patiently. As time passed, numerous formidable figures from the 10,000 great mountains began to arrive, some riding fearsome beasts, others soaring upon majestic avians, each showcasing their grandeur and signifying the importance of this wedding. As noon approached, the Tianlang sect buzzed with activity, particularly at the entrance of the East Wolf Hall, which was teeming with guests. The groom, dressed in resplendent wedding attire, Murong Luguang, observed that most of the guests had gathered. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a satisfied smile graced his lips as he cordially welcomed the powerful figures from various sections. "Congratulations, Brother Murong. You and Zhang Liu are a match made in heaven." Thank you, thank you." After exchanging pleasantries, the appointed time drew near. Murong Luguang signaled to Sun Song, who promptly understood the cue and arranged matters accordingly. Soon, a loud call echoed through the hall, "The bride has arrived." At this proclamation, all guests fell silent, their gazes directed towards the approaching procession bearing the bridal sedan chair. Meanwhile, Wang Ke's expression soured as he pondered the tardiness of Zhang Jingdao. What could he possibly be doing? Has the alarm not yet been sounded? Is he planning to flee? That old fool might indeed go through with it, abandoning everything. Is he not aware of the congregation of numerous powerful beings here, including many at the Golden Core stage? Must today be so grandiose? Wang Ke's anxious gaze scanned the sea of formidable guests. "The bride descends," Sun Song announced once more. The sedan chair halted, and attendants emerged, assisting Princess Yue as she gracefully stepped down. Remaining silent, the princess recalled her promise to Wang Ke. She was not to speak, lest she inadvertently compromise him. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she peered through the sheer red veil at Wang Ke, contemplating, "This time. Your misfortune is not my concern. I am not the one who has placed you in this predicament." At that moment, Wang Ke cursed Zhang Jingdao vehemently in his mind. Yet, faced with the unfolding reality, he could only brace himself for the inevitable, determined not to falter. Meanwhile, Murong Luguang was equally astonished by the bridal attire. Realizing that not only was Zhang Liu beautiful, but her figure was also strikingly exquisite. Although it is said that his temperament is rather irritable, such matters are of little consequence. In due time, he can be gradually molded. At this moment, Murong Luguang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He glanced around at the guests. After today, not only would he have won the heart of a beauty, but he would also eradicate the wicked, seize the merits for himself, and even gain renown throughout the vast mountains. Half of the guests present were registered evildoers. At this moment, with the gathering of malevolent forces, the time to act was nigh, allowing him to relish the fruits of his plotting. The hour was at hand. It was time to deactivate the mountain's protective array and commence the grand wedding. Murong Luguang declared with a booming voice. The disciples of the Sky Wolf sect prepared to carry out his command. "Wait." A voice suddenly interrupted Murong Luguang's directives. All eyes turned to see Wang Ke standing beside the bride. Who is this person that dares to interrupt Murong Luguang? Wang Ke had no choice but to intervene. Princess Yue was about to lift her veil to question Murong Luguang. Once the veil was lifted, her identity would be exposed, and with the sect leader absent, her group would surely face dire consequences. "Senior sister, please do not lift the veil or speak. Allow me to inquire on your behalf." Wang Ke promptly called out to the bride. Princess Yue hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from lifting the veil. This scene left the onlookers perplexed. With the wedding ceremony imminent, what was the bride attempting to do? "Who is this?" Murong Luguang furrowed his brow. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. I now represent my senior sister and have several matters to inquire of you before the wedding, and I request that you clarify them in front of all the guests." Wang Ke asserted boldly. "Oh." Murong Luguang frowned. "What is Zhang Liu up to? Was it not agreed that during the wedding, we would capture all the evildoers among the guests? Why the need for inquiries?" In an instant, a thought flashed through Murong Luguang's mind, and he began to grasp the situation. His plan was to perform the wedding rites, thus solidifying the marriage as a reality, blurring the lines between pretense and truth. Meanwhile, Zhang Liu's intention must be to commence the eradication of evil before the wedding rites. Once the eradication was complete, there would be no necessity for the ceremony. Having entered the Sky Wolf sect, one could not evade the wedding and still expect to reap the rewards of merit. What a dream! Murong Luguang mused. "Senior brother, should we still seal the mountain gate?" Sun Song inquired anxiously. "There is no rush. The bride has questions to pose, and I shall wait for her inquiries. We will address matters after she is done." Murong Luguang spoke in a low, resolute tone. "You wish to play a game? I shall indulge you." If you refuse to agree to the wedding, I will pause the eradication of evil. If you do not heed my words, do not expect to gain merit through the extermination of evil. With so many eyes upon us, you undoubtedly dare not openly reveal our intentions. We shall see when you relent. However, Sun Song felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I have spoken, let the bride ask. Morong Luguang reiterated sternly. The guests, sensing the unusual atmosphere, noted that not all present were malevolent, and thus, no one intervened. Morong Luguang. My senior sister has instructed me to ask you about your relationship with Princess Yue, Wang Ku inquired, buying time. Princess Yue? The crowd fell silent. For many had heard tales of Morong Luguang's pursuit of Princess Yue in the lands beyond the vast mountains, which had ultimately come to naught. As the grand wedding approached, the bride inquired about the groom's relationship with another woman. Was she feeling jealous? Did she erupt at the wedding venue? Morong Luguang felt a sense of relief. Having anticipated that Zhang Lier might ask something serious, but it turned out she was genuinely envious. It seems my calculations were unnecessary. My charm has indeed captivated Zhang Lier. Lier, you worry too much. How could there possibly be anything between me and Princess Yue? Morong Luguang reassured her. However, the bride clenched her fists tighter. I've heard you pursued Princess Yue in the Shirgui Empire, Morong Luguang. How can you claim there is no connection? Wang Ke pressed on relentlessly. Morong Luguang glanced at Wang Ke, wondering who this irritating person was, always exposing his secrets. Lier, rest assured. I have never held any affection for Princess Yue. My time in the Shirgui Empire was merely for training. It was she who shamelessly pursued me. Eventually, I could no longer endure it and left. Yet she continues to slander me, claiming that I sought her. How could that be? Lier, if you don't trust my character, at least believe in my taste. How could I, Morong Luguang, ever be attracted to her unattractive appearance? It is you, Zhang Lier, who captured my heart from the very first meeting. Morong Luguang consoled her. Unattractive? The bride's voice twisted with suppressed rage. Indeed, in my eyes, Princess Yue possesses not a single redeeming quality. The only thing that once lent her allure was her status. But now that her empire has fallen, she has become nothing more than a fallen phoenix. Just look, during this wedding, your Jinwu sect has issued a bounty for her capture, and I paid no heed to her fate. How could I possibly have any feelings for her? I only cherish you, Lier. Morong Luguang comforted. To Zhang Lier. These words may have sounded like sweet nothings, but to Princess Yue, they were a complete mockery. Brother Morong, how can you be so shameless? I pursued you? I was the one chasing after you. Would you have dared to say such things in front of my mother? And calling me unattractive and worthless? Knowing full well that the Jinwu sect is hunting for me, you still disregard my life? 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Lier, are you moved? You can rest easy. I, Morong Luguang, vow to love only you from now on. As for Princess Yue, when I see her, I will. Morong Luguang continued to soothe the bride. Meanwhile, Wang Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. You're doomed. Zhang Jingdao has mentioned that Princess Yue has powerful allies. You're courting your own demise. Girls despise being called ugly. And you keep insisting on it? Are you trying to elevate Zhang Liu by stepping on Princess Yue? She must be seething with rage right now. Indeed. After trembling with fury, the bride seemed ready to leap at Morong Luguang. In that moment, all her hopes and affections crumbled. The former object of her secret admiration had transformed into the source of her animosity. She longed to tear his words apart. Did I say something wrong? Morong Luguang asked in confusion. No, the bride's fervent reaction, even to the point of wanting to throw herself at me, must surely mean she was touched by my earlier words and could not help but desire to embrace me. At this moment, Morong Luguang felt a delightful surge of confidence. However, Wang Ke firmly grasped the bride's hand, imploring, Senior sister, please endure this moment. Morong Luguang nodded in agreement, contemplating, indeed, just hold on a little longer. We have yet to vanquish the demons. Once that is accomplished, we shall consummate our union. I am aware of my charm, but you must also exercise patience. And that insufferable brat, where do you think your hands are wandering? Release Liar. Just as Morong Luguang shot a disapproving glare at Wang Ke, the bride unexpectedly burst into tears. She threw herself into Wang Ke's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. In the midst of the wedding celebration, the bride suddenly sought solace in another man's arms. The groom stood nearby, utterly taken aback by her audacity. Wang Ke, Morong Luguang, Sun Song. All the guests. What is happening? This is utterly thrilling. Chapter 20, The Chaos of the Noble Circle at the entrance of the Eastern Wolf Hall of the Tianlang sect. A scene unfolded that was far from the traditional exchange of vows between the bride and groom. Instead, the bride fell weeping into the arms of another man. This spectacle was undeniably provocative, if not outright unsettling. The onlookers turned their gazes to Murong Luguang, whose hair suddenly appeared as vibrant as his name suggested. His face flushed crimson. Today was supposed to be his wedding. Zhang Lier had the audacity to bring her lover to the altar. Was this a deliberate attempt to humiliate him? Stop! Murong Luguang shouted fiercely, drawing his sword. Seemingly intent on slaying this interloper, Wang Ke. I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. I'm innocent. Wang Ke protested, flustered. Princess Yue. You may know Murong Luguang's true nature, but please, do not act recklessly. Everyone is watching. All the disciples of Tianlang's sect have drawn their swords. They wish to kill me. Are you setting me up again? He added, desperately asserting their innocence. Embracing so tightly, and yet you claim to be innocent? Young man, do you still dare to hold her? Murong Luguang glared, exuding an aura of menace. I'm not holding her. Look, my hands are open. She is the one embracing me. Murong Luguang, please, calm down. Wang Ke lamented. Wang Ke sensed Murong Luguang advancing with his sword raised. Calm down. How could Murong Luguang possibly remain composed? Though he and Zhang Lier were merely acting, he had already resolved to turn their pretense into reality, considering her his own. But now, just when she was almost his, she had thrown herself into another man's arms in full view of the crowd. How could he maintain his composure? I will kill that scoundrel. The guests wished to intervene, but were at a loss as to how to persuade anyone. The disciples of Tianlang's sect stood helpless, bewildered by this upheaval. The wedding had devolved into utter chaos. Just as Murong Luguang was about to strike and Wang Ke was on the verge of a breakdown, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside the mountain gate, momentarily stunning everyone. What was happening outside the Tianlang sect? Murong Luguang, jolted into a semblance of calm, reminded himself of the significant task at hand, vanquishing the demons. What could it be that nearly jeopardized our plans? The crowd perked up, and soon they heard the jubilant sounds of music and celebration emanating from beyond the gates. A radiant glow illuminated the sky, suggesting a bridal procession was approaching. Who oversees affairs at Tianlang sect? The Jinwu sect has arrived to deliver the bride, yet no one is here to greet them. A commanding voice bellowed from outside. The Jinwu sect's wedding procession? Murong Luguang gasped. Sun Song echoed his shock. The guests were equally bewildered. What was happening? How could another Jinwu sect wedding procession arrive at their doorstep? How many brides was Tianlang sect planning to marry today? At that moment, a Tianlang sect disciple rushed in, breathless. Eldest senior brother, another Jinwu sect bridal procession has arrived, and I recognize some of them as disciples of the Jinwu sect. What? Murong Luguang's brow furrowed in confusion. Murong Luguang, where's my brother? A voice roared from beyond the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a woman adorned in a red veil emerged from the floral sedan chair, stepping gracefully onto a celestial crane, and boldly entered the gates of the Tianlang sect. At that moment, recognizing the entourage of the Jinwu sect, the guardians of the mountain did not impede their entrance, though a look of bewilderment spread across their faces. Yet another bride appeared? What spectacle was the Jinwu sect attempting to create? The bride, riding upon the celestial crane, charged into the Tianlang sect, followed by a throng of Jinwu sect disciples who ceased their merriment and surged in alongside her. They soon discovered that countless individuals had gathered outside the Dongling Hall, all rushing toward this very location. With a swift swoosh, the celestial crane descended upon the plaza of Donglang Hall, where Wang Ke immediately recognized it. 3 hours prior, it was this very crane that had carried Zhang Xinshu before him. Zhang Xinshu had been struck down by the heavenly thunder exorcism array, reduced to charcoal. Yet the crane had flown away. It turned out that the crane had sensed Zhang Xinshu's grave injuries and had taken refuge in the clouds, only returning to the bride to relay the events that had transpired. Upon learning of her brother's downfall, the bride was consumed by a mix of fury and humiliation, propelling herself into the hall. Who are you? Murong Luguang stared in astonishment at the newcomer. Who am I? Murong Luguang, how bold you are. Are you deceiving me? The Jinwu sect has prepared extensively for today, and now, at this critical moment, you feign ignorance of my identity? Murong Luguang, do you wish to die? The bride's voice trembled with anger. In her rage, she lifted her red veil, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face that radiated both pride and a fiery temperament, causing all who beheld her to widen their eyes in shock. Zhang Liu? It's Zhang Lier. The guests around exclaimed in astonishment. You? Liu? Murong Luguang gasped in disbelief. Still pretending not to know me? Zhang Lier glared fiercely. Yet, Moron Luguang turned his gaze to the bride in Wang Ke's arms. Then who are you? All eyes turned toward Wang Ke and his bride, filled with intrigue. The wedding had transformed into something far beyond mere excitement. Now, a rivalry between two women for a man unfolded before them. Furthermore, one of the women had brought along her paramour to contend for his affection. What was happening? The social circle had become utterly chaotic. In Wang Ke's embrace, Princess Yue stiffened, while a look of tension crossed Wang Ke's face. Damn you, Zhang Zhengdao. You haven't rung the bell yet. I can't keep this act up any longer. All attention was now fixed on Wang Ke and the bride in his arms. A bead of sweat trickled down Wang Ke's forehead, but his extensive experience in deception, no, his wealth of life experience, allowed him to suppress his rising panic in an instant. Stay calm, stay calm. Even if I can't keep this up, I must continue the performance. Life is but a stage, after all. Let's improvise. Moron Luguang. How dare you question our identities? Do you not know who we are? Wang Ke's voice rang out with authority. Moron Luguang raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the confidence in Wang Ke's tone. Princess, allow me to unveil your red veil once more. Take a good look at this heartless man. Wang Ke declared as he lifted the veil from Princess Yue's face. Since concealment was no longer an option, they would reveal the truth. As the veil was lifted, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Who is this? Absolutely stunning. He referred to her as a princess, and just moments ago inquired about Moron Luguang's feelings towards Princess Yue. It couldn't be, could it? The enchanting Princess Yue? Who dared to call her ugly? Was Moron Luguang blind? How could anyone deem her unattractive? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the guests. This was the first time Moron Luguang had witnessed the stunningly made-up Princess Yue, and for a brief moment, he seemed utterly taken aback. Princess Yue? Zhang Lier exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Lier herself was exceptionally beautiful, yet this time, clad in a cheap hao and enhanced by the makeup of her cousin Wang Ke. Princess Yue outshone her effortlessly. Princess, did you see? Did you hear? We told you, but you didn't believe. Moron Luguang has changed his heart. You risked your life crossing countless mountains to seek him out, insisting we were deceiving you, claiming Moron Luguang would never waver, even on the day of his wedding. Which was not his true desire. You, disregarding your own dignity, disguised yourself as Zhang Lier just to catch a glimpse of him and surprise him. But look now. A deceiver, Moron Luguang, he is a scoundrel of the heart. Wang Ke shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Moron Luguang. From a position of moral superiority, Wang Ke, as the abandoned one, garnered sympathy from the assembly. The love-struck often suffer from the heartless. How pitiable was Princess Yue. Moron Luguang's expression darkened. Had he truly been insulted? Yet why was he unable to retort? So, Princess Yue disguised as Zhang Lier was indeed infatuated with him, intending to present him with a surprise? But could she not have chosen a more opportune moment? How was he to navigate this predicament? If she had approached quietly, he might have considered accepting her as a secondary consort out of admiration for her beauty. But now, how could he extricate himself from this embarrassment? Although it was Wang Ke speaking, everyone felt it was Princess Yue's sentiment. Wait, who are you? Why are you holding Princess Yue's hand and embracing her? Who are you? Moron Luguang's face darkened. The crowd suddenly realized, indeed, how could a man be so bold as to embrace the princess? His tone was utterly inappropriate. Was he the princess's lover? If the princess had a lover, how could she still be enamored with Moron Luguang? Were they being toyed with? Me? I am a dear friend of the princess. She has been wronged by you, and her emotions have spiraled out of control. You have abandoned her to marry Zhang Lier, yet you persist in your pursuit? I hold the utmost disdain for you men, gluttons who feast at one table while eyeing another, scoundrels and deceivers. Wang Ke said, adopting a delicate pose, her tone suddenly turning effeminate. The shift in Wang Ke's demeanor sent a shiver through the crowd, their eyes wide in disbelief. Dear friend? Us men? And that dainty hand gesture? Could it be? Are you one of those? The guests gasped. Moron Luguang was equally stunned. As for Princess Yue and Wang Ke's embrace, upon hearing the last, almost melodramatic words, she stifled a laugh, finding herself unexpectedly amused. Thankfully, her face was nestled against Wang Ke's shoulder, concealing her laughter from others. However, witnessing Wang Ke's theatrical portrayal, pretending to be a delicate flower, inexplicably lightened Princess Yue's heart, dispelling some of her sorrow. Betrayed by Moron Luguang, Princess Yue has come to a stark realization about this individual. Safely held in Wang Ke's embrace, she feels an inexplicable warmth within her heart. Her sister? Although Moron Luguang has clarified her thoughts, Everything still appears rather peculiar. Let us depart. We shall no longer linger in this sorrowful place, Wang Ke declared, turning away with Princess Yue in his arms. A wave of relief washed over Wang Ke, for he thought, that was a close call. It's all Zhang Jingdao's fault for not yet striking the bell. Hurry, hurry. We must leave before they regain their senses. Thus, the wedding procession made a bold retreat. Wait, you cannot leave without my brother, Zhang Lier exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Your brother? Zhang Shenxiu? Murong Luguang raised an eyebrow, and the guests around them shifted in expression. Indeed, the Princess Yue before them was not Zhang Lier, which meant that the Zhang Shenxiu lying on the ground, seeking compensation, was also not genuine. What of the real Zhang Shenxiu? Could it be? All minds turned to the man who had been scorched by the heavenly thunder exorcism array, who claimed to be Zhang Shenxiu. Alas, no one believed him, and he had nearly perished at the hands of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Could he truly be the one? Do not inquire of me. Ask the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect. They were the ones who struck your brother, and he remains in their custody. It is of no concern to us. Wang Ke hastily distanced himself from the matter, eager to leave with Princess Yue. Beside him, Sun Song wore a grim expression. It seemed that Wang Ke's group had not harmed Zhang Shenxiu. Rather, it was they who had inflicted the injuries. You staged a ruse. And we are left to bear the blame? Murong Luguang exclaimed, her frustration evident. Damn it, my brother-in-law nearly met his end at the hands of our own people. Can this marriage continue? No one is allowed to leave until I see my brother. You must stay? Zhang Lier declared furiously, blocking Wang Ke's path. Wang Ke felt a wave of irritation. Having successfully evaded capture, Zhang Lier once again drew all eyes upon him, refusing to let him go. Was it true that the more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she could be? Chapter 21. The frantic disciple of the celestial sect within the Tianlang sect. In a secluded valley, Zhang Jingdao wore an anxious expression, his most vital possession still clutched in Wang Ke's grasp. How could he possibly escape? Was he truly willing to abandon everything? Zhang Jingdao had not failed to locate the alarm bell of the exterminated sect. Rather, he had found it within half an hour of wandering through the Tianlang sect, accompanied by a disciple from the sect who served as a guide. He was unwittingly led in circles. This guide, under the orders of the senior brother, was tasked with delaying Zhang Jingdao from reaching the East Wolf Hall during the midday wedding ceremony. Though the guide did not understand the reason behind this, he adhered strictly to his senior brother's command. The Valley of Heroes? Zhang Jingdao had no interest in that. His curiosity was piqued solely by a colossal bell tower deep within the Valley of Heroes, where a large bell, standing a yard high, hung prominently. Zhang Jingdao's expression brightened with anticipation. I would like to know who is tasked with guarding the alarm bell of the exterminated sect, he inquired, glancing at the 3 Tianlang sect disciples stationed around the bell tower. Oh, those are the bell keepers. They are responsible for guarding the alarm bell of the exterminated sect. Unless there is a catastrophic disaster threatening the sect, and without the order of the sect master, no one is permitted to approach, not even the senior brother. The guide explained. What is their cultivation level? Zhang Jingdao asked, his concern evident. All 3 are formidable cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The guide replied with a smile. Golden Core stage? Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. 3 Golden Core guardians? How could he possibly ring the bell? What happens if someone approaches without the sect master's order? Zhang Jingdao inquired, intrigued. They will be killed without mercy, the guide clarified. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, so, I cannot get anywhere near it. 3 Golden Core guardians. And I would be executed on sight? How am I supposed to ring this bell? Wang Ke, what a splendid task you've assigned me. How am I to accomplish this? Zhang Jingdao gripped his head in frustration. Failing to ring the bell would result in Wang Ke crushing his most vital possession. Wang Ke, you selfish miser. Can't you just delay Princess Yue? Must you insist on entering the Tianlang sect today? Would it not suffice to wait until the sect master makes an appearance? You prioritize beauty over friendship. Ugh, what a miserly lecher. This is truly a matter of life and death. Zhang Jingdao cursed in his vexation. Brother Zhang, how about we explore another location instead? The guide suggested. No. Zhang Jingdao retorted angrily. What do you mean, explore? Do you truly believe I am here for leisure? Ah? The guide looked puzzled. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Zhang Jingdao quickly amended. No. I mean, I cannot go at the moment. Oh dear. I was injured earlier by someone impersonating me outside the mountain gate. My wounds have flared up, and I need to tend to them immediately. Zhang Jingdao feigned a tragic demeanor. The guide was taken aback. But you seemed perfectly fine while we were walking here. I didn't see any injuries. Why the sudden urgency? It's not as if you were giving birth, is it? Very well, Brother Zhang, there is a room over here. You may enter. I will protect you. The guide offered. Zhang Zhengdao hurried into the room, promptly closing the door behind him. The guide observed with a perplexed expression. Was Brother Zhang truly injured, or was his swift action merely a ruse? Inside the room, Zhang Zhengdao wiped the sweat from his brow. What was he to do? Without the tolling of the bell, Wang Ke could easily crush my lifeline. Yet, should the bell toll, I would be mercilessly slain by 3 golden core cultivators. Damn it. Wang Ke, you scoundrel, is this what you call simple? Zhang Zhengdao was engulfed in frustration. After contemplating for a considerable time, he ultimately concluded that his lifeline was of greater importance. With a deep sigh, Zhang Zhengdao retrieved some tools from his storage bag, shovels and spades. To hell with it. I'll give it my all. Wang Ke, you rascal. Zhang Zhengdao cursed vehemently and began to dig in the room. Having previously engaged in tomb raiding with Wang Ke, he was adept at tunneling. Confronting the bell tower directly would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he resolved to dig a tunnel, aiming to reach beneath the bell tower. Once there, he could toll the bell and escape before the 3 golden core disciples guarding it noticed. Dig, dig, dig. Zhang Zhengdao kept his bearings, certain he wouldn't dig in the wrong direction. Before long, he reached the subterranean depths, advancing towards the bell tower. However, as he continued to dig, he suddenly unearthed a coffin. A coffin? What is going on? I hadn't intended to raid a tomb today. Is this some fortunate twist of fate? Zhang Zhengdao was momentarily taken aback. With a powerful strike of his shovel, the already decayed coffin shattered instantly, spilling forth a considerable amount of riches. Zhang Zhengdao's eyes sparkled. What extraordinary luck. Even aimless digging could yield wealth? Shortly thereafter, a skeleton slid out of the coffin and landed in Zhang Zhengdao's arms. Gazing at the skull, he was suddenly jolted back to reality. This place of fortune seemed rather ominous. What had the tour guide said? This is the Valley of Heroes belonging to my Tianlang sect, a resting place for the remains of our sect's disciples through the ages, including several generations of sect leaders. Looking at the skull cradled in his arms, Zhang Zhengdao's face stiffened. Am I truly digging up the ancestral graves of the Tianlang sect? Cold sweat erupted on his forehead. The calamity that could annihilate the sect would merely sound the alarm for vengeance from Tianlang disciples. But to disturb the ancestral graves, to unearth the bones of their former leaders, how would the disciples of Tianlang treat me? Zhang Zhengdao was drenched in sweat, suddenly paralyzed with fear, clutching the skull in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At the entrance of the East Wolf Hall of Tianlang sect, Wang Ke, cradling Princess Yue amidst his followers, was on the verge of a successful escape when he was halted by Zhang Lier. No one is allowed to leave until you meet my brother, Zhang Lier declared furiously. Wang Ke was taken aback. The more beautiful the woman, the more treacherous she could be. Yet another one to ensnare me? The guests were equally bewildered, witnessing the dramatic turn of events at the grand wedding of the Tianlang sect. Just moments ago, it had been a tale of sorrow and betrayal, and now it had shifted to a rivalry between 2 women for a man. One was intent on leaving, while the other was in a rage. Where was the groom? Why wasn't he saying anything? Everyone turned to Murong Luguang, who was equally distressed by the unfolding scene. What am I to say in this situation? What can I say? This is quite the predicament. Meanwhile, Sun Song, the wedding officiant, attempted to salvage the situation, his expression stiffening slightly. Zhang Lier, rest assured. Zhang Xinxiu is well. He has merely sustained a minor injury and will recover shortly. It was he, indeed, who commanded the felling of Zhang Xinxiu, insisting, do not stop. Continue. Wang Ke interjected. Sun Song exclaimed, is this how a person speaks? Can't you see the chaos? I am trying to salvage the situation. And you stab me in the back? Wang Ke had no choice but to act in self-preservation. All attention remained focused on him, especially that Zhang Lier, who persistently obstructed him. How could he escape? He must divert attention. It was better for him to suffer misfortune than for Sun Song to bear it. Thus, the blame was swiftly shifted onto Sun Song, and after all, the truth was as it was. He merely sought to exonerate himself. Sure enough, all gazes, including that of Zhang Lier, turned toward Sun Song. Sun Song, on the verge of tears, thought, why are you looking at me? Do you still wish to proceed with the wedding? Zhang Lier reassured him. Rest easy. I assure you that Zhang Xinxiu is in good health. Noon has arrived. Let us hasten to conduct the wedding and not miss the auspicious moment. Sun Song urged in desperation. In his anxiety, he glanced at Murong Luguang, almost reproaching him. I have said so much. Can you not lend a hand? Speak up. Moron Luguang's attempt to intervene only ignited Zhang Lier's fury. With a fierce glare, Zhang Lier hurled the red veil to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. With such turmoil, how can we proceed with the ceremony? Brothers of the Jinwu sect, arm yourselves and prepare for battle, Zhang Lier bellowed. The sound of blades being drawn echoed through the air, leaving all guests astonished at Zhang Lier's display. They had long heard of her fiery temperament, but this scene was beyond mere temper. Were they truly preparing for a confrontation with the Tianlang sect? Moron Luguang, witnessing Zhang Lier draw her sword, stiffened. He understood that her aggression was not aimed at him, but rather at the malevolent forces present, signaling the need for decisive action. A ceremony? Zhang Lier had never intended for such formalities. It was all a mere facade. Senior brother, let us abandon this notion. We must prioritize what truly matters. Sun Song lamented. The ceremony was no longer feasible. They needed to vanquish the evil swiftly. Moron Luguang cast a frustrated glance at Wang Ku and Princess Yue nearby, blaming them for the chaos. Otherwise, everything would have been under his control, and such absurdity would not have occurred. Close the mountain gates. Prepare for combat. Moron Luguang commanded with authority. A thunderous boom resonated as the gates of the Tianlang sect slammed shut, sealing off any means of escape. Wang Ku, who had intended to flee, was left bewildered, realizing they could not exit. The disciples of Tianlang sect drew their weapons, and the guests were left in utter confusion. What is happening? No ceremony. Are the bride and groom truly clashing? One guest inquired, bewildered. Everything was fine just moments ago. Why has it come to this? Jinwu sect, Tianlang sect, and now the gates are barred? Calm down, both of you. A guest stepped forward to mediate. Yet, in the next moment, that guest saw Moron Luguang and Zhang Lier not directing their weapons at each other, but rather towards themselves in the assembly of guests. The guests were utterly bewildered. I merely wished to act as a mediator, yet you seek my demise? What is it that you intend to do? I am but a guest you have invited. Are you truly willing to eliminate even a peacemaker? A chorus of horrified gasps erupted from the crowd. Not far away, Wang Ku stood in astonishment. Unable to secure a marriage for himself, he resorted to murder to silence witnesses, showing no mercy even towards invited guests. Are the disciples of the celestial sect truly this deranged? Chapter 22. Who destroys the demons at the entrance of the East Wolf Hall of the Celestial Wolf sect? What should have been a sweet wedding scene was instead rife with tension. Both the groom and bride brandished their swords, ready to slay their guests. Wang Ku's entourage stood in stunned silence. Despite years of navigating the treacherous mountains with their master, they had never dared to stage such a spectacle. What on earth was happening? The guests, equally bewildered, quickly grasped their own magical weapons, their expressions a mix of confusion and indignation. Moron Luguang, what is the meaning of this? One shouted. Zhang Lier, we came to celebrate your wedding, yet you choose to unleash your frustrations upon us? Zhang Lier, seemingly no longer in a rage, surveyed the crowd with a chilling smile. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for further pretense. The Celestial Wolf sect has already sealed its gates. Did you truly believe you could escape? Zhang Lier, your brother was harmed by the Celestial Wolf sect. Why are you not confronting Moron Luguang instead? A guest cried out. This outburst silenced the crowd, and some guests' faces paled, as if a secret had been unveiled, while others exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the meaning behind it. Demons? Wang Ku's expression shifted. With a decisive shout, a blade was unleashed, sending a Tianzhong arc of energy hurtling toward one of the guests. Zhang Lier, is there some misunderstanding? Another guest implored, anxiety evident in their voice. Boom. The arc of energy collided violently with a sword hastily raised by a guest. Zhang Lier radiated a fierce crimson aura, intensifying the power of the attack. And it seemed imminent that the guest would be slain. You have gone too far, Zhang Lier. The guests admonished in unison. At that moment, the guest caught in Zhang Lier's strike finally succumbed to the overwhelming force, their face contorting grotesquely as dark mist enveloped them. Their eyes turned a fiery red, and sharp fangs emerged from their mouth. Roar! The transformed guest let out a fearsome cry, as if still struggling against the transformation. Die! Zhang Lier commanded. Boom! The terrifying energy came crashing down, instantly tearing the demonized guest apart, blood splattering everywhere as a golden light surged from the lifeless body into Zhang Lier. Is this truly a demon? A guest gasped in shock. Be wary, everyone. Half of you are demons. Zhang Lier cackled with a sinister grin. What? The guest's expression shifted dramatically, their vigilance heightening. What are you waiting for? Attack. Today, we shall eradicate demons and uphold justice. Zhang Lier cried out. Yes. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect cheered enthusiastically. You have gone too far, Zhonglier. This is the Celestial Wolf sect. Do you intend to overshadow the hosts? Morong Luguang retorted coldly. Zhonglier glanced at Morong Luguang, sneering. Consider this interest for the harm done to my brother, Morong Luguang. Thank you for revealing the identities of these demons. Today, you shall witness my extermination of them. Ha ha. Roar. Many of the demons among the guests, realizing their cover was blown, no longer concealed themselves. Dark mist billowed around them, and some sprouted grotesque wings, ready to confront Zhonglier and her company. Humph. Zhonglier, you have gone too far. Do not blame me then. Morong Luguang exclaimed coldly. Suddenly, countless azure rays poured down from the sky, illuminating all present, rendering every person and malevolent entity motionless as if they had been ensnared by a binding spell. The onlookers displayed expressions of horror, as if they were bound. Zhonglier forced herself to look up, only to see a mirror hovering above the Sky Wolf sect. It was the azure light cast down by this mirror that enveloped the entire Sky Wolf sect, immobilizing everyone within. This is the sect's treasured binding mirror? Zhonglier gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this is the binding mirror of our Sky Wolf sect. Anyone reflected in its light will be ensnared by the azure rays. I have implored the sect leader for a long time to leave the binding mirror here for emergencies. Morong Luguang spoke with a frigid tone. But how can it operate without prompting? Zhonglier exclaimed in a mix of anger and disbelief. The binding mirror has already been integrated into the Mountain Guardian array, drawing continuous power from our sacred mountain. While I may not be able to command it with precision, I can activate it entirely, immobilizing everyone captured within its reflection. It is sufficient. None of you can move. Morong Luguang sneered. This can only restrain those below the Golden Core realm, right? It cannot bind those in the nascent soul realm. Zhonglier stated firmly. So what if it cannot? Are you in the nascent soul realm? Humph. The most formidable of the malevolent beings we invited today are merely in the Golden Core realm. Zhonglier, I initially intended for us to eradicate the malevolent entities together, but alas, your arrogance is excessive. Do you think of this place as your home? Humph. Since you do not care, do not interfere. Instead, observe as I eliminate these malevolent beings one by one. Morong Luguang mocked coldly. It is rumored that the binding mirror possesses the power to attract fortune and avert calamity, as well as to dispel evil. Who would have thought it could also immobilize individuals? Now that everyone is restrained, does it not leave Morong Luguang free to act at will? Morong Luguang, you have trapped us. Why? Release us at once. A guest implored anxiously. Morong Luguang, I admit that the previous beings were malevolent, but I am not. Why do you bind me? Another guest demanded, eyes wide with indignation. Yet Morong Luguang responded solemnly, everyone, please remain calm. For the sake of caution, I have immobilized all of you, but rest assured, every malevolent being is recorded by our Sky Wolf sect, and no innocents will be harmed. Please bear with me. This will soon pass. A wave of frowns spread among the guests. The malevolent beings were naturally furious, while the ordinary guests wore expressions of confusion. I understand now. The grand wedding? The wedding is a facade. It is to lure all the malevolent beings into an ambush? Sky Wolf sect and Golden Crow sect? You have deliberately devised a trap for the malevolent beings. One guest realized, comprehension dawning upon his face. Indeed, everyone, please wait a moment. I will activate the thunderstorm array to eradicate all malevolent beings, restoring peace to the 10,000 great mountains. Morong Luguang assured them. Morong Luguang, you wish to claim all the merit for yourself. My Golden Crow sect has collaborated with you for so long, and you want to eliminate all the malevolent beings alone? Do you intend to monopolize all the accolades? Zhonglier retorted, furious. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect were filled with astonishment and fury. Zhonglier, my duty is to eradicate demons and uphold justice, yet you only focus on merit? Morong Luguang chuckled. You. Zhonglier glared in anger. This Morong Luguang is utterly shameless. Not only does he wish to monopolize the merits, but he also speaks so sweetly about it. Zhonglier struggled desperately against the bindings of the azure light, her body twisting in vain, but she could not break free. A wave of frustration surged within her, while the malevolent beings among the guests were also fighting fiercely, their dark aura rising like a tempest, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Senior brother? You are actually a demon? Master, you have been possessed by demonic seeds and transformed? How terrifying. Just days ago at the sect conference, our elder was on the verge of becoming the new sect leader. And now it turns out he is a demon? Although the guests understood that Murong Luguang aimed to monopolize the merits of demon extermination, they were not particularly enraged. For he had at least helped them uncover the treachery of those closest to them. Had they not discovered this today, they might have fallen prey to the demons without a clue. How perilous. Celestial Thunder Extermination Array, activate. Murong Luguang gently urged a token in his hand. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, 100 bolts of lightning erupted from the sky above the Celestial Wolf sect, cascading like a surging river towards the entrance of the Eastern Wolf Hall. Roar. No. The demons cried out in despair. Boom. The lightning struck down, sending stones flying and creating a cacophony of terrified screams. However, as the dust settled, everyone stared in disbelief. Not a single demon was struck. Instead, the disciples of the Celestial Wolf sect and the Golden Crow sect suffered the brunt of the lightning, wailing and spitting blood. Their bodies charred. Murong Luguang and Zhang Lier were also caught in the tempest of lightning, but it seemed they were shielded by some magical artifact. Though disheveled, they were not severely injured. Zhang Lier's hair was in disarray, and Murong Luguang's clothes were tattered. How is this possible? Murong Luguang exclaimed, bewildered. Murong Luguang, what are you doing? Are you striking me? Were you not intending to strike the demons? Why are you harming the disciples of the Golden Crow sect? Zhang Lier shouted in anger. The guests wore expressions of confusion. What was Murong Luguang up to? Was he trying to frighten the demons by harming his own? Is there an issue with the command token I used to manipulate the Celestial Thunder Extermination Array? Murong Luguang's expression shifted. Of course there is a problem. A sudden raucous laughter erupted. Everyone turned to find the wedding officiant, Sun Song, standing there. What is happening? Sun Song, did you switch my command token? What are you trying to do? Murong Luguang glared in fury. Sun Song had been one of Murong Luguang's subordinates, a sycophant who had gained his trust. And Murong had entrusted many tasks to him. What was Sun Song planning? The Sun Song of old has long perished. The Sun Song of today is no longer your lackey. Sun Song said coldly. What? Murong Luguang seemed to see Sun Song in a new light, as if he had never known him. Humph, it's just a wedding, yet you've caused so much trouble. What kind of farce is this? We've been kept waiting for so long. Sun Song glared at Murong Luguang and the others. No, you are not Sun Song. You are also a demon? You are the infiltrator within the Howling Wolf sect? Murong Luguang's expression shifted dramatically. What have you done? What have I done? Initially, I intended to remain hidden. But your insatiable greed compelled me to expose myself to the Demon Lord. Ever since you obtained that list of infiltrating demons among the various sects, it is your avarice that is about to doom the Howling Wolf sect. Sun Song sneered. Was your previous scheming all for this moment? Murong Luguang's complexion darkened. Scheming requires your greed to cooperate. Without your greed, how could you have contemplated monopolizing the spoils? Without your greed, how would the Demon Lord have collaborated with you to lure away all the nascent soul experts of the Howling Wolf sect? Without your greed, how could I have tricked you into bringing this celestial mirror to immobilize everyone? Ha. Sun Song laughed heartily. You did this on purpose? Murong Luguang's face turned a ghastly shade. Indeed, I have awaited this day for a long time. Because of your greed, under the light of the celestial mirror, not a single person in the Howling Wolf sect can move. Next, I shall slay them one by one with the Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying Array. Sun Song produced a command talisman from his hand. You cannot kill us. The Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying Array cannot act so swiftly. Murong Luguang's expression was grim. You. Murong Luguang exclaimed in outrage. Murong Luguang, while you monitored the demons of various sects, did you not investigate your own? You have brought this calamity upon us. Zhang Lier exclaimed furiously. Murong Luguang's face was filled with despair. How could he have imagined that his most trusted subordinate had also been corrupted? Ha. Who shall we start with? Let it be the eldest senior brother. Ha. Sun Song manipulated the command talisman. Boom. Thunderous bolts descended from the heavens, striking directly at Murong Luguang, enveloping him in a storm of lightning. Demon, we of the Howling Wolf sect will eradicate every one of you. None shall escape. Murong Luguang shouted in fury as he was engulfed by the lightning. Just as Sun Song was laughing, a resounding bell echoed from a distant valley. Dong. The grand toll of the bell reverberated, the sonic waves so powerful that they caused ringing in everyone's ears. The sound bursting forth from the Howling Wolf sect and spreading outward. Sun Song's expression stiffened, as did Zhang Lier and Murong Luguang, both revealing looks of astonishment. The sect's destruction alarm has sounded? This is impossible. Those caught in the celestial mirror's light would be immobilized. Who could possibly ring the bell? Sun Song exclaimed in both anger and disbelief. This time, it was not just Muron Luguang who was targeted, but all disciples of the Howling Wolf sect and the Jinwu sect, all subjected to the wrath of the heavenly thunder. Boom! Lightning flashed with overwhelming power, eliciting a chorus of screams. Ha 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 ha, unable to move, are we? Still wish to eradicate us? Today, let us demons slaughter all of you self-righteous beings. Sun Song bellowed with delight. Indeed, strike them down. Ha ha, quickly, strike them down. The demons among the guests erupted in frenzied cheers. Sun Song, I shall kill you. Muron Luguang howled amidst the tempest of thunder. Come on. If you have the courage, come and take my command token. With this token, one can manipulate the heavenly thunder to vanquish demons. Can you seize it? Come and try. Ha ha. Sun Song laughed heartily, but suddenly his expression froze. The surrounding thunder and lightning abruptly ceased, and everyone cast puzzled glances at Sun Song, wondering why he had suddenly stopped. To their astonishment, a figure had inexplicably appeared before him. No, it was Wang Ke. Wang Ke seemed entirely unaffected by the immobilizing effects of the fixed light mirror, moving with remarkable agility as he approached Sun Song and snatched the command token from his grasp. It's you? Zhang Lier exclaimed in surprise. Muron Luguang, looking disheveled, stared incredulously at the seemingly unfettered Wang Ke. How is this possible? The fixed light mirror is supposed to immobilize anyone below the golden core stage, and Wang Ke doesn't even appear to have reached that level. How can he move? Wang Ke, how are you able to move? The typically stoic Princess Yue inquired, her voice filled with astonishment. Why aren't you affected by the fixed light mirror? Sun Song also wore a look of shock. Wang Ke paid no heed to Sun Song's questions. Instead, he examined the command token he had just acquired, his face lit with curiosity. High technology? And it even comes with a remote control? Chapter 23, A Physical Examination in the Wolf Cult. One of the conditions for the fixed light mirror to capture an image is the presence of a human projection within it. All disciples exposed to the open air naturally cast their shadows into the mirror, with one exception, Zhang Jingdao, who was buried underground. As he excavated the ancestral grave of the wolf cult, the fixed light mirror was unable to capture him, allowing him a temporary reprieve. Standing in the narrow tunnel, Zhang Jingdao gazed upward at the last thin layer of earth above him, anxiety gripping his heart. Wang Ke, you scoundrel, please do not ruin my lifeline. Although I have been delayed, I have finally reached beneath the destruction bell of the sect. I can ring it at any moment. He thought nervously. Outside, 3 formidable golden core cultivators awaited, mercilessly prepared to strike. Zhang Zhengdao was filled with trepidation. After ringing the bell, he would be pursued by these 3 experts. Would he be able to escape? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he grasped his storage pouch. Ancestors of the wolf cult, as I make my escape, I kindly ask for your assistance in delaying those 3 golden core guardians. Surely, your disciples will not abandon you. Zhang Zhengdao seemed to offer a silent prayer to his pouch. After the prayer, he steeled his resolve and leaped upward. The fragile layer of soil erupted violently, and he surged skyward, colliding with the destruction bell of the wolf cult. Boom! The impact seemed to activate the bell, producing a thunderous resonance that reverberated throughout the entire sect, shattering the tranquility and echoing into the surrounding mountains. Success! A smile of triumph spread across Zhang Zhengdao's face, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the 3 golden core powerhouses standing nearby. To avoid being slain by their onslaught, Zhang Zhengdao acted without hesitation, flinging his storage pouch wide open. Brothers, these are the remains of your revered ancestor. Please protect them. I must take my leave. Ha ha ha. He laughed triumphantly. From the pouch, 3 skeletons flew forth, hurtling toward the 3 mighty cultivators. Zhang Zhengdao believed they would treat their ancestors' remains with the utmost reverence, prioritizing their preservation over the chase. Seizing the opportunity to flee while they safeguarded the remains, he thought, as long as I escape the wolf cult, my troubles will be over. Let Wang Ke deal with the aftermath. After all, he will bear the brunt of the misfortune. Excitedly, he prepared to flee, only to realize something was amiss. The 3 golden core cultivators did not pursue him, nor did they reach for the skeletons. They stood frozen like wooden statues, their eyes darting back and forth, fixated on him. With a resounding crash, the 3 skeletons shattered upon impact with the ground. What is happening? You stand idly by while the remains of your ancestors break before your eyes? How utterly disrespectful. And why are they not moving? Panic surged through Zhang Jingdao as he realized he, too, was paralyzed. His face blanched in shock as he exclaimed, Zhang Zhengdao, who initially intended to escape like a flash of lightning, now found himself ensnared beneath the binding light of the fixed light mirror. Rendered immobile by the piercing gaze of three formidable figures, the atmosphere grew intensely foreboding. Was escape no longer an option? What had transpired? The trio, all at the Golden Core stage, fixated their lethal stares upon him, sending a chill coursing through Zhang Jingdao's spine. What had he done? He had struck the alarm bell of the sect, desecrated the ancestral grave of the Heavenly Wolf sect, exhumed the remains of generations of its leaders, and shattered their bones, scattering them across the ground. More critically, he was trapped, caught red-handed. Who was he? Where was he? What was his purpose? Zhang Jingdao lamented in despair, suspended in midair. At the entrance of the East Wolf Hall of the Heavenly Wolf sect, everyone was immobilized. Even their desperate struggles amounted to mere twitches of the body. Yet, amidst this chaos, one individual remained unaffected. Wang Ke not only stood unscathed, but also seized the command talisman from Sun Song, rendering all of Sun Song's meticulous plans utterly futile. Why? How could this be? Sun Song shouted in disbelief. He had anticipated every possible outcome. Yet here was someone waiting in the wings. How could Wang Ke be unharmed? Wasn't he an opportunist? Why did he emerge now? Those below the Golden Core stage would inevitably be bound by the mirror's light, unless one had attained the nascent soul stage. Murong Luguang exclaimed in astonishment. The nascent soul stage? Had he been masquerading as a fool all along? Wang Ke, how can you move? Princess Yue gasped, equally astonished. Only she grasped that Wang Ke was merely at the innate stage, and a rather ordinary one at that, far from the nascent soul level. Golden Crow? Zhang Lier suddenly exclaimed. What? The crowd turned to her in confusion. Zhang Lier gazed upward at the fixed light mirror. As long as someone was illuminated by its rays, their reflection would appear within the mirror, binding them in place. Everyone present had a reflection, including Wang Ke. Yet above his shadow soared a golden crow. Within the light, the golden crow flapped its wings, seemingly shielding Wang Ke. Is that the golden crow talisman? The one belonging to Zhang Xinqiu? Sun Song exclaimed, his expression shifting. The golden crow talisman, forged by the sect leader of the Golden Crow sect, contained his magical seals. Since the sect leader had attained the nascent soul stage, this talisman could indeed counteract the fixed light mirror's effects. Zhang Lier quickly pieced it together. The Golden Crow talisman? The crowd collectively paused in disbelief. The entire Heavenly Wolf sect was ensnared, yet this one opportunist remained unaffected. Was he merely a coward? While many were skeptical, most were uncertain. The Golden Crow talisman is property of my Golden Crow sect. Return it to me at once. Zhang Lier called out anxiously. Return the command talisman of the Thunder Demon Extermination Array to me immediately. I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Murong Luguang urged, equally desperate. Return my talisman, or the Demon Lord will surely not spare you. Sun Song shouted in a fit of rage. Wang Ke represented a glimmer of hope. Whoever he sided with would emerge victorious in the end. The crowd clamored with urgency. Wang Ke surveyed the throng, pointedly ignoring Zhang Lier. Was this a jest? I shall return the Golden Crow order to you, but does that not mean I will be bound to sacrifice myself for others? Do you take me for a fool? As for Sun Song, there is no need to mention him. You, a nefarious being, expect me to side with you? I am not one to be easily intimidated. Regarding Murong Luguang, it caused Wang Ke to furrow his brow, for he still aspired to make a name for himself within the Celestial Wolf sect. No, he even wished to pledge his allegiance to the sect in the future. After all, this was the elder brother of the sect. What should he do? He had no choice but to pressure him. Hand over the order to me so that I may vanquish demons. Quickly, Murong Luguang looked at Wang Ke with eager anticipation. Wang Ke gently shook his head. Young man, do you intend to become an enemy of the Celestial Wolf sect? Murong Luguang threatened in return. No, I merely think that Sun Song is a hidden demon. What if you are as well? If I were to give you the order, would I not be aiding the wicked? Would that not betray the ancestors of the Celestial Wolf sect? Wang Ke replied. Me? A demon? Murong Luguang's expression turned icy. The onlookers were taken aback. What do the ancestors of the Celestial Wolf sect have to do with you? Does it matter if you are worthy of them? This excuse is utterly absurd. To prevent further tragedy, I, Wang Ke, am willing to risk offending the demons to purge the evil and restore peace to the world. Wang Ke declared with righteous fervor. Murong Luguang and Zhang Lier glared at Wang Ke. Can you not show a modicum of dignity? Are you attempting to hoard everything for yourself? Young man, do you wish to monopolize the merits of demon slaying? Zhang Liu exclaimed, astonished. Wang Ke paid her no heed. Yet inwardly he nodded fervently. Damn it, Though I know not what the merits of demon slaying entail, seeing everyone scramble for it, why should I refrain? I do not care whether the fruit is sweet or sour. I shall seize it first. Young man, do you know how to use the thunderstorm demon-slaying array order? Morong Luguang continued to shout vehemently. Is it difficult? It's akin to a remote control. I merely touch it and feel the screen, then press a button. Watch. Wonka activated the order. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Morong Luguang with great force. Ah, you dare. Morong Luguang exclaimed, astonished and enraged. My apologies, I mistakenly pressed the wrong button. Look, I am injured too. The lightning that struck you sent a small stone flying, which cut my hand, causing me to bleed. I too bleed for the Celestial Wolf sect. Wonku immediately began to offer apologies. Indeed, he had accidentally misstepped. However, it also demonstrated to everyone that Wonku was capable of activating the order. Then do not interfere. Wait until my fellow disciples of the Celestial Wolf sect return. We do not need your help in slaying demons. Morong Luguang proclaimed, furious. With so many demons and so much merit at stake, Morong Luguang could not obtain it. Yet he was unwilling to let an outsider benefit. Morong Luguang and Zhang Lier glared at Wonku, wondering just how shameless this young man could be. Are you resolute in your desire to monopolize the merits? From whom should I begin? Let me first observe. Wonku approached Sun Song. You dare to kill me? The demon lord will not spare you. Sun Song threatened Wonka nervously. Yet Wonka paid no heed to his words, his eyes gleaming as they fixated upon Sun Song's wrist, specifically the storage bracelet adorning it. What a splendid treasure. Having departed from Zhu Xian town without leaving even a scrap of toilet paper behind. How could I allow this treasured storage bracelet to be wasted in the explosive fury of lightning? This is unacceptable. In an instant, Wonka grasped Sun Song's right hand and deftly removed the storage bracelet, concealing it within his sleeve amidst the bewilderment of those present. What are you doing? Sun Song exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Wonku, unsatisfied after taking the bracelet, began to rummage through Sun Song's belongings, swiftly uncovering a storage pouch hidden within his embrace. Indeed, the old fiend had secret treasures. Wonku continued his search with growing excitement. With his back turned to the crowd, they could not discern Wonku's actions. However, Princess Yue, due to her vantage point, observed everything clearly. Wonku, what are you doing? She gasped in astonishment. Shoo. Wonku winked at Princess Yue, signaling her to remain silent. Stunned, she wondered if Wonku had truly lost his mind, even seizing the money from a dying fiend. What on earth are you doing? Morong Luguang demanded, his eyes wide with confusion. Except for Princess Yue, no one noticed Wonku pilfering the storage bracelet and pouch, as his skilled hands operated with utmost discretion, intent on hoarding the treasures without revealing them to anyone. Searching his body? Zhang Liu queried, puzzled. My principle is to not wrong an innocent nor let a wicked one escape. What if he isn't a fiend? I must ascertain his nature before I strike. What if I strike the wrong person? Wonku declared, still turned away from the assembled company. Does he really need to verify his identity? Are you foolish? If he isn't a fiend, who is? Morong Luguang retorted, visibly agitated. Just moments ago, they suspected me of being a fiend. Now, they question whether Sun Song is not? Are you all in cahoots? Zhang Lier furrowed her brow slightly. Why do I feel like he is taking advantage of Sun Song? The crowd turned their attention to Zhang Lier. Is he truly a man of unconventional inclinations? Must he indulge before vanquishing the fiend? She exclaimed in disbelief. As they looked back at Wonku, it became evident that he was indeed incessantly exploring Sun Song's person, his profile betraying an expression of lascivious excitement. Enough! Sun Song bellowed, unable to endure the humiliation. Wonku instantly leaped back, declaring, Humph, I have completed my examination. You are indeed a fiend. Now behold my righteous retribution, fiend. Perish. With a resounding crash, a barrage of heavenly thunder descended, enveloping Sun Song in a tempest of fury. Even with his golden core cultivation, it was futile. The terrifying thunder punishment array was specifically designed for those of his caliber. Following a series of thunderous strikes, Sun Song let out a harrowing scream before exploding into 1,000 fragments. Simultaneously, a beam of golden light shot skyward, captured within the confines of the Jingguang mirror. The onlookers paid no mind to the golden merit. Instead, they stood dumbfounded, staring at Wonku. So, after indulging, he simply kills? Not a shred of compassion. This is truly a perverse individual. Zhang Lier gazed at Wonku with wide eyes, astonished. The surrounding crowd mirrored her shock. questioning whether Wang Ku was indeed more sinister than the fiends themselves. Wang Kiki disregarded the attitudes of the crowd and eagerly approached another female demon, who was shrouded in dark energy. His exhilarated smile was once again misinterpreted by Zhang Lier and others as a perverse grin. "Do not move. Allow me to examine your body. Are you truly a demon?" "Ha." Wang Kiki laughed joyfully. Having just plundered an item from a golden core realm, he felt prosperous, brimming with excitement at the prospect of uncovering yet another demon. How bountiful could his next haul be? How could Wang Kiki not smile, not feel exhilarated? Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, his grin only added to the malevolence surrounding him. "What do you intend to do?" "Please, do not." The female demon cried out in alarm. Wang Kiki paid no heed, immediately beginning his invasive examination. "Do not touch me." The demon protested, anger and fear lacing her voice. "Pervert! Beast! You even prey upon female demons!" Zhang Liu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. After completing his inspection, Wang Kiki declared, "You are indeed a demon. Let me, as a representative of justice, mete out punishment upon you. Demon, meet your end." With a thunderous clap, yet another female demon was struck down by heavenly lightnings, her essence captured by the sacred light mirror. Wang Kiki, filled with exhilaration, moved toward the next demon cloaked in dark energy, who immediately displayed an expression of despair. "Do not come any closer. Please, do not. Stay still. Allow me to check your body, he. Wang Kiki eagerly extended his wicked hands. The entire plaza of the Eastern Wolf Palace, originally a solemn battleground between the righteous and the malevolent, was imbued with an air of irreverence. All due to Wang Kiki's bizarre laughter. Chapter 24. Qin Tian Yuan, the master of the Celestial Wolf sect. Outside the gates of the Celestial Wolf sect, the demon lord had meticulously orchestrated a scheme for the annihilation of the sect. He cleverly lured forth the formidable nascent soul experts of the Celestial Wolf sect, enticing Sun Song to ensnare Murong Luguang, thereby trapping them in a web of their own making. Moreover, he stealthily positioned numerous malevolent beings outside the gates, awaiting the opportune moment to obliterate the very foundation of the Celestial Wolf sect and unseal its protective barriers. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly flawless plan would be utterly disrupted by Wang Ku and his companions? The ominous tolling of the extermination alarm instantaneously alerted the lurking demons. This mission was destined for failure. What folly was Sun Song engaged in? Had it not been agreed to seal the gates and ensure silence within? The extermination alarm? What was he thinking? Something must have gone awry inside. "We must breach the gate swiftly. We cannot afford to waste time on annihilating the Celestial Wolf sect any longer. At the very least, we must shatter the sect's sealing formations. Yes, quickly, break the array." A cacophony erupted outside the gates, drawing curious gazes from the residents of Wolf Immortal Town nearby. Who was the fool that suggested sealing the gates in the first place? How are we to break through now? A furious roar echoed among the throngs of demons. "Boss, it was you who agreed with Sun Song on this." A voice chimed in, lacking in decorum. "Silence. We cannot afford your chatter. Keep breaking. If we cannot breach the gates of the Celestial Wolf sect, we shall all face ruin." The roar resounded once more. Boom. The clamoring intensified outside the gates of the Celestial Wolf sect. This is bad. Indeed, something has gone awry within the sect. The demons are rampaging and have even dared to assault our Celestial Wolf sect, seeking death. Malevolent beings? Merit? I have scoured the vast mountains to find you. And now you dare invade my home? How outrageous. No, I mean utterly intolerable. Prepare to perish. Brothers, the demons are wreaking havoc in our Celestial Wolf sect. Let us unite and fight back. Kill. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted outside the Celestial Wolf sect. "Senior brother, we cannot hold. There are too many demons. We are on the brink of collapse. I was careless. I never anticipated such a multitude of demons. What shall we do now?" The extermination alarm tolls. Our brothers and the sect leader, along with the hall masters, must be on their way. We must hold our ground. Kill. A group of disciples from the Celestial Wolf sect found themselves in a precarious situation, vastly outnumbered. Just as the ferocious demons prepared to pounce upon and devour the beleaguered disciples, a sudden gust of wind descended from the heavens, sending chills down their spines. Both the demons and the disciples looked skyward to behold a man clad in white, standing upon a soaring sword. This middle-aged figure bore a serious countenance, strikingly handsome, and in the soft glow of the sun, he appeared as though a celestial being had descended, instilling awe and trepidation. The terrifying aura that had permeated the air moments ago emanated from this very man. The man in white coldly surveyed the countless demons below. a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion of his hand, he commanded, "Myriad Sword Storm." With a stern cry, the man unleashed a torrent of sword energy behind him, which surged forth towards the throngs of demons with a piercing roar. "Beware! Run!" Boom! With a resounding boom, a portion of the nefarious beings was struck down by the sword's aura, while many others suffered grave injuries. Waves of golden light surged towards the man clad in white. Countless stones shattered, and thick clouds of dust ascended into the sky. With but a mere gesture of his finger, the man in white dispelled the encirclement of the ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect. "Thank you for your rescue, Sect Master," exclaimed the recently liberated disciple, bowing deeply. The majority of the malevolent entities surrounding them were severely wounded, while the remainder hastily fled. The man in white paid no heed to the retreating foes. Instead, he stepped boldly into the protective array of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Upon entering, he soared within the confines of the sect, his footfalls upon his flying sword granting him a clear view of the inner workings of the Heavenly Wolf sect, particularly the thunderous and radiant plaza of the Eastern Wolf Hall. Wang Ku was still engaged in channeling the Heavenly Thunder Array to eradicate the wicked spirits. The man in white raised an eyebrow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. However, reassured by the stability within the sect, he felt a sense of relief. He glanced upwards at the fixed light mirror in the sky. With a swift motion, he summoned it to his hand. A resonant hum echoed as the mirror trembled and flew into his grasp. He directed its light solely upon the plaza of the Eastern Wolf Hall, instantly allowing the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect to move freely once more. "Salutations, Sect Master," echoed the jubilant voices of the disciples from the surrounding peaks and valleys. Having been immobilized for 2 long hours, a wave of trepidation washed over them. "Disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect, heed my command," the man in white declared with a chilling authority. "Yes," the disciples responded in unison. Outside the mountain gate, a gathering of malevolent beings has amassed. "All able disciples, proceed outside the mountain gate and vanquish the wicked. Allow not a single one to escape," he commanded with a resolute voice. "Understood," rang out a fervent chorus from the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Having issued his orders, the man in white, upon his flying sword, swiftly arrived at the plaza of the Eastern Wolf Hall. At that moment, Wang Ku and the others noticed the changes around them, particularly the disappearance of the fixed light mirror, signaling that the dust had finally settled. Murong Luguang's expression darkened. Having concealed their actions from the sect master, she had intended to eliminate all the nefarious beings monitored by the Heavenly Wolf sect and claim the merit for herself. Instead, not only had she fallen into the trap laid by the enemies, but she had also failed to slay a single one, leaving her at a loss as to how to report to the sect master. Due to his meticulous search of each malevolent being, Wang Ku had only managed to dispatch half of them during these 2 hours. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming satisfaction, as he could feel himself having gained weight from the exertion. However, after inspecting one of the wicked entities, he realized he could not allow the truth to be revealed. It was imperative to eliminate it immediately to silence any potential disclosures. "Die Fiend," Wang Ku invoked the Heavenly Thunder Array. Boom! Just before the man in white arrived, Wang Ku obliterated the malevolent being with a thunderous strike, eradicating any evidence. "Salutations, Sect Master." The gathered disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Sect Master of the Heavenly Wolf sect." The guests also offered their courteous greetings. "Sect Master, we are disciples of the Golden Crow sect. Since you have secured the fixed light mirror, will you not free us?" Zhang Lier implored anxiously. Having been restrained for 2 hours and subjected to Wang Ku's initial delight followed by a lethal gaze, she was filled with an irritable fury. The man in white descended upon the square, casting his gaze upon the crowd. At this moment, Wang Ku naturally dared not act with impudence any longer. "What has transpired within the Tianling sect?" the man in white inquired in a grave tone. He turned his attention to Murong Luguang, whose expression stiffened, uncertain of how to begin. A disciple of the Tianlang sect spoke up, recounting the events that had unfolded. The matter of the grand wedding was fraught with complications, so much so that the man in white's countenance shifted in a peculiar manner, ultimately settling on the distant figure of Princess Yue. With a hum, Princess Yue was the first to be released by the man in white, regaining her ability to move. "I am Gue Yue of the Shikui Empire. Honored to meet the lord of the Tianling sect," she said, bowing solemnly. The man in white, however, stepped aside, his expression complex as he remarked, "Ah, it is Princess Yue. Given the turmoil caused by the Tianling sect, we have inadvertently neglected your presence. I humbly ask for your understanding." His politeness was so profound that both Murong Luguang and Zhang Lier exchanged looks of astonishment. Is such courtesy necessary for a deposed princess? Yet Wang Ke's eyes brightened. Judging by the man in white's demeanor towards Princess Yue, the situation appeared to be under control. The man in white then turned again to Murong Luguang. Sect leader, my disciples are eager to vanquish the demons, and this time acted without prior notice. Murong Luguang bowed his head. The man in white coldly retorted, Murong Luguang, do you comprehend the immense cost the Tianlang sect has incurred to ascertain the identities of these malevolent beings? Acting without notification? Do you realize that your impulsiveness has jeopardized our grand scheme? We aim to exploit their ignorance of being exposed to eradicate the 10,000 mountain demons in one fell swoop. Yet you took it upon yourself and thwarted our plans. Murong Luguang's expression changed. It became apparent that the sect leader had other plans that did not involve targeting these demons directly. I acknowledge my fault, and I implore the sect leader to impose punishment, Murong Luguang said, feeling dejected. Humph. The man in white scoffed, clearly indicating that this was not the time for reprimands. Sect leader of the Tianlang, how long do you intend to confine us? Zhang Lier interjected angrily from the side. The man in white surveyed the anxious guests before gesturing with his hand. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning cascaded from above. Astonishingly, he was able to summon the thunderous array without the talisman in Wang Ke's possession. The deluge of lightning poured down like a waterfall, causing the faces of all guests to pale. Was this an attempt to silence them? Even Zhang Lier turned ashen. With a resounding crash, amidst the cries of despair, all demons were instantly obliterated by the electric fury. Streams of golden light surged towards the man in white, swiftly converging in his palm to form a radiant golden sphere. The surrounding guests were finally liberated. After confirming their safety post-explosion, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, drenched in cold sweat. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincerest apologies for the rudeness displayed by the Tianlang sect. This farce has understandably startled you all. The man in white bowed to the assembly. The lord of the Tianlang sect is being too courteous. It is of no consequence. The guests, just recovering from the brink of catastrophe, naturally dared not offend further. These malevolent beings were only recently discovered by my Heavenly Wolf sect, and I have yet to inform the esteemed members of the various celestial sections. I hope you will not hold it against us, the white-clad man sighed. No offense taken. The gathered guests immediately waved their hands in response. How could we dare to voice any complaints when a prominent figure of the nascent soul realm offers us an apology? We can only silently harbor this resentment in our hearts. Since you are all so gracious, I shall bestow upon you the merits derived from these malevolent beings as a token of my sect's apologies, the white-clad man declared with a smile. With a flick of his hand, a golden sphere dispersed, transforming into countless streams of golden light that surged towards all present, except for Wang Ke, who received none. The guests, upon receiving the merits, instantly displayed expressions of great joy. Thank you, sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, they exclaimed. Resentment? With such generous rewards, how could we still harbor any ill feelings? Although Zhang Lier also received a portion, she could not feel joy in her heart, as she believed she deserved a greater share. Having alleviated the guests' grievances, the white-clad man turned his attention back to Wang Ke. I am the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, Qin Tianyuan. I thank you, young friend, for your assistance during our sect's tribulations. The white-clad man bowed respectfully to Wang Ke. Sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, Qin Tianyuan. Chapter 25. Apprenticeship to Qin Tianyuan, the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan bowed respectfully to Wang Ke, who, overwhelmed, instinctively recoiled. I am but a humble youth, Wang Ke, unworthy of such grand courtesy from the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Wang Ke quickly responded with modesty. Oh, a mere trifling achievement? Qin Tianyuan chuckled. Wang Ke's humility pleased him. At the very least, the young man understood the essence of propriety and exhibited a commendable modesty. It is no trifling matter. Had it not been for your intervention, the Eastern Wolf Hall would have faced certain doom today. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. Nearby, Murong Luguang and the others exchanged glances, feeling a wave of annoyance. It was not that Wang Ke sought to distance himself, but rather that he had to feign humility, as the merit he had earned was indisputable and inescapable. By downplaying his contributions, he aimed to make Qin Tianyuan feel somewhat awkward, thus paving the way for his own bold requests later. In our Heavenly Wolf sect, rewards are bestowed for merits, and kindness must be repaid. There is no need for you to be so self-effacing. Your deeds are evident to all. Wang Ke, do you have any requests? If they are reasonable, I shall grant them. Qin Tianyuan smiled. Upon hearing this, Wang Ku's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly knelt. I, Wang Ku, have long admired the Heavenly Wolf sect during my earthly training, harboring profound respect for the Lord. My sole wish in this life is to be accepted as your disciple. I humbly beseech you to grant me this honor. Wang Ku bowed deeply. Everyone gasped in astonishment at Wang Ku's audacity. How dare he make such a bold request? Qin Tianyuan had taken only one disciple throughout his life, and countless aspirants yearned for the opportunity to study under him. Yet here was Wang Ku, daring to ask for the same, to be accepted as a disciple? Absolutely, Wang Ku thought. With the divine light mirror belonging to Qin Tianyuan, seeking his guidance to dispel his misfortunes would be a natural course of action. Moreover, Qin Tianyuan's esteemed reputation in the 10,000 Great Mountains was unparalleled. And as the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf sect, having such a formidable ally could ensure his future prosperity in those mountains. Oh, you have heard of my name during your earthly pursuits? Qin Tianyuan inquired, surprised. Indeed, all practitioners speak of you, saying that to live without meeting Qin Tianyuan renders one's pursuit of longevity futile. Who does not know of the noble Qin Tianyuan of the Heavenly Wolf sect, whose righteousness is matched only by his unparalleled magical prowess? Wang Ku praised fervently. Zhang Lier and the other guests were left speechless, their expressions frozen. This young man was laying it on thick. It was truly distasteful. They felt a shiver run down their spines. Such flattery. Qin Tianyuan replied with a smile. Not at all. I merely restrain myself, lest the Lord misinterpret my words as mere sycophancy. Since my youth, I have revered you, and I implore you once more to accept me as your disciple. Wang Ku reiterated his plea. My lord, you must reconsider. This individual lacks integrity. He has just shown disrespect towards the demonic forces. Murong Luguang interjected, his expression darkening. To aspire to be your disciple is nothing short of a dream. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Tianyuan asked, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Ku. My lord, by mere coincidence, I wielded the command token of the Heavenly Thunder Exorcism Array, granting me the power of life and death. Yet, I understand in my heart that all beings are born under heaven. How could I, by my own hand, determine their fates? I must never abuse the power of punishment. I would rather let 1,000 wrongdoers escape than mistakenly execute an innocent soul. Thus, I meticulously examined the veracity of the accusations against the malevolent, albeit my methods may have been somewhat crude. Yet, I genuinely wish to avoid the wrongful execution of a good person. Please, esteemed leader, bear witness to my intentions. Wang Ku promptly explained. He had indeed been feeling around earlier. Murong of Gong lamented. Wang Ku possesses a heart of compassion and mercy, a rare quality indeed. Murong of Gong, please refrain from casting baseless and lascivious aspersions upon a righteous individual. Qin Tianyuan spoke with a solemn tone. Murong of Gong, Zhang Lier, and others looked at Qin Tianyuan in astonishment. Compassion? Was that lewd grin indicative of compassion? A righteous individual? Surely you have not been rendered dazed by his flattery. Wang Ku, I, Qin Tianyuan, do not accept disciples. My sole disciple is entrusted to me by a departed friend. Thus, Qin Tianyuan shook his head. Wang Ku's expression shifted. Princess Yue stepped forward. Lord of the Heavenly Wolf sect, I do not comprehend why my mother instructed me to seek your protection in times of peril. I shall regard you as a friend of my mother. Had it not been for Wang Ku's relentless escort, I would have perished on the road. In light of Wang Ku's valiant efforts to save my life, I beseech you to grant his request. The assembly exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Tianyuan had declared he would not accept disciples, and he was known for his unwavering resolve. How could he possibly acquiesce to the plea of a princess from a fallen kingdom? Oh, Wang Ku saved your life? Qin Tianyuan turned to Princess Yue. Murong Gong, what folly have you committed? Qin Tianyuan glared at him. Murong Gong appeared embarrassed, asserting that it was not his affair, but rather the doing of the Jinwu sect. Nevertheless, explanations were futile at this moment, as he had tacitly endorsed the bounty issued by the Jinwu sect. I acknowledge my guilt. Murong Gong offered a bitter smile. Qin Tianyuan turned his gaze back to Wang Ku, clearly affected by Princess Yue's entreaty. The resolute Qin Tianyuan wavered. Wang Ku, what is your cultivation level? He inquired. I am at the 4th level of the innate realm, practicing the ordinary innate purple chi technique. My training is still in its infancy. I could be rendered unable to cultivate at any moment. Wang Ku replied with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, he cast a grateful glance at Princess Yue. Realizing that her status was indeed extraordinary, was Qin Tianyuan about to accept him as a disciple? Qin Tianyuan fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Murong of Gong harbored long-standing prejudices against Wang Ku. How could he simply stand by and watch Wang Ke gain such an advantage? If Wang Ku were not a disciple of Qin Tianyuan, Murong of Gong could easily seek retribution later. However, if he became the personal disciple of the sect leader, how could Murong of Gong trouble him? The crowd began to murmur. If it weren't for the impending threat of sect annihilation, how could Qin Tianyuan have returned so swiftly? Who rang the alarm? He was the true benefactor. They have arrived. Junior brother guardian of the bell, they are here. Murong of Gong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he observed 3 disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect approaching in the distance. These 3 disciples were escorting a rotund figure. The crowd recognized him instantly. This was the same fat man who had previously posed as Zhang Shinshu to swindle money outside the mountain gate. Master, we vigilantly guard the warning bell of the extermination sect. 2 hours ago, this individual emerged from the depths, struck the bell, and insulted the remains of our esteemed ancestors of the Celestial Wolf sect, exclaimed the 3 disciples. A look of bewilderment washed over the crowd. Could it be that this rotund figure was responsible for the bell's toll? Should we be grateful to him? Yet, why must he desecrate the sacred remains of our forebears? Zhang Zhengdao, having been immobilized, was utterly disoriented. Unbeknownst to him, a tumult had unfolded in the plaza of the Eastern Wolf Hall. He was unaware of the chaos instigated by malevolent forces. After being bound for 2 hours, the binding light suddenly vanished, granting him mobility. Before he could escape, he was seized by 3 formidable individuals whose deathly gazes had petrified him for 2 hours, and was brought to this place. Zhang Zhengdao was still trying to comprehend the situation when he beheld Wang Ku kneeling before Qin Tianyuan. It was over. Wang Ku had groveled in supplication, and they had been exposed. This spelled disaster. What to do? What to do? Yes, a dead ally is better than a living foe, he thought, placing all blame on Wang Ku. Before him, Qin Tianyuan was a familiar face, and he cried out, Master Qin, please save me. I am not to blame. I was coerced. Zhang Zhengdao suddenly broke into a fit of tears. Everyone turned to Zhang Zhengdao, puzzled. It was not my intention to strike the bell. I was forced into it by Wang Ku, who held my very life in his grasp. How could I dare defy him? It was Wang Ku who compelled me to toll the bell. Blame him, not me. I am innocent. I merely wished to escort Princess Yuyue to the Celestial Wolf sect. As for the desecration of the remains, it was an unintended transgression. Had it not been for Wang Ku's coercion, I would never have ventured underground to strike the bell. Zhang Zhengdao passionately accused Wang Ku, his tears flowing freely. Murong Luguang and others, who harbored disdain for Wang Ku, appeared as though they had consumed something foul. So, it was Wang Ku who orchestrated the bell tolling? Qin Tianyuan mused. Upon hearing Zhang Zhengdao's unexpected support, Wang Ku's heart brightened. Yes, it is all my doing. This time, Princess Yue noticed something amiss. Originally, we could have waited patiently at Wolf Immortal Town for your return, but sensing something was wrong, we resolved to take the risk of entering the Celestial Wolf sect. Striking the bell would undoubtedly incite controversy, yet to thwart the nefarious plans of evil. I had no choice but to compel Zhang Zhengdao to toll the bell. If there were no evil present, it would be one thing, but if there is, we can at least take solace in our righteous hearts. Wang Ku quickly devised his justification for entering the sect. As for attributing the discovery of the evil to Princess Yue, Wang Ku found himself at a loss for words. Passing the credit to her meant she could simply disregard them, offering no explanations. As for the selfless valor displayed in the face of danger, Murong Luguang and others exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions stiffening. Could he be any more shameless? A sense of righteousness? Bah, how absurd. However, Qin Tianyuan was exceedingly pleased. This is not merely a risk. This is a courageous act. In addition to your courage and wisdom, you possess a heart filled with compassion, which brings me great satisfaction. Not only have you rescued Princess Yue, but you have also saved the Tianlang sect. This merit is indelible. Having a disciple of your caliber is indeed a blessing for a master. Very well, I shall grant your request. Master, think carefully, exclaimed Murong Luguang in alarm. Zhang Zhengdao wore a perplexed expression. What was happening? Hadn't he just shifted the blame onto that scoundrel Wang Ku? How had he suddenly reaped such immense benefits? Was it possible that what he had cast aside was not a burden of disgrace, but rather a treasure of gold? Thank you, master. I, your disciple Wang Ku, bow before you. Wang Ku hurriedly knelt in reverence. Chapter 26. You have misbehaved. Thank you, master. Disciple Wang Ku pays his respects to you. Wang Ku eagerly bowed down. The only one left perplexed was Zhang Zhengdao. From the conversations around him, he had gathered what had transpired, and in an instant, his eyes rolled back, nearly causing him to faint. Had he truly relinquished such a monumental achievement? Master Chun, I too have contributed to the Heavenly Wolf sect. I was the one who rescued Princess Yue, and I am also the bell ringer. I am a close friend of Wang Ku. I have long admired you. And I wish to become your disciple, master. Zhang Jingdao suddenly knelt down, calling out with fervor. The shout caught the attention of everyone present. Zhang Jingdao? Chen Tianyuan frowned as he regarded him, clearly recognizing his background. Oh, master knows me. How wonderful. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Do not call me master. Your status prevents me from accepting you as a disciple. Chen Tianyuan shook his head. Status? The crowd looked at Zhang Jingdao with curiosity. Why? He asked, bewildered. Your ringing of the bell was commendable, yet you recklessly disturbed the resting place of our ancestors in the Heavenly Wolf sect. Chen Tianyuan frowned. I was compelled by Wang Ku. It was unintentional. Zhang Jingdao insisted anxiously. Unintentional? Once again, you were coerced by Wang Ku? Very well. You have desecrated the eternal rest of our ancestors. Thus your merit is diminished. Being forced to ring the bell is somewhat excusable, so your merits and faults may balance out. Chen Tianyuan stated calmly. What? I rang the bell. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, visibly displeased. Zhang Jingdao, do you doubt my master's judgment? Wang Ku shot him a warning glare. Zhang Jingdao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. At this point, further arguments seemed futile. Master, while I concede the bell-ringing matter, you are aware of Princess Yue's status. As the initiator, I have made significant contributions. I merely wish to become your disciple. Please, grant me this. Zhang Jingdao implored eagerly. However, Chen Tianyuan shook his head once more. I will not take you as a disciple, but I understand your current predicament. I can alleviate some of your concerns. Really? Zhang Jingdao's eyes lit up. With that, Chen Tianyuan pointed at Zhang Jingdao's chest, a surge of energy entering his body. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated within Zhang Jingdao, akin to the unlocking of some great shackles, and soon his aura surged rapidly, sending debris swirling around him. Is that the aura of the Golden Core stage? Morong Luguang exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Ku's eyes widened as well. Previously, Zhang Jingdao could not even match the peak of the innate realm, Nie Tianba, yet now he exuded the presence of the Golden Core stage. How could this be possible? This old man has indeed been deceiving me. Chen Tianyuan had not anticipated Zhang Jingdao's tenacity. Nevertheless, having already intervened, he decided to see it through. I will not accept you as a disciple. If you're worried about your superior's reprimands, here's what we'll do. You shall join the Heavenly Wolf sect. Forget about apprenticeship. You have your family lineage. You can be considered a guest elder of our sect. This way, if your superior seeks you out, you may claim this identity and let him come to me. Chen Tianyuan proposed thoughtfully. Thank you, sect master. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Turning his head, Zhang Jingdao cast a triumphant glance at Wang Ku, as if to convey, I am now the esteemed elder guest. You are but a humble disciple, so you ought to treat me with due respect. Wang Ku paid him no mind. By the way, sect master, what shall we do about Princess Yue? She has nowhere to go. Zhang Jingdao directed his gaze towards Chen Tianyuan. The daughter of a fallen kingdom has become a burden for sect master Chen. If you do not reject her, might you take me on as your disciple as well? The Princess Yue spoke up promptly. Although she was uncertain why her mother had sent her to seek Chen Tianyuan, becoming a disciple under him, with Wang Ku as a fellow brother, seemed rather appealing. Princess Yue, your noble status makes it unseemly for me to accept you as a disciple. However, rest assured, with the Tianlang sect by your side, you shall be well protected. I shall immediately send someone to inform your family to come and retrieve you. For now, you may stay at the Tianlang sect. Chen Tianyuan replied with a smile. Elder guest? The surrounding guests expressed their curiosity. This Princess Yue, being a princess of a fallen nation, does she truly warrant such high regard? Does she possess another identity? At that moment, Morong Luguang could hardly contain his regret. He had assumed that Princess Yue was merely a fallen noble, stripped of all but her beauty. Now, he realized he had misjudged. She seemed to possess a background that rivaled that of the former princess of the Shirgui dynasty. Had he personally severed the ties of this fateful connection? Me? An elder? Princess Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, from this moment forth, you are the elder guest of the Tianlang sect. By my decree, all disciples of the Tianlang sect shall protect you as they would protect the sect itself. To see you is to see me, Chen Tianyuan declared solemnly. Salutations, elder. The disciples of the Tianlang sect bowed in unison. Princess Yue appeared utterly bewildered. Surely, you too are bound by restrictions? May I assist you in breaking them? Chen Tianyuan inquired. They are the doing of the traitors from the Shirgui dynasty. I appreciate your help, Sectmaster. Princess Yue nodded. Boom. A muffled sound emanated from within Princess Yue as a powerful current of energy erupted from her body, signifying the breaking of her internal restraints. Golden Core Realm? Wonka's expression turned peculiar. Zhang Zhengdao and Princess Yue have both attained the Golden Core Realm? It seems I am the weakest among us. Very well, Sectmaster Chen. My brother has been gravely injured by the Tianlai Zhuma array of your Tianlang sect, and we have yet to ascertain his fate. Furthermore, your disciple has seized his Jinwu order. Are you not obliged to provide us with an explanation? Zhang Lier spoke sternly from a distance. Wang Ke promptly produced the Jinwu order, along with the talisman for the Tianlai Zhuma array, and presented them to Qin Tianyuan. Master, the three of us encountered Nie Tianba on our way here. We obtained the Jinwu order from him, not by seizing it from Zhang Xinxiu. As for our entry into the Tianlang sect, while we did impersonate disciples of the Jinwu sect, it was solely for the purpose of slaying demons. The injuries sustained by Zhang Xinxiu were inflicted by the wicked Sun Song, and have nothing to do with our Tianlang sect. I implore you, Master, to see the truth. Wang Ke swiftly absolved himself and his companions of any wrongdoing, transferring all blame for Zhang Xinxiu's injuries onto Sun Song, leaving the Jinwu sect with no outlet for their ire. Where is Zhang Xinxiu? Qin Tianyuan inquired, looking towards Murong Luguang. Murong Luguang quickly arranged for someone to bring Zhang Xinxiu over. On the stretcher, Zhang Xinxiu had been minimally treated, his entire body wrapped in bandages, a truly harrowing sight. His movements were laborious, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. Of course, this was the best state he could be in, without the bandages. His charred body would appear even more grievous. Sister, it is him, it is them. Zhang Xinxiu, trembling, pointed at Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao, his sense of grievance evident in his fervent gaze. Master Chen, look at my brother. If it weren't for your disciple's impersonation, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Lier exclaimed angrily. Clearly, Zhang Lier was not one to be trifled with. Even though Wang Ke distanced himself from the situation, she remained relentless. How could she let it go when her brother had been so grievously harmed? Although Zhang Lier did not resort to deceit, she would not hesitate to seek compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tianyuan nodded. You are correct. Zhang Xinxiu's injuries are indeed a result of Wang Ke and the others' actions. However, it was Wang Ke's impersonation that ultimately averted this catastrophe. Thus, in the unraveling of the Demon Lord's plot, Zhang Xinxiu also bears some credit. Zhang Xinxiu glared at Qin Tianyuan. Credit? What credit? I demand vengeance. I only seek retribution. I want you to punish Wang Ke. Zhang Lier. Zhang Xinxiu. Master Chen. Are you deflecting responsibility? We are holding your disciple accountable, yet you suggest that the Lord of Jinyu reward us? Do I desire such trifling compensation? I demand your apology. Your restitution. You have only just taken in a disciple, and already you begin to shield him? Do either of you have anything further to add? Qin Tianyuan inquired. Looking at the Zhang siblings. We shall take our leave. Do not let me encounter Wang Ke and his companions again, Zhang Lier declared, clutching the Jinyu token in indignation. With a flick of her sleeve, she led the disciples of Jinyu's sect away. What advantage could she hope to gain with Qin Tianyuan so intent on protecting his disciple? The guests from various celestial sects had already been swayed by the merits Qin Tianyuan had bestowed, showing no willingness to support her cause. Qin Tianyuan effortlessly bid farewell to the guests, while Murong Luguang and others dared not linger in his presence, promptly departing to slay demons and atone for their misdeeds. Thank you, Master, for your protection. Wang Ke expressed his gratitude to Qin Tianyuan. Wang Ke, I notice a darkness in your aura. Is something amiss with your health? Qin Tianyuan inquired with curiosity. Master, your insight is remarkable. For the past decade, I have been plagued by misfortune. I have heard that your radiant mirror can dispel such a fate. I implore you to assist me. Wang Ke eagerly stepped forward. With their master-disciple relationship now established, Wang Ke felt free to speak candidly. A decade of misfortune? Qin Tianyuan frowned. Indeed, I can attest to that. Zhang Zhengdao immediately nodded in agreement. Princess Yue also displayed a curious expression. Misfortune often stems from one's own misdeeds, Qin Tianyuan analyzed. Wang Ke, I told you so, Wang Ke. You have committed far too many wrongs. Yet you refuse to believe it. Zhang Zhengdao teased from the side. Wang Ke, me? Am I truly at fault? Chapter 27. The merit of exorcising demons. What? I lack virtue. Wang Ke gazed at his master, Qin Tianyuan, with a perplexed expression. What you lack is merit. Qin Tianyuan elucidated. Merit? Master, I previously heard them say that exorcising demons brings merit. Is this the kind of merit? Wang Ke's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, merit is the acknowledgement of one's contributions to the world and the blessings one brings to the people. Thus, merit descends from the heavens. The malevolent spirits, on the other hand, inflict suffering upon humanity and carry grave sins. By vanquishing these demons, the heavenly principle will respond, transforming the sins of the slain evil into merit, which will be bestowed upon the exorcist. Qin Tianyuan explained. No wonder they all rush to exorcise demons. Wang Ke's expression changed. The greater the malevolence of the demon, the deeper its sins. Slaying such malevolence will yield greater merit for you. With more merit, you can dispel your own misfortunes and obstacles, enhance your enlightenment, and assist practitioners in breaking through their limitations. Its uses are boundless. Qin Tianyuan elaborated. Merit? So exorcising demons indeed brings merit? Can merit dispel my misfortunes? Wang Ke's expression flickered with intrigue. Qin Tianyuan nodded. Master, I recall that just now, Wang Ke used the Heavenly Thunder Exorcism Array to slay half of the demons. Did he not earn any merit? Princess Yue inquired curiously. He did, but my Dinging Mirror possesses the ability to consolidate related merits. Wang Ke's exorcism relied entirely on the Dinging Mirror to immobilize the demons. Thus the mirror collected the merit within. However, the merit granted by the heavens is yours. No one can take it away. Qin Tianyuan retrieved the Dinging Mirror. Within the mirror, an image of Wang Ke appeared, with a golden radiance shimmering above his head. I remember now. Each time I slay a demon, golden light emanates from its body and is subsequently absorbed by the Dinging Mirror. This is merit? Wang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. With a flick of his hand, Qin Tianyuan summoned the golden merit from the Dinging Mirror, which transformed into a sphere and landed in his palm. I am uncertain how your misfortunes came to be, but as long as this merit enters your body, it should dissolve them. This merit is rightfully yours. Only you can wield it, so use it as you see fit. Qin Tianyuan stated solemnly. Thank you, Master. Wang Ke replied, filled with excitement as he accepted it. The merit appeared to be sealed within a bubble, and Wang Ke could even sense the affinity it had with him. As soon as he punctured the bubble, the merit would automatically enter his being. And these individuals? Qin Tianyuan looked at the group accompanying Wang Ke. Yes, thank you, Master. Wang Ke expressed his gratitude immediately. What about the two guest elders? Qin Tianyuan turned his gaze towards Zhang Zhengdao and Princess Yue. I wish to stay with Wang Ke. I will also go to the Sword Enlightenment Peak. Zhang Zhengdao declared eagerly, as he was keen on sharing the spoils with Wang Ke and had no desire to part ways. Moreover, in the Tianlang sect, he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and being alongside Wang Ke would provide him companionship. May I also temporarily reside at the Sword Enlightenment Peak? Princess Yue looked towards Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan surveyed the group and ultimately nodded. Wang Ke, take care of Princess Yue on my behalf. Yes, Master. Wang Ke nodded in acquiescence. Qin Tianyuan summoned a disciple from the Tianlang sect to guide Wang Ke while he proceeded to handle matters outside the mountain gate. The disciple, throughout the journey, looked at Wang Ke with eyes filled with envy and resentment. It is worth noting that among the thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect, only Wang Ke has gained a solitary peak. The Sword Enlightenment Peak, once the residence of the sect master, now stands abandoned as the master resides on Spirit Mountain, leaving others hesitant to covet the peak, which inadvertently benefits Wang Ke. Upon his arrival at the Heavenly Wolf sect, Wang Ke became a disciple of the sect master, earning considerable merit, which naturally incited jealousy among the ordinary disciples. Soon, a group traversed several mountain peaks and arrived at the foot of Sword Enlightenment Peak. Nestled closely against Spirit Mountain, the area is replete with abundant spiritual energy. However, many of the structures on the mountain have fallen into disrepair over the years. Nevertheless, Wang Ke brought along numerous subordinates who swiftly set about organizing and restoring the site without his prompting. Under the urging of Zhang Zhengdao, Wang Ke stepped into the central Sword Enlightenment Hall, followed curiously by Princess Yue. With a resounding thud, the hall's doors closed. Where is my lifeblood? Quickly, bring it forth. Hand it over. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed impatiently. Wang Ke retrieved the black folding fan belonging to Zhang Zhengdao. Here it is, your lifeblood returned to you. I have not been deceived after all, Wang Ke remarked with a sigh. Zhang Zhengdao accepted it, inspecting it meticulously before exhaling a sigh of relief. His eyes gleaming as he turned to Wang Ke. Is there more? What else is there? I have just given you this. Wang Ke retorted, eyes narrowing. The storage bracelet belonging to Zhang Shenxiu. We had an agreement. The empty bracelet is yours, but everything within it belongs to me. Zhang Jingdao insisted eagerly. You are already an honorary elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Do not be so stingy. Wang Ke urged. Nonsense. I risked my life for that porcelain and unearthed the ancestral grave of the Heavenly Wolf sect with my life. It is rightfully mine. Hand it over. The bracelet has a restriction you cannot break. Do not attempt to cheat me out of my wealth. Zhang Jingdao jumped up in indignation. Princess Yue observed the two with a quizzical expression. Reluctantly, Wang Ke produced the storage bracelet and handed it to Zhang Jingdao. Is this the one? Indeed, it is. Quickly. Give it to me. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, snatching it eagerly. After a thorough inspection to confirm the restriction was intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Zhang Jingdao unleashed a fierce surge of true essence against the storage bracelet. Boom. A muffled sound resonated as the bracelet was struck by Zhang Jingdao's force against the restriction. It is a password lock. Without Zhang Xinshu's essence, it cannot be opened. Would you like Princess Yue to assist? Wang Ke inquired. No need. Zhang Xinshu is a golden core realm cultivator, and now I am also at that stage. Given time, I will surely unlock it, Zhang Jingdao declared, concealing the storage bracelet behind his back, turning away from the two. We are not competing with you, Princess Yue remarked oddly. While you may not be competing, who knows about that ironclad Wang Ke? He has yet to see the wealth within the storage bracelet. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly pounce. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed with fervor. Let it go. Do not mind him. Princess Yue, since you are also at the Golden Core realm, if it is not too much trouble, would you assist me in breaking the restriction? Wang Ke turned to Princess Yue. All right. She nodded. Zhang Jingdao wore a perplexed expression, pondering the offer of assistance in breaking the restrictions. Did Wang Ke possess a storage bracelet? Just as Zhang Jingdao was engulfed in confusion, Wang Ke suddenly produced 5 storage bracelets from his bosom. 5? Storage bracelets? Zhang Jingdao gaped in disbelief. Where had Wang Ke acquired such treasures? Before he could voice his inquiry, he witnessed Wang Ke extracting 6 more storage bracelets from his sleeves, trousers, and boots. 11? This was inconceivable. Surely, he was hallucinating. Where could Wang Ke have procured so many storage bracelets? Zhang Jingdao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. There are just so many storage bracelets. I must trouble Princess Yue. Allow me to organize my storage bags first. Wang Ke sighed. As he spoke, Wang Ke pulled out 32 storage bags from his garments, and in an instant, he appeared significantly slimmer. Gulp. Zhang Jingdao swallowed hard. Wang Ke, where did you acquire all these treasures? Have you plundered a celestial sect? He exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry and retrieve Zhang Xinshu's items, then return my storage bracelets. Wang Ke demanded with a fierce glare. Zhang Jingdao, taken aback by Wang Ke's lack of sentiment, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Humph, miser. You won't even answer a simple question. I curse your storage bracelets to be filled with nothing but trash, not even a single spirit stone. How could the storage bags of the myriad evildoers be devoid of valuables? Wang Ke repeatedly opened the storage bags, and a dazzling array of treasures illuminated the hall. Zhang Jingdao's eyes turned a fiery red as he observed. Wang Ke, this storage bracelet is unlocked. It contains 100,000 pounds of spirit stones, 30 vials of elixirs, and numerous minor magical artifacts. Oh, and even a flying sword? Princess Yue offered a storage bracelet. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingdao's heart raced, yearning to seize the treasures for himself. Yet, as Wang Ke was now a disciple of Qin Tianyuan, he dared not act recklessly. Oh, is this Sun Song's flying sword? It is barely usable. Princess Yue, I would appreciate your assistance with the remaining storage bracelets. Wang Ke stated. Not a problem. Princess Yue continued to assist Wang Ke in deciphering the lock. Zhang Jingdao seethed with jealousy, fervently hoping that Zhang Xinshu's storage bracelet held even greater treasures. However, Zhang Xinshu's restrictions were formidable, rendering Zhang Jingdao's attempts to decode them even more arduous. Outside the Tianling sect, Zhang Lier gazed at her bandaged brother atop the crane, her eyes brimming with resentment. Listening to her brother recount the earlier events, she felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. No, brother, I will avenge this grievance myself. I will take matters into my own hands. Zhang Xinshu's eyes burned with fury. But, there are no buts. I will cleanse my own humiliation. Zhang Xinshu declared vehemently. There's no need. Zhang Xinshu replied solemnly. Oh, so the storage bracelet that was taken from you contained nothing of worth? Very well, then let it be. Zhang Lier scoffed coldly. Chapter 28. The everlasting divine skill of the sun in the depths of the vast mountains, within a dimly lit grand hall. Two figures could be discerned. One sat high upon a throne, casting a condescending gaze upon the other, who lay prostrate on the ground. Dark Lord. The figure on the ground rasped. Ha! Your devious schemes have all come to naught. The Celestial Wolf sect remains unscathed, while your infiltrators have been captured completely. Ha! The Dark Lord, perched upon the throne, regarded the prostrate figure with a cold smile. The plan to annihilate the Celestial Wolf sect? Failed. I think not. Though evil may rise, righteousness ascends even higher. The forces of good will soon purge all malevolence from the vast mountains. The figure on the ground replied, their voice hoarse and indistinct, as if ravaged by a grievous injury. The Dark Lord tapped his fingers upon the armrest of the throne. Those lesser evildoers? Their demise is inconsequential. Capturing you, however, is the key to my dominion. Have you succumbed to darkness? Then the Celestial Wolf sect shall meet its doom. Once it falls, the various sects of the vast mountains will pose no threat. Me? Succumb to darkness? Ha! Dark Lord, you shall not sway me. The figure on the ground retorted coldly. Once you embrace darkness, you shall remain forever ensnared. You cannot change this. From this moment forth, you are a member of my Taijin demon cult. The Dark Lord proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Meanwhile, at the sword enlightenment peak of the Celestial Wolf sect, Wang Ke had meticulously organized the spiritual stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, and flying swords from his storage treasures, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhang Jingdao, on the other hand, despite his overwhelming jealousy, remained convinced that Zhang Xinchu's storage bracelet contained immense treasures, merely awaiting discovery. Thank you, Princess Yue, for assisting me in unraveling the restrictions on the storage bracelet. As for the 8,000 pounds of spiritual stones that you intended to return to me for the flying sword that exploded against Nie Tianba, consider it a reward for your help. Wang Ke declared generously. 8,000 pounds of spiritual stones? Wang Ke, do you value riches over your life? How could you possibly waive Princess Yue's debt? This is unprecedented. It is not your character. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Ke rolled his eyes. You think I would trust you to unlock a password lock? Have you lost your mind? With your greedy demeanor, who knows how much you would pilfer from me? Wang Ke, I understand now. I've long suspected something was amiss with you. You harbor desires for Princess Yue, do you not? It is because of her beauty that you are acting this way. Are you pursuing her? Zhang Jingdao's eyes sparkled with realization. What nonsense are you spouting? Princess Yue exclaimed, her cheeks flushing slightly. Such slander. I assure you, Princess and I are innocent. She is as pure as the driven snow. How dare you tarnish her name? Wang Ke glared at him. Is that so? In the past, you would meticulously count every single spiritual stone. Now, you casually dismiss 8,000 pounds. You are certainly willing to spend lavishly to win over the princess. Zhang Jingdao retorted, his tone filled with disbelief. Enough. If you continue to slander Princess Yue, I shall report to our master and have you stripped of your position as a guest elder. Wang Ke warned, his eyes narrowing. I shall step out first and find a courtyard to reside in. Princess Yue, somewhat overwhelmed by the conversation between the two, promptly exited the grand hall. Very well. Zhang Jingdao, you may leave as well. My master has just bestowed upon me some merit, and I must absorb it to swiftly dispel the misfortunes that plague me. Wang Ke urged him to depart. Wang Ke, why not grant me 8,000 pounds of spirit stones? I assure you, I shall keep your entangled relationship with Princess Yue a secret. Zhang Jingdao suddenly exclaimed with a laugh. Do you truly believe I would fear your disclosure? I, Wang Ke, am upright and untroubled by shadows. I am upright and unafraid of crooked shadows. Your words are futile. Wang Ke rolled his eyes in response. This is the miser I know. Damn it. Not even a pound of spirit stones will he part with. Zhang Jingdao scoffed in anger and strode out of the grand hall. Remember, retrieve the items from Zhang's mystical storage bracelet. Return the empty bracelet to me. Wang Ke called after the departing Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao shot a fierce glare at Wang Ke, the stingy miser, and proceeded to find a courtyard for himself. With a resounding clang, the grand hall doors slammed shut. Wang Ke found a cushion, sat cross-legged, and took out the merit orb that Chun Tianyuan had just given him. The outer layer of the merit orb was sealed by a layer of confinement, yet Wang Ke could sense a familiarity with this merit, as if it were rightfully his. My master said that I only need to let this merit enter my body? Wang Ke mused with slight curiosity, gently breaking the outer layer of confinement. He observed the merit in his hand as if it recognized him, suddenly transforming into a golden beam of light that surged toward Wang Ke's body. Ah! Wang Ke felt a jolt coursing through him, a most uncomfortable sensation, and his thoughts instantaneously sharpened, as if long-forgotten memories suddenly became vividly clear. Simultaneously, he sensed his cultivation, which had been stagnant for so long, suddenly grasping an elusive mystery, on the verge of a breakthrough. This feeling was exquisite, compelling Wang Ke to lose himself in it. Merit? No wonder those cultivators are so eager to attain it. Indeed, it feels magnificent, Wang Ke exclaimed excitedly. But in the next moment, the merit within him was suddenly drawn forth, surging directly toward his dantian. In his dantian lay a golden longsword, the sun-extinguishing divine sword. This was a treasured heirloom passed down from Wang Ke's ancestors on Earth, which he had fortuitously activated with his blood. This sword had transported him across the cosmic expanse to this very planet. Regrettably, upon arriving here, the energy sealed within the sun-extinguishing divine sword had completely drained, and it had turned into a golden light, sinking into Wang Ke's body to slumber. Wang Ke had initially believed that the sun-extinguishing divine sword could never be wielded again. However, 10 years prior, when he and Zhang Zhengdao excavated the tomb of a demon king, they unearthed a resurrected evil spirit. Zhang Zhengdao had fled in terror, leaving Wang Ke to confront it alone. Wang Ke, believing he was destined to perish at the hands of that malevolent spirit, was unexpectedly safeguarded by the sun-extinguishing divine sword, which slew the evil. Yet, after the spirit was vanquished, a dark energy entwined itself around the sword, leading to a decade of relentless misfortune for Wang Ke. At this moment, as the merit entered his body, it was immediately absorbed by the sun-extinguishing divine sword. In an instant, the sun-immortal sword suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. Is this ancestral blade to be activated by virtue? Wang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. A chilling wail resonated within Wang Ke's body, and upon focusing his mind, he discerned the source, the dark aura entwined around the sun-immortal sword. This malevolent energy coalesced into the shape of the demon Wang Ke had encountered before, struggling desperately as if the sword were cleaving it apart. Roar! No! Merge with me, merge with me! The demon, formed from the dark energy, cried out with a piercing shriek. Wang Ke, taken aback, felt his scalp tingle. 10 years ago, the sun-immortal sword did not completely vanquish that demon. It has infiltrated my body. Had it not been for the protection of the sun-immortal sword these past 10 years, I would have been possessed by this demon. Wang Ke's expression shifted dramatically. Little one, retrieve the sword. Quickly, retrieve the sword. I possess numerous techniques and treasures. They are all yours. If you agree to merge with me, all my skills will be yours, making you the greatest in the world. The dark energy demon wailed desperately. Presently, only Wang Ke could slightly invoke the sun-immortal sword. Should he acquiesce, the demon could be saved. Do you think I am foolish? Merge with you? You cannot even contend with my ancestral sword, and you speak of being the greatest? Ha! Wang Ke spat disdainfully. Ah, no. Ah! The dark energy demon let out a final, anguished cry. With a resounding crash, the demon was completely obliterated by the sun-immortal sword, dissipating into nothingness. In that moment, Wang Ke was enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. As virtue infused the sun-immortal sword, it seemed to grow closer to Wang Ke. Unfortunately, he still could not extract it from his dantian. Even if I cannot retrieve it, it suffices that you can automatically protect me. Now that you are infused with a significant amount of virtue, your power must have increased. You are my ancestral treasure, my family's legacy. Please safeguard me, for I am the sole heir of the Wang family. However, with the influx of virtue, the sun-immortal sword gradually illuminated a multitude of tiny characters within Wang Ke's dantian. The script was minuscule, and only through concentrated effort could Wang Ke discern the words. This technique is bequeathed to the descendants of the Wang family. Cultivate diligently to attain the realm of Earth Immortals. Exercise caution during your training. Wang Ke read the initial inscription. Did my ancestors truly possess an immortal? Is this sun-immortal sword genuinely my forebear's weapon? And has a technique been left behind? Earth Immortal? What level is that? An immortal's technique? Wang Ke exclaimed with sudden excitement. Amidst his exhilaration, he scrutinized the text closely. Sun-immortal divine art? Such a formidable technique. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. Virtue is indeed splendid. Wang Ke rejoiced. Yet, as his excitement grew, his expression gradually stiffened. Although the sun-immortal divine art was indeed a complete technique, the sheer volume of text was overwhelmingly daunting. Within his dantian, the dense script sprawled layer upon layer, only allowing Wang Ke's focused mind to grasp a rough estimate of the quantity. This technique comprises an astonishing number of characters. A cursory estimate suggests it exceeds 200 million. Is this a method of celestial cultivation or merely a digital narrative? Such an extensive text? Even if I were to forego sustenance and continuously recite it, it would take me no less than 3 to 5 years to comprehend. Considering the time required to grasp the profound intricacies of this esoteric practice, 50 or 60 years would swiftly elapse before I even commence my training. And yet, I have not even begun to cultivate. Wang Ke's expression darkened gradually. On television, the immortals appear as elderly gentlemen and ladies. Is it because the sheer volume of their cultivation texts causes them to embark on their spiritual journey only in their twilight years? Wang Ke remarked with a peculiar countenance. Chapter 29. The more words, the mightier the celestial wolf sect. Wang Ke ultimately refrained from hastily cultivating the sun immortal technique, for that method was exceedingly peculiar. He resolved to wait until he could inquire with his master about a general description of the cultivation techniques before proceeding. Chen Tianyuan, having attended to various affairs within the sect, made his way to the Sword Enlightenment Peak to seek Wang Ke. Master, the subordinates I brought are temporarily assigned to handle some menial tasks at Sword Enlightenment Peak. Additionally, Princess Yue requires some attendance, so I have arranged for them to settle in for the time being. In a few days, I shall escort them out of the mountain, Wang Ke said respectfully. And what of Princess Yue? Chen Tianyuan inquired with curiosity. Princess Yue bears a scar on her face and has been adjusting to it these past 2 days. Wang Ke replied with a wry smile. He was aware of the scar, yet for some unknown reason, Princess Yue seemed reluctant to allow Wang Ke to see it, to the extent that she refused to make an appearance. Given her noble status and her past life of luxury, commanding numerous palace maids, it would be fitting for your subordinates to remain at Sword Enlightenment Peak as attendants for the princess. Chen Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wang Ke's eyes brightened. The abundant spiritual energy within the Celestial Wolf sect meant that having his subordinates perform menial tasks here was akin to being treated as disciples of the sect, albeit without the official title. What of Zhang Jingdao? Chen Tianyuan asked curiously. After unsealing a storage bracelet yesterday, he suddenly grew irritable and entered seclusion, Wang Ke explained. Chen Tianyuan appeared perplexed. Irritable, however, he did not dwell on this matter. Thank you, master. Wang Ke's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Chen Tianyuan grasped Wang Ke and soared into a valley upon his flying sword. This is the Celestial Wolf sect's pavilion of techniques, home to 12 elders responsible for imparting teachings. They are all disciples at the Golden Core stage. Their hopes of advancing to the nascent soul stage having dimmed, yet they remain unwaveringly loyal to the sect. Thus, they hold the esteemed title of elder and are tasked with transmitting teachings to all disciples of the Celestial Wolf sect, Chen Tianyuan elucidated. Do not the disciples of the Celestial Wolf sect cultivate under their respective masters? Is it not the elders who impart teachings? Wang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. This resembles a school. Our Celestial Wolf sect differs from other sections. Upon joining, disciples are assigned to one of the 4 halls, awaiting directives from the hall masters: East Wolf Hall, South Wolf Hall, West Wolf Hall, and North Wolf Hall. Each master leads a faction. I was once the master of North Wolf Hall, and later became the sect leader. The current master of North Wolf Hall is my other disciple, your senior brother. However, he is currently occupied with matters outside, his whereabouts shrouded in secrecy, so I cannot divulge much about him, Chen Tianyuan clarified. Is it true that beneath the sect leader there are 4 hall masters, each commanding a quarter of the disciples? I heard that Murong Luguang was preparing for a grand wedding at East Wolf Hall not long ago. Does that mean he belongs to the East Wolf Hall faction? Wang Ke's expression shifted. Indeed, in our Celestial Wolf sect, the strong are regarded as senior brothers, while the weaker are seen as junior brothers. Ordinary innate disciples receive teachings from the elders, while Golden Core disciples are guided in turns by the 4 hall masters, with me often providing guidance to Golden Core disciples as well, in the hope that they may advance to the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, disciples earn merits through demon slaying, which entitles them to rewards from the sect, Chen Tianyuan elaborated. No wonder, master, you have only 2 direct disciples. This implies that the 4 great palace masters seldom take on apprentices as well, perhaps only serving as lecturers? Wang Ke remarked with a peculiar expression. Indeed. While we are all engaged in cultivation, we must also recognize that in the Yuaning realm, although one's lifespan increases, time remains a precious commodity, making it implausible to take on numerous disciples. Having 2 direct disciples is ample. Qin Tianyuan elucidated. Wang Ke's expression grew increasingly strange. How does this differ from what you previously heard about the immortal sects? Qin Tianyuan chuckled. Yes. Disciple feels that the structure of the Tianlang sect resembles not that of a traditional cultivation sect, but rather something else entirely. Wang Ke frowned. What does it resemble? Qin Tianyuan inquired, directing his gaze towards Wang Ke. It resembles a military district. No, more like a military camp. Master, you are the supreme commander. The four great palace masters are the generals, and the disciples of the four veins are akin to soldiers. Wang Ke stated, his expression still peculiar. Qin Tianyuan cast a surprised glance at Wang Ke, his eyes reflecting admiration, yet he chose not to elaborate further. The two soon arrived at the entrance of a grand hall, whereupon two elderly men approached them. Greetings, sect master. The two elders bowed respectfully. Esteemed transmission elders, this is my direct disciple Wang Ke. In my absence, he shall seek your guidance, and I ask that you provide him with your utmost assistance. Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. You are too kind, sect master. We shall certainly do our best. The two transmission elders were exceedingly courteous to Wang Ke, who returned their respect with a bow. Perhaps due to the recent battle against the demons, the disciples of the Tianlang sect were few in number. Under the guidance of the two elders, the duo entered the pavilion of techniques. The first floor was densely filled with various texts on techniques, swordplay, alchemy, and artifact forging. This first level contains an abundance of arts. The second floor contains the actual cultivation methods. Follow me. Qin Tianyuan led Wang Ke directly to the second floor of the pavilion of techniques. The second floor seemed to be divided into four categories, each containing around 100 volumes. Observing the nearly 400 tomes displayed on the second floor, Wang Ke exclaimed, the Tianlang sect truly lives up to its reputation as a premier immortal sect of the 10,000 Great Mountains, boasting hundreds of unique cultivation methods. The two transmission elders exchanged knowing smiles but remained silent, as if they were accustomed to such novet. You are mistaken. This second floor contains only 4 divine techniques, the divine technique of the earth, the divine technique of fire, the divine technique of ice, and the divine technique of storm. Qin Tianyuan explained. Only 4? Then what are all these hundreds of volumes? Wang Ke queried in astonishment. Each divine technique consists of millions of words, naturally. A single volume cannot encompass everything, hence they are divided into hundreds of volumes. Qin Tianyuan clarified. 100 volumes for just one technique? That's an extraordinary number. I suppose it would take months to study them all? Wang Ke responded, intrigued. Is this a cultivation practice or a reading club? My master practiced the divine technique of storm for an entire year before commencing actual cultivation. Qin Tianyuan elucidated. Wang Ke exclaimed. During your time in the mundane world, you practiced only rudimentary techniques. Such elementary methods are naturally simplistic and do not require such detail. The more profound the technique, the more considerations must be observed. For even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. Qin Tianyuan expounded. Are advanced techniques always this complex? Wang Ke queried, perplexed. What do you think? Qin Tianyuan smiled. Wang Ke furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while, and eventually came to a realization. Indeed, when comparing the art of cultivation to technology, the more advanced the technology, the more intricate the instructions become. Would one expect the manuals for constructing a nuclear power plant to be akin to those for assembling a flashlight? It stands to reason that the higher the level, the more knowledge is required. Do not fear the extensive nature of the cultivation methods. Rather, fear the impatience to learn. The more elaborate, the more formidable they are. Yes, the disciple has acted inappropriately, Wang Ke said with a bitter smile. No matter, my disciple. I too have traversed a winding path. I spent a year delving into the storm divine art before commencing my cultivation. You need not take such a route. You may practice while reading. Qin Tianyuan replied. These cultivation methods are meticulously detailed. As long as you adhere to the teachings, you shall encounter no issues. That is reassuring. Wang Ke sighed in relief. To read for several years before embarking on cultivation? That would be madness. I shall practice as I study. The greater the word count, the higher the level of the cultivation method, then why should I practice these 4 divine arts? I possess the ancestral Great Sun indestructible art, whose word count surpasses that of each manual here by 20-fold. Is it not more advanced? The 4 divine arts are the pinnacle within the 10,000 Great Mountains. As for which one to choose, select based on your preference. You may only choose one. It is not a matter of greed, but rather the fact that different attributes of divine arts may conflict. Qin Tianyuan elucidated. Only one can be learned. Wang Ke inquired with curiosity. Yes, the disciple understands now. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Wang Ke respectfully replied. You may transcribe the divine art here, and then proceed to the swordplay and spell section below to select your preferred methods. Should there be anything unclear, feel free to consult the two elders. If you still have questions, you may come to me. After a month, I shall teach you the swordplay, Qin Tianyuan explained. Understood, Master. Wang Ke bowed respectfully. To both elders, I thank you for your assistance, Qin Tianyuan said, turning to the two elders. It's our duty, they replied courteously. Once Qin Tianyuan had finished explaining to Wang Ke, he took his leave. Under the guidance of the transmission elders, Wang Ke diligently transcribed the first 2 volumes of the Leaving Fire Divine Art. Brother Wang, you are indeed fortunate to be under the sect master's tutelage. If you were an ordinary disciple, without sufficient merit, it would be impossible to view an entire volume of a cultivation method, at most. One might glimpse the first few volumes. Only through contributions and demon slaying can one gradually access the entirety of a method. One of the transmission elders elucidated. What are you saying? Brother Wang has just saved the Heavenly Wolf sect. Is that not a remarkable achievement? Another elder retorted. How could the sect master possibly act in self-interest? Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha. The sect master is fair and just. And it is undoubtedly due to Brother Wang's merits that he is permitted to transcribe. The two elders continued to chatter, leaving Wang Ke hesitant to interject. Although he did not intend to cultivate the divine arts here, Wang Ke wished to keep his practice of the Great Sun indestructible art a secret. What value did the Leaving Fire divine art hold? What is Leaving Fire compared to the Great Sun? The Great Sun represents the sun itself. In the universe, what flame surpasses that of the sun? I am undoubtedly destined to practice the ancestral method. Refocusing on his dantian, he once again beheld the Great Sun indestructible art. Is the word count too extensive? It matters not. I shall read and practice concurrently. All cultivation methods progress from simple to profound. I am merely at the innate stage. So why the haste? Wang Ke began reading from the beginning. To practice this art, Wang Ke paused, finding the phrasing rather irritating. Fortunately, the following words are still acceptable. To master this skill, one must accumulate virtue. Those who play with fire are destined to be burned. Wang was momentarily taken aback by the reading. Is this a preamble? A cautionary adage? Or something else? It feels rather peculiar as I read it. Never mind. I shall skip this sentence and continue below, where the subsequent text is still comprehensible. Let us proceed with the practice. Chapter 30. The Turbid True Qi after more than half a month. Outside the gate of the Tianlang sect, Zhang Jingdao approached with a convoy, only to be halted at the entrance. What do you want? I am an esteemed guest elder of the Tianlang sect. Do you not recognize me, Zhang Jingdao? What? You wish to inspect our belongings? How dare you? You, a mere novice disciple, what authority do you possess? I demand to see the sect master. Are you questioning my status as a guest elder? Am I merely a decorative figure? Why do you not inspect Qin Tianyuan's storage bag instead of mine? Who do you think you are? Zhang Jingdao bellowed at the disciples guarding the mountain gate, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. This scene caused a frown to form on the face of Murong Luguang, who observed from a distance. Master brother, Zhang Jingdao is not to be trifled with. Should we continue our inspection? A disciple of the Tianlang sect whispered to Murong Luguang. It has been over 10 days. Zhang Jingdao brings a convoy to Wujian Peak daily. What is he transporting? The cargo is enveloped in toxic miasma, Murong Luguang mused, furrowing his brow. Uncertain, but it appears to be some form of poison. Poison? Murong Luguang pondered, his brow knitted. Humph, let him see. He won't learn so quickly. Murong Luguang replied coldly. I also heard that Princess Yue resides at Wujian Peak. Could it be that Wang Ke? Wang Ke is not one to indulge in such proclivities, is he? Murong Luguang queried, still frowning. We thought the same, before activating the Heavenly Thunder Demon Extermination Array. He was fondling a male demon. However, he does not discriminate, engaging with female demons as well. This lad appears quite peculiar. Murong Luguang's expression darkened. Princess Yue? She currently harbors a misunderstanding towards me. Even if I were to go now, it would be futile. I shall wait for my master to return and lift my punishment before devising a plan. Princess Yue undoubtedly belongs to Master Brother, and that Zhang Lier has encountered some trouble due to Wang Ke. Yet, I believe that with Master Brother's charm, it is only a matter of time before Zhang Lier becomes enamored. Indeed, the Tianlang disciple replied. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao perceived that Murong Luguang was being put in a difficult position and frequently cast provocative glances in his direction. As he was allowed to pass through the mountain gate, Zhang Jingdao exuded a sense of triumph. Let us enter the mountain. Zhang Zhengdao laughed heartily. Yes. The convoy followed closely behind him, venturing into the mountain. Zhang Zhengdao cast a taunting look at Murong Luguang, who seemed utterly indifferent to him, gazing instead at the distant sky. Suddenly, Murong Luguang's eyes sparkled with excitement as a look of surprise graced his face. Salutations, master. Murong Luguang bowed towards the sky. Zhang Zhengdao turned his head, only to see a middle-aged woman clad in a Taoist robe descending upon a flying sword. Her countenance was frigid, her brows raised, exuding an aura as chilling as a glacier, felt even from a distance. Salutations to the East Wolf Palace Master. The disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately bowed in reverence. The woman, standing atop the flying sword, surveyed the area with a cold glance. Wherever her gaze fell, everyone felt a shiver, as if frozen by the cold. In a state of panic, Zhang Zhengdao hastily fled with his convoy. Niamieju only cast a fleeting glance before fixing his gaze upon Murong Luguang. Luguang, I am already aware of the foolishness you have committed, Niamieju stated coldly. Disciple, driven by an eagerness to vanquish demons, has made such a blunder. Murong Luguang replied bitterly. It is not your desire to eradicate demons that troubles me, but rather your attitude towards Princess Yue. Did I not instruct you to cultivate a closer relationship with her? What foolish actions have you undertaken? Niamieju's tone was icy. Murong Luguang's face was etched with bitterness. You aspire to wed Zhang Liar? You seek the support of the Jinwu sect? Humph. Fool. If you had gained the favor of the one behind Princess Yue, what significance would the Jinwu sect's backing hold? The entirety of the Jinwu sect could be yours through her connections. Yet, you have chosen to forsake the substantial for the trivial? Utterly foolish. Niamieju's eyes widened in exasperation. Murong Luguang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Initially, he believed that becoming a general in the Shigue dynasty was a means to approach Princess Yue, thinking that her value would diminish with the dynasty's fall. However, upon hearing his master's words, regret washed over him. Master, who exactly is behind Princess Yue? Murong Luguang asked, filled with anticipation. Niamieju regarded him with a look of disappointment, flicked his sleeve, snorted coldly, and disregarded his disciple as he stepped into the mountain gate. At Wujin Peak, Zhang Zhengdao led a convoy swiftly up the mountain. The individuals responsible for transporting the goods were all subordinates of Wang Ke, each donning gas masks and self-made protective gear, expertly unloading items from the carts at the entrance of Wujin Hall. Come in. Wang Ke's voice echoed from within the hall. Zhang Zhengdao eagerly opened the hall door. As the door swung open, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Ugh, Wang Ke, what kind of sinister technique are you practicing? So much toxic gas and miasma. Zhang Zhengdao remarked with disdain. Inside the hall was a large black pool, from which countless black waters churned violently, releasing noxious fumes. Wang Ke was presently submerged in the depths of this dark pool. Why was Wang Ke immersing himself in such a pool? It was all a consequence of the sun-extinguishing divine art, which he had thought to be a righteous fire-based cultivation technique, only to discover it required the use of toxins for body refinement. This must be a practice of toxic devil arts. Nevertheless, having commenced the training, retreat was not an option. Zhang Zhengdao, I shall provide you with 500 pounds of spirit stones daily, so assist me in transporting goods without any further complaints. Wang Ke glared at Zhang Zhengdao. If you return the flying sword you borrowed from me, I promise to refrain from further complaints. Zhang Zhengdao immediately approached with a smile. You are exceedingly stingy. You expend 100,000 pounds of spirit stones daily, yet you fret over this small amount? Zhang Zhengdao retorted, visibly dissatisfied. You are aware of my extravagant spending, are you not? The spirit stones I salvaged from the evil creatures a month and a half ago are nearly depleted. And you still have the audacity to discuss money with me? Wang Ke expressed his discomfort. Wang Ke had not anticipated that the sun-extinguishing divine art would be so costly. The benefits he had once reaped were now nearly exhausted. Fortunately, this sum of money is available. Otherwise, I would be unable to cultivate the unyielding sun god technique. Thus, I find it rather perplexing. Why do you spend your funds on such items? They are toxic and vile substances. There is scarcely enough room in my storage bracelet for all of this. If it weren't for the abundant supply of these materials in the 10,000 mountains, you would have to pay several times more outside its borders. Zhang Zhengdao wore an expression of curiosity. Enough of this chatter. Hurry up. I must hasten my cultivation. Pour these materials into my training pool in the correct order. Wang Ke commanded with a glare. Zhang Zhengdao, visibly troubled, retorted. Are you not going to let your subordinates handle this? They have certainly come into contact with these toxins. Stop wasting time. Can their cultivation compare to yours? You are in the golden core realm, with your vital energy protecting you. Quickly, I shall reward you with an additional 500 pounds of spirit stones. Wang Ku insisted, eyes wide. Haha, now we are getting somewhere. Zhang Zhengdao felt invigorated. He began to gather the materials, starting with the venom of the three-colored glasses king cobra, 1 barrel, correct? Then, he added the venom of the colorful poison spider, another barrel. As he spoke and worked, barrels of venom were poured into the pool, causing the dark water to churn violently. The hissing sound produced a cloud of toxic gas, forcing Wang Ku's subordinates, clad in protective gear, to retreat repeatedly. Wang Ku swiftly assumed a meditative posture, channeling his energy for the final push. Zhang Zhengdao posed no real threat, despite his unreliability. He would not dare to ambush Wang Ku at this moment. Who else would settle the bill? With each barrel of poison, miasma, and filth entering the pool, it felt as if Wang Ku were being subjected to electric shocks. Zhang Zhengdao, observing nearby, wore a peculiar expression as he witnessed Wang Ku's skin continually decay and regenerate, a sight both terrifying and astonishing. What sort of dark art are you practicing? How can it be so fearsome? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in horror. After the final barrel of venom was delivered to the palace, Wang Ku's subordinates withdrew entirely. With a resounding clang, the great hall's doors closed, leaving only Zhang Zhengdao to continue pouring the toxic liquids as directed by Wang Ku. Wang Ku exerted himself to the utmost in cultivating the unyielding sun god technique while simultaneously monitoring his internal state. As countless toxins, miasma, and filth invaded his body, he endured immense torment, yet he gritted his teeth in perseverance. Within his dantian, the unyielding sun god sword remained undisturbed, while Wang Ku's purple vital energy began to mutate rapidly under the onslaught of the venom. This suffering was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, and the vortex of vital energy within his dantian spun ever faster. Buzzing echoed around him. After 1 day, Wang Ku's entire being had turned a shade of deep black. After 2 days, a faint yellow glow emanated from him, and on the 3rd day, he radiated a golden light. Wang Ku let out a mighty roar. With a thunderous sound from within, the pool's water trembled, and gradually, the black water became clear. Wang Ku, you have absorbed all the toxicity, miasma, and filth from this black water into your body. Even I, in the golden core realm, would not withstand such a burden. Are you not courting disaster? Your life may be of little consequence, but you must settle the account first. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, his anxiety palpable, though his words hinted at concern for Wang Ku's finances. A genuine worry flickered in his eyes. Wang Ku's entire being radiated a brilliant golden light, which gradually faded, restoring his skin to its original hue. I am still alive. The accounts remain unsettled. Wang Ku's voice was imbued with a palpable excitement. At that moment, while he was uncertain about the extent of his transformation, he sensed that the true energy within his dantian had diminished significantly. The previously purple true energy had transmuted into a golden hue, yet it seemed to constitute merely 1% of its former quantity. The Great Sun Immortal Technique, First Threshold, Turbid Energy Manifest. Turbid True Energy? Wang Ku marveled at the sensation of the golden true energy coursing through him. Wang Ku, you're still alive. How are you faring? Have you mastered your nefarious technique? What is your current level of cultivation? Zhang Zhengdao inquired eagerly. With an entire pool of toxic, miasmic, and filthy liquid eradicated, it was evident that Wang Ku's sinister technique must have experienced substantial advancement. Innate Realm, first level? Do you realize how much spiritual stone you have squandered? Over 1 million gene of spiritual stones. Not only have you not made significant progress, but your cultivation has regressed? This shouldn't be the case. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, astonished. Such is the reality. Wang Ku shook his head. Emerging from the pool, he donned a fresh set of garments. No. The materials bought with over 1 million gene of spiritual stones must have yielded remarkable results in your technique. Surely. Show me what kind of true energy your arcane method produces. Zhang Zhengdao urged with anticipation. I have already stated that I cultivate the celestial wolf sex fire of departure technique. Wang Ku frowned. Nonsense. Am I unfamiliar with the fire of departure technique? I have been continuously assisting you in handling the toxic substances. Surely you can show me? Let me see the nature of your true energy. Zhang Zhengdao insisted. His curiosity piqued. Having encountered numerous martial arts, Zhang Zhengdao had never witnessed anything as peculiar as Wang Ku's phenomenon. Yet, Wang Ku himself was also unclear about the true nature of his turbid true energy. You need not concern yourself with that. It is getting late. Let us leave. Wang Ku replied, shaking his head. Absolutely not. Wang Ku, Are you suggesting that you will cease engaging in combat henceforth? If you fight, your true energy will inevitably be revealed. Rather than allowing others to witness it first, I would prefer to see it myself. I am exceedingly curious. So much toxic liquid. Could it be that you practice a supreme poison technique? Zhang Jingdao pressed on relentlessly. Wang Ke furrowed his brow. If you are practicing a poison technique, what if you inadvertently poison me in the future? I must see it. I'll forego my payment for today. Zhang Jingdao insisted. You will forego your payment? Very well. Just this once. Wang Ke acquiesced with a nod. Stingy miser. You were deliberately waiting for me, weren't you? Zhang Jingdao remarked. However, since Wang Ke had consented, he ceased his protests and focused his gaze on Wang Ke. Wang Ke's agreement was also an opportunity for him to gauge the potency of his turbid true energy, especially as Zhang Jingdao was at the golden core stage, providing a valuable reference for Wang Ke's own capabilities. Wang Ke extended his right palm, allowing the turbid true energy to surge into his hand, which promptly formed a golden sphere of true energy the size of an egg, spinning rapidly within his palm. Is this your true energy? What are you doing cradling it in your hand? Zhang Jingdao inquired with curiosity. This is called the spiral sphere. Do you comprehend nothing? I was merely concerned about the overwhelming power, which is why I refrained from unleashing it fully. Wang Ke spoke in a deep tone. Power? You, a mere first level of the innate realm, possess no significant power at all. Let me ascertain which of the 5 elements your attribute belongs to. The Fire Divine Technique. Associated with the fire element. The Ice Divine Technique. Linked to the water element. Now, let me see yours. Zhang Jingdao reached out to grasp it. With a pop, it resembled a bubble bursting, as the energy sphere instantaneously transformed into a swirl of golden mist that dispersed. There was no trace of fire, cold, or wind. It bore no attribute whatsoever. As the golden mist spread, Wang Ke detected a foul odor akin to rotten eggs, quite unpleasant indeed. Unbeknownst to Wang Ke, he was immune to this stench, as it was the result of his own cultivated energy. However, Zhang Jingdao was not so fortunate. The repugnant scent invaded his nostrils, surging directly into his mind. Even with his protective barrier, the horrendous odor seemed to penetrate deep into his very soul, rendering him utterly overwhelmed, experiencing the stench 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or perhaps even more acutely. You expended over 1,000,000 pounds of spirit stones to cultivate this energy, and it reeks of flatulence? He exclaimed before immediately retching. Is it truly that foul? Wang Ke inquired, puzzled. Immune to the tainted energy himself, Wang Ke found the sensation mild, yet Zhang Jingdao writhed in agony, foaming at the mouth. Is there poison in this flatulence? Zhang Jingdao rolled his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Once he collapsed, Wang Ke promptly checked on him, discovering that he was merely in a faint, not poisoned. Is it really that atrocious? What madness? Wang Ke spat at Zhang Jingdao. Seated in meditation, Wang Ke summoned forth the tainted energy once more and took a whiff. As he naturally produced this tainted energy, he possessed a formidable immunity. Is it foul? Just average. He mused in confusion. Yet, observing Zhang Jingdao still convulsing and foaming at the mouth, Wang Ke ultimately accepted the reality. Closing his eyes, Wang Ke focused his mind on his dantian, perusing the intricate texts of the Everlasting Sun Divine Technique. Tainted energy? Flammable? Is this not akin to the methane pits on Earth? A combustible gas resulting from the fermentation of various filth and straw? Methane, hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and so forth. How could I, practicing the Everlasting Sun Divine Technique, end up producing such a substance? Wang Ke gazed in astonishment at the golden, tainted energy emanating from his palm. It possesses an unusual scent and is flammable? The Everlasting Sun, does that imply combustion? This is far too casual. What does it take the practitioner's body for? An incubator? Impossible. My Everlasting Sun Divine Technique is an ancestral treasure, a true cultivation method, spanning 200 million characters. How could it possibly be related to such a thing? Surely, I must have misunderstood. Things will undoubtedly be different in the future. Wang Ke reassured himself. As he continued to immerse himself in the text, he soon came across another phrase. Tainted energy can devour various powers and change color. Golden is the weakest, while black is the strongest. At its darkest, it ignites spontaneously. By channeling virtue, it can transform black into gold. Wang Ke recited. As he pondered these words, his eyelids twitched violently. Wasn't the golden tainted energy the least foul? The darker it becomes, the more repugnant? As the darkest hour approached, what did self-ignition signify? When the turbid true energy cultivated to a pitch-black hue, would it spontaneously combust? Would I be consumed by flames? Surely, This cannot be the case. I must be misunderstanding. Suddenly, Wang Ku recalled the opening phrase of the overarching narrative. To master this skill, one must accumulate merit. Those who play with fire shall surely be burned. Wang Ku realized that he had not misinterpreted. Indeed, if the turbid true energy transformed into a pitch-black color, it would ignite spontaneously. It was essential to harmonize it with merit. Was this an immortal cultivation technique or a method of self-destruction? Wang Ku's eyes widened. After investing over 100,000 pounds of spirit stones into this cultivation, is this truly the nature of the skill? A technique that could incinerate oneself at any moment? Would I end up reduced to ashes, only to ascend to a higher realm? Wang Ku wiped the sweat from his brow. No, this technique cannot be practiced any longer. It must be abandoned. It is all my fault. No, it is the fault of my master for suggesting that I practice while reading. Had I completed the entire text, I would not have chosen such a perilous method. Wang Ku, in a state of anxiety, continued to read further. When turbid energy arises, it cannot be stopped. The entire body becomes tainted, irreversible. To abandon and restart, one must undergo cremation and reincarnation. There is no other way. Upon reading this next line, Wang Ku was left in shock. Is this truly the language of a human? To merely abandon a skill, one must be cremated? Wang Ku wiped the sweat from his face, splattering it around. As he sat by the pool in silence for a long time, am I trapped on a cursed ship with no way to disembark? Ancestors of the Wang family, what kind of treacherous technique have you left for your descendant? Wang Ku was in a state of deep frustration for quite some time, when Zhang Zhengdao beside him stirred awake. Zhang Zhengdao, how are you? Wang Ku turned to Zhang Zhengdao. Zhang Zhengdao's expression was still somewhat stiff. As if the previous shock had impacted his nerves, it took him a while to regain composure. Wang Ku, what kind of technique are you practicing? Zhang Zhengdao stared at Wang Ku in astonishment. Me? It might be an accident. Wang Ku responded with a wry smile. This technique is truly extraordinary. Can you teach it to me? Wang Ku suddenly expressed his excitement. What? Wang Ku was taken aback. You, a first-level innate realm practitioner, when your true energy is unleashed. Even I, in the Golden Core realm, am left dazed. In future battles, won't you be invincible? Who could possibly contend with you? Once that foul odor is released. Within a Tinjiang radius, chaos ensues, and no one can approach. I am intrigued. Teach me. I will abandon my current technique and learn it as well. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Have you lost your senses from the fumes? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Zhengdao in disbelief. I am very much awake. Zhang Zhengdao insisted eagerly. I cultivate the heavenly wolf sex fire of separation technique. You may transcribe it at the technique pavilion. Wang Ku spoke exaggeratedly. Nonsense. The fire of separation technique. I am not ignorant of that. It cannot possibly be like this. Zhang Zhengdao expressed his disbelief. Perhaps my constitution is unique, leading to a mutation. Wang Ku asserted firmly. A mutation of the technique? You truly have a vivid imagination. If you want to share, then don't. Zhang Zhengdao replied, looking dejected. Remember, I am practicing the fire of separation technique. Once we exit this door, do not let it slip. Wang Ku warned with a fierce glare. And what if I do? Zhang Zhengdao retorted, unafraid. Wang Ku's expression hardened as a ball of true energy re-emerged in his palm. If you dare to let slip any secrets, each time I see you, I shall make you taste my spiral pill. Zhang Zhengdao's countenance stiffened. That unpleasant odor? So, every encounter shall come with such a stench? Huh. You practice the divine fire technique. How could I possibly forget? Zhang Zhengdao's expression shifted as he spoke earnestly. Indeed. Only then did Wang Ku seem satisfied enough to retract his true energy. As they spoke, the two made their way outside the grand hall. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a group of individuals clad in protective gear stumbled into the hall, appearing as though they had been assaulted, their cries of agony echoing. Oh, Master, you have emerged from seclusion. How splendid. One of them exclaimed. Master, there are intruders attempting to breach the hall. Had it not been for Princess Yoyue's assistance in holding them back, we would have disturbed your retreat. The various attendants of Wujian Peak struggled to rise. Who dares to be so audacious as to act recklessly within the Tianling sect? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, his eyes widening. Wang Ku, upon seeing that his subordinates were relatively unharmed, cast a solemn gaze toward the entrance of the hall. There, he beheld Princess Yoyue, veiled and anxious, along with her own subordinates attempting to block the entrance. Among the would-be intruders were two figures, Muro Gui and a middle-aged woman, her expression as frozen as ice, sending a chill through all who beheld her. Zhang Zhengdao. Who are you calling blind? The middle-aged woman spoke coldly. Upon recognizing her, Zhang Zhengdao's face paled. Ah, I meant myself. Master Nie, what are you doing here? I was referring to my own blindness. Lately, my eyesight has indeed worsened. He stammered, desperately attempting to appease her. Your eyesight is indeed diminishing. She huffed, clearly unwilling to pursue the matter further. Wang Ke, be cautious. This is the East Wolf Hall Master, Niamieju. Within the Tianlang sect, no one dares to challenge her. The most ruthless of all in exterminating demons. She has declared that she would rather wrongly slay 100 than let one escape. A true scourge of the 10,000 great mountains. Tread carefully. Zhang Zhengdao quickly whispered to Wang Ke. East Wolf Hall Master Niamieju, one of the 4 hall masters beneath the sect leader. Moreover, she is the mentor of Murong Lugui, Wang Ke noted. I apologize, Wang Ke. I failed to protect your subordinates and have caused you trouble, Princess Yue said with a tinge of guilt. Thank you, Princess Yue. Wang Ke replied promptly, clearly grateful that her intervention had spared his subordinates from more severe harm. Princess Yue, you need not defend them. They are merely mundane attendants. Should Wang Ke cultivate malevolent techniques, they would be complicit. Murong Lugui remarked from a distance, offering comfort. Wang Ke turned to Zhang Zhengdao and said, Elder Zhang, Wujian Peak was once the residence of my master and is now temporarily entrusted to me. With the East Wolf Hall Master here, I lack the standing to receive her properly. Please, could you summon my master? It is customary for the host to greet their guests. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhengdao understood that he was being sent to fetch assistance. With 2 formidable figures present, should a conflict arise, who would stand as a match? Such a loss was not something one could afford to endure, especially when they too had powerful allies. Very well. I shall go and summon the sect leader. Zhang Zhengdao responded with gratitude, immediately rushing away in a state of palpable trepidation towards Niamieju. Wang Ke also stepped forward. Introducing himself, I am Wang Ke, disciple of Chen Tianyuan, and I pay my respects to the Lord of the East Wolf Palace. Are you attempting to leverage the sect leader against me? Niamieju replied coldly. I would not dare. However, this is ultimately Wujian Peak. Although Princess Yue has lost her kingdom, she is still a guest elder of the Tianlang sect. Is it not excessive to strike her servant? Wang Ke replied solemnly. Wang Ke, this matter does not concern Lord Nia. He has neither spoken nor acted. It is Murong Luguang who has instigated this. Princess Yue interjected with a wry smile. At this moment, Murong Luguang stepped forward. I am not under the influence of any malevolent arts. Wang Ke is in seclusion. I simply wish for you not to disturb him. A flicker of annoyance crossed Princess Yue's eyes. Is that so? Just now. I requested my master to witness my apology regarding that day, hoping to resolve our misunderstandings. Why do you not believe me? You even said you would ask Wang Ke for his analysis. Has he cast some spell upon you? Is it necessary to seek his counsel on such matters? Murong Luguang expressed his frustration. At this juncture, Wang Ke began to grasp the situation. Murong Luguang was using the pretext of an apology to pursue Princess Yue anew, only to find her refusal and, in turn, sought to use him as a shield, inciting Murong Luguang's jealousy towards him. With this realization, Wang Ke felt a wave of relief wash over him, winking at Princess Yue, who blushed and turned her gaze away. Murong Luguang, you are the senior disciple of the Tianlang sect, adored by countless junior sisters. Why do you persistently fixate on the princess? Have you forgotten the words you once spoke that could harm her? Wang Ke scoffed. That day, I acted to eradicate evil, deliberately performing for the demons. How could I possibly disdain Princess Yue? If I had such disdain, how could I have pursued her in the Shigui dynasty back then? That was all a facade, not a reflection of my true feelings. Princess, you must believe me. My intentions were innocent. Murong Luguang insisted once more. Princess Yue fell into a deep silence. Innocent intentions are of little consequence. Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement is troubling. Just now, even Princess Yue could not restrain you. This clearly indicates a propensity for aggression. Any future spouse of yours may suffer domestic abuse. Princess, you must reject him. It is for the best. Distance yourself from those who resort to violence. Wang Ke promptly added. Murong Luguang's face turned as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Chapter 32. Refusal to undergo a physical examination at the plaza of the wolf cult. Murong Luguang was incensed by Wang Ke's accusation of being an abusive man. Once a suitor of Princess Yue, despite being thwarted by her mother, he recalled how the princess once admired and adored him. Now, with her master acting as a mediator to alleviate her grievances, the situation, which should have been straightforward, was complicated by Wang Ke's interference. Wang Ke, you who collect various toxins and practice the sinister arts, manipulating the hearts of others and ensnaring Princess Yue, what punishment do you deserve? Murong Luguang glared at Wang Ke, filled with indignation. I am not influenced by any dark arts. Princess Yue interjected, visibly distressed. Your mind may be distorted, yet you remain unaware, Morong Luguang asserted gravely. Those who become demonic are often oblivious to their own transformation. The process itself distorts their nature. I am not. Princess Yue protested. Wang Ke, however, gestured for the princess to refrain from engaging with Morong Luguang, who was clearly blinded by jealousy. Eastwolf Hallmaster, your disciple Morong Luguang has succumbed to darkness. His temperament has drastically changed, and he attacks indiscriminately, entirely losing the demeanor of the former elder brother of the wolf cult. I implore you to take action against this evil. Wang Ke suddenly bowed to Niamiju. Niamiju narrowed his eyes at Wang Ke, but remained silent. Do you dare to slander me? Morong Luguang said coldly. You were the first to slander me. Wang Ke replied, raising his hands in surrender. Slander? Every word I speak is the truth. Morong Luguang retorted icily. Indeed, I speak nothing but the truth. Wang Ke countered. You rely solely on your subjective beliefs, casting baseless accusations without evidence. Morong Luguang shot back. Well, aren't you doing the same? Wang Ke replied calmly. We are merely exchanging accusations. Let us not pretend otherwise. What evidence do you possess? Eastwolf Hallmaster has not claimed that I practice dark arts. Do you possess insight surpassing that of the Eastwolf Hallmaster? Furthermore, if I were indeed following the path of darkness, would my master not be aware of it before you? You must think highly of yourself, surpassing both the Eastwolf Hallmaster and the leader of the wolf cult. Perhaps you should request to become the Eastwolf Hallmaster's disciple yourself? Wang Ke said coldly. You. Morong Luguang's expression darkened. Eastwolf Hallmaster, this is Wujian Peak. I respectfully ask you to rein in your disciple to preserve the harmony of the wolf cult. Wang Ke turned to Niamiju. Morong Luguang's countenance soured. He was not accustomed to such behavior. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of Wang Ke always provoked his ire. Perhaps it was due to Wang Ke's appropriation of his beloved and the ruin of his wedding prospects. This resentment stirred within him, leading to impulsive reactions. Niamiju cast a surprised glance at Wang Ke, but did not side with him. Instead, he calmly stated, I believe Morong Luguang has a point. Wang Ke glared at Niamiju. You would say such a thing? You are excessively protective. My master has stated that Wang Ke, you cannot defend yourself. Morong Luguang said coldly. You claim there are many toxic substances here. If you wish to search, go ahead. If you find anything, I will concede. Wang Ke immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Search? Of course, you won't find anything. It has all been transformed into murky true energy. There is no evidence to be found. Wang Ke's intention in inviting the search was merely to stall for time. It was evident that you had a protective master present, and to continue disputing with you would be a folly on my part. If I can delay a little longer, Zhang Jingdao will summon my master, and then I shall have my guardian, and I will not fear you any longer. Morong Luguang's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to enter the Sword Enlightenment Hall. No need to search. I have already probed with my spiritual sense, and there are no toxic substances here. Niamiju stated calmly. What? Morong Luguang's expression changed. Master. He must have concealed them in a storage bag or bracelet. Morong Luguang quickly asserted. The storage bracelet and bag have limited capacity. Logically, it would be impossible to hide such a large quantity of toxic substances. However, at this moment, Morong Luguang was determined to establish Wang Ke's guilt, willing to go to any lengths to inspect Wang Ke's storage items, hoping to find even the slightest trace of toxicity to use against him. Wang Ke's expression darkened. Lord of the Eastern Wolf, are you being a bit excessive? I am a disciple of the sect leader. Shall we wait for the leader to arrive and let them decide? That won't be necessary. The storage bracelet does not resolve the issue. Most demonic techniques are accompanied by malevolent energy. There is no need to inspect anything else. We can simply test your true energy. Niamiju spoke in a grave tone. Lord of the Eastern Wolf, can we wait for my master to arrive? Wang Ke implored once more. No need. When the sect leader arrives, my stance will remain unchanged. I, Niamiju, will not tolerate any form of evil. If you are a hidden demon, even as a disciple of the sect leader, I will eliminate you. If you are not, I will ensure that Morong Luguang offers you an apology. Niamiju declared resolutely. Wait. Wang Ke called out. Wait. My master has given orders. Who dares to obstruct? Wang Ke, if you have nothing to hide, why not allow me to inspect you? Morong Luguang approached with a triumphant demeanor. Green light. Do not act harshly until it is confirmed that Wang Ke is indeed a demon. Niamiju warned solemnly. Rest assured, master. Moron Luguang advanced towards Wang Ku. Moron Luguang, do not come any closer. Wang Ku's face grew grim. Wang Ku could hardly fathom that this master and disciple duo, in perfect harmony, intended to inspect his body. What a ridiculous notion. He had always been the one to examine others. How could he allow someone to inspect him? If they were to check him and my indestructible sun sword deemed them an intruder, it would automatically protect its master and strike them down. That is a divine sword. Your life may not matter, but if my indestructible sun sword were to be exposed, that would be disastrous. Wang Ku, I believe in you. Let them inspect you. Princess Yue stood by Wang Ku's side. Princess, I am a man. There is no reason for me to undergo a physical examination by another man. Wang Ku quickly explained. But Princess Yue expressed her confusion. Wang Ku felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Jingdao, you fool. Why does it take so long to summon my master? Wang Ku's master had instructed him not to use excessive force. Do not worry. I shall not wield a weapon. But if you continue to resist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Moron Luguang approached Wang Ku menacingly. Not far off, Niamiju stood with narrowed eyes, seemingly not focused on Wang Ku but rather observing Princess Yue. No one could discern Niamiju's intentions at that moment. Yet Wang Ku understood that Niamiju would not intervene. As Moron Luguang drew near, Wang Ku could not allow him to come within striking distance. If the sun's unyielding sword were to be revealed, it would spell disaster for him. A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. Moron Luguang, you have forced my hand, Wang Ku declared with conviction. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light shot from Wang Ku's sleeve, hurtling toward Moron Luguang. The brilliance and sharpness of the blade caused Moron Luguang's expression to shift. A flying sword? Moron Luguang halted in his tracks. With a thunderous crash, the flying sword came to a standstill, astonishingly pinched between Moron Luguang's fingers. The formidable Moron Luguang, the elder brother of the Tianlang sect, could not possibly be ambushed by a mere innate-level practitioner like Wang Ku, even if it involved a flying sword. Is this the flying sword of Sun Song? You dare claim no connection to the evil? Moron Luguang coldly remarked, eyeing the sword ensnared by his fingers. I slew Sun Song, that fiend. Thus, it rightfully belongs to me. Wang Ku's face darkened as he commanded the sword. Rightfully belongs. You are mistaken. This flying sword was originally bestowed upon Sun Song by me. A trophy from my own vanquishing of demons. It is inherently mine. Let it return to its rightful owner. Moron Luguang retorted coldly. Wang Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. So, Moron Luguang has finally grasped the concept of shamelessness? Why not claim that this item is destined for you? You wish to devour my treasure? He glanced at Niamiju, who remained unperturbed, tacitly endorsing Moron Luguang's stance. The master and disciple duo, one at the nascent soul stage and the other at the golden core stage, conspired to seize the treasure of a mere innate-level weakling? Was there no law left? You are far too arrogant. As Moron Luguang prepared to sever Wang Ku's connection to the sword, intending to claim it for himself, Wang Ku's eyes blazed with fury. What a joke. No one has ever taken advantage of me. My possessions are not for the likes of you. With a fierce determination, Wang Ku shouted, explode. What are you doing? Self-destructing the flying sword? Are you mad? Moron Luguang's expression shifted as he sensed the surging power within the sword. A tremendous explosion erupted in the Wujin Hall courtyard. Wang Ku's subordinates had long since retreated to a safe distance, leaving only Princess Yue by his side. In the instant before the sword detonated, Wang Ku shielded Princess Yue behind him, drawing a protective shield to guard himself. Witnessing this act of protection, Niamiju's expression flickered with approval and admiration, yet soon tightened into a frown. The colossal blast reverberated throughout the Tianlang sect, drawing the attention of countless disciples from the surrounding peaks. At the epicenter of the explosion, Moron Luguang, clutching a flying sword, bore the brunt of the tremendous shockwave. His garments were torn to shreds, and his hair erupted in disarray. Were it not for Moron Luguang's formidable prowess, the detonation of the flying sword could have claimed the life of an ordinary cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Amidst the swirling dust, Moron Luguang found himself in a woeful predicament, his anger boiling over. That scoundrel Wang Ku would rather self-detonate his sword than return it to him? Not only did he resort to self-destruction, but he also played the hero, deliberately shielding Princess Yue behind him. Now, the princess regarded Wang Ku with even more tenderness. Did she truly require protection from a Golden Core cultivator like him? This was a deliberate ploy to win the princess's favor. Infuriating. Moron Luguang let out a furious roar and lunged at Wang Ku once more. Stop! A commanding voice echoed from above. Master, help! Wang Ke cried out in excitement. It was the voice of Chen Tianyuan. His master had arrived. How splendid! At this moment, Moron Luguang was consumed by a furious rage. Realizing that as a dignified golden core cultivator, he was repeatedly humiliated by this mere innate stage adversary, and worse, his romantic rival. How could he not be enraged? Although he heard Chen Tianyuan's authoritative call from afar, Moron Luguang did not relent. Instead, he quickened his pace, reaching Wang Ke in an instant. This time, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the sect leader, he was determined to vent his fury. Enough! Niamieju exclaimed in a deep voice. Yet, it was already too late. Moron Luguang's fist struck Wang Ke's abdomen with exquisite swiftness. Wang Ke's face turned pale with shock. Was his Daribu Mieshan Jin about to be exposed? Curse that troublesome Moron Luguang! If you wish to be slain by my sword, don't reveal my treasure. It's over. My secret can no longer be hidden. Boom. Chapter 33. Ascendance in Cultivation. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing Chen Tianyuan, who was hastily making his way, to change his countenance. Moments earlier, while attending to matters at Ling Mountain, Zhang Zhengdao had rushed in, his voice quivering with distress, exclaiming that Wang Ke was on the verge of being killed. Naturally, Chen Tianyuan was unaware of Zhang Zhengdao's character. Otherwise, he would have perceived it as mere slander. His own disciple, on the brink of death? Chen Tianyuan immediately took to the skies on his flying sword, racing towards Wujin Peak. Once airborne, his composure returned somewhat, for it seemed implausible. Wang Ke was his disciple, known throughout the sect, who would dare to harm him at Wujin Peak. Surely, Zhang Zhengdao was fabricating tales. Yet, the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed from Wujin Peak. The self-detonation of the flying sword reverberated throughout the sect, and Chen Tianyuan sensed impending doom. His gaze fell upon Moron Luguang, launching himself towards Wang Ke. Stop! Chen Tianyuan's voice thundered with fury. Hadn't he assigned Moron Luguang to guard duty? What was he doing here? Nevertheless, Chen Tianyuan maintained his distance. Amidst the billowing smoke of the explosion, Moron Luguang swiftly reached Wang Ke, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen as Wang Ke's eyes widened in alarm. Unbridled, Chen Tianyuan roared in rage. Moron Luguang was a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Such a strike could very well cripple a practitioner at the innate stage. Chen Tianyuan, with a flourish of his sleeve, unleashed a palm strike aimed to rescue Wang Ke. Boom. Suddenly, a palm force surged skyward, colliding with Chen Tianyuan's descending hand, producing a sound akin to thunderclaps that echoed across the plaza of Wujian Hall. Master Nia? Chen Tianyuan's expression darkened. It was Nia Mieju who had intervened. Though neither had employed their full strength, otherwise, the earth would have trembled under the force of their yuan in confrontation. Chen Tianyuan found it incomprehensible that Nia Mieju would allow Moron Luguang to assault Wang Ke. Master, there is no need for anger. Moron Luguang possesses a sense of restraint. He merely wishes to test your disciple. Nia Mieju offered an explanation. With that, Chen Tianyuan managed to suppress his indignation and descended. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhengdao, who was trailing not far behind, was taken aback. Had a real fight ensued? Moron Luguang had restraint? No. In that fleeting moment, Moron Luguang, filled with humiliation and rage, unleashed a furious punch. How could there be restraint? If it were an ordinary practitioner at the first level of the innate stage, that punch could have pierced through their abdomen. Yet, Moron Luguang's fist met Wang Ke, and it was a bewildered Wang Ke at that. The Great Sun's unyielding divine sword did not instinctively protect its master, nor did it reveal itself. Moron Luguang's punch landed squarely on Wang Ke's abdomen. Strangely, it did not hurt. Not at all. The fist, as large as a cauldron, struck like a mortar shell against his abdomen, yet there was no pain. This defied all logic. Wang Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. Moron Luguang, too, stared in astonishment. His powerful strike had clearly hit its target. Why? Why was Wang Ke unscathed? Was his fist an illusion? Both were engulfed in existential doubt. Their stances frozen as they gazed at one another. Moron Luguang, were you merely trying to frighten Wang Ke? Princess Yue sighed softly. Not only Princess Yue, but also the formidable Chen Tianyuan and Nia Mieju held similar sentiments. Otherwise, how could Wang Ke display not a hint of pain? Thunderous sounds but scanty rain? Indeed, Moron Luguang seemed to grasp the measure of things. However, Zhang Zhengdao, who was flying not far away, was skeptical of Moron Luguang's understanding. Wang Ke, are you all right? Don't force yourself. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in astonishment. Force? I assure you, I am not forcing anything. It truly does not hurt. After experiencing the impact of that punch, Wang Ke felt as if the force had been absorbed by his very cells, with the tremendous impact subsequently channeled into his turbid true energy. Wang Ke sensed a transformation as his turbid true energy shifted from a golden hue to a bright yellow. The transition from gold to black was subtle, yet significant. Suddenly, a line from the Great Sun indestructible skill flashed through Wang Ke's mind. Turbid true energy can devour various powers and change color. Gold is the weakest, while black is the strongest. At the peak of black, it ignites spontaneously. By adjusting with merit, one can transform black back to gold. Could it be that turbid true energy can indeed consume various powers? Consume? Had it absorbed the strength of Murong Luguang's punch? A shiver ran down Wang Ke's spine. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from his body, and a faint current of energy burst forth from his surface. Had his cultivation level increased? Niamiju, not far away, exhibited a look of astonishment. Wasn't he at the first level of the innate realm just now? How has he ascended to the second level? Chen Tianyuan remarked in disbelief. Wang Ke, did you really advance a level after being punched by Murong Luguang? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed. Murong Luguang was left speechless. Wang Ke stared at Murong Luguang, as if the realization dawned upon him. The power of Murong Luguang's punch had indeed been absorbed by his turbid true energy, which had transformed into a bright yellow, thus enhancing his cultivation level. Had being struck been akin to passive charging? No, more like a passive elevation of his cultivation level, and it didn't even hurt? Wang Ke, how are you feeling? Princess Yue inquired with concern. How am I feeling? Can't you see? Not only did it not hurt, but I feel invigorated. And my cultivation level has also advanced. What am I to do now? He mused. With no injuries to report, how could he possibly inform Murong Luguang of his predicament? If he could feign pain, he was confident in his acting skills. But how could he fake a cultivation breakthrough? If he pretended to be in agony, bleeding profusely, yet his cultivation level soared, it would not be Murong Luguang examining him, but rather everyone would come to scrutinize him. Never mind. He would let Murong Luguang have the upper hand for now. Wang Ke took a step back, avoiding Murong Luguang, his expression peculiarly complex. Thank you, senior brother Murong. For your assistance, I have broken through my bottleneck and advanced further. Wang Ke bowed deeply. I see. Chen Tianyuan nodded from a distance, relief washing over him. So, Murong Luguang was aiding Wang Ke in overcoming his limitations. Only two individuals were aware of Wang Ke's deception. One was Zhang Zhengdao, who knew best that Wang Ke had just rebuilt his foundation and had only recently reached the first level of the innate realm. What bottleneck was there? He had clearly been struck and had broken through. Was there truly such an extraordinary technique in this world? What on earth had Wang Ke cultivated? Another matter involves Murong Luguang. He claims to assist you in breaking through, yet moments ago, I intended to strike you down. Do you comprehend? But why have you emerged unscathed and even achieved a breakthrough? Why? Is it all merely an illusion of mine? Master, you have arrived, which is splendid. Just moments ago, senior brother Murong destroyed one of my flying swords, yet paradoxically assisted me in my cultivation breakthrough. I am genuinely at a loss on how to confront senior brother Murong. I implore you, master, to intervene. Wang Ke promptly approached Chen Tianyuan. With the master present, it is only prudent to seek his support. My own techniques must remain concealed, and the credit for this breakthrough must be attributed to Murong Luguang. However, let it be known, he must also account for the destruction of my flying sword. Wang Ke eagerly recounted the events that had transpired, mindful of Niamiju's presence, so he refrained from embellishing the tale and presented it straightforwardly. Master Nia, what is your intent? Chen Tianyuan inquired with a furrowed brow. My disciple asserts that your student is practicing demonic arts and may have succumbed to madness. I must conduct an examination. Niamiju insisted without yielding. Madness? Wang Ke? How could that be? Chen Tianyuan frowned. Oh. He turned his gaze towards Wang Ke. Master. Senior brother Murong, having pursued Princess Yue in vain, has grown envious upon witnessing her closeness to me. You know my character, master. Wang Ke explained. Born of love, yet transformed into hatred? Chen Tianyuan regarded Niamiju, who showed no signs of contradiction. It was evident that he too recognized this truth. Yet, for some reason, Niamiju did not intervene against Murong Luguang. Chen Qingyuan's expression darkened. Murong Luguang, as a disciple of Master Nia, I should not have to address you. But I entrusted you with guarding the mountain gate to temper your hostility. How have you escalated your actions? It is true. Sect leader, master, you must believe me. Wang Ke has undoubtedly practiced demonic arts. How could he withstand my earlier strike as a mere innate realm cultivator? Murong Luguang exclaimed in frustration. Oh? Niamiju raised an eyebrow. So, senior brother Murong truly intended to harm me. I had thought you were compensating for the destruction of my flying sword by aiding my breakthrough. Wang Ke's eyes widened. Chen Tianyuan's demeanor turned stern. Master, sect leader. I failed to gauge Wang Ke's capabilities earlier. I beseech you to vindicate me. Wang Ke is assuredly practicing demonic arts. I guarantee it. You need only investigate. Murong Luguang declared with a heavy tone. Niamiju furrowed his brow in confusion. I swear, as the eldest disciple of the Tianling sect, that I am not slandering Wang Ke's reputation. Although I lack evidence, the sect leader's inquiry will reveal the truth. Murong Luguang insisted relentlessly. Are you implying that I taught him demonic arts? Chen Tianyuan's anger flared. Murong Luguang's expression stiffened. Wang Ke, tell him what technique you practice. Chen Tianyuan directed his gaze toward Wang Ke, who was not far away. It was evident that Chen Tianyuan was defending Wang Ke. What technique? How can Wang Ke respond? He certainly does not wish to deceive the master. What if he is found out later? Wang Ke exchanged a glance with Zhang Jingdao, who stood at a distance. Wang Ke cultivates the Li Hua divine art, and I have been observing closely. Zhang Jingdao promptly added. This statement originates from Zhang Jingdao, not Wang Ke. Thus it cannot be deemed as Wang Ke's deceit. At most, it is Zhang Jingdao who has misrepresented the truth. Li Hua divine art? Chen Tianyuan expressed mild perplexity. Clearly, none among the assembly had opted for this technique. Chen Tianyuan had specifically informed Wang Ke of his own practice of the storm divine art, hoping to encourage Wang Ke to follow suit, only to find that Wang Ke had chosen a different path altogether. The Li Hua divine art? Impossible. Just moments ago, I struck him with a punch. Although I sensed no trace of demonic energy, he certainly does not embody the characteristics of the Li Hua divine art. His physique bears no fire attribute whatsoever. Murong Luguang exclaimed, visibly agitated. Oh! Niamiju fixed his gaze upon Wang Ke, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Although Niamiju had not disclosed the purpose of this journey, he was nonetheless inclined to trust his disciple's doubts. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingdao grew increasingly anxious for Wang Ke. Is this about to be exposed? Fire attribute. What constitutes a fire attribute? Is it true qi? Wang Ke turned his attention to Murong Luguang. Indeed, the Li Hua divine art possesses true qi that inherently carries the fire attribute, blazing as fiercely as flames. When combined with certain minor incantations, merely channeling true qi can conjure fire-based spells, a feat unattainable by other techniques. Wang Ke, have you inadvertently revealed your hand? Murong Luguang retorted coldly. True qi, fire spells? What difficulty lies therein? Wang Ke replied confidently. Oh, then demonstrate your true qi for us. The demonic true qi is invariably accompanied by black demonic energy. Are you too timid to show us, Wang Ke? Murong Luguang narrowed his eyes. If my true qi lacks demonic energy and can invoke fire spells, how would you respond? Wang Ke locked eyes with Murong Luguang. What do you intend to do? Murong Luguang replied in a low tone. Compensation. You have just destroyed my flying sword, and you owe me a replacement. Furthermore, you have injured the princess's servant, and you must cover the medical expenses and damages for mental distress. Allow me to calculate. Considering our shared brotherhood, I shall offer you a discounted rate of 80, amounting to 10,000 pounds of spirit stones. What say you? Wang Ke fixed his gaze upon Murong Luguang. Agreed. Murong Luguang responded tersely. Convinced that Wang Ke's technique was flawed, he chose not to engage in further debate. His prompt agreement left Zhang Jingdao in a state of agitation from a distance. Wang Ke, what folly are you engaging in? Fire attribute. What you possess is more akin to a trivial attribute. Is this not a revelation? Wang Ke extended his hand, and once more, a sphere the size of an egg appeared in his palm. No, a true qi orb. However, this orb was no longer the previous golden hue. It had transformed into a bright yellow. Murong Luguang, do you detect any demonic energy? Wang Ke inquired solemnly. The murky true qi compressed within Wang Ke's palm emitted no discernible scent. Where is the demonic energy? Chen Tianyuan retorted coldly. Clearly, Wang Ke had exposed his true qi without the need for external verification. It resided firmly within his palm. Is this demonic energy? Chen Tianyuan's disdain for Murong Luguang grew. No, I recall that the Li Hua divine art's true qi is tinged with a hint of red. Yet your bright yellow true qi? Niamiju expressed his curiosity as well. Niamiju observed that Wang Ke's aura lacked the ominous black energy. His gaze softened, though a sense of perplexity lingered within him. Nearby, Zhang Zhengdao could hardly bear to watch. This was hardly a bright yellow energy. It resembled a murky hue instead. Oh, Wang Ke, your cultivation method is bound to be exposed. It is merely a consequence of my unique physique, causing a minor variation in my divine technique. This is entirely normal. Wang Ke explained. Variation? Humph. Wang Ke, what of the fire attribute? Where is your flame? Murong Luguang pressed relentlessly. I sense no hint of fire within your energy. Pray tell, how do you intend to cast fire spells? A frown creased the brows of the onlookers. Indeed, what of the fire attribute? Even if the Lihua divine technique had undergone a transformation, it remained a fire nature technique, and thus should possess some semblance of fire essence. Yet, none could detect it. Could it be that Wang Ke was lying? Qin Tianyuan also furrowed his brow. Fire? How difficult could that be? Bring me a match. Wang Ke commanded one of his subordinates. Soon, a subordinate presented him with a match. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Wang Ke struck it gently. Sizzle. The match ignited. Zhang Zhengdao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Is this your fire spell? Merely lighting a match? Are you insulting our intelligence? What does this have to do with your energy? Then, they watched as Wang Ke brought the lit match close to his energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere ignited instantly, erupting into a roaring blaze. Zhang Zhengdao, Qin Tianyuan, Niamiju, Princess Yue, Murong Luguang. Is your fire spell reliant on a match to ignite? Only with a match can it burn? Without a match, it absolutely cannot produce flames? Chapter 34. Thank you. That's right, the turbid essence of the world, laden with an unusual scent, is indeed flammable. This phrase originates from the indomitable divine art of the great sun flammable. How could Wang Ke fail to comprehend this? It is akin to marsh gas, which is precisely used for combustion, is it not? If you desire flames, I shall ignite them for you. What is so difficult about that? Yet, to the eyes of the onlookers, it appeared rather peculiar, especially for the two prominent figures, Qin Tianshan and Yamiju, both in the nascent soul realm, who had dedicated countless years to their cultivation. Witnessing a fire spell that required a match to ignite for the very first time was truly an eye-opening experience. It seems one never ceases to learn. Today, they gained insight from a junior disciple. Murong Luguang, on the other hand, found himself choking back his words, utterly at a loss. A fire spell that necessitates a match? What purpose does this vital essence serve? Is there truly such a useless form of essence in existence? Look, I mentioned the Lihua divine art. Yet how can one not release a fire spell? Is it not fire attribute essence that can burn so brightly? At Wang Ke's prompting, Zhang Zhengdao began to shout in cooperation. Wang Ke, your technique mutated due to your physique is truly unique. Princess Yue remarked with a strange expression. However, Wang Ke focused intently on Murong Luguang, asking, Brother Murong, do you see this? Is this the flame you desired? The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment, leaving Murong Luguang speechless. What about the demonic energy? You claim I practice demonic arts, yet where is the demonic energy? Wang Ke questioned once more. With their revered master present, Wang Ke felt emboldened, his entire demeanor transformed. Master, you must stand up for your disciple. I was minding my own business at home when calamity struck from the heavens. Even in my seclusion, someone has come to confront me, injuring the princess's attendant. Had it not been for your presence, Master, I might have been wrongfully accused and met a gruesome fate. Master, I am your disciple. When someone slanders me without cause, it is an affront to you as well. Please, Master, take a stand. Wang Ke lamented to Qin Tianyuan. With support now at his back, when else would he seize the opportunity to expose the wrongdoing? I did not. Murong Luguang retorted, his face darkening. Pointing fingers at Qin Tianyuan? Have I lost my senses? Wang Ke is truly reckless with his accusations. Were it not for Qin Tianyuan's presence, Murong Luguang would have gladly taken action against Wang Ke. Not far away, Qin Tianyuan glanced at Murong Luguang, his expression growing solemn. What was intended to be a reprimand had shifted. Wang Ke's demonstration of essence served to vindicate him, rendering all of Qin Tianyuan's prior suspicions and justifications mere baseless accusations, leaving him momentarily speechless and in a precarious position. Murong Luguang, you must honor the wager. Wang Ke's essence is entirely normal, devoid of any demonic energy. You owe him a flying sword and 10,000 pounds of spirit stones. Niamiju interjected. Wang Ke observed Niamiju, realizing that the flying sword and spirit stones rightfully belonged to him. By bringing it up, Niamiju had cleverly transformed the situation into a mere wager, thereby absolving him of any wrongdoing. This Lord of the East Wolf is indeed formidable. Just as Wang Ke was about to speak further, Qin Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Honor the wager, Murong Luguang. Very well. I shall comply. Morong Luguang replied with a hint of frustration. Wang Ke felt an even greater sense of dismay. Had his master so readily provided Niamiju with a way out? He had hoped to extract even more. However, since the master has spoken, Wang Ke naturally could not press further and could only reluctantly accept this compensation. 10,000 pounds of spirit stones are insignificant? A flying sword? Such treasures cannot be acquired with ordinary spirit stones. Even Morong Luguang, when offering another flying sword, displayed evident reluctance. Qin Tianyuan did not dwell on Wang Ke's grievances, as he held unwavering trust in Niamiju, knowing she would never single him out. Nonetheless, today's events were indeed perplexing. Master, Morong Luguang is an acquaintance of mine. Due to his considerable talent, he has progressed swiftly in his cultivation and has garnered admiration from many disciples at the Tianlang sect, which has instilled in him a somewhat arrogant disposition. I must admit my fault for not guiding him more diligently, resulting in his current lack of composure and occasional impulsiveness. I kindly ask for your understanding and support, and Imi just suddenly bowed to Qin Tianyuan. Master, Morong Luguang, a short distance away, immediately lowered his head. Was the master advocating for him? This left Morong Luguang feeling both humiliated and indignant. Nye Palace Master, you speak too highly of him. Morong Luguang is your disciple and also a key disciple of the Tianlang sect. A little pride is to be expected. He has vanquished countless demons and contributed significantly to the sect and the world. How could I hold that against him? Rest assured, I will take good care of him in the future. Qin Tianyuan promptly replied with courtesy. Then I am at ease. Niamiju nodded in agreement. Palace Master, you seem a bit unusual today, Qin Tianyuan remarked with curiosity. Let Morong Luguang compensate Wang Ke for the wager first, then I shall explain everything to you. Niamiju stated. Very well. Qin Tianyuan nodded. Not far away, Morong Luguang reluctantly produced a flying sword and 10,000 pounds of spirit stones to hand over. Wang Ke refrained from taking action, allowing his subordinates to receive the items. Morong Luguang, today, your jealousy has led you to act against a fellow disciple. Thus you are at fault. The previous wager is null. You must now apologize to your junior brother, Niamiju declared in a stern tone. Me? Apologize to Wang Ke? Morong Luguang's expression changed dramatically. Apologize to a rival? Impossible. Yet, the icy glare from Niamiju sent a chill down Morong Luguang's spine, suppressing his discomfort. He could only bow to Wang Ke and say, Junior brother Wang Ke, I misunderstood you earlier. I sincerely apologize for my offense. Please forgive me. Wang Ke cast a peculiar glance at Niamiju from a distance. What was going on? Hadn't Zhang Zhenggao said she was a female calamity? Why was she suddenly being so accommodating? With the master present and the other party showing such humility, Wang Ke felt it inappropriate to maintain a haughty demeanor. Forget the past. If you have any misunderstandings in the future, Morong Shixiao, please communicate them to me directly rather than resorting to violence. Wang Ke nodded. Agreed. Morong Luguang replied, lowering his head, his expression grim. Meanwhile, Niamiju nodded in satisfaction. Wang Ke, you are now exonerated. You may extinguish the flame spell. Princess Yue interjected. In Wang Ke's palm, the ball of true energy was still ablaze. Extinguish it? Wang Ke's expression stiffened. This flame would not be easily snuffed out. He had not anticipated that this egg-sized ball of murky true energy would burn so persistently, still ablaze even now. As for forcefully extinguishing the flames, Wang could certainly do so. However, such an act would cause the murky true energy in his palm to escape his control and disperse. Once it spreads, wouldn't you all be entranced by that intoxicating fragrance? Do I not care for my own dignity? Zhang Jingdao took a whiff and immediately foamed at the mouth, collapsing. What would happen to you all if you took a breath? The crux of the matter is that Wang did not wish for Princess Yue to catch a whiff of that enchanting aroma. Otherwise, the rapport he had just established might falter. I haven't fully mastered this fire spell yet. Let's wait a while, and it will naturally extinguish. Wang explained with a smile. After some time, the murky true energy would be consumed, and the fire would extinguish itself. Haven't mastered the fire spell yet? So, you can't extinguish it yourself? If you wish, I can assist you. Princess Yue reached out to grasp his hand. Wang's expression stiffened. If she caught him, the murky true energy would disperse. That scent, I certainly do not wish for you to inhale. No need. It will be fine in a moment. Wang quickly withdrew his hand. It's all right. You need not worry. My cultivation is at the golden core stage. Your flames cannot harm me. Princess Yue enthusiastically lunged toward the flames once more. Wang was drenched in sweat, evading the princess's grasp. What a predicament. Princess Yue, why are you so eager to assist? You cannot touch this murky true energy. It's fine. It's fine. I can manage this myself. Your Highness, you should take a break. Wang continued to evade her. Yet, Princess Yue's propensity for mischief seemed to resurface, completely oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on Wang's forehead due to anxiety. As she continued her fervent attempts to help him, this scene of mutual affection caused the eyes of Wang's rival, Murong Luguang, to redden once more. Damn it. I'm not dead yet. Why are you two flaunting your love? You chase, I evade. With so many eyes upon you, you scandalous couple. Suddenly, Princess Yue seized Wang's arm, rendering the flames cornered. Leave it to me, Wang. I'll take care of it, she exclaimed excitedly, reaching with her other hand toward the flames in his palm. Ultimately, Wang, merely at the second level of innate realm, was no match for the strength of Princess Yue. With his right arm captured, escape was impossible. He watched in horror as her other hand descended upon the flames. Don't. Wang's face contorted in fear. Should Princess Yue strike, the aroma of the murky true energy would utterly ruin his favorable image in her eyes. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, reflecting his alarm. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao seemed to revel in the impending spectacle, eagerly awaiting Wang's embarrassment. At that moment, a large hand intervened before Princess Yue could act, swiftly slapping down on Wang's palm, extinguishing the flames, and then grasping the remaining remnants of the burning true energy in a firm grip. Allow me to assist you, Junior Brother Wang. Murong Luguang gritted his teeth, declaring, just a moment ago, I was infuriated by the display of affection between the illicit lovers. Were it not for the presence of my master, I, Murong Luguang, would have relished the opportunity to sever Wang Kexing from existence. However, even as I forced myself to endure the spectacle, my patience waned. At the moment when their eyes exchanged unspoken sentiments, I could no longer restrain myself. I intervened, extinguishing the flames of their passion and seizing the remnants of the tainted true energy in my grasp. Upon witnessing that the residual tainted energy did not fall into the hands of Princess Yue, but rather into mine, Wang Ke felt an immense weight lift from her heart, flooded with a mix of gratitude and lingering trepidation. My savior, thank you, she exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, her sincerity unmistakable. Thank me? For what? I replied, perplexed. Yet, Wang Ke's earnest gaze conveyed authenticity, leaving me baffled. I interrupted your intimate exchange, publicly disrupting your flirtation. Why do you express gratitude? Regardless, I am thankful to you, she instinctively reiterated, her sincerity evident. I could only respond with a bewildered expression. Chapter 35, The Body of the Nether Fetus at the Entrance of the Sword Enlightenment Palace. Murong Luguang assisted Wang Ke in extinguishing the fire spell. Wang Ke expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and the moment was filled with warmth and camaraderie, seemingly fulfilling a wish for Niamiju as well. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a barrier of vital energy that enveloped himself and Chen Tianyuan, isolating them from the external sounds. Master Nia, it is time for you to elucidate the purpose of your visit today, Chen Tianyuan stated, gazing intently at Niamiju. Niamiju nodded in acknowledgement. Sect Master, you are likely aware of the situation concerning Princess Yue, correct? Indeed, the corpse Ghost Empress has departed, leaving the empire to Princess Yue. Consequently, the ministers rebelled, prompting the princess to seek refuge in our Tianlang sect. I have unraveled the details over the past days, Chen Tianyuan affirmed with a nod. Why would the corpse Ghost Empress forsake her vast empire and choose to leave? Niamiju inquired, fixing his gaze on Chen Tianyuan with a grave expression. Chen Tianyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. There is no need for concealment. The truth is inescapable. The corpse Ghost Empress is a demon. She embodies evil. With her identity exposed, she can no longer exert control over the corpse Ghost Empire as she once did. If she remained, the ministers would surely rise against her. Thus, her only recourse was to flee, Niamiju declared solemnly. Alas, Chen Tianyuan sighed softly. There is no cause for lamentation. A demon is a demon. The righteous path and the demonic path cannot coexist. Should she continue as empress, it would only lead to devastation. She has fled, but why leave her daughter to inherit the throne? Niamiju pressed, his eyes locked onto Chen Tianyuan. Because Princess Yue is her daughter, Chen Tianyuan replied, his brow furrowed. Indeed, the father of Princess Yue is human, a formidable figure in the righteous path. The corpse Ghost Empress believed that no one would dare to challenge Princess Yue due to her lineage. However, she was gravely mistaken. The righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. No matter how esteemed her father in the righteous realm, her mother remains a demon. What chance does a daughter born of human and demon have? Huh. Those righteous ministers of the Corpse Ghost Empire would never allow Princess Yue to ascend the throne. Rebellion was inevitable. Yet, out of respect for her father, they refrained from executing her, merely sealing her powers to let her wither away. Niamiju articulated with a stern tone. I understand. Chen Tianyuan acknowledged with a furrowed brow. Consider this. Even among her father's subordinates, there are numerous factions. Yet, witnessing Princess Yue in peril, who stepped forward to offer protection. Apart from that reckless Zhang Jingdao, with so many powerful individuals who cared for Princess Yue, no one. Sectmaster, why do you concern yourself? Why do you shelter Princess Yue? Niamiju expressed his urgency. Chen Tianyuan frowned. Did you come to the Sword Enlightenment Peak today not to confront Wang Ku, but rather to target Princess Yue? Is there any other reason? Niamiju replied, his expression darkening. I saw your disciple. Though somewhat cunning, he has not strayed from the righteous path. I am at ease with you taking him as your disciple. But as for Princess Yue, I recall you once encouraged Murong Luguang to pursue Princess Yue. Chen Tianyuan remarked, his brow furrowing deeper. Pursue? No, it was merely a misunderstanding on Luguang's part. I had previously appointed him as a general in the Corpse Ghost Empire to keep a close watch on Princess Yue. Niamiju explained in a low voice. And now? Chen Tianyuan asked, his tone serious. Regardless of the relationship between the sovereign and the father of Princess Yue, I implore you, sovereign, to uphold your noble ideals throughout your life, vanquishing demons and monsters. How can you abandon your aspirations now? Princess Yue is not human. Niamiju spoke solemnly. But her father is human. Chen Tianyuan sighed. No, the union of human and demon typically cannot bear offspring. Should a child be born, that progeny would be a half-human, half-demon, known as a nether fetus. Should the nether fetus succumb to demonic influence, it would become a true demon among demons. Niamiju expressed his concerns. Yet, a nether fetus, if it does not turn to darkness, can still embody the light of righteousness. Chen Tianyuan shook his head. Sovereign, have you forgotten the legends? Every nether fetus is a harbinger of calamity. It indiscriminately brings misfortune to all around it, regardless of friend or foe. Not to mention the many tribulations faced by the Corpse Ghost dynasty since Princess Yue's birth. The recent exposure of the Corpse Ghost Empress is likely due to Princess Yue as well. She cannot be allowed to remain. She must be eliminated. Niamiju urged anxiously. Nonsense. Chen Tianyuan dismissed the notion. Sovereign, are you deceiving yourself? Niamiju pressed, his urgency palpable. Princess Yue has not succumbed to darkness, nor has she committed any transgressions. There is no trace of malevolent energy upon her. I cannot condemn her. Furthermore, I have already dispatched someone to inform her father. His status will undoubtedly ensure Princess Yue is addressed properly. Do you not trust her father? Chen Tianyuan spoke with a grave tone. Niamiju fell silent for a moment. Sovereign, I trust your judgment. However, this matter must not be delayed. Oh, is Princess Yue's father easily accessible to anyone? Your envoy may find it challenging to meet him. Prolonging this could lead to unforeseen complications, especially if ill-intentioned individuals intervene. Niamiju furrowed his brow. Indeed, Princess Yue's identity is sensitive. Her father has avoided the Corpse Ghost dynasty for many years to prevent any suspicion. If there are those with ulterior motives, it could be problematic. Chen Tianyuan frowned. Thus, I implore you, sovereign, to personally visit. Seeking out Princess Yue's father yourself would be the swiftest and most reliable course of action. Sovereign. Niamiju gazed intently at Chen Tianyuan. Chen Tianyuan pondered deeply, casting a glance at Niamiju. Sovereign, do you truly believe I would intentionally deceive you, only to harm Princess Yue? Niamiju fixed his gaze upon Chen Tianyuan. Chen Tianyuan remained silent, evidently harboring concerns in that regard. Rest assured, sovereign, I, Niamiju, swear to you, during your absence, unless I perish, nothing shall befall Princess Yue. Niamiju asserted with unwavering conviction. Chen Tianyuan scrutinized Niamiju for a considerable time before nodding, for he trusted Niamiju's integrity. He was a man of his word. Very well. Niamiju nodded. The two reached an agreement, and with a wave of his hand, the soundproof barrier around them dissipated. They turned to see Wang Ku and his companions not far away, just in time to witness Murong Luguang's sudden change in complexion, retching uncontrollably. The tainted energy was seized by Murong Luguang, not falling into Princess Yue's hands, prompting Wang Ku to exhale a sigh of relief, filled with gratitude towards Murong Luguang. In any case, thank you. Wang Ku instinctively expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Murong Luguang. Murong Luguang gazed at Wang Ku with a perplexed expression. scrutinizing him for quite a while without discerning any apparent flaw. Could Wang Ke be unwell? Suddenly, Princess Yue spoke. Lu Guang, do you still carry the longing pearl I once gifted you? The longing pearl? I have kept it with me all along. Moron Lu Guang's eyes brightened. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a fist-sized pearl from his storage bracelet. Within the pearl, there appeared to be a tiny creature sealed inside, possessing 18 antennae stretching in various directions, one of which emanated a faint red glow. Could you return it to me? Princess Yue requested. Moron Lu Guang's expression faltered. This was the token she had solemnly bestowed upon him when he departed from the Shurga dynasty, a memento of their bond, yet he had failed to appreciate its significance. Princess, you have already given this to me. Why must I return it? He protested reluctantly. Nevertheless, Princess Yue gently took the pearl from his grasp. As she did, a string of small prayer beads, comprising 18 beads, was revealed on her wrist. Looking at the longing pearl in her hand, Princess Yue offered a faint smile tinged with melancholy. This longing pearl and the beads on my wrist form a pair. They both encapsulate longing insects. Yours contains a male insect, while my prayer beads house 18 female insects. Oh, I have come to realize that I was mistaken, Lu Guang. In truth, you harbor no feelings for me. This longing pearl was given to me by my mother, a token I was meant to wear at all times. Since you hold no affection for me, you need not keep it. It should be returned to me. She sighed. Princess, I have already stated that my words at the East Wolf Palace were merely strategic in dealing with the demons, not a reflection of my true feelings. You have always occupied my thoughts. Moron Lu Guang exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. He felt as though the princess, who once admired him, was drifting further away, and his heart grew increasingly restless. What was once rightfully his seemed to be slipping away. No, you do not. He insisted. You are aware of the fall of my Shurgue dynasty, yet you show no concern for my well-being. Princess Yue shook her head. How could that be? I simply do not know your whereabouts. Otherwise, I would have sought you out long ago. You could have found me if you truly wished. The male insect within the longing pearl, with its 18 antennae, can sense the female insects. A little investigation into the pearl would have led you to my location. You did not seek me out. You do not care about my survival. Princess Yue's voice dripped with bitterness. I was unaware. Moron Lu Guang stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. You. Moron Lu Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Ke's earlier gratitude was evidently feigned. How could one deliver such a cruel blow? Scoundrel. It seemed that Princess Yue had completely lost hope in Moron Lu Guang, and no amount of explanation from him would suffice to mend the rift between them. Moron Lu Guang, you need not waste any more time on me. I have lost the reign of the corpse demon dynasty and am left with nothing, not even my beauty, which is now utterly ruined. The visage you beheld that day was merely the result of makeup. Princess Yue spoke once more. Ruined appearance? Moron Lu Guang was taken aback. At that moment, Wang Ke immediately interjected. Your Highness, in my eyes, that scar on your face is of no consequence. Even when your visage was obscured, I found you to be a celestial beauty. Now, though it is merely a scar, you remain the most exquisite woman in my eyes. Wang Ke's effusive praise left Zhang Zhengdao feeling inadequate. He realized that his own audacity paled in comparison to Wang Ke's. How could he utter such cringeworthy remarks with such shamelessness? Yet, to Princess Yue, Wang Ke's words elicited no sense of awkwardness. Instead, she cast a glance at him, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The embarrassment of that moment rendered Moron Lu Guang's expression dark as he thought to himself, what brazen infidelity. They dare to exchange glances in my presence? Though only her eyes were visible, they were undeniably enchanting, and she ought to feel shame for him, yet here she was, blushing for another. My princess, it matters not what form you take. I shall never turn my back on you. Moreover, my Tianlang sect possesses countless mystical arts. Any disfigurement can be restored. May I have the honor of seeing? Moron Lu Guang implored once more. Princess Yue furrowed her brow, ultimately deciding against further refusal, and gently lifted her veil. As the veil fell away, the ghastly scar on her face was revealed, gruesome and stark, yet it could not overshadow her unparalleled beauty. This scar is not insurmountable. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a wave of foul, murky energy surged from his palm, filling the air with an odor that assaulted Moron Lu Guang's senses, striking directly at his mind. The stench was unlike anything he had encountered before. All of Moron Lu Guang's prepared words were swallowed by this acrid aroma, leaving him with a resounding clang in his head, as the noxious scent seemed to penetrate the depths of his very soul, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Ugh! Moron Luguang suddenly retched before Princess Yue, his look of revulsion rendering the once composed princess momentarily frozen in place. Am I truly so hideous now? He thought, as the retching continued unabated. Ugh! Ugh! Moron Luguang heaved without end. Princess Yue, Niamiju, Qin Tianyuan. Chapter 36. The 10,000 Sword Technique. Niamiju dispelled the barrier. And as he and Qin Tianshan looked on, they witnessed Princess Yue remove her veil. The grotesque scar on her face was not the worst of it, however. Why did Moron Luguang appear so nauseated? In an instant, Princess Yue was consumed by rage and humiliation. In her past, she had been revered by countless admirers. Even the fall of a kingdom could not cast doubt on her status as the most beautiful woman of the Shigui dynasty. Yet, due to a mere scar, one dared to deem her ugly, and to the point of retching? Moron Luguang, you have gone too far. Princess Yue huffed angrily. At that moment, all the goodwill she once held for Moron Luguang was severed completely. Niamieju and Qin Tianyuan were oblivious to the situation, but Wang Ku and Zhang Jing knew better. As the foul aura infiltrated Moron Luguang's nostrils, Zhang Jing's eyes widened in exhilaration. Finally, someone else was experiencing the torment he had endured earlier, and it filled him with delight. Wang Ku, however, felt a twinge of regret. After all, the amount of foul aura that Moron Luguang had absorbed was far too little. Moron Luguang possessed a greater tolerance than Zhang Jing, merely retching incessantly. How splendid it would have been had he foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Regretful though he was, he knew he could not show leniency when the opportunity arose. Moron, you have gone too far. What of the scar on the princess's face? I, Wang Ku, find such scars appealing. The princess has no ties to you. Why must you feign such indignation? Wang Ku exclaimed, his eyes blazing with righteous indignation. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Moron Luguang stumbled backward, almost on the verge of tears. Princess, stand behind me. I cannot let him exploit this moment against you. Wang Ku shouted, though his address was primarily directed at his master, Qin Tianyuan, who stood nearby. Indeed, Qin Tianyuan furrowed his brow in confusion and stepped forward, prepared for any eventuality. A noxious stench filled the air, and soon, Moron Luguang regained some composure. For he had not ingested much of the foul aura. The embarrassment he had just suffered left him bewildered. But he began to deduce. Who among this crowd would poison him? Wang Ku, is it you? Have you intentionally brought me to shame? Wang Ku, you seek death. Moron Luguang bellowed in fury, ready to charge at Wang Ku. But with Qin Tianyuan present, Wang Ku felt no fear. He puffed out his chest, positioning himself protectively in front of Princess Yue, embodying the hero saving the damsel. Humph! Qin Tianyuan scoffed coldly. With a thunderous crash, a palm strike materialized from thin air, slamming into Moron Luguang and sending him crashing into a large tree, dust swirling about. The strike was not delivered by Qin Tianyuan, but rather by Niamieju, who intervened as his disciple spiraled into madness. Luguang, what madness has overtaken you? Niamieju reprimanded sharply. Picking himself up from the ground, Moron Luguang wore a look of indignation, pointing at Wang Ku from a distance. Master, it was him. He has framed me. He poisoned me. Zhang Jing, standing nearby, wore a smug expression. Poison? No. That is merely foulness, not poison. Have you been so overwhelmed by the stench that you cannot discern the truth? Can't you see you are not poisoned, Niamieju? You are evidently not under any affliction. Such accusations are unwarranted, are they not? Wang Ku? Indeed, nearby, Wang Ku feigned innocence. Moron Luguang attempted to provide an explanation. Silence. Niamieju's piercing gaze silenced him. I brought you here today to resolve your misunderstanding with Wang Ku, yet you refuse to reflect, insisting on trivial matters, displaying a demeanor unbefitting of a senior disciple. Princess Yue has shown no interest in you, yet you persist in your affections? What have I taught you? Niamieju's voice was cold. Moron Luguang's expression darkened. At this moment, numerous disciples of the Tianlang sect were observing, and he dared not defy his master. Though he felt increasingly resentful towards Wang Ku for the embarrassment he had suffered. If you target Wang Ku again, do not consider yourself my disciple. Niamieju's voice remained icy. Master. Moron Luguang lowered his head in despair. Meanwhile, Wang Ku stood a short distance away, astonished, pondering the situation. Why was Niamieju so protective of him? This was unexpected. She was Moron Luguang's master, after all. Even if she harbored disdain, she should not disregard her disciple's dignity in public to defend him. Zhang Jingdao also appeared surprised, glancing at Qin Tianyuan. Could it be that Niamieju and the sect leader share a deeper connection? Enough, Master Nia. All the disciples are watching. There is no need for such severe reprimands, lest it tarnish your senior disciple's reputation, Qin Tianyuan sighed softly. A hint of urgency flickered in Niamiju's eyes, reflecting her frustration at her disciple's foolishness. She had discerned that Murong Luguang had spoken the truth. He had indeed been outwitted by Wang Ke, and he did not even comprehend how he had been ensnared. How could one be so oblivious to their own misfortunes, yet still harbor resentment? Where is your discernment? Have you lost your wits in the presence of a woman? Murong Luguang wished to argue further, but upon meeting Niamiju's frigid gaze, he could only bow in resignation. Yes. He turned, casting a resentful glance at Wang Ke before swiftly departing on his flying sword. Only then did Niamiju fix her gaze upon Wang Ke. Wang Ke stiffened. Niamiju's expression resembled that of a woman who had recently lost a loved one, which was indeed unsettling. Had she discerned the truth? Wang Ke. Niamiju spoke in a somber tone. Present. Wang Ke immediately bowed respectfully. As a disciple of the sect leader, I should not be addressing you, but the sect leader is soft-hearted and may find certain truths difficult to articulate. Thus, I must speak on her behalf. Niamiju's tone remained icy. Qin Tianyuan furrowed his brow but ultimately chose not to intervene. Wang Ke, perplexed, responded with utmost respect. I am all ears, master. Do you harbor feelings for Princess Yue? Niamiju asked solemnly. Wang Ke was taken aback. What was happening? Were the elders of the sect now indulging in gossip? Was this within their purview? Princess Yue was equally surprised, not expecting such a direct inquiry from Niamiju. She felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks, but turned her gaze towards Wang Ke. Yes, Wang Ke did not deny it. At that moment, in front of Princess Yue, how could he possibly refute? Wang Ke was not foolish. Cease your aspirations, Niamiju commanded sternly. Wang Ke was momentarily stunned. This abrupt intervention against their affections was indeed unexpected. How direct? Wang Ke glanced at Qin Tianyuan, who remained silent. Princess Yue wore a perplexed expression. Master Nye, what do you mean by that? Wang Ke asked, his tone unfriendly. You are the disciple of the sect leader. Otherwise, I would not have spoken up. I am only looking out for your best interests. Master Nye replied solemnly. Wang Ke retorted. Do you think I would believe that? Asking your disciple to convince me? What nonsense. Besides, in front of the princess, how could I possibly back down? This is the first time I have been shocked like this on this planet. Master Nye, do you have someone you care for? Wang Ke asked, his voice low. Suddenly, Master Nye's expression darkened, a cold aura radiating from her, chilling the air around them. Wang Ke, how dare you? Qin Tianyuan interjected, his face changing at the outburst. Realizing her master was angered, Wang Ke understood he had struck a nerve with Master Nye. She must have endured some emotional turmoil. He could not provoke her further. Master Nye, what I mean is, let us younger generations handle our own affairs. Wang Ke quickly attempted to soothe her. Master Nye took a deep breath, suppressing her agitation and the chill within her, before turning back to Wang Ke. How long have you known Princess Yue? Do you truly understand her? Are you worthy of her? Are you simply lusting after her body? She pressed, her tone heavy with skepticism. Wang Ke paused, realizing indeed. Can one truly call it affection if there is no desire? Enough. I shall say no more. Sect leader, you may speak with him. Master Nye huffed, tossing her sleeve as she strode away. Qin Tianyuan cast a strange glance at Wang Ke. Master, what did I say wrong? Why did Master Nye say those things, seemingly concerned for my welfare? Wang Ke inquired curiously. Qin Tianyuan opened his mouth, ultimately at a loss for words. Master Nye is also a pitiable person. From now on, do not speak ill of her behind her back. She genuinely had your best interests at heart just now. He sighed lightly. Wang Ke exclaimed in surprise. Princess Yue furrowed her brow slightly but chose not to comment further. I must step out shortly. While I am away, you are to ensure the safety of Princess Yue. Qin Tianyuan instructed gravely. Yes, master. Wang Ke replied, readily accepting the task. I initially thought you would follow in my footsteps, choosing the Storm Divine Art, which would have allowed me to teach you my sword techniques. Unfortunately, you opted for the Fire Separation Divine Art. I am uncertain if my sword techniques will suit you. Nevertheless, I shall impart them to you regardless. My sword technique is called the 10,000 Swords Technique. I will now transmit a sword intent to you. See if you can grasp it. Qin Tianyuan stated earnestly. Wang Ke bowed respectfully. I appreciate your guidance, master. Qin Tianyuan extended his hand, and a small green sword seemed to materialize at his fingertip, swiftly striking Wang Ke's brow. Instantly, the sword intent surged into him. Wang Ke closed his eyes, as if witnessing a shadow rapidly practicing a particular sword technique. In an instant, he stood motionless, completely absorbed in the experience. Is this what it means to enter a meditative state? Sect leader, is the sword intent truly this powerful? Can it be taught in such a manner? Might I also receive a lesson? Zhang Jingdao's eyes turned red with jealousy. Wang Ku, fortunate indeed, has become a disciple of Qin Tianyuan. The strength of his swordsmanship is so profound that he can impart the essence of sword intent in his teachings. Qin Tianyuan paid no heed to Zhang Jingdao, directing his attention instead towards Wang Ku's entourage. The longer Wang Ku remained in meditation, the deeper his comprehension would become. It may take several days. Ensure that you guard Wang Ku diligently and do not allow anyone to disturb him. Qin Tianyuan commanded. Understood, replied Wang Ku's followers in unison. Excellent. Princess Yue nodded in agreement. After making arrangements for Wang Ku, Qin Tianyuan stepped onto his flying sword and, in an instant, soared away from the Tianlang sect, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the East Wolf Hall, Niamiju watched Qin Tianyuan depart, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. Turning away, he glanced towards Wujin Peak, directing his gaze towards the courtyard where Princess Yue resided, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 37. The Dark Moon Sect at Wujin Peak. Did Qin Tianyuan not mention that Wang Ku would awaken after a few days of meditation? It has already been over half a month. Can Qin Tianyuan be relied upon? Zhang Jingdao paced anxiously around Wang Ku. The surrounding subordinates of Wang Ku also wore expressions of concern. Zhang, did not the sect master mention before leaving that the longer one meditates, the deeper the understanding of the head of the family? One of Wang Ku's subordinates inquired curiously. Indeed, but this is excessive, isn't it? Over half a month. He is not a sword lunatic. It cannot be that exaggerated. There must be something wrong. No, I shall wake him. Zhang Jingdao was about to step forward. Buzz. Wang Ku opened his eyes, and they sparkled with a brilliance akin to two beams of sword light, flashing past in an instant. Head of the family, you are awake? Wonderful. His subordinates exclaimed in delight. Zhang Jingdao rubbed his eyes, pondering, did I just imagine that? Did Wang Ku's gaze truly radiate the essence of sword intent? Surely, that cannot be. Wang Ku stirred from his slumber, his heart filled with astonishment. The everlasting sun god sword? Ancestor, you have left me a remarkable treasure, capable of aiding me in comprehending the sword intent bestowed upon me by my master? How utterly astonishing. Wang Ku marveled within. Wang Ku, you have been in meditation for over 10 days. How much have you comprehended? Have you made any progress? Zhang Jingdao queried with curiosity. Wang Ku rolled his eyes, jesting. Do you think I can divulge such matters to you? Why are you all surrounding me? Wang Ku asked, perplexed. Head of the family, we have been targeted. One subordinate spoke with a grim countenance. Oh? Wang Ku's expression shifted, adopting a serious demeanor. Zhang Jingdao nodded. Those items are tools of the demonic cultivators. It is no wonder Murong Luguang suspected you. Your cultivation has attracted the attention of the Dark Moon sect disciples. In Wolf Immortal Town? Wang Ku furrowed his brow. Yes. All the toxins converge at the entrance of Wolf Immortal Town and are then transported into the Tianlang sect. Our large estate has already been targeted. A few days ago, that group arrived in Wolf Immortal Town, probing for our information, and they even purchased the house next door. The subordinate reported respectfully. The adjacent house is also ours. Well done. Wang Ku nodded. Of course, we have been managing Wolf Immortal Town for over a decade. How could we be surveilled by others? They monitor our main estate, and we shall turn the tables and keep an eye on them. The subordinate replied. Are you sure they are demonic? Wang Ku inquired, frowning. Yes. We dared not inquire too deeply, but we overheard them claiming to be from the Dark Moon sect. The subordinate informed. The Dark Moon sect? One of the 4 foremost immortal sects in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Wang Ku grimaced. Last time, it was the sect master of the Dark Moon sect who orchestrated the annihilation of the Tianlang sect. Wang Ku, you must be cautious. You have drawn the attention of the Dark Moon sect. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed with a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Ku cast a glance at Zhang Jingdao. It was not I who purchased the toxins. Zhang Jingdao was taken aback, his expression stiffening, for he had indeed been the one to procure various materials for demonic cultivators. In other words, it was not Wang Ku who was being targeted, but rather himself. Wang Ku Yu. Zhang Jingdao was in a state of profound frustration, nearly to the point of exasperation. Why must misfortune befall me? Ah, Zhang Jingdao reflected. I have always mingled within the realm of mortals and have had scant knowledge of the celestial gates. Pray, enlighten me about the status of the Taiyin demon sect. Wang Ku inquired curiously, directing his gaze towards Zhang Jingdao. The Taiyin demon sect? What level does it occupy? The 10,000 great mountains are dotted with celestial sects. Do you know which is the most prestigious? Zhang Zhengdao posed the question. It is obvious. The four supreme celestial sects, the Tianling sect, the Jinwu sect, the Double-Blood Temple, and the Tang Demon sect. All cultivation families aspire to join these four illustrious sects as their highest goal. Wang Ke replied solemnly. The Tianling sect, the Jinwu sect, and the Double-Blood Temple represent the righteous path, while the Tang Demon sect embodies the demonic path. Over the years, there have been countless conflicts between the righteous and the demonic, yet neither side has managed to gain the upper hand. What are your thoughts on the Tang Demon sect? Zhang Zhengdao continued. The Tang Demon sect, able to challenge three at once? Is it truly that formidable? Wang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. In a direct confrontation, it may not prevail against three, yet at present, there exists a certain equilibrium. I cannot articulate it clearly, but being targeted by the Tang Demon sect surely spells doom for us. Zhang Zhengdao's expression was one of despair. Do not speak rashly. It is you they have set their sights upon, not me. Wang Ke hastily distanced himself from the situation. Zhang Zhengdao. Wang Ke then turned to his subordinates. Have our people withdrawn from the main residence? Yes, they have been evacuated according to the contingency measures devised by the master. One subordinate replied respectfully. That is reassuring. Wang Ke nodded. What do you mean by reassuring? What shall we do now? Should we notify the Tianlang sect to exterminate those demon sect disciples? Zhang Zhengdao urged anxiously. Notify the disciples of the Tianlang sect to slay the demons? What benefit do we derive from that? Wang Ke scrutinized Zhang Zhengdao. It appears that we cannot claim any merit, and instead, we would only incur the ire of the Tang Demon sect? I see. It seems we would not only gain nothing, but also invite further misfortune. Zhang Zhengdao was taken aback. Moreover, should any disciples of the Tianlang sect perish in battle, we would bear the blame. Such an endeavor offers no advantages. Why should we engage in it? Wang Ke rolled his eyes. Indeed, if we leave those demon sect disciples alone, they will either withdraw after a few days or months, and we will sustain no losses whatsoever. Why invite trouble upon ourselves? Wang Ke asserted. Quite right. We should indulge in our meals and drinks, and attend to our own affairs. Why concern ourselves with extraneous matters? Wang Ke reiterated. However, they are here to investigate us. Zhang Zhengdao remained apprehensive. If they possess the capability, let them come to the Tianlang sect for their inquiries. Pay them no mind. By the way, where is Princess Yue? Is she in seclusion? Why have I not seen her? Wang Ke promptly dismissed the concerns regarding the demon sect. The princess has departed. A subordinate replied respectfully. Departed? Wang Ke's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, the very day after you entered meditation, she left with Niamiju. After exiting the Tianlang sect, her whereabouts remain unknown. Zhang Zhengdao explained. Wait, she left with Niamiju? Why is that? Wang Ke furrowed his brow. I do not know. Niamiju came to speak with Princess Yue and forbade anyone from approaching her, and upon their exit, she left with him. Zhang Zhengdao expressed his confusion. Did Princess Yue not convey any information to you? Did she mention where she was headed? Wang Ke inquired. No. Zhang Zhengdao shook his head. She said nothing at all? Wang Ke's expression turned grave. Without uttering a word, he followed Niamiju. Zhang Zhengdao shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. I promised my master to remain at Wujian Peak. And besides, how could he leave without a word to someone he knows like you? Were you perhaps slacking off at that moment? Wang Ke retorted, glaring. Not at all. Niamiju was staring at me. I couldn't even approach. Zhang Zhengdao replied, frustrated. So, you mean Niamiju forbade Princess Yue from interacting with you? The princess did not leave of her own accord. She was abducted by Niamiju. Wang Ke's expression darkened. How could that be? Why would Niamiju abduct Princess Yue? She was perfectly fine when she left. She could have spoken. Zhang Zhengdao expressed his skepticism. Perhaps Princess Yue found herself in a situation where she could not speak? With my master absent, Niamiju could act with impunity in the Tianlang sect. What if she intends to target Princess Yue? Wang Ke furrowed his brow. How could she possibly target Princess Yue? Niamiju has spent her life relentlessly exterminating demons. Wait a moment. Exterminating demons? Zhang Zhengdao suddenly felt a chill. What is it? Have you recalled something? Wang Ke asked, intrigued. Oh no. It seems Niamiju might truly intend to harm Princess Yue. Is she planning to kill her? Zhang Zhengdao's expression shifted dramatically. I cannot disclose it. It pertains to Princess Yue's lineage. I cannot speak of it. For now, we must focus on finding Princess Yue. What if Niamiju has deliberately deceived the sect leader and is now plotting against Princess Yue? This is dire. Zhang Zhengdao said anxiously. Hurry. Let us go to Princess Yoyue's chamber and see if there are any messages. Wang Ke commanded his female subordinates. Yes. The group swiftly rushed to Princess Yoyue's room, searching frantically. Unfortunately, with Nia Mieja present, it was nearly impossible for Princess Yue to leave behind any written notes. Master, we found a Xiangxi pearl. One subordinate hurriedly reported. Is that the Dragon Pearl radar? No, it's the Xiangxi pearl. It can lead us to the princess. Indeed, indeed. If the princess left this behind, it means she wants us to rescue her. She must be under duress. Wang Ke's eyes brightened. Then let us depart quickly. If Princess Yue were to perish at Nia Mieja's hands, I would be doomed. My superior would have me killed. How did I not think of this sooner? That twisted Nia Mieju, what shall we do? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in panic. Wang Ke's expression also darkened as he took a deep breath and nodded. After instructing his subordinates, Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao set forth. Determined to confront Nia Mieju, they dared not let their guard down, even after leaving the Tianlang sect, for fear that the disciples might inform Nia Mieju of their departure. Knowing they needed to leave stealthily, they decided to disguise themselves. Zhang Zhengdao transformed into a buxom elderly woman, while Wang Ke obscured his features once again. Accompanied by Wang Ke's subordinates, they slowly exited the Tianlang sect. Their disguises were so effective that even Nie Tianba, once familiar with them, could not recognize them, let alone the unfamiliar gatekeepers of the Tianlang sect. The gatekeepers, upon seeing their appearances, averted their eyes in shock, too stunned to approach and investigate. Thus, the two slipped away from the Tianlang sect unnoticed. With the beads of longing, Wang could discern the direction, making the search significantly easier. After departing from the Heavenly Wolf sect with Zhang Zhengdao, the two vanished into the mountains and forests. Chapter 38. A favor in the midst of a mountainous forest outside the Tianlang sect. Wang Ke clutched the Xiangxi pearl, forging ahead through the thicket. Wang Ke, are you certain we're on the right path? In this desolate wilderness, how will we ever locate Princess Yue? Zhang Zhengdao lamented anxiously. This is a straight line. Finding the direction is already fortunate enough. What more do you want? Once we are completely out of Tianlang sect's territory, you can use your flying sword to scout ahead. Wang Ke replied, furrowing his brow. Fine. However, I have a foreboding sense that we are being watched. Zhang Zhengdao's expression darkened. In our current state, who would recognize us? How could we possibly be under surveillance? Wang Ke retorted, his displeasure evident. With his pockmarked face and Zhang Zhengdao's gaudy attire, it was unlikely anyone would identify them, perhaps not even their own mothers. It is true. Look ahead, Zhang Zhengdao whispered. Not far ahead, atop two large trees, stood a pair of men wielding knives, coldly observing Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao from a distance. Is someone truly blocking our path? What are you staring at? Are you not on your way? There is nothing ahead. Are your eyes deceiving you? Move along. Wang Ke snapped, turning to scold them. Zhang Zhengdao was taken aback. Wang Ke, are you blind? Can't you see those two men? Wang Ke, however, disregarded his words and continued to sprint forward. See them? Of course I can. But you mustn't voice it. Perhaps they're not after us at all. If you shout, you'll only attract trouble. In our current state, who would recognize us? Zhang Zhengdao soon grasped Wang Ke's reasoning, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I see nothing. There is absolutely nothing there. The two hurriedly veered around the trees. But after a short distance, 5 men emerged, blocking their path. Hee, Wang Ke, Zhang Zhengdao? Long time no see, the leader, clad in white, sneered. They recognized Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao. Wang Ke's expression shifted. This was unexpected. How had his disguise been uncovered? Zhang Shenxiu? Zhang Zhengdao's face paled as he regarded the speaker. Once the issuer of the Jinwu bounty, Zhang Shenxiu had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao outside the Tianlang sect, having been mistakenly struck by lightning. Now, having fully recovered, he stood with a group to obstruct their escape. Not only the 5 before them, but also 15 others perched in the trees, completely encircling Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao. Esteemed immortals, you must be mistaken, Wang Ke promptly interjected. Zhang Shenxiu squinted at Wang Ke and then at the glaringly dressed Zhang Zhengdao, feeling the humiliation of having fallen to these two fools. Master, it is indeed them. I recognized Wang Ke immediately. His previous attire was blinding. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed. Wang Ke, Zhang Zhengdao. Ha ha, we only waited 2 days, and they emerged from the mountain gate. Still in their previous disguise, ha ha. The moment they stepped out, we recognized them. Their arrival in this forest is simply perfect. The disciples of Jinwu's sect mocked, their laughter filling the air. Evidently, The last time Wang Ke and his companions ventured towards the Tianlang sect, they managed to deceive their way through. However, this very deception has now become their greatest flaw. Clad in white, Zhang Shenxu spoke coldly. Nie Tianba's words ring true. You are about to emerge from the Tianlang sect. Humph. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Nie Tianba? He is still alive? Wang Ke was taken aback. That day, did he not perish outside the demon suppression temple, buried by none other than Zhang Jingyao himself? Indeed, we have just arrived from Zhuxian town. Humph. I initially thought you would remain hidden within the mountain gates, so I intended to collect some interest from Nie Tianba. Yet, he assured me with the lies of his entire clan that you would soon emerge. Ha. Wang Ke, Zhang Jingyao, will you escape today? With a flick of his white paper fan, Zhang Shenxu spoke coldly. Swoosh. 19 disciples from the Jinwu sect swiftly unsheathed their long blades. And a formidable aura of killing intent surged towards the two. Jindan realm? 8 of them? Wang Ke's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a long sword was pressed against Wang Ke's neck. Both Zhang Shenxu and Wang Ke were taken aback. It was Zhang Zhengdao, who had positioned the sword menacingly. Brother Shenxu. In the past, I impersonated you and even schemed against you, but it was all Wang Ke's doing. I had no part in it. I suspected this rascal Wang Ke would eventually face retribution for his numerous misdeeds, and it was I who deliberately exposed him. Now, I have captured Wang Ke for you. Whether you wish to kill or torture him, it is entirely your decision. Zhang Zhengdao hastily declared. Zhang Shenxu, the disciples of Jinwu sect. How could the Jinwu disciples have anticipated that before any confrontation, the two would turn against each other? Were they allies or foes? Zhang Zhengdao, you betray your friends for personal gain, lacking any sense of loyalty. Wang Ke glared. Not at all, Brother Wang. It is far better for you to perish alone than for us both to meet our end. Zhang Zhengdao reasoned. Brother Shenxu, there is a rightful master to every grievance. I have brought you the very Wang Ke you seek. Zhang Zhengdao said, pushing Wang Ke forward in a servile manner. The Jinwu disciples exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, and turned their attention to Zhang Shenxu. Zhang Shenxu was equally perplexed until Zhang Zhengdao brought Wang Ke closer. Act now. Zhang Zhengdao commanded abruptly. In a heartbeat, Zhang Zhengdao lunged at Zhang Shenxu. With a cold smile, Zhang Shenxu waved his white paper fan. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Zhang Zhengdao's ambush was effortlessly deflected by Zhang Shenxu, sending him tumbling backwards, blood spilling from his mouth. Brother, you are not honorable. We agreed to act together, yet you chose to stand idle. Zhang Zhengdao coughed, crashing to the ground. Swoosh. Instantly, a multitude of long blades were drawn against Zhang Zhengdao's neck, capturing him. Consider your actions, Zhang Zhengdao. Do you think your petty tricks can escape Brother Shenxu's perception? Spare me. Wang Ke admonished from the side. Humph, Zhang Zhengdao, I will ensure you taste the consequences of deceiving me. Zhang Shenxu declared coldly. Brother Shenxu, let it go. You have long seen through Zhang Zhengdao's little tricks. Do not stoop to his level. Do it for my sake. Wang Ke stepped forward. For your sake? Who do you think you are? Wang Ke, today I have come for vengeance. Zhang Shenxu replied icily. At the same time, Zhang Shenxu grew cautious. For the two individuals before him exuded an inexplicable aura of malice. Just moments ago, Zhang Zhengdao had attempted a stealthy strike. Now, would they not also resort to treachery? What am I to you? My master, Qin Tianyuan, do you truly dare to take my life? Come and slay me. To kill the disciple of Qin Tianyuan is akin to declaring war against the entire Tianlang sect. Are you conspiring with the demonic cult? Wang Ke coldly rebuked. Zhang Zhengdao, lying on the ground, changed countenance and cursed. After cooperating so many times, the rule was to capture the leader first. How could you forget today? It seems you have found a backer and realized they wouldn't dare harm you, which is why you didn't assist me. You should have mentioned this earlier. You've led me to ruin. Zhang Zhengdao's face darkened with anger. Wang Ke was truly nefarious. You believe I hesitate to kill you because you are Qin Tianyuan's disciple? Zhang Shenxu stepped forward, his voice icy. There are no secrets that remain concealed, even if my master cannot uncover the truth. Can you assure that your fellow disciples of the Jinyu sect will remain silent? Can you guarantee they will not speak of it in the future? Unless you intend to eliminate us all. Wang Ke gestured towards the surrounding disciples of the Jinyu sect. Their expressions stiffened. Was he attempting to sow discord between them and Zhang Shenxu? Indeed, Zhang Shenxu's expression darkened as well, for while these disciples obeyed his command, they were not bound by the ties of life and death. Would they betray me in the future? I shall not kill you. Instead, I will make you experience the torment and humiliation I endured that day. You wish to summon lightning upon me. I will ensure you taste that same fate. As long as you draw breath, even if Chen Tianyuan learns the entire truth, he cannot touch me. Humph, I will make your existence a living hell. Zhang Xinshu declared coldly. Brother Xinshu, the lightning that struck you was not of our doing. Why bring your ire upon us? Wang Ke interjected. Indeed, we caused you some discomfort that day, but every matter has its price. We offer compensation. Does that suffice? Compensation? What could you possibly offer? Do you think I covet your paltry coins? Zhang Xinshu scoffed. I have no interest in them. It's simply that they are insufficient. Rest assured. This time I come with genuine intent. Wang Ke quickly replied. Oh? Zhang Xinshu regarded Wang Ke with a frigid stare. The last time you suffered the greatest loss. Was it not due to the merit of slaying demons? Allow me to compensate you for that. What do you think? Wang Ke proposed. The merit of slaying demons? The disciples of the Jinyu sect exchanged glances, intrigued. Indeed, the merit of slaying demons. My master captured a batch of vile entities for me to oversee. I can bestow them upon you as a gesture of goodwill. It's quite substantial. Wang Ke asserted eagerly. Substantial? The disciples of the Jinyu sect felt a stir of excitement. Merit? Who would not desire such a thing? It was far more valuable than spirit stones. Though Zhang Xinshu longed for retribution against Wang Ke, the hopeful gazes of his disciples caused him to hesitate. No, this batch of demons is not within the Tianlang sect. They're in the town of Langxian. I will lead you there. The disciples of the Tianlang sect are still unaware of their whereabouts. Worry not. Both Zhang Jingdao and I are under your escort. What do you have to fear? Wang Ke hastily asserted. Zhang Xinshu scrutinized Wang Ke, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Brother, let him guide us first. If the merit of slaying demons is not forthcoming, we shall deal with him later. Certainly. If there truly exists a merit in vanquishing demons, once we have amassed such virtue, it would not be too late for you to retaliate against Wang Ke. A disciple of the Golden Crow sect whispered to Zhang Xinyu. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xinyu replied, Lead the way. Excellent. Everyone follow me. Rest assured. I assure you that you shall witness that group of malevolent spirits. The merits of subduing demons shall rightfully belong to you all. Please, allow me to guide you. Wang Ke beckoned. A group of disciples from the Golden Crow sect escorted Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao towards the direction of Wolf Immortal Town. Zhang Zhengdao, being escorted, cast a peculiar glance at Wang Ke and said, Wang Ke, you great deceiver, do not let this go awry. I do not wish to meet my demise just yet. Can you truly sell those disciples of the demonic cult like pigs? Chapter 39. A chair in the town of Wolf Immortal. Wang Ke's residence undoubtedly had a key. With a wary expression, the disciples of the Jinwu sect stepped through the grand entrance. Having been deceived by Wang Ke before, Zhang Xinshu and the others kept a close watch on both Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao to prevent any tricks from being played again. Fortunately, this time, the two men cooperated reasonably well. Where is this place? Why is there not a soul in sight? Zhang Xinshu inquired in a low voice. Zhang Zhengdao, equally astonished, remarked. Hey, Wang Ke, have you really emptied everything out here? Indeed, the residence was almost devoid of its contents. Compared to the last visit when Princess Yue was preparing here, the house now seemed utterly desolate. The bonsai and furniture were nearly all gone. Enough of your nonsense. Wang Ke shot a glare at Zhang Zhengdao. I am setting a trap here, and you are supposed to support me, not assist them. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Zhang Zhengdao promptly fell silent. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Wang Ke guided them directly to the main hall. Within the main hall, although much had been removed, a few chairs remained. Is there truly no one here? Wang Ke, are you deceiving me? Zhang Xinshu's voice turned grave. How could that be? If I say there are demons, there must be demons. Wang Ke replied, moving towards the center of the hall and retrieving a chair for Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Xinshu and the disciples of the Jinwu sect were taken aback. We are inquiring about the detained demons, and you bring me a chair? What is the meaning of this? Are you toying with me? Zhang Xinshu's tone was frosty. How could I dare? This chair is a token. The demons are imprisoned in the adjacent residence. As long as we bring this chair over, those inside will acquiesce to our demands. Wang Ke asserted with gravity. A chair? Zhang Xinshu looked at the grand chair in bewilderment. Yes, the individuals who captured the demons are all secretly trained by my master. They do not recognize anyone else and heed only my master's commands. Each time my master meets with them, he carries a different token, and this time, it is this very chair. Once they see it, they will understand that it is my master who has sent for the demons. At that point, all you need to do is speak, and they will hand over the demons to you. Wang Ke explained. Oh? Zhang Xinshu was momentarily taken aback. My Jinwu sect also frequently employs tokens, but it is the first time I have seen someone use a grand chair as a token. Truly unexpected. Qin Tianyuan. No wonder he could become the sect leader of the wolf sect. He is quite clever. Indeed, I would never have imagined that the token was right beside us. A mere grand chair. The disciples of the Jinwu sect expressed their astonishment mixed with a sense of wonder, perhaps due to their capture of Wang Ke. They felt certain he would not dare to lie, thus deeming this to be the truth. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingdao wore a peculiar expression. Wang Ke was indeed a master of deception, using a chair as a token? Surely, with everything else removed from the residence, he was left with no choice but to resort to such a trivial item as a token. This was too casual, was it not? Do you not believe me? Come. I will carry the chair. It is right next door. Follow me. Wang Ke insisted. Wait. Zhang Xinshu's voice turned cold. What is it? Wang Ke asked, perplexed. Are you certain that simply holding this chair will suffice? Zhang Xinshu inquired coldly. Indeed, I shall personally escort you. What do you have to worry about? Wang Ke asserted with confidence. Both you and Zhang Jingdao shall remain here. You are not permitted to proceed. Zhang Xinshu commanded. What? Wang Ke responded in bewilderment. Since we possess the token, what further need do we have for you? If I were to take you along, and you misbehave by seeking aid from the formidable individuals next door, we would attract a multitude of disciples from the Heavenly Wolf sect, rendering our efforts fruitless. You and Zhang Jingdao will stay here. Should you dare deceive me, I will end your lives. Zhang Xinshu declared coldly. But, Wang Ke exclaimed anxiously. Though Wang Ke's face betrayed concern, his heart brimmed with joy. His decision to refrain from directly approaching the neighboring sect was to allow them time to reconsider. Years of deception, nay, a wealth of life experience, had taught him that prioritizing the desires of clients would yield richer rewards. You two shall guard Wang Ke here, while the others carry the chair and accompany me next door. Zhang Xinshu ordered gravely. Understood. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect responded in unison. Only the two remaining disciples of the Golden Crow sect wore expressions of discontent. Fear not. Should there be merits to be gained from exterminating demons, you shall be rewarded. Zhang Xinshu assured the two disciples. Thank you, senior brother. They replied, albeit with lingering frustration. Mark my words, Wang Ke, should Zhang Jingdao attempt to deceive me, I shall have their hands and feet severed immediately. Zhang Xinshu warned sternly. Such ruthlessness. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed in alarm. Very well, the two disciples affirmed. With that, Zhang Xinshu, accompanied by 17 disciples of the Golden Crow sect, departed while carrying the chair. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained in the hall, Wang Ke, Zhang Jingdao, and the 2 disciples of the Golden Crow sect, who had their long blades poised at the throats of the 2 men. At this juncture, Wang Ke exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Jingdao, who instantly comprehended that action was imminent. Next door, within a dimly lit hall, a group of figures clad in black stood respectfully as they bowed to a man in a crimson robe. Master, what brings you here? One of the black-clad individuals inquired in surprise. The crimson-robed master took his seat at the head of the table, observing the bowing figures, and slowly lifted his hat to reveal a fairly handsome middle-aged visage. Speak of your circumstances, the master demanded gravely. And the individuals next door? I did not see anyone upon my arrival, he inquired coldly. It was evident that the situation had gone awry, leaving them unable to provide a satisfactory report. Do not worry. Uncovering the Heavenly Wolf sect remains a significant accomplishment. The crimson-robed master did not express anger. Thank you, master. The group of black-clad individuals exclaimed with delight, astonished that such a significant blunder had not led to punishment. Clearly, the master was in good spirits lately. Master, such trivial matters of investigation are beneath your esteemed status. Why have you come personally? One of the black-clad individuals curiously asked. The 5th master indicated that the Heavenly Wolf sect is vulnerable, and Qin Tianyuan is not present within the sect. The crimson-robed master replied gravely. The 5th master? You have mentioned his identity. He is the one recently appointed as a master by the demon sovereign, is he not? His recent affiliation with the demon sect indeed warrants suspicion. In the past, we had decimated numerous disciples of the evil sect, and yet such a rogue has been elevated to the position of hall master. I am the first to contest this. What right does this villain possess? A figure clad in black, amidst the scathing remarks directed by the red-clad hall master, found himself on the receiving end of a reprimand. Suddenly, with a swift strike, the hall master unleashed a powerful palm, causing the black-clad individual to spew forth blood and collapse to the ground, convulsing violently. Calm your wrath. Hall master. The other black-clad figures pleaded in unison. The red-robed hall master gazed coldly at the bloodied figure, declaring, "Listen well, all of you. Anyone who dares to utter another disparaging word about the fifth hall master shall suffer my wrath." Yes, the black-clad figures trembled in fear. Their expressions shifted as they recalled the earlier assurance of no repercussions. Why now were they to be punished? Yet, upon witnessing the bloodied individual on the ground, realization dawned upon them. It was his slander that had provoked the hall master. While the hall master appeared calm outwardly, the anger lingered beneath the surface. The red-robed hall master's expression darkened as he surveyed the assembled black-clad figures. "Hall master, do we not escape punishment?" One ventured cautiously. "It is impossible, hall master. We have remained vigilant and concealed. There is no way we could have been detected." Another asserted hastily. At that moment, a resounding knock echoed from the front gate. "Knock. Knock, knock. Open the door. I know someone is inside, hurry." A voice belonging to a disciple of the Golden Crow sect called from outside. "Is this what you call remaining undetected?" The red-clad hall master retorted icily. The black-clad figures fell silent. "You think so? Humph. You have already revealed yourselves," the hall master stated coldly. "And no, that cannot be. We have been exceedingly cautious, not even allowing a trace of our true energy to escape." A black-clad man protested with a distressed expression. "Who is outside? Did you see clearly?" The hall master inquired, directing his question toward the hall's entrance. "The individuals you have been monitoring have come knocking. Is this not exposure?" He glared. "Forgive us, hall master." The black-clad figures expressed regret. How could their careful concealment have led to exposure? Or had they erred? Let us proceed to investigate. Remain on high alert. At my command, be ready to strike." The red-robed hall master commanded in a grave tone. "Understood." The black-clad figures replied in unison. As they spoke, the hall master donned his hat and led the group toward the front yard. With a resounding crash, the great doors swung open, revealing 18 individuals outside. The leader, wielding a white paper fan, stepped forward, instantly tightening the expressions of the previously vigilant black-clad figures, each hand instinctively resting upon their sword hilts. "Do not be alarmed. We come to converse. Chen Tianyuan sent me," Zhang Shinshu proclaimed upon entering. At the mention of Chen Tianyuan, the already anxious black-clad figures turned pale. Had the leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect discovered their presence? Were they now laid bare before him? Panic surged through them. And had it not been for the hall master's presence, they might have acted immediately. The master of the red robe remained motionless, merely clenching his fists, seemingly discomfort. Could it be that the fifth master has deceived me? Zhang Shinshu, accompanied by a group of disciples from the Jinwu sect, stepped into the courtyard. With a resounding thud, the disciples of Jinwu sect dutifully closed the gate behind them, as if to shield their actions from the outside world. This scene left the black-clad figures astonished. What was Chen Yuan's intention? Why dispatch this group? And why are they carrying a chair? What does this signify? Have you seen this chair? Zhang Shinshu inquired, gesturing towards the chair that had been set down. He presented a token, yet the black-clad individuals could not comprehend its significance. "Chen Tianyuan sent you here? This chair?" The master of the red robe regarded it with confusion. "What is the importance of this chair?" "Indeed, it is this very chair. I am pleased you recognized it. Now, do you understand our purpose here?" Zhang Shinshu replied with a smile. As he unfurled a white paper fan and flicked his robe, he leisurely seated himself in the grand chair, fanning himself while casting a contented gaze towards the master of the red robe. His demeanor exuded an air of triumph, reminiscent of one who holds all the cards, provoking a sense of tension within the master of the red robe. Had he been discovered? Had he fallen victim to counter-surveillance? Had he been ensnared in a scheme? The fifth master and Chen Tianyuan had orchestrated this ruse, drawing him to this place. In truth, they had been fully prepared, merely waiting for him to take the bait, intent on capturing them all in one fell swoop. Had they even sent a disciple to sit before him as a means of humiliation? Chapter 40. Crimson Garb, Wolf, Immortal Town. Wang Family Mansion. As Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao watched Zhang Shinshu carry a chair next door, they exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. "Wang Ke, is your backside itchy? What are you scratching at?" Zhang Zhengdao inquired with curiosity. His words instantly drew the attention of two disciples from the Golden Crow sect, who turned to observe Wang Ke's right hand delving into his trousers pocket, seemingly in search of relief. However, upon hearing Zhang Zhengdao's remark, Wang Ke halted his movements. His expression stiffened, revealing a hint of tension as he replied, "Yes, I'm scratching." With that, he resumed his fidgeting. "Wait, there is something in your pocket." One of the Golden Crow disciples exclaimed, eyes wide. Nothing. You must be mistaken. Wang Ke retorted anxiously. Wang Ke, you are already a prisoner. Do you still dare to play tricks? Empty your pocket. The disciple demanded, glaring fiercely. There's nothing. You're overreacting. What could I possibly hide? Wang Ke chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a knife pressed against Wang Ke's neck, causing a chill to run through him. Empty your pocket. The Golden Crow disciple commanded coldly. And no, please. Wang Ke replied, visibly distressed. Wang Ke's reluctance only fueled the curiosity of the two disciples. The more he resisted, the more intrigued they became. Hurry up, or I'll make you bleed first, the disciple warned, eyes narrowing. I. Wang Ke stammered, his unwillingness evident. Nevertheless, he withdrew his right hand from his pocket, clenching it into a fist, as if concealing something within. Open your hand, the disciple ordered with an icy tone. Wang Ke wore a pained expression, clearly reluctant. As he hesitated, the disciple took matters into his own hands. With a swift motion, one disciple held a knife against Wang Ke's neck, while the other seized his wrist. Senior brother, I'll hold his wrist. You pry open his fingers to see what he has hiding. Does he intend to ambush us? The disciple stated in a low voice. The two Golden Crow disciples, one at the Golden Core stage and the other at the innate stage, possessed strength surpassing that of Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao, leaving them unable to resist. All right, the Golden Core disciple replied solemnly. He pressed the blade against Zhang Zhengdao's neck with one hand while using the other to pry open Wang Ke's fingers. Wang Ke was pinned, immobilized. And as the Golden Core disciple forced his fingers apart, they revealed nothing, except for a swirling mass of bright yellow energy in his palm. What is this? One disciple asked. Bewildered. In an instant, the swirling energy shattered, surging towards the two Golden Crow disciples. Wait. One disciple's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. Instinctively, he projected his protective energy to fend off the yellow mass, but it unnaturally permeated his barrier, swiftly invading their nostrils. Is it poison? Two disciples of the Golden Crow sect sensed something amiss, but it was too late. A bright yellow mist invaded their nostrils, instantly racing into the depths of their minds. A thunderous boom erupted within their thoughts, akin to a bolt from the blue. Stench. They could scarcely fathom such foulness existed in the world. Their faces froze, souls seething. Tears streaming, while their stomachs churned violently. Gagging, they nearly succumbed to paralysis. Tremors coursed through their bodies as they momentarily forgot everything who they were. Where they were, feeling as though their very souls were on the brink of explosion, oblivious to the swords still clutched in their hands. As if they had been cast into the depths of hell, overwhelmed by nausea. Boom, boom, with two resounding thuds. Zhang Zhengdao struck the heads of the two Golden Crow disciples, causing them to faint as if delivered from peril. Wang Ke, I told you your technique was formidable. Teach me. I wish to be your disciple. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed with excitement. Get lost. Wang Ke shot him a glare. Wang Ke, why didn't you use this move earlier? You could have easily subdued Zhang Xinqiu with a single strike. Why wait until now to act? Nonsense. Earlier, with aid in the Golden Core realm, if we had taken down Zhang Xinqiu, it would have been of no consequence. We would still have been cut down by the other Golden Core disciples. Wang Ke rolled his eyes. Right. What do we do now? Let us hurry. Zhang Zhengdao urged. We can't exit through the front. That wretched Zhang Xinqiu, though he has only 20 disciples, has a flock of celestial cranes monitoring from above. We must not leave openly. There's a secret passage beneath the main seat of the hall. We shall escape through there. Wang Ke quickly proposed. Yes. Huh. I wondered why you left some armchairs in this empty house. Your stingy nature is unlike your usual demeanor. It turns out you were concealing a secret passage. Let me have a look. Zhang Zhengdao eagerly lunged toward an armchair. Indeed, upon moving the armchair, Zhang Zhengdao soon discovered a mechanism and opened the entrance to the tunnel. Is your Wang family composed of mice? Digging tunnels in your own home? Zhu Xian Town has one, and now Wolf Immortal Town does too? Zhang Zhengdao teased as he hopped into the passage. However, upon entering, he noticed that Wang Ke had not followed. Wang Ke, are you coming or not? Zhang Zhengdao called from the tunnel, his head peeking out. As he urged, Zhang Zhengdao's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Wang Ke deftly removing a storage bracelet from the wrist of one of the unconscious Golden Crow disciples. Simultaneously, Wang Ke reached into the disciple's garments and retrieved a storage bag. Zhang Zhengdao's eyes bulged. Wang Ke, you are ungrateful. With that, he leaped out of the tunnel, seizing another unconscious Golden Crow disciple and began to rummage through his belongings. Unfortunately, this disciple was merely of the innate realm and possessed no storage bracelet. Only a storage bag containing a limited treasure trove. Wang Ke, you are unprincipled. I knocked him out, so it's only fair we split the spoils. Zhang Jingyao fumed. Wang Ke paid him no heed, instead beginning to remove the clothing of the Golden Core expert. What are you doing? PSA man. You pervert. You are mistaken. Your interest lies in his attire, which is indeed a remarkable artifact. One that can be sold? Exclaimed Zhang Jingdao, urgently tugging at the robe of the Jinwu sect disciple in his grip. Soon enough, the two had resolved their affairs and leapt into the underground passage, sealing the entrance behind them. Within the tunnel, Zhang Jingdao vented his frustrations towards Wang Ke, employing both emotional appeals and logical reasoning in hopes that Wang Ke would experience a pang of conscience and agree to share the spoils. However, when it came to money, could one expect any integrity from Wang Ke? It was fortunate enough that he was willing to share it all. After all, it was not his fault that Zhang was a step slower. If it weren't for the fact that he was unable to defeat Zhang, Wang Ke would have no desire to share even a fraction. In the neighboring courtyard, Zhang Xinshu sat languidly in a grand armchair, fanning himself with a white paper fan, while surrounded by a group of Jinwu sect disciples observing a contingent of cloaked figures before them, particularly the red-robed leader. Although Wang Ke claimed that as long as they possessed the token, the adversaries would relinquish the detained evil entities, what if they refused? Zhang Xinshu deliberately adopted an air of haughty indifference, allowing him to feign arrogance should any inquiries arise, solely focused on obtaining the items without engaging in unnecessary dialogue. Exuding an authoritative demeanor, the assembly of cloaked individuals indeed complied, falling silent one by one. Observing the favorable reaction, Zhang Xinshu continued to fan himself, smiling at the dark figures opposite him. All the cloaked figures fixated their gazes upon the red-robed leader, who, sensing Zhang Xinshu's confidence, grew increasingly incensed, all while being more cautious. Thus, both parties remained silent, merely studying one another. After an awkward silence, Zhang Xinshu, noticing the lack of response from the opposing group, began to feel a hint of irritation. Surely you are aware of my intentions. Now, might you provide us with what we seek? He inquired solemnly. Provide you with what? What do you desire? The red-robed leader replied coldly. Amidst his chilling tone, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind, for the arrival of this group was rather abrupt. Had he miscalculated? What do we desire? Undoubtedly, it is the merit of vanquishing evil. What else could there be? Zhang Xinshu asserted with gravity. The red-robed leader's eyelids flickered. It was evident that these individuals had been sent by Chen Tianyuan. Merit for vanquishing evil? How direct this is becoming. In the past, one would at least invoke the plight of the populace as a pretext, and now there is no need for pretense. Merely a straightforward declaration of benefits? He thought. How much merit for vanquishing evil do you intend to claim? He probed, testing the resolve of Chen Tianyuan. Naturally, we desire it all. Zhang Xinshu replied without hesitation. His bluster had indeed borne fruit, as he had successfully cornered them. All of it. Huh. How naive you are to think you can keep me here. The red-robed leader retorted coldly. You will certainly remain. Do you believe you can simply depart with me? We solely require the merit for vanquishing evil. Today, we shall not leave without it. You must give it to us, whether you wish to or not. This is what Chen Tianyuan has decreed. Zhang Xinshu declared in a chilling tone. Very well, very well. The red-robed leader's voice was laced with a frigid undertone. What? Do you dare to defy Chen Tianyuan? Have you forgotten your own identity? Zhang Xinshu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stood up. Just as he gathered his folding fan and rose, the red-robe hall master, mistaking it for a signal to attack, lunged forward with a fierce strike aimed at Zhang Xinshu. We are here to collect the goods. Why would you strike me? Zhang Xinshu cried out in confusion. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Zhang Xinshu was sent flying, crashing through a series of walls and landing on the distant street. Attack! Commanded the red-robe hall master. The black-clad figures raised their long swords in unison, advancing menacingly towards the disciples of the Jinwu sect. The Jinwu disciples were taken aback, not expecting these captors of evil to suddenly turn against them. Hadn't they presented their tokens? There was no need for murder to refuse them. You have misread the situation. Boom. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, with terrifying sword energy sweeping across the area and a surge of demonic aura rising into the sky. Evil? Zhang Xinshu, clutching his chest and spitting blood, struggled to his feet, staring in disbelief at the group of black-clad assailants. Boom. However, the red-robe hall master did not target the Jinwu sect disciples. Instead, he soared into the sky. As he ascended, a dark aura enveloped him, resembling ominous clouds covering the town of Langxian. Qin Tianyuan, what are you hiding in the shadows for? Dare to show yourself and battle me. The Red Robe Hall Master bellowed. With that roar, his hat flew off, revealing a visage twisted with rage, flames erupting from his body as he braced for combat. Radiating a murderous intent, Zhang Xinxiu, still reeling from his injuries, was left in stunned disbelief. How? How can this be? Chaos reigned as the forces of evil clashed with the righteous in Langxian town, the air filled with the sounds of battle and overwhelming demonic energy. Drawing the astonished gazes of all cultivators in the town, the Red Robe Hall Master's shout instantly alerted the nearby Tianlang sect. The disciples of Tianlang sect, witnessing the demonic energy rising in the distance and hearing the call for battle against Qin Tianyuan, swiftly sealed their mountain gates. Quick, notify the senior brother. There are evil beings intruding. It is a nascent soul-level demon. How can this be possible? Is he challenging the sect master? Quickly, prepare the entire sect. Alert the senior brother. Buzz. The great formation of Tianlang sect roared to life, emanating bursts of lightning. In midair, the Red Robe Hall Master turned to survey his surroundings. Where is everyone? Qin Tianyuan, where are you? Dare to face me? Hiding away is no display of skill. Will you be a coward? In the distance, within the gates of Tianlang sect, Moron Luguang was summoned and glared at the Red Robe Hall Master hovering above Langxian town. The sect master is not at the gate. Such audacity for an evil being to dare disrupt our Tianlang sect. The Thunder Punishment Formation, activate. Exterminate the evil. Moron Luguang shouted, his voice echoing beyond Langxian town, leaving the Red Robe Hall Master momentarily stunned. What? What did I just hear? Qin Tianyuan is not here? How can that be? If Qin Tianyuan is absent, what were those people intending? Were they not sent by him to humiliate us? To ensnare us in a trap? Is this Qin Tianyuan's cunning plot? Boom. A bolt of celestial lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at the red-robed Hall Master. With a swift motion, the Hall Master unleashed a punch. Boom. The celestial lightning was astonishingly shattered by his blow. Continue, the Heavenly Thunder Exorcism Array. Do not cease, strike again. Moron Luguang bellowed from the mountain gate. Thunder rumbled. With the energy support of the Celestial Wolf Sect's sacred mountain, the lightning descended relentlessly, cascading towards the red-robed Hall Master like an unending waterfall. Qin Tianyuan, are you too cowardly to show yourself? The Hall Master roared amidst the explosions of the celestial lightning. Thunder continued to crash down, and he struggled to withstand it. Yet his shouts failed to draw out Qin Tianyuan's presence. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I promised an ambush from all sides? Did I not get discovered? How did it turn into my own exposure? On the street, Zhang Xinxiu gazed up at the malevolent Hall Master, who was clashing with the celestial lightning. His mouth agape in disbelief. Had he truly just boasted about killing a formidable nascent soul evil being? Wasn't Wang Ke supposed to be guarding against the demons? How had he ended up as one of them? Did Wang Ke deceive me? Realization struck Zhang Xinxiu, and he broke into a cold sweat. The red-robed Hall Master, after striking the celestial lightning, also came to his senses. To hell with the ambush. There was no Qin Tianyuan at all. Throughout his illustrious life, he had seen through numerous righteous conspiracies, yet today he had been duped by a band of insignificant rascals. A group of insignificant rascals daring to deceive me, Zhu Hongyi. You shall pay dearly. He roared defiantly into the storm. Meanwhile, Moron Luguang's astonishment grew. What on earth was happening today? The demons were brazenly exposing themselves to our strikes? The invasion had taken an unexpected turn? Increase the intensity of the Heavenly Thunder Exorcism Array. Strike down upon all the demons, not just the nascent soul ones, but even the ordinary ones of Wolf Immortal Town. Do not hesitate to expend spirit stones. Unleash the maximum power. Moron Luguang commanded. Yes. Boom. Outside Wolf Immortal Town, Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao emerged from the underground tunnel, gazing from afar at the flashes of lightning and thunder in the direction of the town. What is happening? Is it a festival? So many fireworks and thunder? Wang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. That is Zhu Hongyi, one of the 4 Hall Masters under the Demon Lord. How could it be that fiend? Zhang Zhengdao gasped, alarmed. Stop staring. We won't gain anything by watching. We must hurry. Princess Yue is waiting for our rescue. Wang Ke urged, pulling Zhang Zhengdao away as they departed, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield of righteous and demonic forces. Chapter 41. The Great Qing Dynasty, Wolf Immortal Town. The fierce battle against the invading demons at the Tianlang sect has reached its conclusion. Zhu Hongyi, unable to breach the formidable array of the Tianlang sect, found himself on the receiving end of the heavenly thunder exorcism array. In the adversary's territory, facing the wrath of divine lightning, Zhu Hongyi had no desire to linger. With his departure, the remaining demons promptly fled. After all, with the Yuan-Ing realm experts gone, their exposure was inevitable. Remaining would be tantamount to seeking death. In the end, Wolf Immortal Town was left in ruins, accompanied by the bewildered disciples of the Jinwu sect. What has transpired here? In the distance, within the Tianlang sect, Murong Luguang had already dispatched disciples to investigate the situation in Wolf Immortal Town. Amidst the wreckage, Zhang Xinshu clutched his chest, blood spilling forth as he surveyed the condition of his fellow Jinwu sect disciples, each bearing injuries, having gained no merit from the demon extermination, and nearly suffering total annihilation. What a tragic scene. Xinshu, it seems we have fallen into a trap. It was Wang Ke and his cohorts who deceived us. Zhang Xinshu's disciples exclaimed, coughing and gasping. I nearly lost my life. How terrifying it is to face demons of the Yuan-Ing realm. Quickly, we must conceal ourselves before the Tianlang sect arrives. We have lost face this time. Zhang Xinshu's expression twisted with rage. Wang Ke, I shall flay him alive. Yes, we must skin Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao. The Jinwu sect disciples supported Zhang Xinshu as they made their way toward a nearby courtyard. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of heavily injured Jinwu sect disciples rushed into the hall. Let me be the one to flay Wang Ke, they shouted in unison. However, upon reaching the hall, they all froze in place, for Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao had already vanished, and the two Jinwu sect disciples assigned to guard them now lay stark naked, their bodies glistening and unconscious. Flay Wang Ke? No. It is Wang Ke who has flayed us. Though he had spared their lives, the sight of them in such a state was no different from death. This was a humiliation, a profound humiliation. Zhang Xinshu, who once prided himself in the vast expanse beyond the 10,000 great mountains, having seen through countless schemes, now found himself ensnared a second time by the cunning of Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao. Wang Ke, Zhang Zhengdao. Zhang Xinshu spat out another mouthful of blood and fury. Calm yourself, senior brother. Wang Ke and his companions are indeed quite formidable. His fellow disciples attempted to console him. Nonsense. Formidable? They are but two ants. I could crush them at any moment. My cranes, summon all the cranes of the Jinwu sect. Search high and low, even to the depths of the earth. I demand that you bring me Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao, those scoundrels. I shall scour the 10,000 great mountains if I must. I care not for their backing. I want them dead. Zhang Xinshu bellowed. Soon, a flurry of celestial cranes was summoned, taking flight from Wolf Immortal Town in all directions, seeking the elusive Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao. More than 10 days later, on a mountainside, Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao looked up towards the sky, where a celestial crane soared away in the distance. All right, it should be soon. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Wang Ke spoke in a low voice. As they spoke, the two gazed upon the vast expanse of plains in the distance. This is the central area of the 10,000 great mountains, the realm of mortals. Is it not? Zhang Jing asked curiously, observing the mortal caravan passing by. Indeed, this plain at the heart of the 10,000 great mountains is the realm of mortals. Most disciples of the 10,000 great mountains are recruited from this area, where three great dynasties reside. Wang Ke narrowed his eyes, focusing on the vastness before them. It is quite peculiar. This mortal realm has absolutely no spiritual energy, Zhang Jing remarked in astonishment. Were you once a part of this mortal realm? He inquired with curiosity. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us hasten. Following the guidance of the Xiangxi Pearl, the indicated direction should lead us to the great Qing dynasty, Wang Ke urged. Upon entering the realm of mortals, they indeed found the surroundings devoid of any spiritual energy. After purchasing several horses, the two quickened their pace and, after 3 days of travel, finally arrived at a city. Qijing? Zhang Jing read the characters inscribed upon the city gates. This is the capital of the great Qing dynasty. Qijing, follow me, Wang Ke commanded. The city resembled the ancient capitals Wang Ke had seen on television, bustling with various mortal vendors hawking their wares, while some warriors wielded swords as they strolled through the streets. As they made their way into the city, they approached the entrance of a grand estate. Wang Ke applied some ointment to his face to remedy his blemishes. The general's mansion? The master of this abode holds considerable status in the great Qing dynasty. Zhang Jing remarked in surprise as he gazed at the plaque at the entrance. After knocking, a servant swiftly opened the door. Upon recognizing Wang Ke, the servant's face lit up with astonishment, as if he were about to prostrate himself in reverence. Wang Ke waved his hand to halt him, leading Zhang Jing inside. The servant promptly understood and arranged for the horses they had ridden to be tended to while securely closing the door behind them. The two made their way directly to the main hall, where soon the entire household stirred into action. Before long, a burly man clad in armor approached to greet them. "Ah, is this not my cousin? Have you grown a beard?" Zhang Jing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the welcoming general. "Cousin? Not long ago in Shuxian town." Wang Ku had dispatched this cousin to masquerade as Zhang Shanxian of the Jinwu sect, tricking Nie Tianba into losing everything. To find him now, as a general in the mortal realm of the great Qing dynasty, is quite the revelation. I understand now, Wang Ku. I see how your family in Shuxian town managed to vanish overnight. They all sought refuge in the realm of mortals. No wonder Nie Tianba and the others searched in vain for them, Zhang Jing realized with sudden clarity. "Greetings, master of the house," the general pronounced respectfully. All those present in the estate bowed in deference to Wang Ku. "Master, as per your directives, everything has been allocated. In this realm of mortals, devoid of spiritual energy for cultivation, we rely solely on spirit stones. This recent batch has filled our significant void, ensuring we are not lacking in spirit stones for the time being. However, among the family's offspring, some promising talents have emerged, resulting in somewhat greater consumption." The general relayed with utmost respect. "No worries, I have brought some more this time. One must not neglect their training. The foundation must be firmly established. There are many more perilous tasks awaiting them in the future," Wang Ku said solemnly. "Yes," the elder cousin replied respectfully. "This must be Zhang Jingdao, right? I remember seeing you last time, but I was wondering about the elder cousin. Should I notify her?" The elder cousin turned to Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's expression stiffened. "That elder cousin with a scruffy face? What do I need to notify her for? It's none of my business. Are you out of your mind?" "No need." Zhang Jingdao flatly refused, his face darkening. "After coming such a long way, don't you want to meet her?" The elder cousin pressed on. Zhang Jingdao retorted. "All right. Time is limited. We can call the elder cousin next time." Wang Ku interjected. Wang Ku sat firmly in the main seat, while the elder cousin personally poured tea for him. The younger cousin should have delivered some portraits of the Tianlang sect members to you. "Have you recently seen Princess Yue or Nie Miju appearing in Qingjing?" Wang Ku inquired, looking at the elder cousin. "I did not see Princess Yue, but during court dismissal, I spotted Nie Miju walking around the palace, occasionally directing the palace guards and overseeing renovations. According to what the family had mentioned in the past, they might be setting up formations?" The elder cousin curiously replied. "Indeed, Nie Miju has arrived." Wang Ku's eyes gleamed. "Strange. Does Nie Miju have any connection to the Deqing royal family? Why is he setting up formations in the palace so freely?" "Wang Ku, does your longing pearl also point towards the palace?" Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. "Indeed, the longing pearl points towards the palace. If Nie Miju is inside, then the princess must also be there. We have found her." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Wang Ku's eyes. "Dark energy? Perhaps demonic energy? Are disciples of the demon sect gathering in Qingjing? Something significant is about to happen." Wang Ku frowned. "Those who restrain us must temporarily lie low. We cannot afford to be swept up in this." "Understood. Tonight, I must enter the palace to handle some matters. Prepare me some palace guard attire for the evening." Wang Ku commanded in a low voice. "Yes. By the way, does the Deqing king suspect your background?" Wang Ku looked at the elder cousin. "Not at all. When the family head withdrew from the struggle for supremacy, all the Wang family disciples in the Deqing dynasty went into the shadows, including the elder cousin. I was assigned here later by you, and no one knows my relationship with the family head. Over these years, I have expanded territories for the Deqing dynasty, achieving great merit as a general. Although I share the same surname, the Deqing king is unaware of my connection to you." The elder cousin quickly clarified. "That is acceptable. Gather resources and bide your time. We shall proceed step by step. I now have a strong backing. Henceforth, none shall dare to bully us." Wang Ku declared solemnly. "Yes," the elder cousin replied. "Wang Ku, you have discovered Princess Yue in the palace, but how shall we enter to find her? With Nie Miju inside, will she allow us to take Princess Yue with us?" Zhang Jingdao expressed his concerns. Wang Ku contemplated in silence for a moment, then narrowed his eyes at Zhang Jingdao. "Wang Ku, what kind of look is that? Every time you wear that expression, it never bodes well. What are you planning?" Zhang Jingdao exclaimed, his face changing in alarm. After darkness fell, Wang Ku donned the attire of a palace guard and descended into a well from the general's residence. The well water ran deep, concealing a subterranean river that flowed through a pipeline. After diving into this aqueous channel for an hour, he emerged from another well. Splash! This connecting well, excavated long ago, had evidently remained undiscovered, leading directly to the royal palace. Wang Ke slowly climbed out of the well, employing his true energy to evaporate the moisture clinging to his body. Now he awaited Zhang Jingdao's signal. In Qingjing, atop a high platform outside the Grand Qing Palace, Zhang Jingdao, his cousin, and a young man from the Wang family stood, gazing towards the palace. Above the palace, layers of purple mist swirled, resembling a formation that obscured the interior from outsiders. The sun has risen in the west? Zhang Zhengyao pondered. Was Wang Ke truly entering the palace alone to seek Princess Yue? You don't need me at all, he remarked, feeling quite unsettled. The head of the family instructed that you alone suffice for this venture into the palace, while I handle matters outside, his cousin clarified. Ha ha ha, how considerate of him. Am I merely responsible for the escort? Such trivialities are nothing. Safety comes first. Zhang Jingdao chuckled. Venturing into the palace undoubtedly posed risks, while remaining outside ensured safety. Though both aimed to rescue Princess Yue, Zhang Jingdao's instinct for self-preservation made the secure route the most appealing. Mr. Zhang, I heard from the family head that your escape skills are unparalleled, his cousin inquired with curiosity. Of course, I'm not boasting. I could evade those in the Golden Core realm even in my innate state, and now that I've reached the Golden Core level, I doubt even those in the nascent Soul realm could catch me. Zhang Zhengdao boasted with pride. Then I shall rest easy, his cousin nodded. Haha, don't be so serious. The palace is perilous, but we are quite safe out here, Zhang Zhengdao reassured him. Indeed, replied the Wang family youth respectfully. Are we starting? What exactly are you initiating? There's nothing here. Suddenly, Zhang Jingdao realized how eerily similar the Wang youth's voice was to his own. To his astonishment, the Wang youth suddenly gathered his true energy and let out a resounding howl. Niamieju, you wretched hag, no man desires an ugly creature. I, Zhang Jingdao, challenge you to pursue me. His voice reverberated throughout Qijing, drawing the attention of countless citizens who peered out of their windows towards the source of the commotion. In an instant, Zhang Jingdao and the vocal Wang youth ducked into a nearby building, hurriedly descending the stairs and vanishing into the streets with remarkable swiftness. All that remained was Zhang Jingdao, exposed on the high platform, under the watchful eyes of the people of Qingjing. His eyes widened in shock. What just happened? That wasn't me shouting. I had nothing to do with it. Boom. Suddenly, a figure shot up through the purple mist above the palace, with an imposing presence. It turned towards the direction of the voice. Niamieju? Zhang Zhengao felt a wave of terror wash over him. Niamieju discerned the situation clearly. Upon the high platform, there stood only Zhang Zhengdao. Just moments ago, it was indeed his voice. Who else would dare to insult me, calling me a wretched old hag? Who would dare to say I am without suitors? Who would dare to call me ugly? Zhang Zhengdao, you have audaciously found your way here? How bold of you. For years, no one has had the temerity to speak to me in such a manner. You are courting death. With a cold snort, Niamieju unsheathed his sword, poised to strike at Zhang Jingdao. At that moment, Zhang Jingdao could no longer feign ignorance. Wang Ke was responsible for the palace's interior, while he was tasked with the exterior. This was not an escort mission. It was a provocation, a ruse to draw the tiger from its lair. Wang Ke intended to lure Niamieju away, facilitating a rescue for Princess Yue. How could this be deemed safe? This was, in fact, the most terrifying scenario imaginable. Had he known of this scheme in advance, Zhang Jingdao would never have consented, even under the threat of death. Wang Ke, dear cousin. And that voice reminiscent of a member of the Wang family, this was nothing short of a trap. And now, Niamieju was upon him? This is not my concern. Not my concern at all. Zhang Jingdao cried out in despair, turning to flee on his flying sword. Your voice, even turned to ash, I would recognize. You claim it is not your concern? Halt at once. Niamieju surged forward without hesitation. Thus, the two of them dashed out of the Qingjing royal city in a heartbeat. Watching Zhang Jingdao flee, the cousin let out a long sigh of relief. Well, the most dangerous Niamieju has been diverted. However, Zhang Jingdao believes that even a Yuan Ying realm practitioner could not pursue him. Surely, he will not be in danger, right? Outside the city, Niamieju's speed was astonishing as he closed the distance to Zhang Jingdao. The latter exerted all his strength to propel his flying sword. The notion that a Yuan Ying realm practitioner could not catch him was sheer nonsense. This was merely self-aggrandizement. Wang Ke, you scoundrel, you have led me to my doom. The anguished cries of Zhang Zhengdao echoed outside the city. Chapter 42. Zhu Yin in the Grand Palace of the Great Qing. Wang Ke watched as Zhang Jingdao led Niamieju away, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Within the palace, the most perilous presence was Niamieju, as long as she was on watch. Who could possibly abduct Princess Yue? Extracting the heartfelt pearl, Wang Ke promptly began his search, swiftly navigating the palace as guided by its luminous aura. Despite the late hour, palace guards patrolled the grounds. Wang Ke, though anxious to remain concealed, inadvertently encountered a squad of patrolling guards. Which department do you belong to? What are you doing wandering alone at this hour? Barked the lead guard. Although Wang could don the attire of a palace guard and wore a cap, wandering the palace at such a time raised considerable suspicion. Pointing in the direction ahead, he declared, I have orders to proceed to that palace. Wang Ke had anticipated that the guards would turn to investigate. However, they reacted unexpectedly. Their expressions shifted dramatically. My apologies, brothers. We mean no offense. Quickly retreat. The lead guard bowed and signaled for his companions to flee. Wang Ke was taken aback. What is happening? They're just leaving? No interrogation? They don't even care to know who I am? And they are fleeing so hastily? Indeed, the guards disregarded Wang Ke entirely, shivering as they scampered away. They're running? Am I going mad? I have my flying sword drawn, he exclaimed, eyes wide at the retreating guards. Glancing toward the palace he had indicated, he mused. If I recall correctly, that is the Queen's chamber. The heartfelt pearl directs me there. Why did those guards flee upon hearing my intentions? Are they pretending not to see me? Could it be that they believe I am the Queen's paramour? Have they lost all courage to question my identity? Has the great Qing's king fallen? How can the Queen act with such impunity? What has caused such chaos in the palace? Despite his bewilderment, the heartfelt pearl continued to guide him toward the Queen's chamber, and Wang Ke pressed onward without further obstruction. From a distance, it appeared that some guards had spotted him again. However, they merely glanced his way without daring to approach. Their expressions a mixture of regret and trepidation as they eyed the Queen's chamber. With a creak, Wang Ke confidently approached the desolate entrance of the Queen's chamber and effortlessly pushed the door open. Surely, it cannot be this easy to enter? He wore a peculiar expression, surveying the area for danger before stepping inside. Within the palace, beneath the Queen's chamber, lay a dark and foreboding underground chamber. Flickering dim light illuminated a scene of devastation, revealing numerous corpses, each bearing a horrific visage, as if their blood had been entirely drained, leaving them withered upon the ground. Not far away stood a torture rack, upon which a disheveled man was bound, his face a mask of terror. Great Qing King, Great Qing King, you are actually consorting with these fiends? You have succumbed to darkness? The prisoner on the rack cried out in horror. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, none other than the Great Qing King himself. Behind the Great Blue King, a multitude of shadows lurked in the darkness, the very demons spoken of by the prisoners. TSK, disciples of the celestial sect? Ha ha. Only now do you grasp the truth. You deserve to be devoured like these lifeless corpses. The demons in the shadows guffawed. The prisoner, unfazed by their derision, fixated on the imposing figure of the dragon-robed king before him. Great Blue King, do you comprehend the fate that awaits you upon succumbing to demonic transformation? In the realm of mortals, throughout the ages, no monarch has ever been able to cultivate under both the righteous and demonic paths. Aligning with the righteous will invoke the wrath of the demonic, while adhering to the demonic will bring about the vengeance of the righteous. You are a king, meant to remain neutral. How could you have fallen into darkness? And here you are, committing atrocities? The prisoner glared at the Blue King with venomous disdain. Thus, we, the sons of heaven, are doomed to fleeting lives? The Blue King retorted coldly. You and your lineage revel in wealth and splendor. Is that not enough? The prisoner bellowed. Not enough, not enough. What is wealth and splendor to me? I yearn not only to be a king among men, but to become a king of eternal life. Mortality? I have had my fill. I demand longevity. I demand immortality. The celestial sect has reached a consensus, refusing to accept me as a disciple, denying me the gift of eternal life. I shall defy them and pursue immortality. The Blue King declared with a chilling intensity. You, who are favored by both the righteous and the demonic due to the virtue of your ancestors, could have enjoyed a lifetime of opulence, but now, no one can protect you. The Great Blue is finished. The Great Blue dynasty is at an end. The prisoner snarled menacingly. It is not for you to declare an end. The Blue King stepped forward. You have embraced darkness, setting up your domain within the palace to commit your vile deeds. No wonder rumors abound in the palace, claiming you revel in slaughtering in your dreams. The screams emanating from the Queen's chamber, and the guards who drew near only to meet their demise. Was it all to conceal this underground lair? No fire can be hidden by mere paper. A demon is a demon. The wicked shall sow evil, and with every life you have taken, your demonic energy has surely surged. Yet, the instant you release even a modicum of that energy, the disciples of the celestial sect will detect it and hunt you down with lethal intent. You cannot conceal it. The prisoner howled with a malicious fervor. If it cannot be concealed, then why have you failed to notice it? Why have you become our captive? The Blue King retorted with a cold smirk. Me? No. How could you, demonic energy? Ha ha ha. Well then, see for yourself if I possess any demonic energy. The Blue King laughed uproariously. In the midst of his laughter, the Blue King's visage contorted grotesquely, revealing two massive fangs that sank into the prisoner's neck with a ferocious bite. How can this be? How can this be? You have transformed, your true essence unleashed, yet you possess no demonic energy? This is impossible, impossible. The prisoner cried out in terror. Yet, the Blue King's fangs had already pierced his neck, and torrents of blood and power flowed from the prisoner, drawn into the Blue King's being. Thunderous roars echoed through the chamber. As I gazed upon the scene, it became evident that the prisoner was rapidly withering away. I desire immortality. I yearn to be the eternal sovereign, ruling over the seas and commanding the world for eternity. The Azure King savagely drew the blood and essence from the prisoner. No, it is impossible. The malevolent energy cannot be deceitful. Why? No? The prisoner let out a piercing scream, only to fall silent thereafter. Soon, he resembled a desiccated corpse, completely shriveled, ultimately reduced to a mere skeleton. With a sudden surge, a wave of energy rippled outward, causing the Azure King to tremble. Congratulations, Azure King. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows. The Azure King opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. I must also express my gratitude to all of you for capturing so many disciples of the celestial sect, allowing me to forcibly extract their energy. Otherwise, my progress would not have been so swift. Such modesty. Ha. It is also the Azure King's extraordinary courage. One of the malevolent beings chuckled. Your uncle once commanded that no disciples of the demonic sect should allow you to transform into a demon. Ignoring your uncle's orders has indeed offended him. Should you be exposed, please do not betray us. Fear not, you have led me to the gates of immortality. How could I possibly betray you? Besides, who would suspect me of becoming a demon? Me? How could I harbor demonic energy? Ha. The Azure King laughed heartily. As he laughed, he discreetly placed his right hand behind him, refraining from explanation. Yet, his hand could not resist brushing against a string of prayer beads on his left wrist. Had Wang Ke been present, he would have instantly recognized them as the beads sealed by the female silkworm of the Weeping Love, belonging to Princess Yue. Wang Ke sought these beads, yet they now resided in the Azure King's possession. Remarkably, these beads possessed the ability to conceal demonic energy. Before the group of malevolent beings could inquire further, a sudden sound of bells resonated through the palace. Clang, clang. At the sound of the bells, the faces of all the malevolent beings changed, looking upward in alarm. Has someone foolishly trespassed into the queen's chamber? One of them spoke gravely. There are intruders above. You all hide here while I handle this. Humph. I shall see which reckless guard dares to intrude. It seems I have not yet shed enough blood, the Azure King declared coldly, nodding in agreement. The malevolent beings concealed themselves. The Azure King checked for any traces of blood on himself before ascending the steps. Above, in the queen's chamber, Wang Ke pushed open the door, his gaze fixed on the Weeping Love beads in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. The beads are leading me here. But why is Princess Yue in the great Azure Queen's chamber? Could something be amiss? Wang Ke's expression darkened as he stepped inside. There lay a grand bed, upon which rested a woman draped in sheer fabric. She appeared to have succumbed to some form of drug, lost in unconsciousness. Wang Ke's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to embrace the veiled woman. Phew, you scared me. I thought Princess Yue had fallen victim. Thankfully. This is the great Azure Queen. TSK. Has Zhu Yin replaced the queen again after my years away from the mortal realm? Wang Ke exhaled deeply and shook his head. He glanced at the slumbering queen in his arms, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Something is amiss. Has the queen been drugged? Rendered unconscious in her bed? Are the outsiders too frightened to approach? Who could have orchestrated this? The palace of Deqing is in such disarray? At that moment, Wang Ke's expression tightened as he sensed someone approaching from the adjacent room. Have you had your fill? A chilling voice echoed. Wang Ke's heart raced. Abandoning the queen on the bed, he turned to look. There, emerging from the shadows illuminated by the flickering candlelight, stood the figure clad in dragon robes, the king of the Qing, Zhu Yan. Wonka narrowed his eyes. Chapter 43. Wonka's Past in the Queen's Chamber. The queen lay in a deep slumber while Wang Ku and the great Qing king, Zhu Yan, sat at a nearby table. The two appeared as if they were long-lost friends, reunited after years apart. You've been gone for decades. I thought you had perished, Zhu Yan remarked coldly. Huh. Had I not departed swiftly back then, I would indeed have met my demise, Wang Ku retorted, casting an irritated glance at Zhu Yan. Back then? If you did not wish to rebel, how could you have fled? Zhu Yan replied solemnly. As he spoke, he picked up a wine jug and began pouring. How do you speak? At that time, during the great Qing dynasty's struggle for the throne, what was your status? You were the weakest of the princes. Were it not for my family's utmost efforts to assist you, could you have possibly emerged victorious, surpassing the other 8 princes to become the king of Great Qing? Wang Ku exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Zhu Yan raised a cup of wine and extended it toward Wang Ku. Yet, you still chose to rebel. Nonsense. What did you, Zhu Yan, promise me back then? Once you ascended as the king of Great Qing, we would share the realm equally, standing side by side. Of course, I did not expect you to fulfill that promise, but after I aided you in seizing the throne, would you not at least offer protection to my family? Are you preparing to eliminate us to silence our voices? Wang Ku glared at Zhu Yan. Back then, I cannot be entirely blamed. I wished to care for your family, but you did not trust me. I, Zhu Yan, am a man of deep sentiment. Zhu Yan sighed. Deep sentiment? Are you jesting? The first act in your quest for the throne was to eliminate your 8 brothers. What if they sought to reclaim their positions? And your sisters, do you think they posed a threat? Just because they gathered to voice their grievances, you ordered their execution? They were your kin. Have you truly resolved to become a solitary figure? Wang Ku gazed intently at Zhu Yan. To achieve greatness, one must tread upon the bones of many. A sovereign is indeed a solitary figure. Wang Ku, you should be grateful that I did not lay waste to your family back then. I have wronged you not. It is you who betrayed me, Zhu Yan declared, his voice grave. Nonsense. Who do you think you are deceiving? Have you not commanded the chef in my household to poison the banquet during our family gathering? Do you think I would rebel without reason? For heaven's sake, do not endanger my entire family. I would not rise against you. Wang Ku exclaimed, eyes blazing. The chef. Zhu Yan's countenance darkened. It was I who allowed him to be bribed by you. Did you truly believe you could sway one of my own? Rebel? By that time, I had already secured my position. What would your rebellion achieve? In the end, you would still retreat in disgrace. Zhu Yan responded solemnly. Retreat? A futile rebellion? Zhu Yan, have you forgotten those days when I besieged the palace, and you trembled upon the throne? If it were not for the sudden appearance of disciples from the immortal sect warning me, do you think I would have fled the great Qing dynasty? Wang Ku replied coldly. Disciples from the immortal sect? Had they not intervened, the great Qing would have changed hands long ago. As a ruler, you are devoid of the people's favor. Do you know how many officials came to offer their allegiance when I rebelled? You have lost the hearts of the people. The slaughter of kin, the murder of loyal ministers, all driven by personal greed, while remaining indifferent to the calamities that befall the common people, has long incited public outrage. When I rebelled in the past, I received unwavering support from all quarters. Alas, I had anticipated every outcome, save for the protection bestowed upon the great Qing dynasty by the celestial sect. I have come to understand that it must be your ancestors' virtue that has garnered such divine favor. Yes? Wang Ku inquired, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Yan. You speak the truth. My great-uncle holds a prominent position within the celestial sect. Not only I, but the other 2 great dynasties share this fortune. Without the backing of the celestial sect, how could one possibly command such vast territories? Furthermore, I am connected to both the righteous and demonic factions of the sect, Zhu Yan declared with pride. Then why do you find yourself in such a dismal state? Wang Ku asked, curiosity piqued. Zhu Yan retorted. How could your cultivation be so lacking with such celestial backing? When I departed, you had yet to attain the innate realm. Have you merely practiced the martial arts of the mortal realm? Wang Ku's words struck a nerve with Zhu Yan, echoing his daily grievances. The celestial sect not only failed to provide him with a cultivation technique, but also forbade disciples from other sects from teaching him. Did they truly believe I would be content as a mortal king? I seek immortality. I understand now. It is your celestial lineage that wishes to safeguard your bloodline. They simply desire the Zhu lineage to endure. Once one enters the celestial sect, it is as deep as the ocean, and once one chooses a faction, the threat of extermination looms ever present. They have merely granted you a taste of worldly riches. Wang Ku chuckled. And what of it? You have yet to achieve anything. Were you not frightened by the disciples of the celestial sect, leading your entire clan to flee from the mortal realm? Zhu Yan's voice turned cold. At that time, I had no choice but to relinquish my claims to the world. Yet, over the years, I have come to comprehend the futility of striving for dominion over the mortal realm. In a few decades, will it not all turn to dust? Only by entering the celestial sect and mastering the art of immortality is of utmost importance. Wang Ke shook his head. Have you attained the path to immortality? Zhu Yan frowned. By fortune, I have already joined the celestial sect and acquired the technique for cultivating immortality. The mortal realm? I have grown disdainful of it. Wang Ke revealed a faint smile. Wang Ke had intended to say more, but suddenly noticed the string of prayer beads adorning Zhu Yan's wrist. Those beads belong to Princess Yue? How could the beads that resonate with my own love beads be found on Zhu Yan's wrist? A heaviness settled in Wang Ke's heart, silencing his thoughts as he accepted the cup of wine. Seeing Wang Ke take the cup, Zhu Yan's eyes brightened. Any excuse to trespass into the queen's chambers would be ill-advised, for once the secrets of the underground palace were discovered, there would be no turning back. After several executions, no one dared to intrude upon the queen's chambers again. This was why the guards had fled at the mere mention of Wang Ke's intent to enter. The vessel contained poison wine, unbeknownst to Wang Ke. He had already reached the innate realm, and while Zhu Yan was confident he could subdue him now, why not employ cunning? One sip of poison, and even an innate cultivator would perish. Wang Ke remained exceedingly vigilant, aware that Zhu Yan had been concerned he might refuse the cup, hence the lengthy conversation. Yet now, Wang Ke had accepted it. Splendid. Zhu Yan, are you not curious as to why I have come to your palace? Wang Ke asked solemnly, holding the wine cup aloft. Wang Ke fixed his gaze on the prayer beads adorning Zhu Yan's wrist, his heart heavy with concern. How could Princess Yue's beads end up in Zhu Yan's possession? You came? Of course, to reminisce with me. It has been years since I poured wine for anyone. Please, do. Zhu Yan's eyes locked onto Wang Ke. I care not for your purpose. At present, I harbor a secret, rendering you inconsequential. You may perish. That won't do. There is something I must clarify. Wang Ke shook his head. We haven't seen each other in years, and now we share no conflicts of interest. I am the king of men, and you have entered the realm of immortals. Your presence is most welcome. Feel free to inquire about anything, but first, you must drink. Zhu Yan insisted, shaking his head while appealing to their past camaraderie. Wang Ke scrutinized Zhu Yan, having already sensed that this wine was no ordinary libation. This old rascal, Zhu Yan, was clearly up to something, persistently urging him to drink. Could it be poisoned? Poison? Am I, Wang Ke, afraid? I have cultivated the unyielding sun divine art, traversing through the toxins of the 10,000 mountains, rendering me impervious to all poisons. Regardless of whether it is toxic, I fear it not. Without hesitation, Wang Ke downed the cup. Upon witnessing Wang Ke consume the toxic wine, Zhu Yan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This wine, a lethal concoction, would seal one's fate upon consumption. Wang Ke, let us see if you survive this. Now, I shall pose my question, and I hope you will not deceive me. Wang Ke inhaled deeply. You're unscathed? Zhu Yan was taken aback. Could the poison have not taken effect? That's impossible. Those I previously dispatched all succumbed upon drinking. What could possibly happen? Am I so fragile? Have we not shared wine before? Are you unaware of my tolerance? Wang Ke frowned. Wang Ke, immune to all toxins, found the poison in the wine to be far inferior to those he had encountered in his training, so much so that he failed to detect any harmful substance. Zhu Yan, however, could not comprehend this scene. This cannot be. Come, allow me to pour you another glass. Zhu Yan hastily filled Wang Ke's cup once more. Zhu Yan, what is the meaning of this? Wang Ke furrowed his brow. Drink, and then we shall speak. Zhu Yan urged fervently. Wang Ke's countenance darkened. But hoping for clarity from Zhu Yan, he did not refuse and took another gulp. Still, he felt no ill effects. Zhu Yan, gripping the wine jug, wore a look of disbelief. What is happening? Why does Wang Ke remain unharmed? Is this not the deadly crane's top red poison? Could it be that the queen had switched the wine? It must be so. She, unaware of the situation, substituted my jug with a safe beverage. That foolish woman. Had I not cautioned her against tampering with this jug? Foolish, foolish. Zhu Yan, I wish to inquire about certain matters, yet you continuously urge me to drink. Furthermore, why do you not partake yourself? What are your intentions? Wang Ke's voice turned serious. What intentions could I possibly have? After years apart, though we once harbored grievances, I now understand the loneliness of solitude, surrounded by none with whom to share my heart. To see an old friend return and converse freely fills me with joy. It is only natural that I would toast to that. Come, let us drink together. As we do, you may share your purpose for seeking me. What can't we discuss as brothers? With a smile, Zhu Yan poured a glass for himself and Wang Ku. I did not come here to drink. I truly have matters to discuss today. I wish to have a serious conversation with you, but if you refuse to divulge the truth, do not blame me for lacking loyalty, Wang Ku declared, taking a deep breath. As he spoke, he downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Ask whatever you wish. What is the purpose of your return? And why the secrecy regarding your entrance to the palace? Zhu Yan inquired, furrowing his brow in a probing manner. In response, Zhu Yan too consumed the contents of his glass. I wish to know the origin of those prayer beads, Wang Ku said, pointing to the beads adorning Zhu Yan's wrist with a grave tone. At this question, Zhu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. This was his greatest secret. These beads concealed his demonic aura. Even the dark entities that had assisted him in his descent into darkness were unaware of their existence. How could Wang Ku inquire about them? The significance of these beads was paramount, and anyone daring to pry would face death, regardless of their identity. Wang Ku was no exception. In an instant, a murderous intent surged within Zhu Yan. He had no desire to engage in further conversation. Seizing the moment when Wang Ku was distracted, he prepared to strike him down. Just as Zhu Yan was about to unleash his fury, a sudden ringing echoed in his head. With a cough, Zhu Yan expelled a spray of blood, which shot towards Wang Ku. Startled, Wang Ku dodged, and the blood splattered onto the floor, instantly corroding the surface. Poison? In the wine? Zhu Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide and his complexion pale. Wang Ku, what is happening? I did not poison it. Do not blame me. Chapter 44. Utter madness. In an instant, Zhu Yan collapsed to the ground. His face contorted in agony from the poison of his own concoction. Zhu Yan, did you truly attempt to poison me only to end up ensnared by your own treachery? Huh, how delightfully cunning you remain. Wang Ku said coldly. While I reminisce, you resort to treachery? Why are you unscathed? Zhu Yan spat out another mouthful of toxic blood. Wang Ku's expression remained impassive as he reached for the beads adorning Zhu Yan's wrist. How are you not affected? Zhu Yan glared at Wang Ku, incredulity etched on his features. The poison was supposed to incapacitate even those at the innate level. Yet Zhu Yan had reached the pinnacle of that realm. His descent into madness had fortified his resistance to toxins, as practitioners of dark arts often thrived amidst poison. Zhu Yan sought to stall for time, confident that soon he could expel the venom entirely. With a violent heave, Zhu Yan expelled a third spurt of toxic blood, feeling the poison within him diminish significantly. However, at that moment, Wang Ku seized the beads from Zhu Yan's grasp. What are you doing? Return them. Zhu Yan shouted in alarm. With a swift kick, Wang Ku sent them crashing to the ground. Humph, when I departed all those years ago, you had yet to attain the innate level. Now, decades later, your bodily functions have waned, and crossing that threshold has become an even steeper climb. You wish to harm me? Attempt to poison me? It seems you lack confidence in your own abilities. Surely you haven't reached the innate level yet. Do you dare to resist? Wang Ku's voice dripped with disdain. With a resounding crack, Zhu Yan was knocked to the ground once more. Another burst of toxic blood escaping him. This time, the poison within him was nearly exhausted. Whipping his head around, Zhu Yan hissed, Wang Ku, do you wish to die? Desire death? It is you who seeks it. How audacious to poison my drink. Were it not for my timely discovery, you would have succeeded in your vile intentions. Wang Ku's voice turned icy. Zhu Yan, you are testing my patience. You didn't drink? Zhu Yan's voice was laced with suspicion. Did I not? Of course, I drank. But I merely feigned vulnerability to conceal my immunity to all poisons, Wang Ku replied with calculated calm. Zhu Yan, if you seek my demise, do not expect mercy. Now, tell me, how did you come by this bracelet? As Wang Ku spoke, he kicked over a nearby table with a resounding crash, intending to intimidate Zhu Yan, who he believed, being poisoned and lacking innate mastery, could hardly retaliate. Wang Ku had no desire for further discourse, opting instead for direct interrogation. Suddenly, Zhu Yan raised his hand as if to strike Wang Ku. However, at that moment, a woman's cough echoed from outside the room. The sound jolted Zhu Yan back to reality. Outside, it seemed a guard nervously announced, reporting to your majesty, the celestial maiden has returned. Upon hearing the commotion from the queen's chamber, she inquired if there was a situation requiring her intervention. Wang Ku's expression shifted alarmingly. Had his earlier disturbance drawn outside attention? In a flash, he drew a long sword, pressing it against Zhu Yan's throat to silence any reckless words. The guard, unable to contain his eagerness, dashed away. Outside, He swiftly approached a nearby eave and respectfully bowed towards the roof. I report to you, Fairy Qing, that the king has declared there is no harm. And this is not the first or second time. Over the past month, the king and queen's revelry has often been quite loud, sometimes even accompanied by cries of distress. He stated with deference. Standing atop the eave was a woman, none other than Niamieju, the one who had previously pursued Zhang Jingdao. The guard, accustomed to such occurrences, deemed it a normal affair. Why should he concern himself with the private matters of a couple? The sounds of their intimate activities? How vulgar. Initially indignant, Niamieju's face flushed upon hearing his explanation, prompting her to refrain from further investigation. Within the queen's palace, Wang Ku observed Zhu Yan's cries from outside. Feeling a sense of satisfaction. At least you are discerning, she scoffed. Wang Ku remained unaware that Fairy Qing was, in fact, Niamieju, otherwise. She would have lost interest in interrogating Zhu Yan. At that moment, Zhu Yan's expression was one of utter dismay. He was confident in his ability to strike down Wang Ku with a single blow, for he stood at the pinnacle of the innate realm. How could Wang Ku possibly compare? Yet, he dared not act, for Wang Ku had seized the string of prayer beads. If he made a move, the demonic energy within him would surely escape. Other malevolent beings had warned him that Fairy Qing was an unparalleled force of righteousness, intolerant of any trace of darkness. Should she detect even a hint of demonic energy, she would undoubtedly execute her judgment without hesitation. Facing Wang Ku, he understood that should he inadvertently reveal even a shred of his secret, it would expose his descent into darkness. Therefore, he was resolute in preventing Fairy Qing from discovering the events transpiring within the chamber. How infuriating it was to be unable to wield the full extent of his innate power. Speak. Where did you acquire these prayer beads? What has become of their original owner? Wang Ku demanded coldly. Humph. Wang Ku, do you truly believe you can threaten me? Zhu Yan retorted icily. You refuse to speak. Then? Wang Ku pressed, her sword poised at Zhu Yan's throat. Go ahead and kill me. If you do, you will learn nothing. Zhu Yan replied coldly. Wang Ku's expression shifted. Had Zhu Yan discerned her concern for Princess Yoyue's safety, and was he deliberately withholding information? You think I won't dare to act against you? She questioned, her demeanor growing colder as she sheathed her sword and produced a long whip. With a crack, the whip struck Zhu Yan's face, leaving a crimson line. Wang Ku glared at him, demanding, speak. Will you tell me or not? Ah! Zhu Yan cried out in agony, incredulously gazing at Wang Ku. If you remain silent, I shall continue. I will not cease until you divulge the truth. Wang Ku declared coldly. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! How dare you? Zhu Yan howled, wishing fervently to strike Wang Ku down, yet he was restrained by the looming presence of Fairy Qing outside, unable to summon his true energy, reduced to a passive target. Fleeing in desperation. To escape from the room? Would that not reveal the secrets contained within to those outside? If Fairy Qing were to see him leave, she would undoubtedly investigate the matter. His own sanctuary had not yet been secured. Should Fairy Qing's divine sense sweep through, all his secrets would be laid bare. Enough. Oh, do not strike me any further. Return my beads. Zhu Yan could only swallow his broken teeth. Being stubborn? If you do not speak, I shall continue until you do. Wang Ku said coldly. Zhu Yan was unable to employ his true energy, while Wang Ku, with his second-level innate cultivation, had him firmly subdued. The room echoed with incessant screams. These cries elicited a look of confusion from Niamieju outside. In the Queen's chamber. The sound of whipping, was this a form of marital amusement? Niamieju glanced quizzically at the attendant beside him. Ah, indeed, throughout this past month. Various sounds have constantly emanated from the Queen's chamber. The whipping noises are merely the mildest among them, the attendant respectfully replied. In Niamieju's mind, an image of the queen wielding a small whip against Zhu Yan appeared, and he cast a disdainful glance towards the distant Queen's chamber, the descendants of the Zhu family, each generation worse than the last, neglecting state affairs. What frivolities occupy their minds daily? With that, Niamieju turned his head away. Just as he did, he suddenly heard Wang Ku's voice from the Queen's chamber. Are you still silent? I shall continue striking. Wang Ku's low, hoarse voice drifted from afar. Niamieju was taken aback. How could there be another man's voice in the Queen's chamber? Had he not heard Zhu Yan's cries for help? He might have barged in. Qin Xinzi, this is a common affair. For the past month, the king has frequently taken others into the Queen's chamber. I have witnessed it many times. Today, I personally saw an attendant enter the Queen's chamber. The attendant reported respectfully. Niamieju was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Zhu Yin and his spouse engaging in intimate activities, playing sadomasochistic games, and even inviting others to join? This was a frequent occurrence? Had they invited an attendant from the palace to participate? Was Zhu Yin truly depraved? To invite others into such a sordid affair? Did he not feel disgusted? Ah! A distant scream of Zhu Yin being whipped pierced the air. The outer attendants maintained a facade of calmness mixed with trepidation. Niamie Zhu's mind raced, imagining that the screams were expressions of debased delight. His expression soured. A pervert. A beastly pervert. The scenes within the room were too abhorrent for him to envision. How could such depravity exist in this world? The descendants of the Zhu family were truly repugnant. Merely listening sullied his ears. As for probing with divine sense, that was utterly out of the question. Even listening was revolting, let alone witnessing. The screams continued unabated. The malevolent beings in the underground lair, upon sensing Qing Xinzi's presence, dared not show themselves. Thus, the scene within the room remained as it was, the queen still in slumber, while Wang Ku relentlessly lashed Zhu Yin. Speak. Will you not speak? If you remain silent, I shall have to be serious. Wang Ku threatened in a lowered voice. Zhu Yin felt a deep anguish. The malevolent beings in the underground lair were filled with dread. Outside, Niamie Zhu wore a look of utter disdain. Wang Ke held a whip in his right hand and a candle illuminating Zhu Yin's face in his left. Zhu Yin was now utterly unrecognizable from the beating. Still so resilient, are you? If you refuse to speak, I shall search myself, Wang Ke declared coldly. Search? Such a search would lead to catastrophe. Zhu Yin's complexion shifted. Are you referring to the owner of the string of beads, the woman with the scarred face? As Zhu Yin lowered his voice, Wang Ke turned sharply, fixing his gaze on him. Indeed, she is Princess Yue. Where is she? How did her prayer beads come to be in your possession? Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he finally said, that woman was brought here by Qing Xinzi. Qing Xinzi? The one outside? Who is she? Wang Ke frowned. Our Zhu clan has referred to her as Qing Xinzi for generations, but I know she bears another name, Niamie Zhu, Zhu Yin explained. What? Niamie Zhu is Qing Xinzi? Wang Ke's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Qing Xinzi visited my royal palace over a month ago, and I witnessed her quarrel with Princess Yue from a distance. I heard little, but I saw Qing Xinzi remove Princess Yue's prayer beads, claiming they could conceal her true energy attributes, and then she hurled them away. When Princess Yue attempted to retrieve them, Qing Xinzi seized her and flew off. I secretly hid the beads. If you seek Princess Yue, you should inquire with Qing Xinzi. Zhu Yin lamented. No wonder the beads are in your possession. Where has Qing Xinzi imprisoned Princess Yue? Wang Ke asked in a low voice. Nie Tianba? The Nie clan? How is it possible that Niamie Zhu hails from the Nie clan of Zhuxian town? Why has there been no recognition until now? Wang Ke raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Zhuxian town? Zhu Yin inquired curiously. However, Wang Ke disregarded Zhu Yin, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Xinshu mentioning that Nie Tianba had informed him, intending to ambush himself and Zhang Zhengdao. At the time, there was no opportunity to ponder the reasons. But now everything fell into place. Wang Ke understood. Nie Tianba had once again imprisoned Princess Yue, presuming that he and Zhang Zhengdao would venture out to rescue her, thus diverting the calamity. Princess Yue must certainly be in his clutches. Zhu Yin had not deceived him. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Wang Ke scoffed coldly. As he spoke, Wang Ke retrieved a rope and bound Zhu Yin, suspending him. Zhu Yin glared at Wang Ke, filled with a desire to kill him. Yet why did fate mock him so, leaving him to be bound? With all his strength, he could only suppress his fury. Why? Just then, Wang Ke gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. Return the prayer beads to me. Return them, Zhu Yin exclaimed, furious. Yet, Wang Ke paid no heed. Instead, picking up some tattered cloth from a nearby corner, previously shredded by a whip, and stuffed it into Zhu Yan's mouth. With a creak, he opened the door. Outside, Niamie Zhu awaited. Wang Ke had to depart swiftly. Regrettably, there were countless treasures in the room. But Wang Ke could only hastily grab a few valuables to stuff into his pockets. Zhu Yin, stifled, let out a few whimpers but dared not shout. He possessed immense power yet felt compelled to suppress it, and the situation drove him nearly mad. Fortunately, the calamity of Wang Ke had departed. As Wang Ke exited the queen's chamber, he lowered his hat and swiftly fled under the moonlight. In the distance, Niamie Zhu observed a man emerging from the queen's chamber, his disdainful expression growing even more repulsive. The king and queen truly had summoned a guard to accompany them in their marital affairs? Disgusting. The surrounding guards widened their eyes, wondering who this impressive individual was, capable of emerging alive from that entrance. Wang Ku observed from a distance that Niamiju had vanished from the eaves, and his heart sank. Lowering his hat, he dared not look up for fear of being discovered, swiftly retreating into the shadows, disappearing from everyone's sight. This journey to the palace was fraught with peril. On that distant rooftop, Niamiju stood poised and solitary, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, exuding an ethereal presence. However, at that moment, a figure clad in red appeared behind her, embracing her tenderly. Is it possible that this female harbinger of doom has a man? Wang Ku mused with astonishment. Yet, his expression soon shifted to one of horror, for the man who held Niamiju was familiar to him, Zhu Hongyi, the leader of the Taiyin demon sect. How could this be? Wang Ku was utterly flabbergasted. Not long ago, in Langxian town, he had deceived Zhang Xinxiu into demanding evil from the neighboring sect, which had attracted the wrath of the Tianlang sect. At that time, a formidable figure from the demon sect had unleashed a thunderous strike, challenging Qin Tianyuan to battle. That leader was none other than Zhu Hongyi, a sight he recalled vividly. Before his eyes, Zhu Hongyi was embracing Niamiju, the leader of the demon sect, entwined with the master of the East Wolf Hall. The absurdity of this scene would be met with disbelief throughout the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, yet here it was, undeniably manifest before Wang Ku. This world had become utterly insane. Even cat and mouse could find harmony? Wang Ku refrained from shouting, paralyzed by fear, and swiftly descended into the well, plunging deeper. The danger was immense, and he must act promptly to rescue Princess Yue. Chapter 45. Fateful Entanglement on the Rooftop of the Royal Palace. A figure clad in crimson suddenly materialized, embracing Niamiju from behind. Startled, Niamiju tensed, his expression shifting dramatically as he exerted force. With a thud, he broke free from the grip of the crimson-clad figure. Crimson attire, show some respect. Niamiju glared vehemently. The surrounding guards froze in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the unexpected presence of another man atop the roof. Yet, with a wave of his hand, crimson attire released a mist that enveloped the guards, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Is this another display of arrogance after your earlier show at the Tianlang sect? Are you here to wreak havoc? Niamiju's eyes widened in indignation. What about them? He pointed coldly at the fallen guards. Rest assured, my Qing, they are merely in a faint. They shall awaken by tomorrow. Surely, our conversation should remain private? Crimson attire replied with a smile. Humph. Niamiju scoffed disdainfully. I have just received word that someone dared to insult you in Qijing. I hurried here without delay. What was his name? Zhang Zhegdao? Where is he? I shall eliminate him. Crimson attire declared solemnly. I have already dealt with it. This matter is none of your concern. Perhaps you should tend to your own descendants of the Zhu clan? Niamiju retorted icily. Descendants of the Zhu clan? You mean Zhu Yin? That lad is indeed a bit ruthless. He is the sole surviving offspring of my brother. I too find him intolerable, but alas, he is the last of the Zhu lineage. I cannot simply cast him aside at your whim, Crimson attire lamented. Humph. Whether I am pleased or not is of no consequence to you. Niamiju shot back coldly. Qinger, are you still holding a grudge from years past? We were once childhood companions, and though our families opposed us, we were reckless in our devotion. You did not treat me this way back then. Crimson attire sighed. Ah. How dare you speak of the past? Do you not recall why I am called Niamiju? Niamiju's eyes glinted with fury as he glared at the man before him. It is my fault, indeed. We had vowed to enter the immortal gates together. Yet I fell into the clutches of the demonic sect. But I cannot bear the blame entirely. Who was it that rejected me while accepting you as their disciple? It was the Tianlang sect that forced my hand. Crimson attire sighed once more. Are you claiming you were coerced? And your massacre of my Nye family? The consumption of my parents was also compelled? Niamiju's voice turned frigid. I did not consume them. I merely drew their blood. Their corpses remain intact. I have explained that when I first entered the demonic realm, I could not control myself. When I arrived at your home, your parents mocked me for my affiliation with the demonic sect. Their taunts provoked my uncontrollable nature, and on the night of the full moon, I succumbed to my dark impulses. I was unaware of my own actions. Crimson attire lamented. We are bound by an irreconcilable enmity. My parents, my siblings, were slain by your malevolence. Thus, I vowed to eradicate all evil, to extinguish every trace of darkness. Hence, I adopted the name Niamiju, a constant reminder of that fateful day. Crimson attire, I yearn to devour your flesh and drink your blood. Niamiju's eyes burned with rage as he spoke coldly. Qinger, I know deep down that you still harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, these years you would not have shielded the great Qing dynasty. Zhu Hongyi comforted. I do not assist you out of affection for you, but rather for your brother, who once saved the remnants of my Nya family from your grasp. It is for his descendants that I have provided protection all these years. Now, I shall no longer concern myself with it. Nya Miju spoke coldly. You have become deranged in your quest to eradicate demons, and the disciples of the demon sect wish to eliminate you swiftly. Thus, you dare not reveal your earthly kin, lest you attract their attention? In truth, you need not worry so. As long as you can ensure that the righteous path does not target the great Qing dynasty, how could I allow the demonic path to pursue the Nya family of Zhuxian Town? Have you not yet realized? Zhuxian Town, named after me, Zhu Hongyi. I have long decreed that no disciple of the demon sect is permitted to enter, Zhu Hongyi declared solemnly. Zhuxian Town? You? Nya Miju was taken aback. Furthermore, the great Qing dynasty, with its name bearing Qing. Why is that? Because of you. Because of your name, Nya Qingqing. Zhu Hongyi elucidated. Qing? Nya Miju bit his lip. Qing, all these years, I have never forgotten you. I have longed for you, Qing. Zhu Hongyi stepped forward, wishing to embrace Nya Miju once more. You. Nya Miju drew his sword, holding it against Zhu Hongyi. Qing, I understand the hatred in your heart. Thus, for all these years, no matter how much I yearned for you, I have suppressed my feelings and dared not meet you. I am aware of the wrongs I have committed against you. Yet, everything is in the past now, is it not? It is all past. Zhu Hongyi spoke gently. It cannot be undone. It cannot be undone. Tears welled in Nya Miju's eyes. You serve the righteous path, and I shall never meet you again. I have no face to confront you. But now that you have succumbed to darkness, you are also a part of the demonic path. Soon, your demonic nature will awaken. And we shall be of the same kind, and only then will I dare approach you. Qing, the demon lord has corrupted you and appointed you as the fifth hall master. Do you know how I felt upon hearing this news? Zhu Hongyi gazed at Nya Miju with deep affection. The sword in Nya Miju's hand trembled, and his eyes turned red. The disciples of the demon sect harbor countless grievances against you. Yet I have suppressed them all. Who dares to speak ill of you? I shall make them wish for death. You spoke of holding a demon assembly, and I will assist you in spreading the word. Currently, not many disciples of the demon sect are aware of your identity. On the day of the assembly, you shall reveal it, and I will stand guard for you. Rest assured, with me present, no one will dare to belittle you. Zhu Hongyi stepped forward. I do not wish to succumb to darkness. I do not wish to serve the demons. Nya Miju seemed to crumble, dropping his sword, his entire being reduced to tears. I know. Zhu Hongyi embraced Nya Miju tightly, allowing him to weep uncontrollably. The following day, Wang Ku and Zhang Zhengdao had departed from Qingjing, galloping swiftly on horseback. Beside him, Zhang Zhengdao's face was swollen like a pig's head, his entire body also puffed up, and he glared at Wang Ku with resentment. Wang Ku, is my face still swollen? Zhang Zhengdao finally exclaimed. Wang Ku glanced at Zhang Zhengdao. You look much better than last night, and those panda eyes are rather adorable. Of course, overall, you still look a bit punchable. Adorable, my foot. You look like a punching bag. Zhang Zhengdao clutched his still burning face. Can you not be so unfair to me? Do you have any idea how miserable I am? How ruthlessly Nya Miju has beaten me? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, his face covered in indignation. The path was chosen by you. Yesterday, I presented you with a choice. One person would enter the palace to rescue the princess, while the other would handle affairs outside. You opted to remain outside. Wang Ku retorted, deflecting the blame. I thought you merely meant to provide support. Yet you allowed me to endure a brutal beating from Nya Miju. Look at my swollen face. Is it even bearable? No, you must compensate me. Zhang Zhengdao insisted, unyielding. You are asking me for money? Wang Ku gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if Zhang Zhengdao were telling a joke. Zhang Zhengdao's face flushed crimson. How could he expect to extort money from that miser, Wang Ku? Indeed, you must reimburse me. 10,000 pounds of spiritual stones, he proclaimed, his suppressed resentment threatening to erupt. Zhang Zhengdao's expression froze. Do you comprehend the level of shock I endured? Do you have any idea of the price I paid to acquire this string of prayer beads? I exhausted all my connections and even severed ties with a dear friend. What was it all for? Was it not to shield you from your superior's wrath? I sacrificed so much for you. And yet you still have the audacity to mention money? You ought to be compensating me for my losses. Wang Ku chastised, glaring. Zhang Zhengdao thought. How did it come to this? In the end, I owe money to Wang Ku? I was beaten for nothing? Let's calculate this, item by item. Wang Ku rolled up his sleeves. Haha, Wang brother, I was only jesting. This minor physical discomfort is inconsequential. We are brothers. Why should we discuss money? Zhang Jingdao urged as he mounted his horse, swiftly galloping away. Don't run, my dear brother. Let us settle the accounts. The money has yet to be resolved. Wang Ke shouted as he pursued on horseback. Amidst their bickering, the two galloped towards Zhuxian town. However, unbeknownst to them, two celestial cranes hovered high above the clouds, suddenly locking onto Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao. The cranes emitted a series of excited chirps, as if sharing secrets. One crane nodded, unfurled its wings, and separated from the other. 2 days later, atop a mountain peak, the reporting crane landed before Zhang Xinxiu and a group of disciples from the Jinwu sect. Have you found them? Haha, have you found them? Wang Ke, Zhang Zhengdao? This time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Zhang Xinxiu bellowed menacingly. Indeed, indeed. Senior brother, we nearly fell victim to Wang Ke's deception in Langxian town. We seek vengeance. A chorus of Jinwu sect disciples roared, eager for retribution. Very well. We shall set off immediately. No one dares to deceive Zhang Xinxiu. This time, I will ensure they understand the consequences of crossing us. Zhang Xinxiu declared coldly. Yes. The Jinwu sect disciples responded in unison. Then, Zhang Xinxiu led the group of disciples onto the surrounding celestial cranes, soaring into the sky. Lead the way. Zhang Xinxiu commanded the reporting crane. Chirp. Then the heralding crane let out a resounding cry, soaring into the sky to lead the way, followed by a multitude of cranes, all heading straight for the direction where Wang Ke resided. Chapter 46. I dare not eat on the day following Wang Ke's departure from Qingjing. In a courtyard within the city, Zhu Yin, with eyes ablaze, bellowed, I must kill Wang Ke. I must kill him. Join me in slaying Wang Ke. I desire his demise. Qing Wang, perhaps you should focus on healing first? A peculiar demon suggested. The previous night, as the demons emerged from the underground chamber, they had witnessed Zhu Yin stripped bare, his body marred with vicious whip marks, and the wax from the candles that had splattered upon him rendered him a pitiable sight. Fearing the exposure of his demonic aura, Zhu Yin had not dared to break free from the ropes binding him. But the other demons had assisted him in untying the intricate bindings and removing the cloth gagging his mouth. After that night, Zhu Yin appeared to be possessed, incessantly muttering about killing Wang Ke. Will you assist me? He implored, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the other demons. We wish to too. But we must await the underworld demon assembly. This time, the Hall Master and that mysterious fifth Hall Master have brought a woman of the Nether Fetus. We do not wish to miss this opportunity. The demons shook their heads in unison. How many of the Nether Fetus can you divide among yourselves at the underworld demon assembly? I know where the Nether Fetus is. I will lead you there. Zhu Yin insisted, his eyes aflame. Oh, the demons reacted with surprise. Wang Ke inadvertently revealed it. It's in Zhuxian town. I heard it clearly. He went there to find Princess Yue, who is the Nether Fetus. We must go to Zhuxian town. Zhu Yin urged fervently. The demons exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating the veracity of Zhu Yan's claims. How about you attend the morning court first? We can discuss this further, one demon proposed. The beads that conceal my demonic aura were taken by Wang Ke. How can I possibly attend the morning court? If the righteous disciples detect my demonic energy, I am as good as dead. Besides, with my face marred by whip marks, how could I show myself? Will you go or not? If you choose not to, I shall venture forth alone. When the time comes, I shall consume the Nether Fetus myself, and none of you shall partake. Zhu Yin declared fiercely. The demons exchanged glances once more and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall trust you. Then let us depart. Zhu Yin exclaimed, his eyes still aflame. Wait. First tidy this place up and reassure your queen to help cover for you in the coming days. A demon advised. All right, you two, gather the others. Call upon our close demons. We shall set out tonight to Zhuxian town. I demand Wang Ke's death. Zhu Yin proclaimed coldly. Understood. On the 4th day of Wang Ke's departure from Qingjing, by a small stream in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao sat beside a fire, roasting a celestial crane. Zhang Zhengdao eagerly seized a dripping wing of the crane and began to gnaw at it. This tastes delightful. I never imagined that after all these years, your culinary skills remain unchanged. Ah, Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed, almost biting his tongue in his enthusiasm. Observing Zhang Zhengdao eat, Wang Ke swallowed hard but ultimately refrained. If you enjoy it, partake as much as you desire. You should eat too. Zhang Zhengdao encouraged between bites. Wang Ke's face stiffened. Me? I dare not eat. You go ahead. What is there to be afraid of? You seem quite peculiar today, Zhang Zhengdao remarked, continuing to savor his meal. The celestial crane must certainly have been sent by Zhang Xinxiu's despicable descendant. Damn it. Our movements have been exposed by it. It infuriates me. Yet, you were right. This celestial crane may not yield much profit, but the taste is exquisite. The flesh crane cultivated by the Jinwu sect is truly delectable. Hey, Wang Ke, why don't you have a bite? Ah, Zhang Jingdao bit into the meat, juices flowing. I dare not partake in the Jinwu sect's celestial crane. You do it. You do it. Wang Ke, with a peculiar expression, declined. Since when did you become so afraid of the Jinwu sect? Well, if you choose not to eat, I shall indulge myself. Zhang Jingdao, though puzzled, continued to eat with vigor. By the way, did you send that household to Juxian Town? Wang Ke, I've noticed that you seem to have eyes and ears everywhere. Just how many spies have you arranged? Even the family in the mountains refers to you as their master? Ah, Zhang Zhengdao remarked incredulously while savoring the meat. These are my arrangements near Juxian Town, creating a mutual connection with it. Previously, it was my cousin who oversaw this area. Otherwise, how could I have summoned her to Juxian Town in just one day? Now she has changed shifts. The person from before is stationed here. Wang Ke served Zhang Zhengdao some meat. He is responsible for remotely monitoring Juxian Town? Hold on. Do you mean to say there are still members of the Wang family in Juxian Town? After swindling so much money from them, you still dare to leave someone there? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Zhang Zhengdao asked curiously. Nonsense. I have managed Juxian Town for a decade. Do you think I can just abandon it? The ones who escaped that day were merely the visible members of the Wang family, while there are still some deeply embedded spies. Wang Ke clarified. You're a freak. Zhang Zhengdao looked at Wang Ke in disbelief. Freak? My foot. If I hadn't planned ahead, how could I have saved Princess Yue back then? And how could I know the situation in Juxian Town now? Would you have preferred I charge in blindly? That would be suicidal. Wang Ke shot him a glare. What is the situation in Juxian Town? Zhang Zhengdao asked, still munching on the meat. Nie Tianba is broke? He was duped out of all his money, left with a mountain of debt, and even had his storage bag stolen by you. So now he cannot produce any spirit stones, right? This is all you're doing. Ah. Zhang Zhengdao rolled his eyes while chewing the meat Wang Ke handed him. Nonsense. I only took a pittance from him. He is the one who committed murder. Were the deaths of Princess Yue's two subordinates not tragic enough? Wang Ke glared at Zhang Zhengdao. Zhang Zhengdao, self-proclaimed shameless, felt inferior compared to Wang Ke at that moment. How on earth is the death of Princess Yue's two subordinates your excuse for deceiving Nie Tianba? So what now? Should we storm Juxian Town and, with my golden core strength, force him to hand over Princess Yue? Zhang Zhengdao inquired, curious while eating. What if he hides Princess Yue and refuses to admit it? What will you do? I will beat him until he confesses. If he doesn't confess, I'll kill him. Zhang Zhengdao declared fiercely, gripping the crane leg. Suddenly, he paused mid-bite, a shiver running down his spine. I forgot about Nie Miju. With Nie Miju protecting Nie Tianba, how dare I kill him? Nie Tianba is a tough character, a hard nut to crack. He certainly wouldn't yield under duress. And what is the point of even asking? Furthermore, would Nie Miju leave any formidable treasures for Nie Tianba? What if? Wang Ke glanced at Zhang Zhengdao. Then what do you suggest we do? Zhang Zhengdao asked anxiously. Do not say that I have not given you a chance. We now face two pressing matters. One involves evading the relentless pursuit of the Golden Crow sect, while the other entails locating Princess Yue in Juxian Town. Which shall you choose? Wang Ke remarked, gazing at Zhang Zhengdao as he savored the crane leg. Another choice? The last time I was compelled to decide, I ended up with a swollen face due to Nie Miju's assault. And now, once more, I am to choose. Think it over. Wang Ke offered the last morsel of roasted meat to Zhang Zhengdao. After a moment of contemplation as he swallowed the final piece of crane meat, Zhang Zhengdao resolved his decision. I truly wish to avoid provoking that female fiend, Nie Miju. I will draw the Golden Crow sect's disciples away. Can I not outrun Zhang Shenxiu and his ilk if I cannot flee from Nie Miju? It is settled then. Do not contest this with me. I shall take responsibility for diverting Zhang Shenxiu and the others. Zhang Zhengdao had chosen the easier path. Very well. But you must ensure that the disciples of the Golden Crow sect are continually aware of your presence. Otherwise, if you hide, they will seek out Juxian Town instead. Wang Ke urged earnestly. And if you conceal yourself while they pursue Juxian Town, what then? Wang Ke frowned. That is of no concern to me. My sole responsibility is to draw away the disciples of the Golden Crow sect. Their journey to Juxian Town is not my affair. Zhang Zhengdao retorted with a hint of mischief. You are simply seeking to shirk your duties. If I encounter peril, who will rescue Princess Yue? Do you not care for the repercussions from our superiors? Wang Ke admonished. All right, I shall not hide. However, Should the disciples of the Golden Crow sect refuse to pursue me and insist on going to Zhuxian town instead, do not blame me. Zhang Zhengdao consoled. With thoughts racing, Zhang Zhengdao mused to himself, I will first placate Wang Ku. Not allow me to hide. Always exposed? What nonsense. When it is time to evade, I shall. For the misfortune will befall Wang Ku. With that mindset, I feel reassured. Wang Ku nodded. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you. Trust in my integrity. Zhang Zhengdao declared, believing he had successfully placated Wang Ku, a triumphant smile gracing his features. It matters not. You have already consumed this celestial crane. Wang Ku shook his head. What do you mean? Zhang Zhengdao was taken aback. Are you unaware? The celestial cranes of the Golden Crow sect can sense each other's locations. Even after several days of death, having consumed this crane entirely, all the celestial cranes of the Golden Crow sect will be able to detect your position within days. After all, you are not hiding. Wang Ku elucidated. What? By consuming the flesh of this crane, I have been marked by all the celestial cranes? They can sense my location at all times? You are deceiving me, Wang Ku. Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed in astonishment. I am not deceiving you. I warned you that I would not dare consume this meat. You insisted on eating it. Wang Ku deflected the blame. Zhang Zhengdao glared in disbelief. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence for several breaths. Wang Ku, you have doomed me. I shall confront you. Zhang Zhengdao seethed, ready to pounce on Wang Ku. Were you not the one who said you would not hide? How does this differ from hiding? Fear not. Zhang Xinshu is at the Golden Core realm. And so are you. Can you not outpace him? Wang Ku sought to calm him. I do not care. I shall strangle you. You coward. Fearing the wrath of the Golden Crow sect while I am to remain unafraid? Zhang Zhengdao shouted, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Who says I fear the Golden Crow sect? Wang Ku shot back defiantly. You do not fear? Zhang Zhengdao questioned incredulously. I am certainly unafraid. How could a disciple of the Golden Crow sect possibly harm me? My only concern lies in the potential loss of control, where a single stroke of my sword might inadvertently slay them all. My intention is to save them, which is why I entrusted the matter of dealing with the Golden Crow sect to you. My aim is to preserve the righteousness of our path. I do not wish to take lives. Wang Ku declared solemnly. Zhang Zhengdao stared wide-eyed, seemingly on the verge of asphyxiation as he regarded the shameless Wang Ku. How can you, a mere second-tier innate being, claim to be capable of slaughtering a throng of Golden Core practitioners with a single sword strike? Do you possess the audacity to boast thus? Why not assert that you could sever the very essence of a nascent soul practitioner with a single blow? Wang Ku replied with utmost seriousness, I truly do not wish to kill. Wang Ku spoke the truth. He was under threat, and the divine sword of the unyielding sun within him would retaliate to protect its master. Yet, Zhang Zhengdao remained unconvinced, feeling that his own pride paled in comparison to Wang Ku's blatant audacity. Such flagrant shamelessness exists in this world. At that moment, a mournful cry of a celestial crane echoed from the distant sky. The expressions of the two men shifted as they turned to gaze, and indeed, in the far-off clouds, a vast multitude of celestial cranes could be seen approaching. The flock seemed to lament the loss of their companion, emitting a resonant wail, which was soon joined by a chorus of sorrowful cries as they surged aggressively towards Wang Ku and Zhang Zhengdao. So soon have they arrived? Zhang Zhengdao exclaimed. We must flee. Wang Ku urged as he pulled Zhang Zhengdao into the forest. Within the woods, Wang Ku produced a scarecrow dressed in his own attire and thrust it into Zhang Zhengdao's hands. Take my decoy and run. Utilize the flying sword to escape. With urgency, Wang Ku propelled Zhang Zhengdao out of the thicket, exposing him to all. Zhang Zhengdao gasped. There, do not let him flee. That scoundrel has devoured Crane 19. A creature I have nurtured for years. I shall confront you. Do not escape. From afar arose a cacophony of vengeful shouts, all rushing towards Zhang Zhengdao. Zhang Zhengdao soared away, while the mounted disciples of the Golden Crow sect hastened in pursuit. Do not let him escape. Using a flying sword to evade? Such an endeavor demands a significant expenditure of true essence. They cannot flee far. Pursue them. I shall slay that scoundrel. The sounds of the chase echoed from a distance. Wang Ku stood within the woods, watching the throng depart, exhaling a long sigh. What madness from the Golden Crow sect. Zhang Xinshu is exceedingly stingy. Does he truly require so many people? Bah. Chapter 47. Do you still remember me? In a hidden water prison of the Nie family in Zhuxian town, Princess Yue found herself confined within a cage, gazing coldly at Nie Tianba outside. Princess Yue? Who would have thought? Just a few months have passed, and you find yourself imprisoned again? Nie Tianba's face bore an expression of smug satisfaction. Nie Tianba, do not revel in your triumph too soon. Princess Yue retorted icily. Reveling too soon? Humph, I am not celebrating prematurely. Rather, I am lamenting my tardiness. Only now do I learn that I have an aunt who holds a high position in the Tianlang sect. Why is it that she neglects the Nie family? Do you have any idea how arduous it has been for me to lead the Nie family through these years of survival? I sought the immortal gate in vain. While she enjoys her esteemed status in a premier sect, indifferent to our plight. Why now? Why has she only come to seek me now? A flash of fury ignited in Nie Tianba's eyes. Nie Miju is coming to find you, and you are still dissatisfied? Princess Yue questioned, perplexed. If only she had come half a year earlier. Half a year earlier? A look of frustration crossed Nie Tianba's face. You are not a disciple of the demonic sect. So why complain? In the future, when Nie Miju brings you to the Tianlang sect, will that not be the best outcome for you? Princess Yue frowned in confusion. Nie Tianba cast a cold glance at her, offering no explanation. Forget it. Let us pretend this aunt does not exist. In a couple of days, she will send someone to fetch you. When that time comes, do make your departure promptly, humph. He said coldly. Nie Miju? Has she lost her mind? How could she entrust my custody to you? Princess Yue expressed her frustration. Why not take it up with her when the time comes? But it appears you may not live to see that day. Nie Tianba sneered. No, someone will come to rescue me soon. Princess Yue countered defiantly. Rescue you? Ha ha. Do you know where this is? This is the Nie family's water prison. No one can extricate you from here. Nie Tianba replied coldly. I was saved last time. Wasn't I? If it was possible once, it can be done again. Princess Yue asserted confidently. The last time, Nie Tianba's expression darkened. That time, Princess Yue was deceived and lured out, a tremendous humiliation. It will not happen again. This time, I will seal this place, ensuring that no external sounds penetrate. I will hear none of the deceitful whispers, and no one shall trick you out of here again. He declared coldly. You. Princess Yue's face changed. In just a couple of days, my aunt will come for you. When you are gone, I shall have no further obligations. Rest assured, there will be someone to keep you company in death. Nie Tianba laughed mockingly. Keep me company in death? Who? Princess Yue sensed an ominous premonition. Who else could it be? Of course, it is Wang Ku and Zhang Zhengdao. Humph. Having seized such a grand opportunity, becoming disciples of the Tianlang sect. They must care greatly for your fate, right? Nie Tianba scoffed. What do you mean? Princess Yue inquired anxiously. Nothing much, but if they wish to save you. Once they step out of the Tianlang sect's gates, I assure you, they shall find no refuge in their demise. Nie Tianba sneered. That is impossible. You are no match for them. Princess Yue exclaimed in distress. Princess Yue quietly left behind the longing beads, awaiting the rescue from Wang Ku and Zhang Zhengdao. How could anything happen to them? Ha ha ha, we shall see. Nie Tianba chuckled with satisfaction. Nebula, clarify for me. Why would Wang Ku be in danger upon leaving the Heavenly Wolf sect? Explain yourself. Princess Yue called out from behind her prison bars. However, Nie Tianba ignored her and walked to the other side of the water prison. On that side, a member of the Nie family awaited. Master, will you not exit this water prison today? The Nie family disciple inquired. I shall not. Our great aunt will be arriving shortly. We must ensure that no disturbances arise. This matter must remain confidential to seize the opportunity. Nie Tianba replied sternly. Rest assured, only 3 of us know about Princess Yue's confinement in this water prison. Our clan members are unaware of this place. This time, we shall not repeat our previous mistakes. The disciple responded respectfully. Indeed. Last time I was misled by too many rumors concerning Wang Ku, and I fell prey to that deceiver. This time, I will heed no more rumors. I will meditate in this water prison until our great aunt returns. Nie Tianba declared with resolve. Understood. The disciple replied respectfully. Our great aunt has bestowed upon me a flying sword. I shall refine it diligently. You must also manage the various affairs of the Nie family without fail. Nie Tianba instructed coldly. Yes. Leave now, unless our great aunt returns. No one is permitted to enter this water prison. Moreover, seal this place. I do not wish to hear any external sounds. Nie Tianba ordered firmly. Yes. The Nie family disciple stepped out, slamming the stone door of the water prison shut. Meanwhile, Nie Tianba sat cross-legged in a corner, beginning to refine the flying sword in his palm. As for the secrets surrounding Princess Yue, he did not dare approach her, for she was bound by the restrictions imposed by Nie Miju, making it impossible for him to draw near. Nebula, tell me clearly, why would Wang Ku be in danger? Why? Princess Yue urged anxiously. Yet, Nie Tianba paid her no mind, engrossed in the manipulation of the flying sword. Princess Yoyue's worry intensified. Had her longing beads inadvertently put Wang Ku in peril? A month had passed. Could it be that Wang Ku had? The more she pondered, the greater her concern grew. Just then, it seemed she heard a distant voice. Everyone? Do you still remember me, Wang Ku? The voice was ethereal, as if emanating from the depths of her heart, causing Princess Yoyue to freeze. Wang Ku's voice. How can this be? Princess Yoyue exclaimed in astonishment. Immediately, she fell silent, closing her eyes to concentrate. It felt as though she could visualize a scene where Wang Ku, clad in a black robe, stood upon a high platform, surrounded by a crowd below. Was Wang Ku giving a speech? What was happening? Why did this image appear in my mind? Suddenly, a realization struck her. I understand now. The longing beads? The treasure my mother gifted me, those very longing beads? In those years, my mother thoroughly refined me. I could establish a profound spiritual connection with that string of prayer beads. Whenever the beads were within proximity, I could perceive the images and sounds surrounding them. Previously, I had been cast aside by Niemiju in that mundane kingdom, but now they have reappeared near me. I can see the scenes. Wang Ku? Has Wang Ku found that string of prayer beads and come here to rescue me? Is he unharmed? Did Nie Tianba deceive me? Princess Yoyue, overwhelmed with joy, wiped away her tears. Not far away, Nie Tianba, who was refining a flying sword, appeared bewildered, unsure of what had transpired with Princess Yoyue. Princess Yoyue attempted to connect with the prayer beads, yet regrettably, she was unable to relay any messages. She could only hear the sounds nearby and see the images surrounding the beads. The prayer beads were worn on the wrist of Wang Ku, who stood upon a high platform, eloquently addressing the multitude. Wang Ku, thank you for coming to rescue me. Princess Yoyue sat beside, filled with gratitude, gently closing her eyes as she gazed at Wang Ku in the vision. Zhuxian Town, within the hall of a cultivation family. Bang! A teacup was forcefully hurled to the ground. A group of family members stared at the head of the family, who had shattered the cup. How outrageous, Nie Tianba. You actually expect me to seek money from Wang Ku? I lent him money initially, and now he refuses to repay it. You expect us to demand it back. And the Nie family even injured you? The head of the family said coldly. Indeed, head. Not only us, but several other families also sought repayment. Yet we received nothing and were met with violence. Of course, many from the Nie family were also injured. One family member's face turned grim. Head. When will we receive our monthly stipends? I have reached a critical stage in my cultivation and require funds to purchase the necessary elixirs. Head. I acquired these elixirs during my last encounter with the monstrous beasts. You promised the family would compensate me at market value, and I urgently need spirit stones. Head. I can no longer afford materials for artifact refinement. Head. When can I withdraw the money I have stored at home? I'm running out of provisions. A chorus of family members pressed forward. Urge, urge, urge. All you know is to urge. If I had money, would I not give it to you? Our funds have all been seized by the Nie family. The head of the family exclaimed in frustration. Head, you borrowed from Nie Tianba to deal with Wang Ku. Were we informed? Someone challenged. As the surrounding family members grew anxious over their lack of funds, they continuously provoked the authority of the head, leading to an escalating family conflict, threatening to erupt into a familial upheaval. Just at that moment, amidst the incessant clamor in the hall, a steward rushed in. Head. A messenger just arrived outside, claiming to have a solution to your troubles. The steward presented a letter. A solution to my troubles? Unless Nie Tianba repays his debts. The head, still vexed, opened the envelope. Inside was merely a line of text. A line of text that made the head's eyelids flicker and his fists clenched tightly. Noon. Gongyi Tea House. The Great Scale of Gold? The Great Scale of Gold? Could it be? Head. What does the letter say? Some family members inquired curiously. Are we about to receive money? Quickly, summon all the family members. We shall go to Gongyi Tea House and discover the source of this wealth. The head commanded forthwith. Upon hearing of newfound wealth, the young scions of various families were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly seize the letter and begin reading. Who could have delivered such a missive? Yet, the identity of the sender seemed inconsequential. As noon approached, the truth would soon be revealed. Regardless, there was nothing to lose by attending, and what if the letter indeed promised riches? They must go. This scene was not confined to a single family, but unfolded across nearly all households in the town. Moreover, even those ordinary cultivators who had once invested in financial products received similar letters. Before noon had even arrived, the Gongyi Tea House was besieged by a throng of eager individuals. The staff at the tea house, seemingly forewarned, guided the masses toward the expansive backyard. The backyard resembled a grand plaza, capable of accommodating thousands. An increasing number of formidable cultivators congregated, their curiosity piqued by the purpose of this gathering. As their gazes were drawn to a high platform at the center of the yard, a curtain draped over the platform, yet amidst the crowd's fervent anticipation, one could discern a man seated in a grand chair, sipping tea and waiting in silence. Where was the proprietor of the Gongyi Tea House? With an ambiguous letter. What intentions did he harbor in calling us here? Was it not said that gold would be weighed and distributed? Where was the money? Would you repay Wang Ke and Ye Tianba? Where is the money? If we do not see the promised riches today, I shall wreak havoc upon your establishment. In an instant, the spacious backyard became a cacophony of shouts and uproar. The heads of various sects, while allowing their scions to voice their grievances, remained silent. Their eyes narrowed in curiosity as they gazed upon the curtain draping the high platform. Who was it that possessed such audacity to summon all the formidable beings of the town? Did he not fear that they might revolt against him? Noon had arrived. The proprietor of Gongyi Tea House bellowed. Instantly, the entire backyard fell silent, and the curtain on the high platform began to part slowly. A figure clad in black robes stood up from the grand chair. Upon seeing his face, nearly all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Akin to famished dogs spotting a bone, yearning to pounce and devour him whole. Ladies and gentlemen, do you still remember me, Wang Ke? The man in the black robes was none other than Wang Ke, who set down his teacup and smiled at the crowd. Repay the money. Swiftly repay the money. Chapter 48. The most painful thing in the backyard of the Gongyi Tea House, Zhuxian Town. Return my money. Where is my money? The moment Wang Ke appeared, the backyard of the Gongyi Tea House erupted into chaos. A cacophony of voices filled with resentment soaring into the air, echoing throughout Zhuxian Town. The cultivators, their eyes ablaze with fury, rolled up their sleeves and grasped their weapons, poised for confrontation. The tidal wave of anger sent shivers down the spines of Wang Ke's subordinates, who feared being torn apart by this furious mob. Yet, Wang Ke, bold and composed, stood unwavering on the high platform. Once the initial wave of curses subsided, Wang Ke seized the opportunity to speak. Have you not wasted enough of our time? Quiet down and listen to what I have to say. When will you stop the clamor? We are here to reclaim our money, not to hear your grievances. Silence. Listen to Wang Ke. Observing his designated supporters striving to maintain order amidst the chaos, Wang Ke remained patient, awaiting a moment of clarity among the crowd. Gradually, encouraged by the supporters, the surroundings quieted down. Speak. Go ahead. Someone from the crowd shouted. Indeed. Another voice chimed in. Nonsense. Wang Ke thundered at the one who had interjected. What did you say? The man retorted, glaring defiantly. Listen to Wang Ke. Do not interrupt or waste everyone's time. A nearby supporter promptly restrained the man. Wang Ke took a deep breath, gathering his emotions. I understand your agitation, but does your anxiety justify a loss of basic judgment? Can you not discern such a feeble excuse? Listen to him. Let him speak. Do not interrupt. The supporters continued to pacify the crowd. I, Wang Ke, have been in Zhuxian Town for 10 years. 10 years. You all know me. In all this time, have I ever acted dishonestly in business? Have I deceived any of you? Has anyone fallen victim to my schemes? Is there anyone? Wang Ke shouted to the entire assembly. His proclamation effectively quelled the crowd's unrest. For a decade, Wang Ke had operated with integrity, and though he was the wealthiest in Zhuxian Town, none could find fault with him. Who could have imagined that he had merely been building a reputation of trustworthiness during this time? The crowd fell silent, contemplating his words. Now, let us discuss Ye Tianba. What is his character like? If anyone here can commend Ye Tianba's integrity, I shall consider my previous remarks null and void. Is there anyone who can praise him? Is there? Wang Ke challenged the assembly. Now, here lies the crux of the matter. You choose to disbelieve me, yet place your trust in Ye Tianba's sweet words? Is this your judgment? Are you out of your minds? Wang Ke berated the gathering. In that moment of admonition, although the crowd was angry, they were also ensnared in contemplation. Could I have been mistaken? Indeed, return the money. First, return the money. The entire assembly was stirred into a fervor. Wang Ke waited patiently until the crowd gradually quieted, notably aided by those who urged, stop talking. Listen to Wang Ke. Is this the esteemed head of the Huang family? In recent days, I have made thorough inquiries regarding the situation. You seek to extort money from me? Allow me to inquire of you. Have I ever borrowed money from your Huang family? Wang Ke directed his gaze towards the family head. Initially, you were compelled by Ye Tianba to sign a loan. The money was lent to him, not to me. Furthermore, esteemed family heads, let us clarify. The funds you lost due to Nie Tianba's deceit have no bearing on me. I, Wang Ke, will take responsibility only for the money I have received. Any funds not taken by me, no one shall hold me accountable for. Wang Ke's voice rang out with authority. Indeed, the crowd, consisting of those who had invested in financial products, erupted with fervor. Silence soon enveloped the assembly. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ke addressed all present. Esteemed individuals, I, Wang Ke, have resided in Zhuxian town for a decade, and you have witnessed my family's gradual ascent. Your financial losses sadden me, but what of my plight? My Wang family, a lineage of 160 souls, has been entirely obliterated, wiped out completely. Wang Ke's visage darkened with sorrow, provoking confusion among the onlookers. Why do I don this black garb today? It is not a matter of altered taste. It is to commemorate the unjustly lost spirits of my 160 kin. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? You have merely lost money, while my Wang family has sacrificed the lives of our entire clan. Do you grasp this? Wang Ke's eyes glistened with tears as he bellowed at the assembly. His impassioned declaration left the audience in astonishment. What could Wang Ke possibly mean by such words? You speak falsehoods. That so-called Princess Yue is a mere illusion, used to deceive Nie Tianba into believing she was the true Princess Yue, swindling us of our ticket fees. A family head shouted vehemently. Others were poised to echo his sentiments, but were abruptly interrupted by Wang Ke. Esteemed family head, you have fallen prey to Nie Tianba's machinations, whatever he claims. You uncritically accept. I have seen with my own eyes. Your Wang family bears no signs of struggle. The estate possesses secret passages. You have evacuated the Wang family entirely, sparing nothing, not even the toilet paper. Another family head retorted with indignation. Ha 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 ha. You claim to have witnessed such events? A moment's contemplation would reveal the implausibility. Wang Ke interjected with a chilling laugh. In the crowd, a supporter furrowed his brow and spoke. Upon reflection, it does indeed seem improbable. The head of the Wang family is the wealthiest in Zhuxian town, receiving countless spirit stones daily. How could he possibly concern himself with a mere roll of toilet paper? Surely, Nie Tianba exploited a glaring flaw in his deception. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the wealthiest among us, would he truly fixate on a single roll of toilet paper? It was inconceivable. Yet, regarding your Wang estate, a family head attempted to press for clarification. Indeed, the absence of struggle is due to Nie Tianba's corruption of my household staff. We were all poisoned, incapacitated. How could there be any signs of conflict? As for the secret passages, I am unaware of their origin. I suspect that the Nie family had long harbored intentions to annihilate the Wang lineage and had commenced their excavation beforehand. This is all the doing of Nie Tianba. Ultimately, he has cast the blame upon me. Do you not see through this? Wang Ke reproached the family head. The formidable figures in attendance furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to discern any fallacy in Wang Ke's assertions. What of Zhang Xinxiu from the Jinwu sect? He is a cultivator of the Golden Core realm. I witnessed him personally send Nie Tianba flying with a mere finger. A family representative proclaimed, "Come, proprietor of the Gongyi Tea House, come forth and strike me with your blade." Wang Ke called out to the proprietor. The crowd was perplexed as the proprietor ascended the platform and swung his sword towards Wang Ke. The long blade emanated formidable energy, stirring a tempest that seemed poised to cleave Wang Ke in two. Clang! With remarkable dexterity, Wang Ke pinched the blade's edge between his fingers. What? The proprietor of Gongyi Tea House is at the second level of the innate realm. How could Wang Ke stop it with just his fingers? This is impossible, unless he has reached the Golden Core realm. Someone exclaimed. What do you know? This is merely a performance. Wang Ke and the proprietor are acting, and no real strike was delivered. Look closely, the blade bears fractures. It has been tampered with. An onlooker elucidated. In that moment, Wang Ke flicked his finger. Boom. The proprietor was jolted back as he dispersed the blade's energy, and the already compromised long sword shattered with a resounding crash. The proprietor let out a pained cry as he was flung backward, colliding with a nearby low wall, which promptly crumbled under the impact. This scene mirrored the earlier spectacle when Zhang Xinxiu bested Nie Tianba with a mere gesture, an identical reenactment. The gathered heads of families gaped in astonishment. Did Nie Tianba feign defeat to escape his debts? Was Zhang Xinxiu merely an illusion? Was Nie Tianba in cahoots with the trickster? The heads began to piece together the implications. Impossible. The fabric of Zhang Xinxiu's attire is unmistakably that of a disciple from the Jinwu sect. As a merchant of magical garments, I can discern at a glance. The treasures of the Jinwu sect are distinct from those of the outside world. He must be a disciple of the Jinwu sect. A voice rose from the crowd. While the crowd remained in doubt, Wang Ke reached into his storage pouch and tossed a robe into the air. Behold, is this not of the same material? This was the very garment Wang Ke and Zhang Zhengdao had acquired from a Jinwu sect disciple of the Golden Core realm not long ago, a genuine treasure. The proprietor rushed to examine it, while all eyes in the vicinity fixated on him, awaiting his verdict. This cannot be. How could you possess the treasure of a Golden Core disciple of the Jinwu sect? The proprietor exclaimed in astonishment. He had visited other celestial towns, yet had never encountered such a thing. The truth was undeniable. Wang Ke had produced a piece that exposed his ignorance. The proprietor's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Not so fast. You might claim the robe was purchased, but what of the celestial crane? Zhang Xinshu rode upon a celestial crane. And I recognize that breed. It's unmistakably the emblem of the Jinwu sect. Another head of the family interjected, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, the celestial crane is the hallmark of the Jinwu sect. We know it well. Zhang Xinshu rode a celestial crane. Another added an affirmation. At this, Wang Ke gestured, and a servant from Gongyi Tea House brought forth a brazier. From his storage pouch, Wang Ke produced a feather, freshly plucked from a celestial crane just the day before. Now, examine this. Is it not the same? The heads of families were momentarily taken aback and approached to inspect the feather, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the crane ridden by Zhang Xinshu. What is this? One family head queried, bewildered. You have been confined to Zhuxian town for far too long, oblivious to the world beyond. What are you saying about the unique celestial birds of the Jinwu sect? There are plenty of such things elsewhere. This is something I purchased in another celestial town. The meat of the celestial crane is edible, and these feathers are meant to be burned for warmth. Wang Ke remarked as he tossed the feathers into the fire pit. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Burning the feathers of a demonic beast-level celestial crane for warmth? How could this be possible? By incinerating the feathers, are you not destroying the evidence? One of the clan heads insisted. However, in the next moment, Wang Ke produced a large feather from the celestial crane and offered it to the assembled clan heads. Do not be hasty, I have plenty of these. You should also burn some and experience it for yourselves. Wang Ke encouraged them. Celestial crane feathers from a demonic beast level, used for burning? How splendid it would be to use the feathers for the down jacket sold in my previous clothing store. After inspecting the feathers and confirming they were identical to those of Zhang Xinshu's celestial crane, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Burning for warmth. Could one not use wood instead? This was not merely wasteful. It was an egregious squandering of resources. Yet, Wang Ke had no choice but to burn them. The existence of the storage bracelet could conceal his aura, but if he did not act quickly, the other celestial cranes from the Jinwu sect would soon detect it. Why? Is this not wasteful? One clan head lamented. The lifestyle of the affluent is, indeed, so starkly simple and utterly mundane. Wang Ke patted the clan head on the shoulder. The implication was clear. It was your poverty that constrained your imagination of a wealthy person's life. The clan heads yearned to retort. Yet Wang Ke presented the facts so pragmatically that they found themselves at a loss for words. False. All of it was false. So, the words spoken by Nie Tianba were merely fabrications? He deceived us for our money? He deliberately tricked us? One clan had suddenly stood up. Even the disciples of the Jinwu sect are false. What of the 3-time Zhang Shanxian? Nonsense. Do you take us for fools? He deceived us out of our money and even injured us. Nie Tianba, you swindler. All the wealth of my clan. All of it. Once the clan heads confirmed that Zhang Xinshu was a counterfeit, they were consumed by a seething hatred for Nie Tianba. How dare he regard us as naive fools? Have we been led in circles? Esteemed guests, do you know what the most painful experience in this world is? Wang Ke called out. Everyone turned their attention to him. The greatest agony in life is to be alive while one's wealth has vanished. Wang Ke intoned with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 49. Together to rescue Lady Wang Zhuxian Town, the Nie family. Third uncle. Something terrible has happened. A member of the Nie family has rushed into the courtyard. Inside, they might be devouring Wang Ke alive. Should we inform the family head? Indeed. In the Nie family's water prison, Princess Yu Wei closed her eyes, attuning herself to the heartfelt pearl, and perceived the events unfolding at the Gongyi Tea House. She listened as Wang Ke twisted the truth, misleading a throng of cultivators with his fabrications. Such blatant falsehoods, had anyone mentioned them to Princess Yu Wei before, she would have dismissed them as unbelievable. Today, however, her eyes were opened to the depths of human folly. Nothing is more agonizing than being alive, yet bereft of wealth. Upon hearing Wang Ke's words, Princess Yu Wei could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. This laughter startled Nie Tianba, who was refining his flying sword not far away. He opened his eyes to gaze at Princess Yue. What is happening? Wasn't she just shouting madly moments ago? Now she is laughing? Has she lost her mind? Princess Yue. What is so amusing? Nie Tianba inquired, perplexed. Oh, nothing. Just think you were in for some misfortune. Princess Yue replied with a smile. Misfortune? Humph. It is Wang Ke who is doomed, not I. I was deceived once before. Do you think I would fall for your sweet words again? Moreover, your deceit is far inferior to Wang Ke's. Nie Tianba scoffed, dismissing Princess Yue entirely. Princess Yue's thoughts were wholly focused on the high platform of the Gongyi tea house, and she had no desire to engage in a debate with Nie Tianba. In the scene, after Wang Ke proclaimed, nothing is more agonizing than being alive yet bereft of wealth. The entire courtyard of the Gongyi tea house fell into a profound silence, tinged with agitation. How heart-wrenching. Each word pierced our very souls. Wang Ke's initial clients for his financial products were hardly virtuous individuals. Thus, as he spun his web of deception, he felt no moral qualms. Wang Ke, what good are your words? Where is the money? Where is the promised gold from the scales? A family head shouted. Indeed. Wang Ke, where is the money? I purchase financial products, and look, I have the contract right here. Return my principal, I forfeit any interest. Others echoed in unison. In that moment, everyone acknowledged that they had been deceived by Nie Tianba, yet the absence of their funds rendered the identity of the deceiver irrelevant. All they sought was their money. Belief in Wang Ke would come easily if he could simply pay them. Now let us discuss the money. Wang Ke bellowed. There was no need for a plant in the crowd to speak. A sudden hush fell over the assembly. Your funds can be categorized into two groups. First, the money lost to Nie Tianba's deceit. Second, the refunds for the financial products you purchased. Am I correct? Wang Ke inquired. Indeed. The crowd replied in unison. Let us first address the refunds for the financial products. Wang Ke proclaimed. Agreed. The crowd responded eagerly. Silence. Allow the family head to finish. A voice commanded from within the crowd. Yet, at that moment, Wang Ke's reprimand brought an unexpected sense of relief to the listeners. Master Wang, do you still possess any funds? Silence. Let Master Wang speak. The crowd interrupted with expressions of confusion. On the day the Nie family exterminated my Wang family, I fled in haste, taking Princess Yue with me. Afterward, I received a reward from the Immortal Sect for delivering Princess Yue, which led to the Golden Crow Sect revoking their bounty. Wang Ke explained. You handed Princess Yue over to the Golden Crow Sect? Did they accept you as a disciple based on the bounty? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Ke did not clarify whether he had joined the Golden Crow Sect or the Heavenly Wolf Sect. He merely gestured with his hand. With a whoosh, a flying sword circled around Wang Ke, emitting streams of radiant light that caused everyone to be enraptured. A flying sword? Such a magical artifact is rarely possessed, even by those at the Golden Core stage. How could you possibly have one? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. A flying sword is but a legend in ordinary immortal towns. Yet here it is before Wang Ke. I have entered the Immortal Sect and been granted a flying sword. What difficulty is there in that? Wang Ke remarked, retracting the sword with a flick of his hand. At that moment, the crowd's skepticism dissipated, and they silently cursed Wang Ke's fortuitous luck. Though his entire family had perished, he had gained entry into the Immortal Sect. Did you trade the remaining 4 slots for a single flying sword? They wondered. Do you all believe that I, Wang Ke, can still be in want of money? Wang Ke addressed the assembly. Having joined the Golden Crow Sect, how could I possibly lack funds? This flying sword surely exceeds the value of our financial investments. I suspect that some of you may have misplaced your contracts, Wang Ke observed. Indeed, I thought you were dead and, in my anger, tore it up. A few unfortunate souls lamented. I too brought my contract to the Nie family, only to have it shredded. After such time, the ledgers may have been destroyed by the Nie family. A family head frowned. Indeed, this is why I have come to seek you all. It matters not if the ledgers are ruined, for my Wang family possesses a backup ledger. Wang Ke declared. Oh? The crowd paused in surprise. The backup ledger is in the hands of my wife. Once we locate her, the truth will be unveiled. Wang Ke elaborated. Your wife? We were unaware of such a person. The crowd responded in astonishment. For 10 years, how could we not know you were married? My wife has not left our home in a decade. Naturally, you do not recognize her, yet all of you have seen her visage. Wang Ke clarified. What? The crowd was perplexed. Wang Ke then waved his hand, revealing a scroll that, when unfurled, displayed the portrait of a graceful woman. Everyone leaned in to observe. Is that her? They gasped in unison. Meanwhile, in the Nie family's water dungeon, Princess Yue blushed suddenly. For the woman depicted in the portrait was none other than herself. Who would wish to be your wife? Princess Yue retorted, her cheeks flushed. In the rear courtyard of the tea house, all the family heads fixated on the image, for it was all too familiar, the very face of Princess Yue, whom Zhang Xinshu and Nie Tianba had tasked them to find. In my esteemed Wang family, my wife manages our finances, concealing a considerable sum in various locations. However, even after annihilating my family, Nie Tianba remains insatiable, devising schemes to capture my wife and extract every detail regarding our family's wealth from her. He has concocted falsehoods, claiming to seek the princess of the moonlit night, compelling you to assist him, correct? Huh, what nonsense. Does Nie Tianba consider you all fools? Wang Ke exclaimed to the gathered assembly. The heads of various families felt their tempers flare, veins bulging on their foreheads. It dawned on them that the individual in question was not the princess of the moonlit night, but rather Wang Ke's wife. I can assure you, my wife has been seized by Nie Tianba. In a bid for safety, she divulged the locations of several of our family's assets, which have already been plundered by his minions. Yet, there remain numerous untouched locations. Without a doubt, my wife is stalling, buying me precious time. She is imprisoned somewhere within the Nie residence. If we can rescue her, all records of our financial products will be revealed. The funds from these investments can then be entirely returned to you. Will you lend your aid to rescue my wife? Wang Ke bellowed. We will. The multitude of investors cried out in unison. Excellent. The head of the Wang family declared heartily, as those who had lost their contracts echoed the sentiment. Wang family patriarch. Do you intend for us to act as your enforcers against the Nie family? One of the heads queried coldly, having discerned the underlying motive. A hush fell over the crowd as they turned to Wang Ke. Indeed, esteemed family heads, do you refuse? Wang Ke responded bluntly. No one anticipated his directness. Yet, the crowd remained silent, awaiting his further words. Humph, why should we assist you? Besides, do you believe the Nie family is so easily dealt with? The family head retorted with a frigid tone. What makes them so formidable? I have recently learned that you have suffered losses at their hands, have you not? Wang Ke scoffed. And what of it? The family head replied sternly. Foolishness, utterly absurd. Wang Ke rebuked. What did you say? The family head glared. The Nie family is the foremost cultivator clan in Zhuxian town. If you confront them, is that not sheer folly? Wang Ke chastised. The crowd was taken aback. Are you not seeking our assistance against the Nie family, yet deem it foolish for us to challenge them? A single family cannot hope to oppose the Nie family and will surely fail. But will you not unite and confront them together? How many are there in the Nie family? How many do you possess? How many innate realm cultivators are among them? How many do you have? If you were to unite, your numbers would far surpass those of the Nie family. Yet, you choose to attack separately. What is that if not foolishness? Wang Ke scolded. Do you believe mere unity will suffice? Nie Tianba stands at the pinnacle of the innate realm. How can we possibly contend with him? One family head rebuked. That is precisely because you heads of families are cowardly. Afraid of being slain by Nie Tianba, you dare not fight with all your might. Is it so impossible for you to act together? Wang Ke replied coldly. The faces of the family heads darkened, and silence enveloped them. Indeed, if we were to act in concert, Nie Tianba might not prevail, yet we would undoubtedly suffer casualties. What if I were to be the one who perishes? I merely seek wealth, not a death sentence. It can only be said that Nie Tianba has instilled an overwhelming sense of dread among you. You fear death and the prospect of your demise benefiting others, which is why you hesitate to confront him. But do you believe I will cower? Wang Ke gazed at the heads of the families. Their expressions shifted as they recalled Wang Ke's flying sword. From this moment forth, I shall take on Nie Tianba. Will you dare to approach the Nie family for debts? Wang Ke's gaze pierced through the assembly. Instantly, the heads of the families reacted, realizing that Wang Ke, with his flying sword, could undoubtedly contend with Nie Tianba. If he could take on Nie Tianba, then what were we to fear from the ordinary innate disciples of the Nie family? Do you have confidence, Wang family head? One of the family heads inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Wang Ke understood they were already swayed. I'll go. I shall accompany you, shouted the Wang family head. Let us defeat Nie Tianba. Rescue Madame Wang. Reclaim our hard-earned money. The entire courtyard of the Goni tea house resonated with fervent cries. This was no mere collection of debts. It was an expedition to annihilate and seize wealth. Naturally, all those who had invested in financial products were eager to join, and after some internal deliberation, the heads of the families readily agreed. Not to mention the resentment they harbored from being bullied by Nie Tianba. If they delayed even a moment, the Nie family could be wiped out, and what debt would remain for them to claim? Let us not delay. We shall depart immediately, Wang Ke proclaimed with fervor. Agreed. The rallying cries echoed throughout the entirety of Zhuxian town. Leading the charge, Wang Ku, accompanied by nearly all the formidable figures of Zhuxian town, prepared to spring into action, their eyes ablaze with determination. Upon emerging from the Gongyi tea house, they encountered Nie family disciples who had come to gather intelligence. Those are disciples of the Nie family. Do not let them escape. Stop right there. A shout rang out. Without Wang Ku needing to utter a word, the Nie family disciples, caught off guard, were swiftly beaten and bruised by the group of strong warriors. Are you seeking death? Do you know who I am? I am Nie Jingyun. Let me go? One disciple of the Nie family cried out amidst the chaos. It's you. The last time I came to your home for money, you kicked me 3 times. Someone in the crowd shouted. Bind them all, and take them to the Nie family. Wang Ku commanded. Understood. Soon, the gathering of Nie family disciples who had come to spy were all captured. Defeat Nie Tianba. Rescue Madame Wang. Reclaim our hard-earned money. The throng chanted their rallying cries as they paraded through the bustling streets of Zhuxian town, drawing curious glances from the townsfolk, who were bewildered by the unfolding events. Pointing and murmuring about Wang Ku's procession, the staff of the Gongyi tea house, at some point, unfurled heartfelt banners amidst the crowd to inform the unacquainted citizens of Zhuxian town. The banners proclaimed, Defeat the villain Nie Tianba. We shall no longer remain silent. We must raise our voices. Where there is oppression, there shall be resistance. Eradicate the malignant Nie family from Zhuxian town. The unscrupulous Nie family, be gone from Zhuxian town. Chapter 50. Zhang Jingdao's assist outside Zhuxian town. A chorus of cries echoed as a flock of celestial cranes bore disciples of the Jin Wu sect toward Zhang Jingdao, who had adorned his face with grotesque makeup in a futile attempt to conceal his identity. Be cautious. We must not let him escape. They are heading in your direction. This time, we must capture them. The urgency in the voices of the Jin Wu disciples was palpable. Those rascals cannot evade us this time. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Jingdao hurled Wang Ku at the approaching disciples, the impact sending one of the celestial cranes tumbling. This brief distraction allowed him to make a narrow escape. Cast aside Wang Ku. Seize him. Quickly, that scoundrel deserves to be punished. A throng surged toward Wang Ku, enabling Zhang Jingdao to soar away, though a crane still pursued him from a distance. Finally, the group discovered the lifeless body of Wang Ku on the ground. Upon inspecting it, they were taken aback. A scarecrow? This is merely a scarecrow? Zhang Jingdao, have you deceived us again? By the heavens, I shall make you pay. Fueled by rage, the disciples mounted their cranes once more and resumed the chase. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingdao, soaring toward Zhuxian town, was engulfed in despair. Wang Ku, you wretched fool. You have placed me in a dire predicament. No matter where I flee, they can always sense my location. The moment I pause, they are upon me. I cannot afford to rest. I am utterly exhausted. They ride cranes without fatigue, while I am depleting my vital essence on this flying sword. I am running out of strength. This is the end. He cursed Wang Ku as he continued his flight. As he approached Zhuxian town, a plan began to form in his mind. He aimed to divert the impending disaster and lead the chaos toward Wang Ku. In Zhuxian town, Wang Ku, accompanied by a grand procession, traversed the streets, drawing increasingly curious gazes from onlookers. This spectacle was unprecedented, a historical marvel. Previously, when various clans sought debts from the Nie family, the gatherings had been modest, but this was truly a grand affair. Indeed, only Wang Ku could orchestrate such a display, and the banners proclaimed grand declarations against the Nie family's hegemony. Do not remain silent. Raise your voices. What began as a gathering of merely 1,000 quickly swelled to 4,000 or 5,000, mostly spectators caught up in the excitement, creating a cacophony of noise. The Nie family, having received word of this unusual event, was in a state of utter disbelief. What? 4,000 or 5,000 people? Are your eyes deceiving you? Wang Ku. They are following Wang Ku? How did you learn this? We must protect ourselves from being devoured whole. What? They intend to annihilate the entire Nie family? The news sent the Nie household into a frenzy. By the time Wang Ku and his entourage arrived at the Nie family's doorstep, the gates were securely shut. How could this happen? This is preposterous. Where is the head of the family? Quickly, summon him. Alas, we do not know where the head of the family is. Who knows where he could be? Unfortunately, after inquiring around, no one in the Nie family could ascertain the whereabouts of Nie Tianba. Those who were aware of Nie Tianba's location had previously received his orders to refrain from disturbing him, no matter what transpired in the outside world. What should we do now? At the entrance of the Nie family, Wang Ku bellowed, break down the door. Yet, at that moment, the powerful figures fell into a sudden silence. Their earlier fervor had dissipated upon arrival, replaced by hesitation. After all, Nie Tianba's reputation in Juxian town was formidable. Were they truly ready to sever ties with the Nie family? Observing the crowd's reaction, Wang Ke understood the underlying reason and realized that he needed to bolster their resolve. Just as he was about to speak, a streak of light shot through the sky towards Juxian town. Wang Ke, where are you? Come with me. A voice urgently called out. It was Zhang Jingdao, who had hurriedly arrived to take Wang Ke away, hoping to alleviate his own burden. In Zhang Jingdao's eyes, Wang Ke alone could not accomplish their goal. Zhang Jingdao, you fool. What brings you to Juyin town? Wang Ke exclaimed in shock. The strong figures of Juxian town looked on in astonishment. Zhang Jingdao? I've heard Nie Tianba mention him. He is a fraud arranged by Wang Ke and possesses feeble strength. Nearly at the innate realm. Some gazed curiously at Zhang Jingdao hovering in midair. Nonsense. Can Nie Tianba's words be trusted? Is he truly at the innate realm? Even with a flying sword, one lacks the sufficient true energy to soar through the skies. An innate realm cultivator can at most control a flying sword to orbit around themselves. Only those of the Golden Core realm can ride the sword. Zhang Jingdao is certainly not at the innate realm. He is undoubtedly at the Golden Core realm. Is he a Golden Core cultivator from the Golden Crow sect? Wang Ke exclaimed, confirming his affiliation. Wang Ke has indeed joined the Golden Crow sect. He has not deceived us. A stir rippled through the crowd. Zhang Jingdao, hearing Wang Ke shout, turned to see him surrounded by thousands of supporters. His eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Wang Ke was supposed to be alone. How has he gathered such a multitude? Are they from Juxian town? Were they not intent on devouring him alive? Why do they rally behind him? Zhang Jingdao flew over in astonishment. Zhang Jingdao could not comprehend the situation. Do you not wish to kill Wang Ke? Why are you all following him? Were you not instructed to keep your distance from Juxian town? Why have you come here? You are jeopardizing my plans. Your arrival has disrupted everything. Do you wish to face your superior's wrath? Wang Ke glared and scolded him. One could easily imagine that with Zhang Jingdao's arrival, Zhang Xinyu and the others would soon follow. What was Wang Ke to do? He had called for a rally, and they were at a critical juncture. I thought you were here to assist. Zhang Jingdao replied with a distressed expression. He realized he had inadvertently sabotaged Wang Ke's plans. If they failed to rescue Princess Yue, the consequences would be dire. However, he could not admit he had come to undermine Wang Ke. He could only claim to be there to help. I need your help. Each of us has our own responsibilities. Just focus on your own tasks. Wang Ke retorted sharply. I cannot manage. Wang Ke, my true energy is nearly depleted. If I continue flying like this, I shall perish. Zhang Jingdao lamented. Perish? What do you mean? Why have you been flying at all? Wang Ke asked, taken aback. Isn't it because of you? Wherever I go, they seem to know my whereabouts. I cannot fly. What am I to do? I am utterly exhausted. Zhang Jingdao lamented. Wang Ke, with wide eyes, stared at Zhang Jingdao, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? You used to be quite clever, yet now you seem to be losing it. What are you even saying? Zhang Jingdao retorted, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. Flying is their strength, and you're comparing your weaknesses to their advantages. Are you not out of your senses? Wang Ke shot back. If I cannot ascend to the skies, where can I go? Zhang Jingdao's voice diminished. As if a realization dawned upon him. They soar through the heavens, but you need not burrow into the earth. How did you manage to excavate tombs before? Were you incapable of digging tunnels? What can they do to you? Utilize your strengths to counter their weaknesses. Are you truly out of your mind? Wang Ke scolded. Zhang Jingdao's expression stiffened. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face, realizing that he had been overly concerned about being outsmarted by Wang Ke. Why had he not thought of this sooner? If I cannot ascend to the skies, I shall delve into the earth. Those celestial cranes cannot possibly compete with me in excavation. A distant cry of a crane echoed across the horizon. Wang Ke kicked Zhang Jingdao, propelling him onto his flying sword. I'm off, Zhang Jingdao declared, his irritation dissipating as he soared into the sky on his sword. Truly, he had embarrassed himself to the utmost degree. How could he have been so foolish? What was he even doing, competing with a flock of celestial cranes? As Zhang Jingdao departed, he drew the distant cranes away once more. However, the conversation between Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao had not gone unheard by onlookers. What is happening? Isn't Wang Ke a congenital realm cultivator? How is he able to chastise and kick a Golden Core disciple of the Jinwu sect without facing any repercussions? Who is this Wang Ke, that he commands such respect within the Jinwu sect? If he can freely scold and kick a Golden Core expert, his status must be quite elevated. If Wang Ke were to advocate for me to be accepted as a disciple of the Jinwu sect, would it not be a mere trifling matter? In an instant, the gazes of the crowd toward Wang Ku ignited with fervor. The Wang patriarch has spoken. I shall break through the gates. Let me go? Allow me to pass. A throng of individuals rushed toward the entrance of the Nie family. With a thunderous crash, the Nie family gate flew open, the surrounding walls cracking under the force of the impact. Wang Ku was taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm of the crowd. Did they not fear the consequences of standing out? The crowd was indeed undeterred, eagerly vying to impress Wang Ku. After all, the early bird catches the worm. What shall we do now, Wang Ku? The crowd eagerly inquired, their eyes aflame with anticipation. Capture every member of the Nie family. Let not a single one escape. Should anyone dare to flee, let them be punished so severely that even their mothers would not recognize them. Wang Ku commanded. Understood. The crowd chorused in unison. Immediately, like wolves on the hunt, they charged toward various corners of the Nie family estate. Meanwhile, the Nie family members were consumed by fear. Do not approach. What are you doing? We are the Nie family. Are you blind? Stay back. Do not strike. Do not strike my face. Oh, do you dare to hit me? Alas, the once notorious Nie Tianba family now faces a baptism of brutality. There is no end to wickedness, only a deeper malevolence. Those who were once beaten by me now unleash their wrath with unparalleled ferocity. What sins have we, the Nie family, committed? Chapter 51. No debts. The time for hastily digging a tunnel had long passed, yet there was an existing passage just outside of Juxian town. Previously, the Wang family had evacuated the town overnight, and Zhang Zhengdao had traversed that very tunnel, whose exit lay deep within a valley just beyond the town. Zhang Zhengdao surged ahead. With a thunderous roar, as he delved into the depths of the tunnel, destruction ensued, causing the earth and stones near the entrance to collapse. A cacophony of cries erupted as a flock of celestial cranes alighted before the fallen entrance, their expressions grim as they turned their gazes toward Brother Xinqiu. Brother Xinqiu, that wretched Zhang Zhengdao has taken refuge underground. What do we do now? A disciple of the Golden Crow sect asked anxiously. Can he hide there forever? Even if he remains underground, our cranes can sense his location. Wherever he escapes, we shall pursue, and I doubt he can evade us for long. Brother Xinqiu replied coldly. Indeed, the disciples of the Golden Crow sect echoed in unison. Moreover, I had always believed that Zhang Zhengdao had carried Wang Ku with him while flying. I could not fathom how Zhang Zhengdao's true essence could sustain such prolonged sword flight. It turns out he was merely bearing a scarecrow. Wang Ku was never with him. Brother Xinqiu stated solemnly. What shall we do now? A disciple of the Golden Crow sect queried, perplexed. Some of us will keep a close watch on Zhang Zhengdao, while the rest, no. All of our cranes shall take to the skies and scour the surroundings. Find Wang Ku. He cannot have gone far. Notify me at once upon locating him. Brother Xinqiu commanded with a grave tone. Understood. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect responded in unison. Rest assured, brother, our celestial cranes possess keen eyesight. The moment Wang Ku reveals himself, he shall find no escape. A disciple declared, rubbing his fists in anticipation. Juxian Town, Nie family. Wang Ku was acutely aware that the disciples of the Golden Crow sect were in the vicinity of Juxian Town. How could he dare to show his face? Bursting through the doors of the Nie residence, he found himself in a grand hall, shielded by a roof. Even with 1,000 celestial cranes above, they would be unable to see him. The Nie family no longer required his summons. The fury of the wanderers had been fully ignited. Have you found her? Have you located Madame Wang? Someone called out. Not yet, not yet. Nie Tianba has also vanished. Continue searching. The success of my financial ventures hinges upon Madame Wang. There must be a secret chamber or something similar. Hurry. Without a word from Wang Ku, everyone rallied to assist in the search for Princess Yue. Meanwhile, the Nie family's disciples were all brought to the square before the hall, battered and bruised. Stop hitting me. I truly do not know where the master is. Please. Spare me. I have no money. I have no money. That is my treasure, my weapon. It is not yours. Do not take it. In an instant, chaos enveloped the Nie family. Indeed, there are elixirs and antiques. Are they yours? Are they yours? You are robbing us. Amidst the crowd, Wang Ku's allies stood on a moral pedestal, chastising those who sought petty gains. Though many wished to ignore him, the family heads, still awaiting their due, would not allow such disorder to ensue. Soon, the wealth, treasures, elixirs, and artworks amassed from the Nie clan's disciples were piled high in the courtyard. Each pair of eyes gleaming with anticipation as they awaited Wang Ku to weigh the gold. Perceiving their eagerness, Wang Ku took a deep breath and said, Let us proceed in this manner. Until we locate Nie Tianba, I implore the esteemed clan leaders to remain patient. We shall first settle the debts of the financial products with these assets, shall we? Although the clan leaders were indeed tempted by the valuables, they understood that these riches could not compensate for their own losses. Finding Nie Tianba was paramount. With Wang Ku, a disciple of the Jinwu sect, having spoken, they felt obliged to acquiesce. Very well, they responded in unison. Now, my esteemed colleagues, please present your contracts for the financial products so we may commence with the refunds. Wang Ku called out. A chorus of agreement echoed from the crowd. The attendants of the Gongyi tea house swiftly took charge of the exchanges, utilizing the wealth of the Nie family to offset Wang Ku's financial obligations. How generous of him! Wang Ku would certainly not intervene. With thousands of eyes fixated on the gold, he could not pocket it for himself. It was far more advantageous to distribute it widely, for it was not his fortune. Yet it would earn him a commendable reputation. Why not seize the opportunity? Continue the interrogation. My wife is surely within the Nie household, and some of you must know her whereabouts. If you choose to remain silent, you will merely stand by as your kin suffer. Quickly, tell me where my wife is. Wang Ku's voice resonated with authority. Several Nie disciples, enduring physical torment, exchanged conflicted glances, grappling with the dilemma of whether to speak. The clan leader had explicitly instructed them to remain silent. Yet what were they to do now? They reasoned that such a commotion would certainly reach the clan leader's ears. Since he had not emerged, it suggested he forbade them from revealing any information. Thus, they resolved to endure in silence. Within the confines of the Nie family's water prison, Nie Tianba had just finished refining his flying sword when he faintly heard the clamor from outside. What is that noise? He wondered, gazing curiously toward the stone door of the prison. It is the sound of those coming to rescue me. Princess Yue chuckled from a distance. Rescue you? Huh. You are quite mistaken, Princess Yue. Who could possibly extricate you from here? In Juxian Town, I am the authority. No one can save you. Nie Tianba scoffed coldly. Do you not wish to see for yourself? Princess Yue inquired, her demeanor confident. She was well aware of the situation outside and understood that Wang Ku had gained the upper hand, rendering her fearless. You think I would venture out simply because you suggest it? I shall not go anywhere today. I will wait for my grandaunt to arrive. Nie Tianba retorted with a disdainful huff. After all this time, you have failed to unite in any meaningful way. What do I have to fear? Besides, if the Nie disciples are incapable of handling this, would they not come to report? The absence of any report indicates there is nothing to worry about, he mused, mistakenly believing he had everything under control. He had forgotten that, due to Princess Yue's earlier provocations, he had ordered that no one was to disturb him, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, when Wang Ku initially burst into the Nie estate amidst the chaos, no one intervened, and all the Nie disciples were rendered powerless. Unbeknownst to Nie Tianba, he was entirely unaware that the entirety of the Nie family's assets had already been weighed and divided. Nie Tianba was oblivious to the trap set by Princess Yue until a thunderous roar reverberated through the air over an hour later. Boom! The stone door of the water prison burst open with a resounding crash, causing Nie Tianba to rise with a pale expression. Master, I apologize. We simply cannot withstand their lashes any longer. Master, why haven't you emerged yet? We are on the brink of death. A voice from outside the stone door lamented, belonging to a member of the Nie family. The hope for rescue from their master had turned into utter disappointment, as Nie Tianba, much like a turtle retreating into its shell, failed to respond. Those few who knew the location of the water prison finally divulged its whereabouts. What? Nie Tianba's countenance shifted dramatically. The water prison? It's hidden within the well of the Nie family? Nie Tianba truly knew how to conceal individuals. One astonished family had remarked. Opening the stone door is futile. We must unearth the soil and stones above the well. Come, let us exert our strength together. Another voice resonated. Boom. Within the water prison, a tremor shook the very ground as a large portion of the ceiling was forcefully removed, causing the surrounding earth and stones to collapse. Be cautious. Wang Ku's voice rang out. With a thunderous rumble, the debris settled, revealing all that lay beneath the water prison. Princess Yue cowered at the edge of her cage, unscathed, while Nie Tianba appeared disheveled and grim-faced. Well, what? Nie Tianba gaped at the multitude of powerful figures above. I was in seclusion for just a brief moment. How did so many people arrive at my home? Have all the renowned strongmen of Juxian Town gathered? The courtyard and rooftops are teeming with people. Are they mad? How dare they invade the Nie family? Wang Ku? Nie Tianba suddenly exclaimed, his gaze darting to the center of the crowd where Wang Ku stood. Didn't Ti instruct Zhang Xinxiu to intercept Wang Ku? How did he come to Zhuyin town? What are Zhang Xinxiu and the others doing? Are they utterly useless? Nie Tianba, it appears you are still alive. Wang Ku regarded Nie Tianba coldly. Master Wang, your wife is below. Lady Wang is safe. Quickly, let us assist in clearing the surrounding bricks and stones to free Lady Wang. The powerful individuals busily began their efforts with utmost diligence. Meanwhile, Nie Tianba leapt from the pit, surveying the scene around him. Although the Nie family members were still alive, they were all battered and bruised, presenting a woeful sight. Master, why did it take you so long to emerge? The Nie family members lamented, their faces swollen. How could this happen? How could this happen? Are you seeking death? Nie Tianba bellowed at the surrounding strongmen. It is you who seeks death, Nie Tianba. You deceived us of our funds. I have come today to demand repayment. A group of family heads shouted. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Do you know what the greatest suffering in this world is? It is to be alive while devoid of wealth. Return our money. You shouldn't be demanding money from me. Go to Wang Ku if you seek payment. Nie Tianba roared. I owe them nothing. Wang Ku interjected. Nie Tianba was momentarily taken aback, while the surrounding family heads nodded in agreement. Indeed, the debts concerning the financial products had been meticulously settled. And Wang Ku had not borrowed money from the other family heads, it was Nie Tianba who had taken the loans. My money has been deceitfully taken by Wang Ku. Are you all unaware of this? Nie Tianba exclaimed with fury. The heads of the families cast scornful glances at him. How dare you attempt to deceive me in front of Wang Ku? Before the family heads could utter a word, Wang Ku interjected. Let us not delve into who has deceived whom. Nie Tianba, what concern is your debt to the family heads to me? I maintain that I have not deceived you. Even if I had, how does it pertain to others? You owe them money, not I? Nie Tianba was momentarily speechless. Wang Ku then turned to the thousands of powerful figures surrounding them. Ladies and gentlemen, do I owe any of you a single coin? If so, please inform Nie Tianba, do I? Absolutely not. They all shouted in unison. Madam, come over to my side. Wang Ku called out to Princess Yue, who had just been rescued and was standing nearby. The princess remained silent, yet her feet began to move toward Wang Ku. Your wife? Huh. It must be Princess Yue. And you still have the audacity to say so? Nie Tianba hissed, attempting to block the princess. However, upon hearing this, countless powerful figures around them looked at Nie Tianba with disdain. You still refer to her as Princess Yue? Do you think you can deceive us? Can't you see that this lady is walking toward Wang Ku? Who else could she be but Wang's wife? Suddenly, a flying sword shot forth from in front of Wang Ku, a murderous intent locking onto Nie Tianba. Nie Tianba, do not move. My sword is indiscriminate. Wang Ku warned coldly. Another one of your tricks? Nie Tianba scoffed. Is this yet another second-hand sword? Why does it not emit smoke this time? Chapter 52. The flying sword outside of Zhuxian town. A group of dark-clad fiends stood, their faces etched with distress as they gazed upon the sign at the town's entrance. Qing Wang, are you certain? The body of the Ming Tai resides within Zhuxian town? One of the fiends inquired, casting a glance at Zhu Yin, who led them. Indeed, follow me. Zhu Yin replied in a low voice. However, the fiends fell into a heavy silence. What troubles you? Zhu Yin asked, growing increasingly impatient. The hall master, Zhu Hongyi, once decreed that we must not set foot in Zhuxian town. Another fiend spoke gravely. My uncle? Why is that so? Zhu Yin retorted, his eyes widening. It is said that Zhuxian town holds the descendants of his acquaintances, lest we inadvertently disturb them, another fiend added. Descendants of acquaintances? Why was I not informed? Worry not, Zhu Hongyi is my uncle. I am the one who has come here. If anything were to happen, I shall bear the consequences. Do you not wish to seize the Ming Tai body? Zhu Yin exclaimed, glaring at them. A flicker of anticipation crossed the eyes of the fiends. Come, follow me. Zhu Yin urged in a commanding tone. The fiends nodded in agreement and followed Zhu Yin into Zhuxian town. At the Nie family courtyard, Nie Tianba, despite witnessing the dismal state of the Nie family, remained largely unconcerned. So many people? What of it? I will slay a few, and they shall all behave, he thought. Yet, that scoundrel Wang Ku has reduced my family to this state. He shall pay dearly. He glanced at Wang Ku, his disdain evident. Another second-hand flying sword? Why does it not emit smoke this time? Nie Tianba sneered, mistakenly believing Wang Ku's weapon was akin to the last. The other powerful figures in Zhuxian town, however, were baffled. Second-hand? Is Nie Tianba truly so foolish? Are flying swords even second-hand? A voice of mockery rang out from the crowd. Whoosh! A streak of light shot forth, striking the mocker, leaving a deep gash across their mouth. sending the unfortunate soul flying backward. Puffed, blood spewed forth, and the individual fell to the ground, howling in agony. The surrounding powerful figure's expressions shifted dramatically. A flying sword? Is it truly a flying sword? They beheld a flying sword hovering before the one who had just spoken ill, poised to strike as if awaiting the command to slay. Wang Ke's sword remained at his side, from where then had this second sword appeared. Nie Tianba possesses a flying sword too? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is a flying sword? It is a legendary artifact that only those of the nascent soul realm can forge, a treasure that even those of the golden core realm may not possess. A sword that moves with the heart, capable of severing heads from 1,000 miles away. Mastering a flying sword makes slaying those of the innate realm as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. I am speaking. Should you continue to chatter, it will not merely be your tongue that I sever. Nie Tianba declared fiercely. The surrounding powerful figures turned pale, suppressing their words and instead directing their gaze toward Wang Ke, anticipating a reprimand for Nie Tianba. Wang Ke, how does my flying sword compare to your second-hand one? Nie Tianba mocked with a disdainful smile. Go. Wang Ke commanded lightly. Whoosh. Wang Ke's flying sword shot straight at Nie Tianba. Ha ha ha, this time. This second-hand flying sword is indeed an improvement. It does not emit black smoke. Nie Tianba exclaimed, but suddenly his expression shifted in alarm. Due to his carelessness, Nie Tianba did not anticipate that Wang Ke's flying sword would arrive so swiftly. By the time he realized, Wang Ke's sword was already upon him. Whoosh. Clash. Fortunately, Nie Tianba, possessing a higher cultivation level, summoned his own flying sword with all his might, instantly blocking Wang Ke's attack. The two swords clashed mid-air, locked in a stalemate. Dangerously close to Nie Tianba. That was close, Wang Ke. You have indeed brought a flying sword this time. Your fortune is remarkable, Nie Tianba growled, still shaken from the near disaster. Clearly, he could not afford to be careless in Wang Ke's presence. I have already joined the immortal sect. Possessing a flying sword is only natural. Yet you, Nie Tianba, surprisingly wield one as well. Wang Ke replied, his expression dark. Humph. I care not how you acquired your flying sword. Today, after leading your men to destroy my Nie family, you shall not leave. Even if you have joined the immortal sect, I will make sure you do not escape. Nie Tianba threatened vehemently. Have you forgotten our last encounter? Wang Ke retorted coldly. Last time, I was careless then, but not this time. Your previous flying sword was merely a fade. This time, it must be more than that. Are you daring to explode it again? Nie Tianba sneered. What is there to fear? Wang Ke replied icily. With that, Wang Ke activated his flying sword, which suddenly emanated a brilliant azure light. What are you planning? That is a flying sword. A flying sword. Nie Tianba gasped in alarm. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the entire Zhuxian town, shaking the Nie residents, as if an earthquake had struck. The nearby powerful figures of Zhuxian town were thrown to the ground by the force of the explosion, scrambling backward in panic. At the center of the blast, Nie Tianba coughed up blood and was sent flying. Countless onlookers, their eyes wide with confusion, could hardly comprehend the scene. Wang Ke had self-destructed his flying sword. Again, that was a flying sword, coveted by all immortal sect practitioners, and he had just destroyed it? For an ambitious cultivator, such an act was utterly incomprehensible. Was it truly necessary to waste such a precious resource over a mere skirmish? Of course, it was necessary. With Wang Ke only at the second level of the innate realm, and Nie Tianba vastly more powerful, both wielding flying swords, the richness of their vital energy would dictate the outcome of their battle. Clearly, Wang Ke was at a disadvantage. If he did not resort to something drastic, how could he possibly prevail against Nie Tianba? Losing his flying sword would mean not only defeat, but also the inability to save Princess Yue. That would be an even greater loss. The act of self-detonating his flying sword caused Wang Ke's heart to bleed, yet he knew victory was paramount. With Nie Tianba's south sword so close, the explosive force was inevitably absorbed by him, causing him to spit blood and collapse. Nie Tianba could not fathom it. Such an expensive flying sword, he would have cherished it as a treasured heirloom, yet Wang Ke had just destroyed it without hesitation? Was it truly poverty that limited his imagination? Why? Although Wang Ke's flying sword shattered into fragments, Nie Tianba was gravely injured, yet still alive. As for Nie Tianba's own flying sword, it remained relatively intact. Wang Ke cough. You are ruthless, truly ruthless. But I am still alive. Ha ha cough. My flying sword still stands. You are doomed. Nie Tianba slowly rose, blood dripping from his lips. He beheld his flying sword, which he was struggling to control, moving sluggishly. A strange sound emanated from the sword, followed by billowing black smoke, indicating a significant malfunction. The sight bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Ku's sword during its self-detonation. Wang Ku, has your sword broken? Is it irreparable? Princess Yue exclaimed joyfully. Irreparable? The surrounding experts were taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Can a flying sword truly be rendered useless? Nie Tianba surveyed his sword, now emitting dark smoke, his expression darkening. Just moments ago, he had mocked Wang Ku for wielding a second-hand sword, and now his own was in this condition. I understand now. An artifact master spoke up. The formation inscribed within Nie Tianba's sword was shattered by the recent explosion, rendering it defective. Does that mean Nie Tianba's sword is ruined? Yet, why can it still fly? Someone queried. The flying sword is a treasure forged at the nascent soul stage, containing countless intricate formations. Although a portion has been damaged, it undoubtedly retains some of its power, though we cannot ascertain how much. The artifact master elucidated. Even if it's mostly broken, it's still superior to your sword. Wang Ku, it's not yet completely useless. I can still defeat you. Nie Tianba retorted coldly, his sword billowing with smoke, seemingly poised to strike Wang Ku. However, midway through its flight, the sword abruptly halted, and Nie Tianba's expression stiffened. What? He saw Wang Ku conjuring yet another flying sword. Another one? How is this possible? Aren't flying swords rare, even among Golden Core experts? How does Wang Ku possess two? Someone gasped in astonishment. Another flying sword? How favored is Wang Ku by the Immortal Sect to receive two? It's impossible for the Immortal Sect to bestow two flying swords. Not even the four top sects would do so. How could Wang Ku have two? Flying swords are regulated treasures within the Immortal Sect, forbidden from circulating outside. However, I have heard that internal trading is allowed. Did Wang Ku purchase it within the sect? How much did he spend? The crowd buzzed with curiosity, yet for Nie Tianba, this scene stirred a profound sorrow. Wang Ku's earlier claim, I rely on wealth to cultivate, echoed in his mind, a moment he had once ridiculed Wang Ku for, only to meet his own demise at that time. Now, Wang Ku, once again relying on his wealth, enveloped Nie Tianba in despair. Is the life of the affluent truly so plain and devoid of excitement? Do they merely explode flying swords for amusement? The swords we revere as ancestors. Can they be detonated at will? Nie Tianba, your sword seems of fine quality. Let me show you how mine fares. Wang Ku sneered. Whoosh. Wang Ku's new flying sword shot towards Nie Tianba in an instant. Wang Ku's sword was not a mere gift from the winds. It had been painstakingly acquired during his battle against evil at the Tianlang sect. Losing even one was a heart-wrenching matter. Nie Tianba had destroyed one of Wang Ku's flying swords and yet remained unaware of the consequences of his actions. I do not accept this, he cried out in alarm. In a moment of desperation, Nie Tianba summoned his smoke-emitting flying sword, struggling to position it before him. A thunderous crash ensued, and his sword instantly bore numerous cracks. Already severely injured, Nie Tianba's sword was in a state of disrepair, unable to withstand the relentless advance of Wang Ku's sword. As Wang Ku's weapon drew ever closer, inching toward him, an expression of bitterness crossed Nie Tianba's face. What should I do now? I find myself in such a dire predicament. I can scarcely hold on. If Wang Ku exerts even a bit more force, my sword will shatter, and he will strike me down. How I long to retaliate against Wang Ku as he did earlier, detonating my damaged sword in a final act of defiance, ensuring that we both meet our end. Yet, fear grips me. With both swords now nearly touching, is self-detonation truly the answer? Would it merely evoke Wang Ku's sympathy for his sword, or would it be my own demise? With the explosion so close, would I not be obliterated? Troubled and at a loss, Nie Tianba lamented inwardly. Wang Ku, I concede defeat. What say you? He pleaded. My lady, shall we leave this matter to the esteemed heads of the families? We have pressing issues to attend to. Let's depart at once, shall we? Wang Ku glanced toward Princess Yue. Nie Tianba was taken aback. Could it be that Wang Ku would truly spare him? Thank you. Thank you, Wang family head, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Wang Ku harbored intentions to slay Nie Tianba. Yet an ominous black mist began to surge from the rear of the crowd. Black mist? Something feels amiss. Could it be directed at me? The alert Wang Ku immediately thought it prudent to retreat. In such a public setting, safety was not guaranteed. Wang Ku, why should you spare him? Princess Yue expressed her frustration. Wang Ku's sword was intact, undoubtedly providing him with the upper hand. Why should he relent simply because Nie Tianba begged for mercy? My vendetta remains unavenged. You. Nie Tianba glared at Princess Yue in annoyance. Indeed, he should not be spared. Let him repay his debts. The surrounding family heads erupted in fervor. Wang Ke had no desire to assist this group of heads. Just as he prepared to withdraw his sword, it was already too late. Boom. A fierce black wind swept in, and 10 formidable figures from Zhuxian town were instantly scattered by the gale. Ah, ah, ah. A cacophony of cries echoed, drawing the attention of all present. They beheld a cadre of individuals clad in black, slowly approaching from the distance. One of the figures gestured, and with a flourish of his sleeve, the black wind surged forth, parting the throngs of Zhuxian town warriors to clear a path. Golden Core Realm? That individual is of the Golden Core Realm. Someone cried out in terror. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he had sent a host of innate warriors flying. Surely, this could only be a Golden Core expert? Instantly, the warriors of Zhuxian town grew tense. Was it not just one Golden Core, but rather an entire group? Wang could discern the features of the foremost individual and immediately grasped the situation. Zhu Yan? How did he become entwined with these malevolent entities? Does the great Qing dynasty no longer wish to keep him? Wang Ku exclaimed in astonishment. To this day, Wang Ku remained oblivious to Zhu Yan's corruption, believing him to be merely a particularly weak ordinary mortal. Ha ha ha. Wang Ku, you dealt me a grievous blow that day. Today, it is my turn to exact vengeance. Amidst Zhu Yan's menacing laughter, he exclaimed, Are you planning to confront Wang Ku? Hurry, I will hold him off. You must kill him. Nie Tianba, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, cried out in astonishment. A group of sinister figures clad in black, under Zhu Yan's command, advanced towards Wang Ku. Chapter 53. A piercing arrow through the clouds. The aura of the malevolent beings was overwhelmingly colossal, with numerous wicked entities at the Golden Core stage. The swirling black wind alone forced the formidable warriors of Zhuxian town to retreat in haste. Nie Tianba, who found himself in dire straits, was suddenly elated upon witnessing the approach of these fiends. Although he did not recognize the individuals, he discerned from the words of their leader, Zhu Yan, that they had come seeking vengeance against Wang Ku. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Are you here to confront Wang Ku? Quickly. I shall hold him off. Dispatch him at once. Nie Tianba urged with fervor. Wang Ku's countenance darkened. Zhu Yan had leveraged his identity as the great king of Qing to amass a horde of malevolence? Wang Ku, did you ever anticipate my swift pursuit? Ha! The shame of the royal palace shall be repaid 100-fold. And where's my string of prayer beads? Zhu Yan uttered coldly. Which of the rebirth bodies do you refer to? A wicked being inquired in a chilling tone. Oh, the assembly of malevolent figures turned their gaze toward Princess Yue. Her complexion shifted, and she anxiously sought refuge beside Wang Ku. Ha ha ha, hiding will do you no good. Wang Ku, today you are beyond salvation. Zhu Yan articulated frostily. Wang Ku, what should we do? Princess Yue asked, her face awash with concern. Wang Ku's eyelids twitched. Escape? It was utterly impossible. How could one flee from a throng of Golden Core fiends? Wang Ku, if you remain silent, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. I have brought a whip, Zhu Yan declared, producing a leather whip from his possession. Zhu Yan was intent on exacting 100-fold retribution for the humiliation suffered that day. Princess Yue appeared visibly tense, while the denizens of Zhuxian town dared not interject. Wang Ku suppressed his inner turmoil. His years of experience in the martial world enabled him to regain his composure. Zhu Yan, you have worked hard on this journey. Thank you. Wang Ku breathed deeply. The crowd expressed their astonishment. Zhu Yan intends to beat you to death, and you still express gratitude? You must have a penchant for suffering. Even Princess Yue struggled to comprehend the situation. Thank me? Zhu Yan squinted in confusion. Indeed. I am grateful to you for leading this horde of malevolence to Zhuxian town. My fellow disciples of the Celestial Sect have been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Come forth, today none shall escape. I shall ensnare every last one of these fiends, leaving no survivors. Wang Ku proclaimed with resolute authority. What? The expressions of the malevolent beings shifted dramatically as they began to survey their surroundings. Were there ambushes from the righteous sects lurking nearby? The wicked entities vigilantly scanned their surroundings, simultaneously casting wary glances at Zhu Yan. Nie Tianba, Princess Yue, and the warriors of Zhuxian town all widened their eyes in disbelief. What was Wang Ku implying? Were there other disciples of the Celestial Sect in Zhuxian town? Zhu Yan, is he speaking the truth? One of the malevolent beings demanded. Did you bring us here to meet our demise, Zhu Yan? Nonsense. Are you out of your mind? How could I possibly invite the righteous to ambush you? Zhu Yan retorted vehemently. They failed to understand that he had already succumbed to darkness. How could he possibly ally with the righteous? You dare deceive us? The wicked being hissed. Do you not believe me? Shall I summon them forth? Wang Ke replied coldly. The assembly of malevolent beings paused in bewilderment. Your deceit has been unmasked, yet you persist in your obstinacy? What will you call for now? The malevolent forces do not heed the righteous path. Wang Ke, do you believe your words can sow discord among us? I am well aware of your duplicitous talents. Yet today, you have only brought humiliation upon yourself. Zhu Yan sneered. Wang Ke, undeterred, raised his voice. Residents of Zhuxian town, retreat at once, as far as you can. A fierce confrontation between the righteous and the malevolent is about to unfold here, with immense destructive power. Any residual impact could cost you your lives. You have but a moment to flee. With a roar, a throng of Zhuxian town's inhabitants turned and fled. Entirely convinced of Wang Ke's identity as a disciple of the celestial sect, and thus believed his warnings. The emergence of more malevolent forces only heightened their fear. Hurry, hurry. I do not wish to be caught in the crossfire. I do not wish to perish. In the blink of an eye, the crowd retreated in waves. While the battered disciples of the Nie family, once collapsed on the ground, somehow found the strength to scramble out of the Nie estate, fleeing as far as possible. Where are they? Where are your righteous disciples hiding? Zhu Yan mocked. The malevolent beings made no effort to impede the fleeing townsfolk. After all, the crowd was too vast, and who knew if righteous disciples were concealed among them? Now that they had distanced themselves, there was no need for vigilance. Zhu Yan, think carefully. I shall summon my brothers. None of you shall escape today. Wang Ke declared coldly. Come now, call them. This Zhuxian town is remote, with no celestial sects nearby. Let us see you summon them. Zhu Yan jeered, cracking his whip in derision. Princess, summon aid. Wang Ke instructed the Princess Yue beside him. Princess Yue looked at Wang Ke in confusion. Summon aid? Where would I find anyone? If I could summon the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect, would I still be here imprisoned? What are you hesitating for? Release the radiance of the festival once more. Quickly, Wang Ke commanded. Princess Yue, though perplexed, retrieved a black orb from her storage pouch. Uncertain, she glanced at Wang Ke. Release the radiance of the festival? We are on the verge of being slain by these malevolent beings, and you wish to create a festive atmosphere? Let loose an arrow that pierces the clouds, and let 1,000 armies converge. Wang Ke urged. Despite her confusion, Princess Yue nodded and tossed the radiance of the festival into the sky. Boom. The radiance of the festival erupted above Zhuxian town, and in that moment, 1,000 auspicious lights shot skyward, bathing the entire town in a resplendent glow, creating a magnificent spectacle. The malevolent beings were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Zhu Yan, however, wore a smirk, clearly skeptical of any ambush lurking about. How could Wang Ke possibly have a hidden force when he was unaware of my approach? This lad, who once prattled endlessly in the great Qing dynasty, now seeks to deceive me again. Where are they? Where are they? Wang Ke, you cannot fool me. Do not blame me for your ignorance. Zhu Yan, wielding his whip, advanced menacingly. Wang Ke, what shall we do now? Princess Yue appeared equally anxious. Kill him. Wang Ke is a great deceiver. Pay him no heed. Nie Tianba urged. As the horde of demons seemed poised to engulf Wang Ke, he remained transfixed, gazing skyward. Suddenly, a cry of a crane echoed from afar just as Zhu Yan approached. The sound of the crane's call reached Wang Ke, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. My senior brother has arrived. Wang Ke exclaimed joyfully. The assembled demons turned to look, and indeed, a figure could be seen atop the distant crane, faintly calling out, Senior brother, over there. Found you. Hurry, senior brother, come quickly. Echoed the voice from the crane. A series of crane calls followed from all directions, revealing a multitude of cranes carrying formidable beings rushing towards Zhuxian town, heading straight for the Nie family courtyard where Wang Ke stood. Disciples of the Jinwu sect? They are disciples of the Jinwu sect. One demon shrieked. Is there really an ambush? Is it true? Another demon cried out in disbelief. We've been ensnared. Zhu Yan, how dare you deceive us? Another demon roared. A collective fury arose among the demons directed at Zhu Yan, questioning whether he had intentionally misled them to their doom. How could this be? Zhu Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. It cannot be Zhu Yan who has betrayed us, for he too has succumbed to darkness. The righteous path would not permit him. A familiar demon quickly defended Zhu Yan. Indeed, I too have turned to darkness. How could I conspire with the righteous? Zhu Yan interjected urgently. The crowd turned their gaze towards Wang Ke. What should one do when the lie is unveiled? Why, one must weave another tale. Indeed, Zhu Yin was unaware of my senior brother's lying in wait in Zhuxian town. It is precisely because he was oblivious that he was able to deceive you, luring you into this trap. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yin, I owe you my gratitude for this. Wang Ke laughed heartily. Zhu Yin, the demons. Understanding dawned upon them. Zhu Yin had been duped himself, unwittingly leading them into the righteous trap. This was not Zhu Yin's fault, rather. It was the cunning of the righteous that ensnared them. They had employed the strategy of feigned retreat. Prepare to meet your demise, you wretched demons. Are you aware that my brothers have long prepared for this extermination, gathering countless treasures? Should you exhibit even the slightest negligence, today will mark your end, none shall escape. All will be obliterated. Wang Ke declared with fervor. The demons instantly stiffened, failing to ponder why Wang Ke had inadvertently divulged the righteous preparations. Exposing their plans is advantageous. Knowing that these righteous disciples are well prepared prompts us to be more vigilant. No, being cautious is insufficient. We must shift from defense to offense, striking before they can utter their sweet words, leaving not a single one alive. Arm yourselves. No more chatter. Let us slay them all. One demon bellowed. Yes. The throng of demons responded in unison. Suddenly, a horde of malevolent spirits surged with dark energy, brandishing their swords towards the heavens as they beheld a flock of celestial cranes approaching. Frustrated at their inability to capture Zhang Zhengdao, the disciples of the Golden Crow sect were incensed. Quickly recalling that Wang Ke had not fled far, they commenced a swift search. For it was evident that the celestial cranes had activated their radar. Once within sight, they would be immediately locked onto. In the distance, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, and a familiar scene abruptly resurfaced in Zhang Xinxiu's mind. He had witnessed the radiance of the ceremony twice before, both times instigated by Wang Ke. A third occurrence? Could it be another manifestation of Wang Ke? Senior brother, over there. We found him. Come quickly. A junior brother called out from afar. Yes. Cheers erupted from all directions as the celestial cranes hastened towards Zhuxian town. High in the sky, Zhang Xinxiu spotted Wang Ke below. Indeed, it was Wang Ke. Zhang Xinxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Ke, having previously convened a meeting to express his sorrow over the annihilation of the Wang family, donned a black robe that eerily mirrored the attire of the malevolent spirits. At a glance, it seemed harmonious, a perfect match. It was evident that Wang Ke was allied with those dark figures. But what was Princess Yue doing here? That was inconsequential. What mattered was that Wang Ke had gathered a group awaiting his arrival. Such arrogance. He was courting death. Zhang Xinxiu led his companions in a swift descent, only to discover that Wang Ke's comrades were enveloped in swirling black mist. Dark energy? Were they malevolent spirits? How could Wang Ke possibly associate with such entities? Zhang Xinxiu gasped in shock. Wang Ke was a disciple of Qin Tianyuan. He could not have fallen into demonic corruption. Yet, his companions were all clearly malevolent beings, each brandishing their swords at Zhang Xinxiu and his group. Had Wang Ke intentionally allied with these dark forces to confront him? Wang Ke, oh Wang Ke, consorting with malevolence. No one can save you now. Zhang Xinxiu's expression hardened. The celestial cranes swiftly approached, and Zhang Xinxiu had intended to mock Wang Ke, only to be preempted by Wang Ke's own voice. Do not waste words with them. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Wang Ke bellowed. The malevolent spirits assumed he was rallying his fellow disciples, while Zhang Xinxiu and his companions believed he was inciting his allies. Murder and silence? A delusion. Boom. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted between the righteous and the malevolent, blades clashing, and energy surging forth. The clash of Golden Core cultivators was akin to the very collapse of heaven and earth. A multitude of Golden Core warriors engaged in combat was a terrifying spectacle, shattering countless bricks and raising clouds of dust in the Nie family estate. The residents of Zhuxian town retreated to a safe distance, watching with envious eyes. The head of the Wang family is truly formidable. Just a few days into the Immortal Sect, and he has already stirred up such a tempest. Golden Core disciples of the Immortal Sect, all at his beck and call. Truly remarkable, indeed. Chapter 54. Aiding others in the town of Zhuxian. Fierce battles erupted between the disciples of the righteous and the demonic sects, illuminating the night with the brilliance of flashing swords and gleaming blades. The air was rife with the clash of sword chi and the onslaught of blade energy, causing the structures of the Nie family to collapse amidst the tumult. From a distance, the formidable figures of Zhuxian could not help but swallow hard. The head of the Wang family is truly impressive. Just a few days since entering the Immortal Sect, and he is already making waves. The disciples of the Golden Core realm yield to his command? Remarkable indeed. Indeed. How enviable it is that the head of the Wang family has transcended the plight of our townsfolk and joined the ranks of the Golden Core elites. Wait, isn't that Golden Core expert Zhang Shenxiu? Yes, it seems to be Zhang Shenxiu. But didn't T. Wangku claim that Zhang Shenxiu was an impostor? How could he possess Golden Core cultivation? Ultimately, some began to discern the truth about Zhang Shenxiu, casting doubt upon Wang Ku's assertions. However, among the crowd were Wang Ku's loyal followers, who had stood by him for many years. Such trivial public opinion could hardly sway them. No, that is indeed the real Zhang Shenxiu. Nie Tianba sought a deceiver resembling a disciple of the Jinwu sect. What a grand deceiver Nie Tianba is. To have sought someone so similar. After a tirade against Nie Tianba by Wang Ku's supporters, clarity swept over the minds of the powerful in Zhuxian. Oh, that explains it. No wonder they look so alike. Indeed, the resemblance between Zhang Shenxiu and the impostor sought by Nie Tianba was striking, yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerged. Exactly. Their chins differ slightly. Their eyes are a tad larger. No further guidance from Wang Ku is needed. The crowd swiftly uncovered numerous distinctions between the genuine Zhang Shenxiu and the impostor. Furthermore, when Zhang Shenxiu first appeared, no one dared to scrutinize him closely, which made identifying differences all the more plausible. Thus, Wang Ku's suspicions were wholly dismissed, leaving only disdainful glances directed at the grand deceiver, Nie Tianba. In the heart of the battlefield stood Nie Tianba, Wang Ku, Princess Yue, and Zhu Yan. Wang Ku, manipulating his flying sword, found himself in a stalemate with Nie Tianba. Only Nie Tianba comprehended that Zhang Shenxiu and the disciples of the Jinwu sect were not there to assist Wang Ku, but rather to eliminate him. The demonic beings were also intent on troubling Wang Ku. Logically, he should have faced certain doom. Why, then, had the situation turned so drastically? Enough. You must stop fighting. The one you seek to kill is right here. Do not allow him to reap the benefits. Nie Tianba roared at the heavens, despite his grievous injuries. However, the conflict between the righteous and the demonic was a battle for survival. Now that tempers flared, would they reconcile merely because of Nie Tianba's plea? What a farce. Who does Nie Tianba think he is? We do not even know you. After shouting in vain for a while, Nie Tianba's words bore no fruit, leaving him visibly frustrated. In this moment, the two swords remained locked in a stalemate, his own sword threatening to shatter at any moment, pressing dangerously close. He dared not withdraw his sword, for doing so would surely result in his demise at Wang Ku's hands. Wang Ku, shall we call a truce for now? Let us depart from this place. Nie Tianba gazed longingly at Wang Ku. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ku appeared inclined to acquiesce, yet Zhu Yan interjected vehemently. Do not hesitate. You must be Nie Tianba. Detain Wang Ku while I eliminate him. Zhu Yan shouted at Nie Tianba. You? Nie Tianba responded with astonishment, turning his gaze toward Zhu Yan. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed. Princess Yue positioned herself protectively in front of Wang Ku. However, Wang Ku scoffed. Zhu Yan, have you grown reckless once more? Are you truly unaware of your own peril? Zhu Yan, wielding a whip, advanced menacingly. Princess Yue, step aside. Fear not. Zhu Yan possesses merely the cultivation of a postnatal mortal and has yet to reach the innate realm. He cannot harm me. He cannot even breach my protective true energy. Pay him no heed. Wang Ku explained dismissively. Oh? Princess Yue responded, surprised. Zhu Yan's face flushed crimson, recalling their previous encounter in the palace when Niamija was outside. He had refrained from using his true energy. I have already attained the pinnacle of the innate realm. Destroying you would be child's play. Did you truly believe I was weak? He retorted. Wang Ku, do you genuinely think I was incapable of defeating you last time? Zhu Yan sneered, brandishing the whip at Wang Ku. At that moment, Wang Ku swiftly seized the whip from Zhu Yan's grasp with his unoccupied hand. Huh? Zhu Yan stood bewildered, staring at his empty hands. Where did the whip go? Wang Ku taunted. With such skill, you dare challenge me? You are merely deluding yourself. Princess, you can rest easy now. Your cultivation has been sealed. Do not let the aftermath of our battle affect you. Please wait safely in that corner. Wang Ku reassured her. Indeed. You startled me. I thought Zhu Yan was formidable, but he is merely a facade. Princess Yue disdainfully retreated to his safe corner. Zhu Yan, lacking ability. Why make such a fuss? You waste my time. Nie Tianba scoffed. Wang Ku, what do you say to my earlier suggestion? Let us each retreat and depart at once. Nie Tianba urged Wang Ku again. Before Wang Ku could respond, Zhu Yan could no longer contain himself. Do not reconcile with him, Nie Tianba. I was merely careless. I did not grasp the whip properly, and he took it from me. I can easily vanquish him, Zhu Yan bellowed. Nie Tianba, not far away, looked at him incredulously. Zhu Yan, take a break. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike you? Wang Ke retorted with a cold snort. Crack. The whip lashed out fiercely against Zhu Yan. Again, under the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, Zhu Yan felt utterly humiliated. Roar. With a mighty roar, a tremendous aura erupted from Zhu Yan, causing the earth and stones around him to tremble, as dark demonic energy enveloped him. What an overwhelming presence. Could Zhu Yan be speaking the truth? Nie Tianba's expression shifted. Demonic energy? Zhu Yan, have you forsaken the great Qing dynasty? Have you truly joined the demon sect? Wang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. Demonic energy? Humph, it is only today that I reveal it. After today, who can say? But Wang Ke, you have gone too far. Today, I shall bring about your demise. Zhu Yan snarled fiercely. Wang Ke, be cautious. Princess Yue cried out in alarm. Due to the overwhelming surge of demonic energy surrounding Zhu Yan, a fierce punch enveloped in countless malevolent forces was launched with all his might towards Wang Ke's abdomen. The ferocity of this strike was such that even Princess Yue displayed an expression of alarm. Not far away, Nie Tianba's face lit up with excitement. Wang Ke had no time to react before he was struck. The sound was akin to a heavy object plummeting from a 10-story building, prompting Nie Tianba to nearly erupt with joy, exclaiming how extraordinary such a powerful blow was. Not even Wang Ke, let alone himself, could withstand it. Surely, Wang Ke was doomed. Zhu Yan eagerly anticipated the moment when his fist would obliterate Wang Ke, finally avenging his past disgrace. However, to his astonishment, Wang Ke did not budge an inch. How could this be? Wasn't Wang Ke a practitioner of the innate realm? Zhu Yan looked up at Wang Ke, who wore a bewildered expression as if to ask, is this merely a tickle? Wang Ke had cultivated the Great Sun Immortal technique, which allowed his turbid true energy to absorb external attacks. As a result, the force of Zhu Yan's punch was absorbed, causing Wang Ke's true energy to swell. And he felt no pain whatsoever. Zhu Yan, no matter how formidable, could not surpass Murong Luguang. After all, even Murong Luguang's strikes did not inflict pain. So how could Zhu Yan's? Zhu Yan stood frozen in disbelief. Nearby, Nie Tianba and Princess Yue widened their eyes in shock. What was Zhu Yan doing? Wang Ke, do you realize this? Princess Yue inquired with curiosity. Nie Tianba's expression darkened. Zhu Yan, you truly are a useless fool, unable to even breach Wang Ke's protective true energy? I can sense that Wang Ke is merely at the innate realm, and yet you cannot harm him? He hasn't even moved? Are you deceiving me? Zhu Yan was taken aback. Wang Ke truly had not moved. He was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, exerting all his strength. Why was this happening? It must be an illusion. It had to be an illusion. He would try again. He would not accept this. Behold my azure demon fist. Zhu Yan roared once more. Boom. Again, there was a thunderous sound, grandiose yet ineffective, and Wang Ke remained unmoved. Are you here to amuse us? Can you not be serious? Princess Yue laughed, feeling utterly reassured. Amusing? Who has time for laughter? Am I not serious? Your entire family is the one lacking seriousness. Zhu Yan's expression turned ashen. He could not believe it. He could not accept it. With each punch striking Wang Ke, the momentum was extraordinary, yet Wang Ke remained utterly still. Stop. Please stop. Wang Ke suddenly displayed a hint of urgency. Oh, is it having an effect? Is Wang Ke finally unable to endure it? Zhu Yan, continue. Hurry, continue. Although your cultivation is too weak, accumulation leads to a breakthrough. At last, Wang Ke is on the brink. Nie Tianba's eyes suddenly brightened. Boom, boom, boom. Do I need you to tell me to continue? Zhu Yan unleashed all his power, encircling Wang Ke, striking from above and below, front and back, at an astonishing speed. Too rapid for Wang Ke to even register. After all, Wang Ke was still engaged in a standoff with Nie Tianba. How could he afford to divide his attention against Zhu Yan? He could only anxiously shout for Zhu Yan to stop while enduring the relentless onslaught of Zhu Yan's rapid strikes. As the formidable Zhu Yan expended the entirety of his true essence against Wang Ke, the latter's face finally bore an expression of sheer terror. Wang Ke, do not frighten me. What is wrong? Does it hurt terribly? Princess Yue exclaimed, rising in a state of urgency. Not just pain, it may lead to death. Perish. Zhu Yan bellowed, unleashing his final surge of power with a fierce strike. A thunderous sound erupted from within Wang Ke, followed by a tempestuous wave of energy that swept away the surrounding dust and debris. Has Wang Ke's cultivation level advanced? Princess Yue stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't he just appeared terrified? How could he have made a breakthrough? Did Zhu Yan bestow his power upon him? Zhu Yin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as he clutched the spirit stone, replenishing his expended energy while staring incredulously at Wang Ke's newfound prowess. What is this sorcery? Zhu Yin, were you not intent on killing Wang Ke? You are aiding him. Nie Tianba exclaimed in astonishment. I did not. Zhu Yin cried, his eyes reddened with frustration. The augmentation of Wang Ke's cultivation also amplified the potency of his flying sword. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as two flying swords drew perilously closer to Nie Tianba. While the sudden increase in Wang Ke's swords might cause numerous cracks to appear on Nie Tianba's own, threatening to shatter it at any moment. The backlash from the sword struck Nie Tianba with renewed vigor, inflicting further injury upon him. How can you deny aiding Wang Ke? Nie Tianba spat blood, glaring resentfully at the weakened Zhu Yin. I truly did not assist him. If you doubt me, ask Wang Ke himself. Zhu Yin shouted in anguish. Just moments ago. A torrent of energy surged into Wang Ke, amplifying his murky true essence, propelling him to the third level of innate cultivation. However, Wang Ke was far from grateful, for the murky true essence had turned a dark yellow. He felt its restlessness, as if it might ignite at any moment. Was this the precursor to self-immolation? Zhu Yin, you scoundrel! Who permitted you to assist in my breakthrough? Wang Ke roared in fury. Zhu Yin, flabbergasted, replied, Is this really so incomprehensible? The crux of the matter is that I did not help you at all. Why is this happening? Chapter 55. A debt of gratitude unpaid. Little did Zhu Yin anticipate that the outcome of his vendetta would unfold in such a manner. I want to eliminate Wang Ke. Why do they all claim I am assisting him? Why? Zhu Yin lamented as Nie Tianba appeared on the verge of collapse. Zhu Yin's countenance was one of utmost despair. He longed to vanquish Wang Ke to validate his prowess. Should he continue to confront Wang Ke? He had just expended all his energy, and, after a painstaking effort to replenish some with spirit stones, was he to aid Wang Ke in his breakthrough once more? With a menacing glare directed at Wang Ke, Zhu Yin withdrew a long blade from his storage bag. Spare yourself the effort. Wang Ke has endured your blows for some time, and you have failed to harm him. What use is a blade now? Wang Ke will not retaliate. Moreover, as a breathless practitioner of the acquired realm, do you not feel the embarrassment of your predicament? Join me and sit quietly as they determine the victor, Princess Yue advised from the sidelines. Do you hold me in contempt? Do you truly believe I am so easily vanquished? Zhu Yin retorted, fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at Princess Yue. What are you planning? Princess Yue inquired, her expression shifting in alarm. What am I planning? If I cannot deal with Wang Ke, then surely I can manage you. If Wang Ke seeks to rescue you, I will consume you. I will ensure Wang Ke suffers. Zhu Yin advanced ominously. Spare yourself this folly. My great-aunt, Nyamieju, has placed a magical restriction upon Princess Yue. Even at the pinnacle of the innate realm, I cannot approach her. How could a weakling, barely at the acquired realm, hope to harm Princess Yue? Do not make a fool of yourself. Nie Tianba interjected with derision from a distance. What is happening today? Why does everything seem to conspire against me? I am incapable of harming Wang Ke, and now I cannot even touch Princess Yue? Zhu Yin seethed. An acquired realm mortal? Who dares label me as such? I stand at the peak of the innate realm. Yet, no one believed him. Wang Ke, I concede defeat today. Shall we simply withdraw? Nie Tianba pleaded with Wang Ke. His flying sword was nearing its limits, fissures forming and dark smoke billowing forth. If this continued, not only would Wang Ke's sword threaten to destroy his own, but the immense force would soon cause it to explode, with the sword perilously close to him. The consequence would be dire. Absolutely not. Zhu Yin bellowed in indignation. You, a mere weakling of the innate realm, could you cease your incessant interjections? Had it not been for you, Wang Ke and I might have reconciled. Nie Tianba scolded Zhu Yin. Me? A weakling of the innate realm? I am at the pinnacle. Zhu Yin wiped the sweat of anger from his brow, suppressing the turmoil within. How had the situation become so bizarre? There must be a way. There must be a way. Ah, I cannot contend with Wang Ke, but you. Nie Tianba surely can. Zhu Yin's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. What do you mean? The others inquired, perplexed. Nie Tianba, as you engage in a stalemate with Wang Ke, it indicates that your strength is closely matched. What if, just what if, your power were to surge unexpectedly? Zhu Yin proposed. What do you mean? Nie Tianba responded, bewildered. If my strength were to double, Wang Ke would have long since met his demise. Need you even say it? The crux of the matter is, my strength cannot possibly surge like that. Allow me to assist you. I shall channel all my power into your body, empowering you to unleash the flying sword with greater force, thereby vanquishing Wang Ke in a single stroke. Zhu Yan, brimming with excitement, approached Nie Tianba from behind. What do you intend to do? What use is your mere postnatal strength? Do not waste my time. Nie Tianba exclaimed in frustration. However, Zhu Yan paid no heed. Pressing his palms firmly against Nie Tianba's back, a surge of immense true essence surged into Nie Tianba's being. Yet, as this power accumulated in overwhelming abundance, Nie Tianba was left utterly astonished. How is this possible? Such immense power? This is not merely postnatal strength, it is evidently innate, even after expending countless resources. This energy is incomparably vast. Instantly infused into Nie Tianba's flying sword, the overwhelming force ignited a brilliant crimson glow. Although Nie Tianba should have been elated, his expression changed in an instant. Had the flying sword been in pristine condition, this surge of power would undoubtedly have amplified its might, even cleaving through Wang Ku's sword to slay him. The crucial issue, however, was that Nie Tianba's sword was on the brink of destruction. This colossal force hastened its demise, and it could not withstand the burden. Suddenly, it erupted. Boom. Wang Ku and Princess Yue gaped in astonishment as Nie Tianba's sword detonated. The explosion occurred right next to Nie Tianba and Zhu Yan, engulfing them in flames so bright that Wang Ku and Princess Yue could barely open their eyes. Zhu Yan, you have led to my demise. A faint cry of anguish from Nie Tianba emerged from the inferno. Already gravely injured, he could hardly endure such an explosion. The massive blast astonished the residents of Zhuxian town from afar, who praised Zhu Yan's spirit of sacrifice, proclaiming he had selflessly aided Wang Ku by eliminating the deceiver, Nie Tianba. But wait, if Nie Tianba is dead, what of our money? In the aftermath of the explosion, only 2 charred corpses appeared to remain on the ground. Wang Ku and Princess Yue gazed at the remains in profound silence. Was Zhu Yan truly here to assist you? Princess Yue looked at Wang Ku, perplexed. Zhu Yan arrived with malevolent forces, aiding Wang Ku in fending off the pursuit of Jinwu sect disciples. Zhu Yan helped Wang Ku break through to a new realm. Moreover, he eliminated Nie Tianba. This is not assistance. What is this? I do not know either, Wang Ku replied, his expression odd. Gazing at the 2 charred corpses, Wang Ku finally sighed softly. Very well, Zhu Yan. Though you have caused me to advance my cultivation, you have also helped me eliminate Nie Tianba. Let us consider our grievances settled. The charred remains of Zhu Yan were not yet entirely lifeless. As he attempted to struggle, upon hearing Wang Ku's words, his eyes rolled back in anger, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Turning away, Wang Ku no longer regarded the 2 corpses, but instead seized Princess Yue by the hand. This place is no longer safe. We must depart swiftly. Depart? It is too late to think of leaving now. A powerful voice boomed from above. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as a malevolent creature was cleaved in 2, plummeting from the heavens and landing heavily at Wang Ku's feet. A golden light burst forth from the fiend's body, shooting upward toward the fallen Zhang Xinxiu. Kill! 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 A cacophony of battle cries mingled with anguished screams as a horde of malevolent beings met their demise at the hands of the disciples of the Jinwu sect. Their dismembered remains strewn across the ground in a grim spectacle. Waves of merit from vanquishing the evil surged into the bodies of the Jinwu sect disciples, providing a semblance of solace amidst the brutal and devastating conflict. The fiends had been utterly annihilated. Despite their injuries and suffering, the disciples of the Jinwu sect, both in number and prowess, ultimately triumphed, securing a hard-fought victory for the righteous path. With their swords raised, the Jinwu disciples pointed menacingly at Wang Ku and Princess Yue. Wang Ku, you have brought us such suffering. Ha ha, now it is your turn. You deceived me, and now you find yourself in our grasp. Zhang Xinxiu laughed maniacally, bloodied and far removed from his former elegant self. All that mattered now was vengeance, a retribution for past humiliations. A semicircle of Jinwu disciples slowly closed in. Wang Ku is a disciple of Qin Tianyuan. Do you wish to summon him for revenge? Princess Yue admonished anxiously. Qin Tianyuan? Ha ha ha, it matters not who comes. This is Zhuxian town, a remote area devoid of any celestial sections. Dare to summon him? Come, I fear no one. No one shall thwart my punishment of Wang Ku. Zhang Xinxiu declared coldly. Indeed, the Jinwu disciples echoed in unison. Wang Ku had usurped their merits, and Zhang Xinxiu had nearly perished from a lightning strike. In addition, Wang Ku had deceived them into nearly falling prey to a horde of fiends, stripping 2 Jinwu disciples of their garments, an utter disgrace. Previously, Wang Ku had consumed a celestial crane, and now he was manipulating them against evil. Resentment simmered within the hearts of the Jinwu disciples. They longed to unleash their fury and exact retribution upon Wang Ku for their indignities. Wang Ku pulled Princess Yue behind him, his expression grave as he regarded the threatening Jinwu disciples. There was no alternative now. He had to reveal a fraction of his true power. A sphere of pure energy materialized in his palm, his essence coalescing in preparation for a desperate struggle. Do not approach. Wang Ku warned gravely. Do not approach. Ha ha. Wang Ku, your cries are futile. Call for help. Summon that righteous Zhang to rescue you. Or anyone else for that matter. Zhang Xinxiu continued to advance with a menacing grin. Wang Ku's complexion darkened. They had forced his hand. Just as tensions reached their zenith and battle loomed imminent. A piercing chorus of bat screeches erupted overhead in Juxian town, the cacophony sharp enough to drive the townsfolk to cover their ears in distress. The sudden commotion caused the disciples of the Jinwu sect to look up at the sky in confusion. Indeed, hundreds of bats were soaring rapidly above. In the distance, an overwhelming swarm of bats approached, shrouded in a billowing aura of malevolence. As they flew amidst this dark energy, it seemed they were constructing a colossal platform, upon which thousands of figures clad in black were gliding toward the town of Juxian. These black-clad individuals were enveloped in a swirling mist of ominous energy, instilling a profound sense of dread. At the forefront stood a figure in crimson robes, his expression stern and his gaze filled with haughty disdain as he surveyed the entirety of Juxian town. Zhu Hongyi? It's Zhu Hongyi, a Jinwu disciple exclaimed in alarm. How can there be so many malevolent beings? Another disciple cried out. Why are all these dark forces converging upon Juxian town? Zhang Xinxiu's face revealed his shock. Zhu Hongyi, the malevolent spirit who had wounded him in Langxian town not long ago, was a formidable adversary, brimming with demonic power. He felt utterly powerless in the presence of such a foe, especially since his group was already injured, 20 of them, all gravely so. And now, facing Zhu Hongyi with an army of nearly 1,000 dark entities? Originally, the righteous and the wicked could not coexist, yet here he was, having slain a number of malevolent spirits, and now this? Why was he so unfortunate? Every encounter with Wang Ku seemed to herald disaster. Today, escape was impossible, not with so many dark forces looming. As the cloud of bats obscured the sun over the Nie family's vicinity, a palpable terror gripped the townsfolk of Juxian, and even the Jinwu disciples felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Wang Ku, Princess Yue voiced her concern. Adapt swiftly and follow my lead. Wang Ku's expression was grim. In the high skies, Zhu Hongyi looked down upon the Nie family, while nearly 1,000 dark spirits surrounded him, all gazing down in puzzlement at the ruins of the Nie family estate. How had it come to this? There were even corpses of some demonic cult disciples. Below, the Jinwu disciples were poised to attack a pair of figures. Though the malevolent spirits were curious, their hearts were filled with arrogance. With Zhu Hongyi leading them, they were confident in their ability to dominate. Not only could they easily crush this small town of Juxian, but even smaller celestial sects would fall before them without challenge. All the dark spirits turned their attention to Zhu Hongyi, who narrowed his eyes as he pondered what had transpired below. Zhang Xinxiu and the other Jinwu disciples were frantic, heavily wounded and unable to flee quickly for fear of provoking an all-out assault from the malevolent forces. What could they do now? It's all Wang Ku's fault. It's all Wang Ku's fault. Zhang Xinxiu seethed, glaring at Wang Ku. We can't escape. Wang Ku has even less chance. Another Jinwu disciple cursed, directing his ire at Wang Ku. Yet, they witnessed Wang Ku abandon Princess Yue and slowly approach the descending dark spirits, stepping forward as if to embrace a noble sacrifice. The Jinwu disciples gaped in disbelief. What was happening? Had Wang Ku grown weary of life? Was he willingly courting death? With so many malevolent entities, there wouldn't be enough left of him to share among them, and yet he dared to advance toward them? The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, with the disciples of the Golden Crow sect feeling an overwhelming tension that nearly suffocated them. However, they beheld Wang Ku as he approached the figure clad in crimson robes. Step by deliberate step. Before the crimson-robed one could utter a word, Wang Ku, with a grave demeanor yet a natural ease, declared, Hall Master, it's one of our own. Chapter 56. Qin Wang Ku, clad in a crimson robe, approached with nearly 1,000 malevolent spirits, a terrifying multitude that plunged the disciples of the Jinwu sect into despair. The dichotomy of righteousness and wickedness stood stark. Everyone had sustained grave injuries, and should conflict erupt, death was an inevitability. As Qin Tianyuan's disciple, Wang Ku's fate seemed even more dire. In this moment of hopelessness, witnessing Wang Ke boldly stride towards the legion of dark entities. His impassioned demeanor elicited an unexpected flicker of respect from Zhang Xinxiu, who had previously regarded him as a shameful adversary. Those who can confront life and death are indeed true warriors. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wang Ke would utter the words, "Master, I am one of us." Upon hearing his declaration, the disciples of the Jinwu sect were momentarily seized by a sense of suffocation. How audacious! How could he dare to speak such words? And at such a critical juncture, was it not too late to betray his allies? However, the reaction of the malevolent spirits served as an enlightening lesson for the Jinwu disciples. Without a moment's hesitation, the gaze of the dark entities softened upon Wang Ke. What was happening? Were they blind? He is a disciple of Qin Tianyuan, a paragon of righteousness. How could he infiltrate their ranks? Zhang Xinxiu and the others were utterly perplexed by the scene before them. Was there a collective decline in the intelligence of the malevolent spirits? Or had Wang Ke cast some dark enchantment upon them? It was not entirely surprising that the malevolent spirits accepted Wang Ke. After all, he was adorned in the standard garb of their order, a black ensemble. Originally intended as mourning attire for the Wang family, it had now become his identity badge. Coupled with the corpses of dark entities littering the ground, and Wang Ke being besieged by righteous forces, the situation could not have been more transparent. Was further analysis truly necessary? Were they so foolish as to doubt the allegiance of the individual before them? Did they not hear his declaration of master? "I am one of us. Which faction do you belong to?" Zhu Hongyi inquired, his voice grave. The recently slain malevolent spirits did not appear to be under his command, and he was momentarily at a loss regarding their identity. "I just recently joined the demon sect. I was brought in by the older brothers. I am still somewhat unclear about it all. A few days ago, the brothers mentioned that the Qing Wang invited our faction's brethren to Zhu Xian town for some business concerning the Underworld Demon Conference. I am not entirely sure what that entails, but I followed along, only to find myself ambushed by these righteous disciples, nearly leading to our complete annihilation. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I too would have perished." Wang Ke's voice trembled with sorrow. Faction. What did Wang Ke know of factions? He could only shift the focus of the conversation. He threw out three contentious topics: Qing Wang, the Underworld Demon Conference, and the ambush, hoping to engage the audience in fervent discussion. Righteous ambush. The Jinwu sect deserves death. Underworld Demon Conference? Could it be an attempt to seize the underworld fetal body in advance? How did they know we were here? Qing Wang. Is it the invitation of the king of Great Qing? Indeed, the malevolent spirits erupted into animated discussion, seemingly unconcerned with which faction Wang Ke belonged to. For these three topics of interest outweighed any concern about his affiliations. Zhu Yan? How did he know that Princess Yue was present? How did he know about the Underworld Demon Conference? And he brought you here? Zhu Hongyi's eyes turned icy as he queried. The surrounding malevolent spirits fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Wang Ke. Although Zhu Hongyi questioned Wang Ke, he remained composed, thinking to himself, "How wonderful. You no longer concern yourselves with which of my factions I belong to. Have I successfully deceived you? The Dark Demon Assembly?" Wang Ke was uncertain of its nature, but he recalled that during the last Royal Palace incident, when Zhu Yan was whipped, he had mentioned it. "I'm not entirely sure, but I believe I overheard Zhu Yan mention that he eavesdropped on Qing Xianzi." Wang Ke explained. Qing Xianzi? The surrounding malevolent beings exchanged puzzled glances. "Humph." Zhu Hongyi scoffed coldly. "Where's Zhu Yan?" "Zhu Yan? He just perished alongside Nie Tianba over there." Wang Ke pointed toward two charred corpses not far away. Zhu Hongyi's face twitched as the anger she harbored for Zhu Yan swiftly deflated. "Dead. The only bloodline left by my elder brother. Even if I found him distasteful, he shouldn't have met his demise." "You just mentioned Nie Tianba?" Zhu Yan's expression darkened again. "Yes, right over there." The two fought fiercely, and in the end, Nie Tianba self-destructed his flying sword. "I wanted to intervene, but my strength was insufficient." Wang Ke lamented. Not far away, Princess Yue and the disciples of the Jinwu sect gasped in shock. Nie Tianba and Zhu Yan perished together? You attempted to intervene? Is there truly someone bold enough to speak such nonsense? Had I not witnessed you cause their deaths, we might have almost believed you. A group of malevolent beings rushed toward the charred remains. After a brief examination, one of them exclaimed, "Master, these two are not entirely dead. They still have a breath left, albeit heavily injured. Nie Tianba and Zhu Yan are still alive?" A weight settled in Wang Ke's heart. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongyi exhaled deeply. Indeed, the malevolent beings responded in unison. Zhu Hongyi then turned her icy gaze back to Wang Ke, stating, "Are you all planning to devour Princess Yue, the vessel of the Dark Demon, before the assembly? What? The Fifth Hall Master summoned the vessel for the Dark Demon assembly. You intend to monopolize it, preventing the assembly from taking place?" The malevolent beings glared at Wang Ke. Just as Wang Ke was about to defend himself, he heard Princess Yue call out from behind. "You have it all wrong. He was the one protecting me just now. Otherwise, I would have died long ago." Everyone turned to look at Princess Yue. Of course, most of the malevolent beings did not recognize her, with only Zhu Hongyi having seen her portrait. "You are Princess Yue? You claim this fellow protected you?" Zhu Hongyi asked in a grave tone. "Yes." Princess Yue nodded. As the malevolent beings confirmed her identity, their eyes turned crimson, akin to seeing a delectable feast. Wang Ke, noticing their reaction, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Nie Mieju had imprisoned Princess Yue in Zhuxian town. Had she been held in the Great Qing Palace, she might have already been devoured. Yet today, things were dire. You do not wish to consume Princess Yue, but instead are protecting her? Then what is your purpose here? Zhu Hongyi inquired sternly. I am not certain. My brothers brought me here. Oh, indeed. Qing Wang mentioned what Qing Xinzi had said, and this group of righteous disciples also sought to slay Princess Yue. We endeavored to protect her, yet. Wang Ke could only manage a bitter smile. His words were somewhat vague, once again introducing the topic of Qing Xinzi and the righteous sect's intent to kill Princess Yue, prompting a fervent discussion among the crowd. As anticipated, there was a flurry of speculation and debate. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongyi's gaze towards Wang Ke grew increasingly benevolent. Soon, Wang Ke and his companions, initially intent on disrupting the Mingma conference, transformed into its staunch defenders. This was no mere fabrication. Princess Yue herself could attest to it. Your efforts are commendable, Zhu Hongyi finally remarked, patting Wang Ke on the shoulder. This gesture signified her complete endorsement of Wang Ke, welcoming him into her fold. This scene left the disciples of Jinwu sect utterly astonished. Could it be that Wang Ke had genuinely infiltrated the demonic faction? Am I blind? Historically, it was the demonic side that infiltrated the righteous. When has the reverse ever occurred? Was his tongue blessed? Did he simply boast his way in? Wang Ke, playing along, squeezed out a couple of tears. Master, I stumbled into the demonic sect in a daze. Previously, I had heard numerous accusations against our sect, which left me in a state of unease. However, the brothers from our branch have treated me with utmost kindness, allowing me to find warmth within the sect. I am powerless to save them. I only ask that you grant me the opportunity to properly tend to my brother's remains. I do not wish for them to be left unburied in the wilderness, nor do I want them to die unnoticed. I desire to give them a dignified burial. Please, allow me to handle their affairs without interference from anyone else. Wang Ke's face was etched with sorrow. The disciples of Jinwu sect stared in bewilderment, puzzled by Wang Ke's sudden display of emotion. Some malevolent figures cast reluctant glances, yet with Zhu Hongyi present, who would dare speak out? You are quite sentimental, aren't you? Zhu Hongyi remarked, taken aback by Wang Ke. Since my childhood, my parents instilled in me that loyalty and righteousness are worth a fortune. My brothers have departed before me, and I cannot neglect my duty towards them. Perhaps this is my only weakness. I tend to be swayed by my emotions. Please, grant me this. Wang Ke lamented. Very well. No one shall disturb these remains. You may handle them as you see fit, Zhu Hongyi declared, patting Wang Ke's shoulder, seemingly filled with admiration. Thank you, master. Wang Ke expressed his gratitude. In his moment of appreciation, he called out to the shopkeeper of Gongyi Tea House in the distance. Gather some people to bring the finest coffins from your town. Hurry. Yes, came the shopkeeper's shout from afar. The people of Zhuxian town were too distant to hear the commotion among the group. Indeed, in the eyes of the demonic faction, this small Zhuxian town resembled a slum. Would a group of affluent individuals deign to acknowledge the beggars of a slum? They were reluctant even to let them approach. Only Wang Ke spoke up, allowing a path for the shopkeeper and his companions to carefully carry the coffins, gently collecting the bodies of the fallen demons. The disciples of the Jinwu sect were rendered speechless. Was Wang Ke truly addicted to theatricality, assisting the evil spirits in collecting their corpses? Zhang Xinxiu and the others remained oblivious to Wang Ke's intentions, yet some were perceptive enough to understand. Not far from Zhuxian town, on a small hillside, Zhang Zhengyao had stealthily emerged from the ground. However, upon witnessing the ominous mass of bats and countless malevolent entities, he was too terrified to approach, merely observing from a distance. As he beheld Wang Ke mingling among the demonic sect, he was left utterly astounded, vociferously condemning Wang Ke as a fiend. When he saw Wang Ke shed a couple of tears while dutifully tending to the demonic corpses, Zhang Jingdao nearly leapt to his feet. Wang Ke, in such a scenario, do you dare to profit? Are you not above profiting from the dead? How have you not been struck down by lightning? He raged. For those deceased malevolent beings possessed storage bracelets, bags, and magical artifacts, all treasures. Now, Wang Ke brazenly pocketed them all. Why? Here he was, toiling relentlessly for only a morsel of celestial crane meat, nearly losing his life in the process, while Wang Ke, under everyone's gaze, amassed a fortune. The individuals responsible for collecting the corpses were undoubtedly Wang Ke's subordinates. No, I must share in this bounty. It must be mine as well. Zhang Jingdao seethed with envy. As he was consumed by jealousy, he noticed Wang Ke swaggering boldly towards the Jinwu sect disciples. Wang Ke, has he become arrogant? Does he truly believe himself to be a member of the demonic sect? Is he flaunting himself before the Jinwu sect disciples? Should they report him, he would be doomed. He is a disciple of Chen Tianyuan. Once his identity is revealed, no one would come to his aid. What game is he playing? Zhang Jingdao stared wide-eyed into the distance. As he continued to gaze, his mouth fell agape once more. Good heavens! Has he devoured the demonic path and now seeks to consume the righteous path as well? Does he intend to extract some profit from the Jinwu sect disciples? Zhang Jingdao watched in astonishment. Chapter 57. The young king Wang Ke at the ruins of the Nie family. Countless malevolent spirits have surrounded this place, some of them brandishing weapons and casting cold glares at the disciples of the Jinwu sect. Zhang Xinshu and his companions are gravely injured, unable to escape. Once again, it is Wang Ke who has brought about their demise. Is it you again? The crimson-clad figure squints at Zhang Xinshu and the others. It is evident that he recognizes them. Not long ago, in Wolf Immortal Town, this very group caused him to reveal his identity and lose face. So it is them? Master, do you know them? The malevolent spirits express their confusion. Wang Ke, however, steps forward boldly. Disciples of Jinwu sect? Humph, you hypocritical righteous ones. Have you finally tasted the bitterness of your own actions? Previously, you ambushed my brothers. Where is your courage now? Come, kill me again. Wang Ke strides arrogantly towards Zhang Xinshu and the others, wearing a face that exudes false bravado. The gathered malevolent spirits frown in response. Does this reckless youth seek death? With such meager cultivation, he would surely be cut down by the encircling righteous disciples. Arrogance and inflated bravado? The disciples of the Jinwu sect widen their eyes in disbelief. This scoundrel believes that now that he has infiltrated the ranks of the demonic sect, we cannot deal with him? I could utter a single word that would ensure your demise. If you wish to die, let us perish together. Just as the disciples of the Jinwu sect were about to expose Wang Ke's true identity, he turns his back to the malevolent spirits and winks repeatedly at Zhang Xinshu and the others, simultaneously using silent lip movements to convey his message. Observing Wang Ke's lips, Zhang Xinshu quickly comprehends the urgency of the situation. If you wish to survive, keep quiet. I will rescue you. Cooperate with me, buy some time, and I will contact the Jinwu sect. Wang Ke silently conveys. Cooperate? Nonsense. Wang Ke, you are merely afraid for your life. Worried about us exposing your secrets, aren't you? Senior brother, let us fight them. Perhaps we can carve a path through. One disciple of the Jinwu sect snarls. Yet, Zhang Xinshu abruptly restrains his impulsive junior. Fight our way out. If I were at my prime, I might have the courage, but now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. That crimson-clad figure has set his sights on me. Will he allow me to escape? In our current state, how can we possibly flee? Zhang Xinshu glares at Wang Ke, feeling a mix of anger and frustration. Just moments ago, I could have slain Wang Ke, but now I must consider his whims? Humph, what do you intend to do? Zhang Xinshu glares fiercely at Wang Ke. If you cannot save us, then we shall perish together, and we will expose your identity. Wang Ke remains silent as the surrounding malevolent spirits begin to mock him. What do you intend? Should you dare to slay my demonic brethren, be prepared to meet your end. Brothers, let us feast upon these disciples of the Jinwu sect. One malevolent spirit bellows. Excellent. The crowd of malevolent spirits responds with a roar, ready to pounce. This cannot be allowed to happen. Wang Ke shouts. All eyes turn towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke pivots. Master, to slay these disciples of the Jinwu sect so easily would not satisfy my vengeance. The grievances against my brothers cannot be settled by allowing these murderers to die so cheaply. What do you propose? The crimson-clad figure inquires sternly. Isn't there to be a gathering of the underworld demons? At the Dark Demon Conference, how could the righteous prisoners be absent? My subordinate proposed to bring this group of disciples from the Golden Crow sect to the conference, allowing our demonic brethren to humiliate them thoroughly before ending their lives at the event. We must make all righteous disciples aware of the consequences of offending our demonic sect. Wang spoke fiercely. Are you out of your mind? Just devour them directly. Why wait for the Dark Demon Conference? Another retorted. What's the difference between devouring them now and at the conference? To serve as a warning to the righteous? Are you mad? The righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. Is it necessary to go to such lengths? Instantly, a wave of impatience washed over the gathered demons. Wang's expression turned bitter. Forgive me, Hall Master. It was reckless of me to speak. I'm just frustrated that they killed my brothers. Furthermore, I hope to bolster the Dark Demon Conference's reputation. It cannot be solely about the Dark Embryo. That would be too desolate. If the righteous were to hear of it, wouldn't it be a mockery of us? It would be utterly embarrassing. Having said this, Wang dared not press further, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhu Hongyi. For Wang understood that the one who could make a decision here was Zhu Hongyi. If he nodded, everything would be fine. Although he was unclear about the relationship between Ye Mieju and Zhu Hongyi, he had seen them embrace that day, which surely implied an intimate connection. Zhu Yin mentioned that the Dark Demon Conference was convened by Ye Mieju. If I were to propose supporting Ye Mieju, would you agree? Supporting Qingge? Would Zhu Hongyi hesitate at such a matter? Well said. I adore disciples of our demonic sect who are loyal and righteous like you. It's settled then. Bring them to the Dark Demon Conference. We wouldn't want to leave Princess Yue with too little to share. Of course, if they resist, we shall slay them all. Zhu Hongyi declared with a grand gesture. Yes. The demons responded, a wave of gloom settling over them. Zhang Xinshu glared at Wang. This big talker, does he truly command such influence in the demonic realm? Who would believe his bluster? Why? Are you all collectively foolish? Zhang Xinshu only saw Wang boasting, unaware that every word resonated with Zhu Hongyi's heart. The affair between Zhu Hongyi and Ye Mieju is not common knowledge. Wang was merely considering Ye Mieju's interests, and Zhu Hongyi naturally supported him wholeheartedly. Despite the myriad of bewildered faces, everyone recognized that for the time being, they were spared from death. What on earth was Wang saying? Would he truly aid us in seeking assistance from the Golden Crow sect? What if he is deceiving us? Yet now, with a glimmer of hope, they had no intention of exposing Wang's secret. A basin? The demons furrowed their brows at Wang. Did he intend to seize the storage treasures of the Golden Crow sect disciples? What a dreamer! However, what left the demons perplexed was that the leading Zhang Xinshu genuinely removed his storage bracelet and placed it into the basin. Clang! The storage bracelet fell into the basin as Zhang Xinshu stood by, waiting for the demons to bind him. Many demons widened their eyes. Are you truly surrendering? Aren't you righteous disciples? Where is your self-sacrifice? Where is your fervor? We were anticipating your humiliation and desperate retaliation, yet here you are, surrendering? In the ongoing conflict between the righteous and the demonic, such capitulation was unprecedented. Did you think surrender would spare you from death? However, the disciples of the Jinwu sect truly surrendered all their storage bracelets, bags, and weapons, placing them into Wang Ke's basin. Many of the malevolent beings tugged at their hair in confusion. What has transpired? Have I been away too long? Has the righteous path changed so much? Is it now so easy to deal with the righteous? The wicked gazed at Wang Ke in bewilderment, while the Jinwu sect disciples glared at him with fierce intensity, as if to convey that should he dare deceive them, they would expose all his secrets, leading to mutual destruction. Bring a few people to bind this group of righteous ones. They are surrendering without resistance. Hurry! Wang Ke shouted at the gathering of malevolent beings. With that, Wang Ke approached Zhu Hongyi, cradling the basin filled with storage treasures. Master, I have gathered the wealth of those who killed my brothers. These fiends have met their day of reckoning. Alas, my brothers, who sacrificed themselves for our dark cause, have perished at the hands of these righteous ones. How tragic their deaths were. What will become of their orphaned children? The aged parents of the second brother, the disabled wife of the third brother, the infant son of the fourth brother. Without the protection of their elder brothers, where will they find the resources for cultivation? They must also hide from the relentless pursuit of the righteous. I am truly, truly distraught. Wang Ke could not help but wipe his eyes, feigning sorrow for the orphans left behind by the fallen malevolent beings. These wicked souls, who had shed blood for the dark sect, now lay slain by the righteous. I have gathered the wealth of these killers for your disposal. So many younger brothers, no, so many disciples of the dark sect, are watching. Can you allow your brothers to bleed and weep in vain? Can you bear to consume this ill-gotten wealth? If you distribute the spoils unfairly, how will your brothers view you in the future? Will you still wish to lead your younger brothers? Indeed, on behalf of my brothers, I express my gratitude, Master. If my brothers could see this from beyond, they would have no regrets over their sacrifice for the dark sect. Wang Ku expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Countless malevolent beings looked at Wang Ku with envy. This impudent boy, who had rushed ahead, was merely after the spoils. Can he truly consume all of this alone? Yet, with the master having spoken, who dared to voice dissent? They could only covet the wealth in Wang Ku's hands while simultaneously contemplating whether to find an opportunity to eliminate him stealthily. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Gongyi tea house had already collected the bodies of the fallen malevolent beings, placing them in coffins and retrieving their storage relics to repack for Wang Ku. Wang Ku slung the burden of wealth over his shoulder and stored the coffins into his storage bracelet, awaiting the day of burial. On the other side, as the Jinwu sect disciples surrendered, they glared at Wang Ku with hostility, warning him not to betray their trust. Yet, to the eyes of the wicked, it was a puzzling sight. You spineless ones have already surrendered. What good is your bitter resentment directed at Wang Ku? If you had the capability, why did you not resist earlier? In the distance, Zhang Zhengdao continued his tirade of curses, primarily out of jealousy towards Wang Ku. That deceitful scoundrel. How is it that he could feast upon both the dark and righteous paths? How could he monopolize all the benefits? Why indeed? Are you all such fools? Allowing him to walk away with all the spoils. At the Nie family's ruins, Zhu Hongyi, accompanied by a throng of malevolent beings, turned once more to Princess Yue. A body of the Netherborn? Qing'er still harbors prejudice against me, as she has concealed you here. Zhu Hongyi strides forward. What are your intentions? Do not approach. Princess Yue expresses her concern. Hall Master, it seems that Princess Yue is under a restriction placed by the King Xianzi, forbidding anyone from coming near her. Wang Ku elucidates from the side. It is not that Wang Ku is betraying a secret. Rather, this cannot be concealed. Wang Ku's mention of King Xianzi serves as a reminder to Zhu Hongyi to be wary of her disposition and to refrain from rash actions. Youngster Wang Ku, I am grateful for the Hall Master's recognition. Wang Ku immediately responds with deference. Having received such bountiful favors, you are indeed my benefactor, and it is only fitting that I show my respect. Indeed, Wang Ku replies affirmatively. What do you wish to accomplish? Princess Yue inquires anxiously. However, Wang Ku has already grasped Princess Yue's arm, whispering, well said, continue to resist me. Release me. Princess Yue protests against Wang Ku. Unfortunately, with Wang Ku holding her firmly, the more she struggles, the tighter his grip becomes, inciting the covetous gazes of the surrounding evildoers who dare not advance. At Zhu Hongyi's gesture, countless bats once again descend, forming a dark cloud platform that lifts everyone into the sky, soaring towards Qingjing.